Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 6 of the series. Chapter 252, Reappearance of the Evil Banner. The Spirit Treasure Tower resembled a mountain with great brilliance. Twisting runes covered the steep cliffs to the point where divine intents would be destroyed instantly. Despite repeatedly cursing Feng Feiyun in his mind, Bai Ningshui still entered the tower with a bizarre movement technique. He had a pair of spirit clogs that allowed him to step on these formations as if they were flat ground. He quickly made it up the steep cliff and entered one of the doors. Even the formations couldn't stop him from going inside. That's an expert for you, Feng Feiyun commented while watching from the bamboo forest. This young man's origin must not be so simple. His methods were incredible, so he must have learned it from some amazing manuals. For any cultivator, even if they didn't have a master, they would still have a legacy or system to learn from. It was not that there weren't any innate geniuses that could learn the Tao on their own, but their number was even fewer than grand historical geniuses. This dark-skinned youth's escape method was brilliant and slippery like a loach. Even first-level Heaven's Mandate cultivators might not be able to catch him. It was perfect to have someone like him try to steal the cloak of invisibility. Feng Feiyun could feel several hidden auras within the bamboo forest. They were all top-level experts guarding the tower. The moment anything abnormal happens, they would immediately come out of their closed cultivation. Whoosh! A breeze blew by along with a large flurry of bamboo leaves. There was a cold chill within, creating a layer of black frost within this mist. This black mist quietly came from the forest and flew towards Feng Feiyun like a group of ghosts. A scaled claw with a metallic shimmer suddenly reached out from the frost and went straight for his neck. Humph! Feng Feiyun's spiritual sense was more than 90 times that of an ordinary person, so he had detected it much earlier. He didn't bother looking back and only pointed behind him. A black pillar shot out from his fingertip and penetrated the claw, turning it back into mist. Suddenly, over 10 more claws reached out from this black mist. It was extremely bizarre since they were all the size of a human. They shrieked through the forest. Anyone would be creeped out with their hair standing on end. Feng Feiyun still didn't turn around and only unleashed another palm attack. A crimson cloud shot out from his palm with 7 Qilin images. All of them were on fire and they incinerated the black claws, turning the mist into nothingness. This was the technique created by fusing the power of the Qilins and the crimson fire art. It could destroy all evil arts in this world. You are quite bold to come cause trouble at the Spirit Treasure Tower. Feng Feiyun noticed that these techniques were from the Spectre branch of the Yin world's 3 evils. Outside of specters themselves, only treasure masters who specialize in evil spirits could use this type of energy. The treasure master was the most bizarre job in the world, so it was naturally divided into good and evil. Their main goal was to hunt for treasures for clans and sections. However, the evil spirit treasure masters were quite scary. They specialized in traveling through ancient tombs and even to the Yin and Yang worlds. Their schemes were cruel and sinister. Others would shudder after hearing about them. No one answered him, only an evil banner could be seen. This evil banner came from the bamboo forest as well. It was completely black with ghost runes embroidered on its surface. This entire region was encompassed within the banner, so it was sealed off. The seniors on guard here couldn't detect the anomaly that was happening. The fluttering banner suppressed the area and even ground some old bamboo trees into powder. The Grand Wind Banner. Feng Feiyun's eyes turned serious. He recognized this evil banner. It was a spirit treasure that had been passed down for thousands of years from the First Heaven Immortal Gate. It was a murderous artifact, their defining and defensive treasure. It was originally in the hands of the first disciple there, Butianya. Unfortunately, he was ill-fated and died to the hands of his own fiancée, Ji Tsangyue. The banner disappeared afterward. At that time, only 3 people were present, Feng Feiyun, Ji Tsangyue, and the mysterious master. Thus, the banner was either taken by her or the master. Boom. A ray of light from what seemed to be a dark sun was channeled into the form of a black lightning bolt. It emerged from the banner with the thickness of an arm. However, a huge stone saber was thrown forward to destroy it. Even though the black lightning bolt from a spirit treasure was quite powerful, it had no effect on the stone saber. Boom. The saber went back into Feng Feiyun's hands and flew out again with the intention of splitting the evil banner. The banner was completely unfolded and acted as a divine scroll. It directly swept through the stone saber, pinning it to the ground with only the hilt exposed. Feng Feiyun, today will be your funeral. Ji Canyue's voice came from the bamboo forest, but she was nowhere in sight. So it was her. People might find it strange that she could appear in the territory of the treasure tower, but not Feng Feiyun. He wanted to see what kind of tricks this scornful woman could take out. After eating the spirit pill of the spirit treasure tower lord, he was able to cultivate his heavenly phoenix gaze to the void level. At that time, he had already known that Murong Ta was Ji Canyue and had some guesses as to why she chose to stay by his side. However, he didn't expose her and allowed her to play her game. Because of this, ever since he made it to the 6th floor of the immeasurable tower, he didn't go to see Murong Ta. He was waiting for her to become impatient and take action first. He wasn't afraid of her trying to kill him directly, only the possible devious schemes that she might devise. Her offensive prowess right now was within his expectations. He teased, "Oh. So it is little sis Canyue, long time no see. Did you miss me? I want you dead." Her voice was awfully cold and seemed to be ringing next to his ears. Her resentment was deep like a female ghost coming to take Feng Feiyun's life. The evil banner rose up to the sky and descended straight down with a black wave that resembled a great flood. The power of the spirit treasure had been completely activated. Even a grand achievement god base would be crushed to smithereens. She was a death spirit child from the Ji clan and had trained to be an evil spirit treasure master. She ended up refining the grand wind banner into an evil banner. Feng Feiyun took out the infinite spirit ring in order to stop the evil force from the banner. Flames shot out of his eyes in the form of the heavenly phoenix gaze in order to find Ji Canyue. Rumble. The ground shook for a bit, and an old skeleton crawled out of the ground. Its flesh had all rotted away, but the hair on its head was still black. It was quite a creepy sight. These were the remains of a random predecessor of this tower. The bones were even harder than steel even though they had been buried for decades. Today, Ji Canyue used her treasure master art to summon the skeleton. "Hey, young lady, disturbing an elder from their slumber is a very immoral thing to do. You will be cursed." One of Feng Feiyun's legs was gripped by this skeleton. If he didn't recall the saber in time to sever this arm, his leg might have turned into a puddle of blood already. This young lady was going all out with very strange techniques. Feng Feiyun had to become serious instead of underestimating her. If he were to fall into her hands, it would be a very miserable fate. She sneered, "How can an animal like you know anything about what's moral?" Cough. "I might be an animal, but I'm still better than you who was pushed down by an animal." Boom. A great palm came out from the evil mist. Feng Feiyun's mocking had angered her, so she attacked with her real body to cripple him. When she attacked, Feng Feiyun shattered the skeleton then went for the black mist itself. Boom. Her treasure-seeking ability was brilliant and exceeded his imagination. She could unleash more than 10 techniques in one breath and almost ripped his saber from his grasp. A natural-born spiritualist was no joke. Plus, she had been cultivating these arts from a young age, so her spiritual sense was far from something that the tower's first examination could detect. She was hiding it back then. Just this great awareness alone could suppress Feng Feiyun several times. "You have become stronger, but there is still quite a gap between us." Feng Feiyun attacked with a claw technique. There was a ray of black, red, cyan, and white winding around his arm. This was the combination of the dark water, crimson fire, verdant wood, and platinum metal arts. Ji Canyue's 10 techniques couldn't stop this claw from Feng Feiyun. He gripped her shoulder with the intention of capturing her. Poof. Blood spilled from her shoulder. It was caused by her own spirit treasure. She would rather lose an arm before being captured by Feng Feiyun again. His fingers became numb and stained with blood. He had no choice but to retract his hand. Swoosh. She leaped back into the bamboo forest in order to evade him. Her shoulder was broken and almost severed, revealing her jade-white skin covered in a loose black robe. There was a trail of blood still bleeding from the wound. "You are still so cruel to yourself." He touched the blood on his fingers and felt its warmth. Humph. Still 1,000 times better than falling into your hands. She recalled the banner and rolled it up before holding it in her hand. She was already standing far away in the forest. She stood there arrogantly with her black hair flowing straight down. It was a bit messy due to the blowing wind. Her eyes were particularly cold, like a sword piercing straight through Feng Feiyun. I can't kill you today because my cultivation is not high enough. Wait until my evil spirit arts reach great attainment, I'll truly make you suffer then. She turned into a black cloud and ran away into the forest. Feng Feiyun declared, "Haha, you think you can escape? Obediently come back and be my slave." This girl was too ruthless, so he couldn't afford to let her leave. If she could actually cultivate these evil arts successfully, then she would become much more problematic and difficult to deal with. Feng Feiyun was even faster than her. It was as if he was riding the wind. He gave chase right away and stretched out his claw again, attempting to catch her at all cost. Chapter 253, 81st Floor of the Treasure Tower. Ji Tsangyue was forced to summon the Grand Wind Banner again to stop this claw from Feng Feiyun. Her body was as agile as a serpent demoness. With a swish, she flew several hundred meters away and ducked into the main entrance of the Spirit Treasure Tower. Feng Feiyun could only tear some fabric from her dress. He also gave chase without thinking. After stepping into the gate, one would discover that the two guards watching the entrance were already killed by her. Their bodies were covered with a layer of black frost. Whoosh! Several wind-breaking sounds could be heard. Someone was aware of this development at the tower and immediately came running. These were the two silver-armored guards. They only needed 3 breaths to run to the main entrance and saw the 2 corpses lying on the ground. This was the work of an evil spirit treasure-seeking art. It is an evil spirit treasure master. Someone is breaking into the Spirit Treasure Tower. Go and inform the guards on each level right now to maintain alert. The 2 guards released a silver light at the same time. It started from the first floor all the way to the top. All of the cultivators in the tower were notified and knew that there was an intruder. Boom. Bai Ningshui, who was sneaking into the tower, took another step. For some reason, the runes on the ground suddenly rushed out and almost swallowed his leg whole. Fuck, what's going on? He hurriedly dashed backward to escape from the runic formation. From his own experience, he guessed that someone had activated all the formations in the tower. It has entered a comprehensive defensive state. Just who was alarming the people in the tower? Of course, all thieves were cowardly in a sense. He wanted to retreat and leave the tower for now. However, the moment he turned around, a slim black shadow appeared right before him. It was a stunning beauty with a cold expression adorned with a black dress that failed to cover her exquisite figure. Her pretty eyes resembled 2 black gems with a layer of coldness. No one would dare to look at her directly. Bai Ningshui was quite courageous when it came to women. He looked straight at her in astonishment with a shaking mind. At this time, he could hear shouting. One of them was like thunder exploding next to one's ears, causing his head to ring. Scram now. Ji Tsangyue dashed right over and kicked him flying before rushing to the top of the tower, disappearing on the stone steps leading to the 81st floor. His head struck the wall, issuing a loud bang. The poor fella almost broke his nose and his face became quite swollen. He cursed, "Your mother. You think you can kick people whenever you want just because you are pretty? Your father is gonna, Swoosh. Feng Feiyun rushed up from below and covered his mouth. Stop shouting, all of the experts in the tower are coming here now. Several terrifying auras came from different levels of the tower. Each of them represented an extremely strong expert. These were the secret places in the tower, so incredibly strong experts were stationed here. A similar aura came from the 81st floor, so both Feng Feiyun and Bai Ningshui hid their own auras and while silencing their breaths. They also slowed down their blood flow while remaining motionless like 2 statues. After a long while, the aura on the 81st floor finally disappeared. The 2 heaved a sigh of relief. That is definitely a Heaven's Mandate cultivator protecting the cloak of invisibility. He has been alerted, so we should wait and go again another time. Bai Ningshui was quite frightened. If they were spotted by that person from earlier, they would be lying on the ground right now. He was in awe of this power and didn't dare to take another step forward. Wait a minute, weren't you motherfucking watching outside? Why are you in here now? Wait, I know. Did you see a beautiful woman in a black dress and followed her, waiting until there was no one around to take action by pushing her down, taking off her outer dress and tearing off her bra and pants? Gee, you just wanted to do those despicable things. I really despise you for giving us, the Dao Gates heroic duo, a bad name. Bai Ningshui let his imagination run wild. He was quite heated while calling Feng Feiyun an animal. 1. Dao Gate equals Thief Gate, not Dao Gate. Just a play on words. Well, Feng Feiyun was indeed chasing Ji Songyue into the tower, but he had already done said despicable thing a long time ago, so he didn't deny it. Of course, he wouldn't tell Bai Ningshui either. Fuck, you chased her into the tower, right? All of those experts were alarmed by you too. Damn, brother, you need to be gentle with the ladies. We are here to steal the cloak, not to steal a woman. Bai Ningshui looked down on Feng Feiyun for ruining the plan just to flirt with a girl. But most importantly, the one who got to flirt was Feng Feiyun while the one who was beaten was him. Sigh, one shouldn't be afraid of having a god for an enemy but rather pigs for teammates. Stealing this cloak should have been as easy as eating breakfast, an effortless endeavor, but just look at things now, sigh. Things seem hopeless now, so you have to go and explain it to the master. Bai Ningshui lamented and denied any accountability while placing all the blame on Feng Feiyun. Eh? Wait. You still want to infiltrate the 81st floor? After seeing Feng Feiyun running up the stairs, Bai Ningshui followed right behind him before looking around for a bit. Eventually, he bit his teeth and continued on. I'll have you know that I also flirt all the time, but right now, the tower is very dangerous. We should really just come back again some other time. That little girl is very fierce and won't be pushed down so easily. Even if you want to strip her naked, we would need 3 to 5 experts to push her down. Hey! Are you listening to me at all? That girl might have grown up quite nicely, but she's too spicy. What if she kicks you and turns you into a eunuch? Fuck, do you not care for your life at all of this for a girl? Bai Ningshui blabbered on and on. Feng Feiyun suddenly stopped and said, if you keep on yammering on like this, we really won't be able to steal the cloak of invisibility then. Bai Ningshui whispered, there is a supreme expert protecting it, we can't steal it anyway. They had made it to the 81st floor. It was dark and empty with countless bookshelves and didn't look like a treasury but rather a library. It was one shelf after another, there must be at least 1 million volumes here. Flames suddenly flashed in Feng Feiyun's eyes. He noticed an aura hiding in the sea of scrolls that suddenly rushed out. This was a disciple of the Spirit Treasure Tower. He was skinny and wore a white Taoist robe. Feng Feiyun reached out and easily grabbed his hand. It turned out to be Murong Ta. Of course he knew that Murong Ta was Ji Songyue. After grabbing her hand, he contemplated in this short moment about whether to attack or not. This woman really knew how to act. Without the heavenly phoenix gaze, he would have been tricked by her completely. Murong Ta. He acted very surprised and slowly let go of her hand and thought, if you want to continue this masquerade, I'll entertain you. After seeing that it was Feng Feiyun, Murong Ta immediately heaved a sigh of relief and patted his chest, it's you, brother Feng. You really scared me there. I thought it was the bad guy infiltrating the tower. Of course I'm not a bad guy. Feng Feiyun smiled. The two of them conversed casually for a bit. Murong Ta was holding a bamboo scroll in his hand and bade farewell. The Tower Lord wanted me to get an old book for her. I have to go hand it over so I can't accompany you for now. The Spirit Treasure Tower Lord was clearly not in the tower right now. She came up with this bad excuse to escape, so how could Feng Feiyun let her leave? He had a slight grin on his face. Murong Ta. He called after the boy who wanted to leave and chased after them. How come you aren't wearing the bamboo necklace I made for you? I don't want to break it. Murong Ta was cursing Feng Feiyun countless times in her mind. Only Feng Feiyun would do such a senseless thing like gifting someone a crappy necklace. Under his repeated nagging, Murong Ta took the necklace out. Feng Feiyun was glad to see that she hadn't destroyed the necklace yet. She probably really wanted to destroy it but was afraid of being asked by Feng Feiyun and slipping up, so she carried it with her. I'll help you put it on. He deliberately wanted to disgust her while thinking in his mind, if you want to play, I'll make it unbearable for you. He took the bracelet from her and walked closer to her front so that their bodies were pressing on each other tightly. He had both hands on her neck as if wanting to embrace her. Ji Yue tightened her fists and really wanted to move back, but Feng Feiyun's hands were firmly placed around her neck. She felt that it wasn't the string of the necklace but his fingers touching her. This feeling made her very uncomfortable as her face was pressed against his chest. She could smell his dirty sweat and felt that he was doing it on purpose. A little bit back was Bai Ningxuai, staring at this scene in horror. His chin was about to drop to the ground as he felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. He held his head with both hands while inwardly screaming, "This Feng Feiyun. He is being so close with a man, this is too gross. Oh heavens, just kill me." He naturally didn't know that Murong Ta was the beauty in the black dress that he saw earlier, so he thought that Feng Feiyun had an abnormal orientation. No wonder why he looks at me so strangely. Don't tell me, he wants to do something to me. Bai Ningxuai rubbed his butt where his wound had yet to heal. It was caused by Feng Feiyun's attack. While looking at the scary scene ahead, he couldn't help but shudder and swore to never be so close to Feng Feiyun again. Fuck, this isn't safe at all. What are you looking at? An old voice suddenly came from behind him. Are you blind? Don't you see the two men hugging so intimately? No wonder why that bastard Feng Feiyun could be so calm after seeing the prettiest girl in the world, Nangong Hongyan. So he likes men. Bai Ningxuai suddenly paused and felt a chill behind his back. Who am I speaking to? Fuck, this is the 81st floor of the Spirit Treasure Tower with a top-level master guarding it. This is all the fault of that gay Feng Feiyun, chasing after both men and women. This is not a joke anymore. There won't be an old ghost behind me, right? He felt his heart palpitating while his undershirt was getting cold. He began to slowly turn his head to look back with great anxiety. Chapter 254, Blood Being Exalted Pot. It was an old man wearing a sheepskin robe with old-fashioned cotton shoes. He was holding a pile of scrolls in his hands while standing right behind Bai Ningxuai. He laughed and said, "Young man, you aren't a disciple of the Spirit Treasure Tower, right?" He was standing very close to Bai Ningxuai while slightly quivering due to his old age. Well, Bai Ningxuai shuddered and felt a strange aura engulfing his body, causing him to tremble without being cold. This old man continued to smile cheerfully at him. Bai Ningxuai smiled back right away before suddenly taking action. A wisp of light shot out from his fingertip while his other hand unleashed a palm strike straight for the old man's head. Since he was found out, he might as well take the initiative. Boom. No one could see the old man's move, but Bai Ningxuai was knocked to the ground from one punch. He lied there on the ground with a huge bloody bruise the size of a bell on his forehead. The old man was still smiling. Feng Feiyun also noticed the changes on that side and hurried over. He stared intensely at the old man and noticed a void in his dantian so he couldn't tell his cultivation. The old man's pair of eyes had a blinding glow. Fuck your sister. Can you not hit the face? Bai Ningxuai didn't slow down his escape while still cursing. He fled to Feng Feiyun's back and whispered, "This old man isn't easy to mess with, he's probably the guardian of the 81st floor." The two turned serious. They wanted to join forces and use the infinite spirit ring. Perhaps the power of a spirit treasure would be able to contain this old man. They exchanged a quick glance before unleashing all of their energy into the ring to activate it. All 6 ancient diagrams flew out. They wanted to end this battle quickly. Even if they couldn't suppress this guardian, they still had to escape from the tower right away. Boom. A wondrous brilliance shot out from the ring. The combined force of these two did far more than just double the power of the ring. I guess you two didn't come here to play. The old man threw up the pile of scrolls. The top volume was endowed with a layer of light that seemed to turn the volume itself into steel. However, it was immediately minced by the power of the spirit treasure and turned into little wisps of fire. The old man was slightly surprised before a smile emerged on his face. He waved his sleeve. A wave of faint blue flames of frightening power came out. It came from a brass bottle that contained both hot and cold affinities. The power of the spirit treasure couldn't stop this fiery wave as one layer was broken after another. Feng Feiyun exclaimed in all seriousness, "That's the second dark hell flame." Oh! Little fella, you have some knowledge in you. This is indeed a plume of the second level of hell flames. I went through the T-Horse Road to the Een world and spent 60 mysterious true stones to buy it from a third evolution spectre. Even a spirit treasure can't stop the power of this flame. This old man was a senior treasure hunter, so it wasn't difficult for him to enter the Een world. Not necessarily. Feng Feiyun channeled the ring with one hand while condensing the crimson fire art with the other. He wanted to use it against the second-level hell flame. Feng Feiyun and Bai Ningxuai could feel the flame wave breaking through their spirit treasure's attack. The hot and cold energies from the flame made their bodies crackle. Crimson fire art. Feng Feiyun finally unleashed his technique against the other flame. Blood being exalted pot. Bai Ningxuai attacked with a pot around the size of a human skull. Bone powder and fleshy pieces were wrapped around the entire pot. One could even see black hair fluttering in some places. However, this was still a divine pot with an aura of the earth in its veins. It looked just like a human head. Even though it was not as strong as the infinite spirit ring, it could still stop the hell flame. Coupled with Feng Feiyun's fire art, they directly slammed this plume of flame into the pot. Even though this hell flame could destroy a spirit treasure, it was still absorbed by the pot and couldn't come out. This pot gave off an evil aura that was calm yet terrorizing. Where did you get this pot? The old man was shocked since it made him recall a terrifying character. He looked at Bai Ningxuai as his old face turned a bit pale. I found it. Bai Ningxuai put the pot away. Of course, he didn't find this pot randomly. He stole it from a bloody being, so he gave it the name Blood Being Exalted Pot. It had an incredible evil affinity, so he gave it this cool name. In the beginning, he found it quite fun to play with. However, as he kept it by his side, he eventually felt a fear like never before. Each night, the pot would whisper indiscernible devilish hymns, so he couldn't sleep at all. He felt that the skull could fly out at any time and float next to his bed, gazing at him with its bloody visage. Impossible, this is the strongest murderous tool from a monarch of the Yang world, the Bloodgarb monarch. He refined the skull of a sage from the ancient era. There is no way that I would mistake it. The old man knew quite a few things about the Een and Yang worlds. He also understood how terrifying these monarchs from the Yang world were, so he was quite frightened by the pot. Fu Ck. That person was a Yang world's monarch. Bai Ningxuai's hand started shaking as he almost dropped the pot. Blood began to spill out from inside along with a red mist. His legs turned soft as he lost control of his body, having to lean on Feng Feiyun's shoulder for support. He had done it this time. That bloody man turned out to be a monarch of the Yang world. Bai Ningxuai's eyes dilated while feeling suffocated. It's over, it's over. Can I just return it? He had never been so scared before. Feng Feiyun was sweating for him as well. This guy was quite something, to even steal something from the Yang monarch himself. If this news were to be spread, he would become very famous in the world. Many people who considered themselves to be gods at stealing would die from shame. You should suppress the aura of the pot first. If the monarch were to sense it, it would be difficult for you not to die. Feng Feiyun quickly gave a reminder. Bai Ningxuai was woken up and quickly performed a forbidden law to hide the presence of the pot again. He swore to find a place to bury it. This was not a spirit treasure but a life-ending talisman. He was a first-class thief, so he was very good at hiding the auras of treasures, truly worthy of being praised as a professional. And here I thought you were the successor of the Yang world's monarch, so it turns out that you are just a thief. Hand the blood pot over. The old man snorted and reached out with a withered claw like an eagle. Even the air began to burn up in his attempt to seize the pot. The pot was the greatest weapon of the Yang world's monarch, one of the strongest offensive weapons in the entire Jin dynasty. Its power was countless times that of an ordinary spirit treasure. If he came into the possession of this weapon, then he would have the power to take on giants himself. Feng Feiyun and Bai Ningxuai had no choice but to use the pot again. However, a wave of fire suddenly flew over their heads. It was a red cloud of fire that encompassed a person within. This was the mysterious master. He had also arrived on the scene. Leave this old man to me, go find the cloth, quick. The master reached out with a fiery hand and repelled the old man. His sleeve was completely burnt to ashes, revealing his aged, yellow hand. Who are you? The old man was startled and looked at his burnt arm. He felt that this person wrapped in fire was quite powerful. If only he still had his second-level Hellflame, he would be able to put up a fight. However, since it had been taken by the pot, he became much weaker and might not be a match for this mysterious master. "Your killer." The master replied with a hoarse voice and pointed with a finger. The fiery cloud turned into a sword that pierced through the air and the universe. In the blink of an eye, the sword pierced through the old man's body. Pluff! This flame was as hot as a cauldron of the devil and had an extremely sharp aura. It penetrated the old man's body and directly cut it into two halves. He died on the spot. Can't even handle one move. The mysterious master snorted. Feng Feiyun and Bai Ningshui exchanged glances while their hearts were jumping. This mysterious master was extraordinarily powerful and only needed one move to kill a Heaven's Mandate cultivator. This was quite a fearsome power. How unlucky, she got away. Feng Feiyun noticed that Ji Tsangyue had used this opportunity to escape the 81st floor. Several dreadful forces rose from the tower as if a few extra suns had appeared in this area. They were all rushing to the 81st floor. Daring to infiltrate the Spirit Treasure Tower. Die. Kill them. Kill them. 5 different voices resounded with the next stronger than the previous. The experts of the tower had recognized that something was happening on the 81st floor. One person attacked from a distance with a palm strike. The power of 9 Qilin soared forth from the void as if a portal had been opened. Boom. The 9 Qilins were shattered by one palm from the mysterious master. The fire around his body burned even brighter and covered the entire 81st floor. He was fighting against the 5 top experts through space. These people didn't come in person, but their combat prowess had not weakened by much. Someone sent an ancient cauldron to attack while another unleashed a palm print from the sky. One more controlled a black brush to fly towards the tower like an unstoppable black spear. Rumble. The mysterious master stood in the middle of the tower motionlessly while fighting 1-on-5. A billowing sea of fire rushed out from his body. He was not at a disadvantage at all. Such style resembled a fire god suppressing the 9 heavens. Hurry up. Meanwhile, Feng Feiyun and Bai Ningshui were trying to find the cloak of invisibility on this level. They resorted to their strongest techniques. Feng Feiyun used his heavenly phoenix gaze while Bai Ningshui activated his undetectable grasp. It was a perfect combination as they swept through the entire floor. One could see through all illusions while the other could pluck the stars from the sky. No one would believe it even if they themselves claimed to not be the Dao Gates heroic duo. Chapter 255, The Mysterious Master was actually her. The 81st floor was in shambles. Bai Ningshui was extremely fast with his hands. Every single page from 2 bookshelves had been turned by him once. Meanwhile, only Feng Feiyun's heavenly phoenix gaze could detect the cloak of invisibility. He darted through the level, nothing could escape his eyes. This calligraphy scroll, Feng Feiyun stood before a 1,000-year-old scroll that was hung on a wall, consisting of many long bamboo strips. It was carved with an aggressive bronze pen yet still maintained an elegant style. The text written so long ago still had a strange light flowing through them. It created twisting runes that came together to form a wondrous formation. Feng Feiyun said, "There is something strange about this scroll. There are no strings connecting these bamboo slips, but they are still connected and arranged in such an orderly fashion. Something is up here." Bai Ningshui's bandit eyes also recognized the peculiar characteristic of this scroll and reached out in order to take it. Boom. The moment his hand approached, the runes on the scroll began to rapidly float up and down to form an ancient formation that shot out a white light to repel his hand. The skin on his fingers was charred. His bones almost cracked as blood spilled out, letting him experience agonizing pain. Motherfucker. Bai Ningshui didn't give up. He took out a treasure that resembled an ancient gem in order to break this formation. However, the moment it made contact, the gem was turned into dust that drifted onto the ground. My turn. 4 layers of light coiled around Feng Feiyun's arm completely. Black, red, green, and white, these layers forcefully approached the bamboo scroll. His fingers managed to slowly penetrate the barrier of the scroll. He used his fingers as a pen to reverse the pattern engraved on the scroll so that he could change the system. Boom. 3 lines of blood erupted from his arm due to the power of the bamboo scroll. However, the ancient runes were successfully changed. The formation began to reverse while the scroll issued crackling sounds. The power of the formation suddenly impacted the bamboo scroll instead. Bang! One of the bamboo slips was shattered and turned into a green smoke. Bang! 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 The rest of them shattered as well after being struck by its own formation. Bai Ningshui was astonished. He thought that he had a profound understanding regarding formations, but Feng Feiyun was even better than him. Feng Feiyun unexpectedly reversed the formation and used it against itself, so Bai Ningshui had no choice but to admire the guy. The formation fell and turned into a green smoke as well. Feng Feiyun's eyes lit up as he wore an ecstatic expression. He reached out into the green smoke as if he was holding something. It's the cloak of invisibility. It was actually hiding in a bamboo scroll. No, I get it now, it wasn't that there were no strings keeping the scroll together, the cloak itself was doing the job. It was just that we couldn't see it. Feng Feiyun, goddamn, you must be a genius. How did you figure it out? Bai Ningshui became very excited. Even though he couldn't see what Feng Feiyun was holding, he was sure that it was the cloak. Feng Feiyun naturally wouldn't tell him that only the phoenix gaze could see the invisible silk from these worms and that he just so happened to cultivate it. This would be a secret that he wouldn't tell anyone since he wanted to use it to deal with the mysterious master. Hand the cloak over to me. The master turned into a cloud of fire. A hand reached out from it and tried to take it from Feng Feiyun. Feng Feiyun tried to resist once or twice for show before stopping. He secretly laughed it up in his mind, the cloak is nothing to me. As long as you dare to wear it in front of me, I will know you who are right away. This master could even kill a giant with the cloak, but they wouldn't be able to fool Feng Feiyun's eyes. By handing this cloak over, it would make the master more prone to mistakes from carelessness. The master was ecstatic after taking the cloak and didn't want to stay at the tower any longer. The cloud turned into a divine wisp of fire that directly broke through the door of the 81st floor before flying off towards the edge of the sky. How bold, you dare to try and escape after stealing the cloak of invisibility. After them. The 5 great experts from the tower gave chase right away. They turned into 5 rays of light and soared through the sky like shooting stars. In just a split second, the treasure tower turned very quiet. Many people chased after the mysterious master to reclaim their defining treasure. We have to run too. Feng Feiyun carved out a lotus formation. While standing on top of it, the runes in the tower couldn't do anything to him. It was as if he was riding a little boat on a fast-flowing river. Fuck, wait for me. Bai Ningshui took out an iron disc the size of a sesame cake and stood on it with one foot. His body began to stagger as the disc started moving just like the lotus formation. They hovered above the runes. Even though the top experts all chased after the mysterious master, some of the young disciples noticed Feng Feiyun and Bai Ningshui. Several of them worked together to unleash a 5 Qilins attack. Boom. Feng Feiyun had to be cruel. He unleashed a palm attack that crushed the 5 Qilins and blew the disciples away. They slammed into the wall and lost their lives instantly. His identity couldn't be exposed, so he had no choice but to kill and silence them. As they made their escape, they went all out and left no room for mercy. There were even occasions when they used their spirit treasures and turned the enemies to smithereens. More than 10 young disciples from the treasure tower died to them. As for Ji Songyue, she never appeared again and had clearly made her escape long ago. Feng Feiyun didn't bother trying to find her as he only wanted to leave the treasure tower as fast as possible. With the cloak missing, this place would become very chaotic and troublesome. He needed to run as far away as possible. In the bamboo forest, foggy white mists billowed like beautiful bridges. Xuewu soared through the forest like a little butterfly. Each of her steps took her more than 10 meters further. Suddenly, she stopped and stood under a jade-like bamboo tree, then lifted her head towards the sky. Whoosh! Whoosh! Several terrifying auras swept by in the sky as if they were chasing someone. The 5 guardians of the treasure's tower. Looks like they got the cloak. She twirled her hair around with her finger as a happy glimmer appeared in her pretty eyes. Swoosh! Another graceful figure soared forward from the forest and drifted next to her. This girl had a scholarly and elegant presence. She seemed younger than Xuewu, only around the age of 14 or 15 with a charming figure. Even though she was not as seductive as Xue Wu, she still carried quite an amorous feeling. Yuchan said with worry, "Big sis still isn't here yet, I hope that nothing went wrong." So this girl turned out to be Yuchan, the rank 9 beauty of the Supreme Beauty Pavilion. Those geezers won't be able to do anything to Big Sister. Xue Wu looked quite happy as she looked towards the north and saw a crimson cloud coming towards them. Within this fiery cloud was a figure. In a flash, they were right in front of them. It was the mysterious master. "Big sis." Yuchan and Xue Wu quickly came over. The crimson flame slowly converged and disappeared completely. A supreme beauty appeared. She wore a red dress with a white veil covering her face. Despite not being able to see her features, just her aura alone was enough to charm all men in this world. If Feng Feiyun was here, he would be rendered speechless from shock. He wouldn't believe his eyes because the mysterious master that he had been trying to reveal the whole time was actually the delicate Nangong Hongyan. She was not delicate at all at this moment. Her flame-like dress had flashing lights flowing across the surface. This was a divine dress no lesser than the cloak of invisibility with the name, Crimson Phoenix Garment. 1. The bird here is actually a luan, a mythical bird closely related to the phoenix. It is usually blue in color, but it is red in this case. Southwest it is close enough to be a phoenix. No one really knows what a luan is though, so phoenix is an okay substitute here. Nangong Hongyan really didn't have a strand of cultivation. Moreover, she didn't have the aptitude and couldn't embark on the path of cultivation. Because of this, she was able to fool Feng Feiyun. The reason why she has such mighty power is due to the ancient era's Crimson Phoenix Garment. With this dress, she gained a power comparable to a half-step giant. The second divine garment is ours. Among the 5, we are missing the demon's battle armor, 9 Dove's sacred gown from the Feng clan, the Nalan Buddhist robe from the Mortal Life Temple, and the royal family's regal dragon robe. Her voice was as wondrous as a heavenly breeze. While holding the cloak of invisibility, she glanced towards the southern sky with the prettiest pair of eyes in the world. Our next target is the Feng's 9 Dove's sacred gown. She came to the Wanxiang Pagoda specifically for the cloak. She was the most beautiful in the world, but the high heavens was jealous of her. She had no spirituality in her body and couldn't channel any spirit energy, so cultivation was out of the question. Even if she could sway everyone right now, 10 years or 20 years later, she would certainly start aging. Her beauty was not eternal and her youth was not everlasting. Only by obtaining all 5 divine garments would she be able to maintain her youth for 100 years with their great powers. Even if she had to die from old age after 100 years, she would still die as the most beautiful woman in the world and not as a withered granny. All women were afraid of growing old. The more beautiful one was, the more afraid they would be. Nangong Hongyan was scared to death because of it since she was the world's most beautiful after all. No one could defy the heavens, not even her. She only wished to live a carefree and graceful life. Immortality was not something she was searching for. 100 years was the limit even after obtaining the 5 divine garments. This was the sad fate of those who couldn't cultivate. This type of pain was not so easily accepted contrary to what she told Feng Feiyun. In fact, half of her pain that echoed in her zither was due to this. Kill everyone involved in this heist, don't leave a single one alive. She was not willing to accept how the heavens treated so easily, thus she wished to defy it. Xue Wu clarified, even Feng Feiyun. He knows too much. I feel that he has become suspicious of me, so we have to eliminate him. Leave him to me. I'll use his demon blood to refine the 9 Dove's sacred gown. Nangong Hongyan stared at the horizon. Her mind was no longer at the Wanxiang Pagoda. Their next stop was the Feng clan in the Grand Southern Prefecture for the 3rd divine garment. Xue Wu and Yuchan acknowledged the order and set off to kill everyone involved in this mission. Meanwhile, Nangong Hongyan's slender fingers were holding a crimson knife. She went back to the Martial Tower alone and quietly waited for Feng Feiyun's return. Chapter 256, Till Old and Grey. For whom the beauty smiles as youth is passing by. In this mundane realm, the heart will not age, but without you, the world is a waste. Don't climb all alone till gray hair flutters on the steep pavilion. With no time remaining, who will draw her eyebrows in the end? The soft tune of the zither lingered in the Martial Tower. There was an unspeakable sadness like someone lamenting the abrupt and bitterness of life, the inevitable graying of a beauty. Feng Feiyun also felt sad while listening to her singing from the distance. He couldn't help but become intoxicated. The same unrestrainable sadness emerged in his heart. Only Hong Yan would be able to sing this song. Her wonderful melodies continued to echo in the air. Squeak. Feng Feiyun pushed the door open and saw Nanggong Hong Yan still sitting on the stone bed with a purple wooden zither in her hands. His footsteps were very light since he didn't want to disturb her. Meanwhile, her back was turned to him as if she didn't know that he had returned. A red glint flashed across her pupils as she took out a crimson knife from her sleeve and gently peeled a pear with it. Swish. Swish. Her hands were soft and slender while her fingers seemed to be carved from white jade, completely flawless. The knife in her hand seemed to be quite gentle without the slightest murderous intent. Feng Feiyun quietly came behind her and could sense a sweet fragrance emanating from her hair and white dress. It was the scent of a pure white flower that others couldn't help but want to embrace. She had a white veil over her face, so her current expression was a mystery. However, her eyes were especially bright, just like the stars in the sky. Feng Feiyun said, "I'm back." The skin was peeled and the knife was pointed down. A completely peeled pear appeared. "For you." She blinked and handed the pear over to him. He accepted it and sat down next to her like a wanderer that had just returned home from a long journey, speaking to his gentle wife. He wanted to tell her his struggles after arriving home, but he kept it inside lest she became too worried. He alone would bear these struggles. "I heard your song earlier." He held the pear in his hand but couldn't bear to eat. It was as if this pear was a piece of jade. She gently affirmed, "Yes." He continued, "You said that you would only sing when you feel the most vulnerable, but singing can only increase your fear. What are you afraid of?" She said, "You remember really well." "I remember every word you have said." He replied. The dark crimson knife in her hand seemed to be full of blood drops. She played with it and said, "I'm afraid of growing old one day, becoming a white-haired grandma. Gray brows and a wrinkly face, needing a walking stick to support my bent back before dying all alone, completely deserted. Eventually, I would turn into bones in a desolate place where the stray dogs shall have their meals." She gently sighed with an emotional expression. "Anyone would feel sorry for her. If there is such a day, then you would still have a white-haired husband with a tobacco pipe, eating the peeled pear that you, the old granny, have just peeled. Even though he wouldn't have too many teeth left, he would still crouch down next to the door and take bites while yelling at the old granny for not doing a good job at peeling the pear, and that there were still seeds left inside." Feng Feiyun carefully held her waist before taking her into his embrace. She gently buried her face in his chest and closed her eyes as if imagining the scene he had just painted. However, she quickly opened her eyes as the knife in her hand became a bit colder. She replied, "The pleasant words of men are only spoken to beautiful women. 30 years from now, I will have grown old while you would still be young and handsome. At that time, you will still be the prettiest in the world, just like before." He caressed her face and murmured, "Everyone will grow old eventually, even after cultivating into a saint. One still wouldn't be able to escape from old age and death. Hong Yan, do not be afraid. In my mind, you will always be at your prettiest, a little beauty tricked by my sweet talk." Nanggong Hong Yan's knife hand quivered a bit. "You don't understand at all." She bit her teeth and felt that Feng Feiyun was a fool, but the words of this fool made her a bit hesitant. She was afraid that the moment she lowered the knife, she would never be able to meet a fool like him again. "Ha ha." Feng Feiyun suddenly burst out in laughter and took the knife from her while smiling. "You should put down the knife after you are done peeling, or you might hurt others or even yourself." She was slightly startled. She wanted to take the knife back, but her slender hand was tightly gripped by him. Her brows slightly lifted while thinking that Feng Feiyun had figured out her identity. She coldly said, "What are you doing?" A murderous intent brewed in her mind. She moved one hand behind her back with the intention of adorning her divine garment to kill him. "I want to give you something." Feng Feiyun pressed his hands on her soft shoulders and made her sit down on the bed before smiling. "Sit, don't move around." She was very confused and forcibly suppressed her murderous wish in order to see what Feng Feiyun was up to. His mysterious expression left her quite curious. Feng Feiyun turned around and began to carve a formation on the walls and then the base of the stone beds. These runes were very profound, Even Nangong Hongyan had never seen them before. What is he doing? Does he want to seal me in a formation? She clenched her teeth and was full of regret. A man's words really can't be trusted after all. This Feng Feiyun is a liar. He deliberately used sweet words to make me drop my guard before pushing me off the edge. Yes, this son of the demon is indeed shrew and vicious. It won't be this easy to kill me. Since you want me dead, don't blame me for no longer being reserved. She became angrier after each thought. Her slightly favorable impression of him had all but disappeared. A plume of flame was condensing in her palm as her eyes turned cold. Okay, it's ready to go. We just need to take the phoenix bone from my body and have you consume it. Your body will be able to nurture spirit energy and embark on the road of cultivation. Moreover, your constitution will definitely be comparable to a grand historical genius. Feng Feiyun turned around and stared at her in slight confusion. He angrily came forward and took the crimson knife in her hand while scolding, "Why are you still holding the knife? What if you accidentally hurt yourself?" She felt the knife slipping from her grasp into Feng Feiyun's hand. Her mind turned blank as she started stammering, "What did you just say?" "Phoenix bone." He nodded in response. The phoenix bone belongs to one of the 4 creatures with the strongest spirituality. If you could absorb one, you will definitely be able to cultivate and no longer need to worry about turning into an old granny, hee. It is a mythical item only found in tales. How can it exist in reality? She was quite shocked, her heart was pounding and her mind was in disorder. Like I said, you are a little beauty tricked by my sweet words, so you must be mine. Of course, one must pay a big price to trick a little girl. With the sound of flesh being pierced, Feng Feiyun inserted the knife into his chest. He twisted it a bit and stretched his chest cavity as if he wanted to remove the entire section. Nangong Hongyan stood there in astonishment. Her eyes were fixated on Feng Feiyun's hand and the knife as well as the blood. He was holding a white piece of jade that drove her mind crazy. Her heart started beating even faster. She initially came to kill him, but now she was worried that he might be killing himself with the knife. Whoosh! A crimson glow shot out like a star on fire. It contained an exceedingly high amount of heat. If it wasn't for the formation sealing it, it would have turned night into day. He held the jade-like piece stained by his own flesh and golden blood while it emitted a bright, crimson brilliance. This is the phoenix bone. He handed it over to her. I don't want it. She bit her lips while trembling. She suddenly tried to run out the room to escape. She no longer wanted to see him. Or rather, she didn't dare to look at him. This bastard is not only an idiot but also a madman. If he knew that I was the mysterious master, he would be stricken with sadness and think that he was blind for mistaking a ruthless murderer for a friend. She thought to herself. Come back. He grabbed her arm and directly pulled her back before forcing her on the stone bed in order to feed her the phoenix bone. This phoenix bone had been refined by Feng Feiyun's body for the most part. Its temperature has now cooled, so even a mortal could withstand it. Feng Feiyun, you can't be so kind to me. Her tightly clenched fists were punching him while she was lost in complex thoughts. 2 teardrops ran down the corners of her eyes. This time, there was no trace of pretension. Crying fake tears was very tiring. Releasing real tears, on the other hand, was very painful. I can still cultivate without the phoenix bone, but how can you live until our hair turns gray? Feng Feiyun's wound on his chest was slowly closing. He had a happy expression as he gently wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, as if he was teasing a little girl. Chapter 257, Hongyan's Blood-Stained Hand. The phoenix bone issued an incomparable dazzling light with a wave of heat that engulfed Nangong Hongyan's body. She was completely soaked as the bone slowly entered her blood and body. She looked just like a phoenix being reborn. A phoenix would gain a new life after this process, and this was no different for Nangong Hongyan. After today, she would be able to embark on the path of cultivation. The beauty would no longer wither. Boom. She pushed him away and ran to the side as if he was a terrible scourge. She only wanted to run as far away as possible and quickly made her way out of the martial tower. Her mind was in disarray. Earlier, she wanted to kill him, but now, she has run away. In the end, she couldn't bear to finish the deed and had to justify it in her mind. He was lucky this time. I'll spare him for now but will certainly take his life if we meet again. I definitely won't let him live. She still couldn't calm down and didn't know why she decided to escape. Feng Feiyun should have been the one to run, but the opposite had happened. The phoenix bone had fully fused with her body, making her skin emit a wondrous light. Praising it as a body made out of ice and jade wouldn't be enough. Whoosh! A faint strand of spirit energy hovered around her finger. She had actually opened her dantian, allowing her to now gestate spirituality and energy. Adorned in her snow-white robe, she stood in the bamboo forest in a very proud fashion like an arrogant apricot flower. Her mind was full of thoughts, she needed to take a deep breath to calm down. A second fiery cloud emerged around her body before she disappeared from sight again. Xuewu saw Nangong Hongyan return and came forward to ask, "Big sis, is Feng Feiyun dead?" He will die sooner or later. He was lucky this time and managed to escape. The flame around her body raged on while hovering in the sky with an oppressive aura. Her voice carried an inexplicable chill. She didn't want to let anyone know that she was the one who fled before Feng Feiyun, not the other way around. She didn't dare to admit it even to her closest sisters. Feng Feiyun is very closely related to the evil woman, so he is full of secrets. Killing him is indeed difficult. Xuewu had interacted with Feng Feiyun often, so she knew a bit about him. The evil woman is nothing. Once I gather all 5 divine garments, I can kill her as well. Nangong Hongyan snorted as her flame surged like a tidal wave engulfing half of the sky. Xuewu felt something was wrong about Nangong Hongyan at this moment, a strange hostility towards the evil woman, so she reminded her, "Big sis, we don't need to provoke the evil woman." Who? Nangong Hongyan's hand reached out and attacked the clouds in the sky. Countless flashes of lightning emerged in that direction. Boom! A silver-haired man was knocked down. He had 4 golden snakes coiled around his body with strange silver runes on them, resulting in a very bizarre appearance. Lightning surged through his body contrary to his muddy and dark eyes. Lian Yifan. Xuewu recognized him. The man had a blood seal bracelet on his wrist. He was one of the 10 esteemed guests in a special seat of the Genius Mansion. His talents were above Bimingtang as another heaven-defying genius. Many of the talents in the meeting that night have inexplicably died. Hongyan, are you trying to erase everyone? Lian Yifan was initially one of the top disciples of the Senluo Temple. However, after he saw Nangong Hongyan's supreme features, he was completely smitten by her and even willingly put on the blood bracelet to be under her control. He was not the only one. Even the dead Bimingtang, who was extremely arrogant, also obediently kneeled before her soul-stealing beauty and gave her his clan's defining technique, the Northern Profound Divine Art. In the end, he died miserably in her hands. Those who kneeled before her numbered far more than just these 2. Even a bunch of Old Heaven's Mandate cultivators were willing to do so. Finally, even the best-looking man in the world, young noble flawless, was seduced by her as well. But now, he was imprisoned in a coffin while the others were dead. It was precisely their terrible deaths that scared Lian Yifan. He felt that Nangong Hongyan was no longer a goddess and more of a she-devil now. Nevertheless, he still held onto a glimmer of hope since he felt that he was the most qualified to have her. And said, "Hongyan, my master is the deputy lord of the 7th hall in the Senluo Temple. Come with me, I will love you forever." "Is that so?" "Love me with what?" Nangong Hongyan felt that this was too funny. Only a foolish girl would believe whenever a man said such words. Lian Yifan exclaimed, I can even die for you." "Very well, I'll take your life then." 2 iron needles shot out from her fingers and pierced his eyes. His body went flying before being nailed to a stone wall, still spasming. He wanted to open his mouth and scream, but the tip of his tongue had been severed by a crimson knife, so no sound came out, only a stream of blood. "You are too ruthless." He wanted to say this but couldn't utter the words, not only due to his lack of tongue but also because his heart had been ripped out. With him dead, she crushed his heart mercilessly and burned it to a black crisp. Another wretched man spewing sweet words. "If I actually turn into a hoary woman one day, they would be the first to wish for my early death." Feng Feiyun's words echoed in her mind the same. It was the same romantic rhetoric, yet that bastard spoke it with such earnest, causing her heart to crazily thump. "Big sis, one person has escaped." Yuchan came by and took a quick glimpse at the bleeding Lian Yifan without any shock at all. Who? Blood was still dripping from Nangong Hongyan's hand and knife. Yuchan said, by Ningshui. Hongyan inquired, even the bracelet couldn't kill him. He had a supreme weapon that stopped the power of the bracelet and escaped afterward. Yuchan blamed herself a bit and was afraid of being scolded by Hongyan. She directly kneeled to the ground out of fear. Get up. We'll return to the genius mansion first. This young noble flawless can't be kept alive since his willpower is too strong. We can't get any information out of him, so we might as well kill him. Hongyan had lost her patience. Her eyes turned cold as she soared into the sky with flames emanating from her body. Xuewu and Yuchan both heaved a sigh of relief. They felt great pressure standing before Hongyan, especially during her murderous tendencies that gave off an instinctive fear. The two glanced at each other, then followed right away. Feiyun. Run now. Fuck, that mysterious master wants to silence everyone, we have to tell the Divine King right away. Bai Ningshui ran to the martial tower and kicked the door open. He wanted to get Feng Feiyun to see the Divine King. Earlier, he almost died to some unknown people, including an ox cart driver, a sheep master, and a snake controller. He mustered all of his efforts and managed a hasty escape. Otherwise, he would be dead right now. They activated the power of the bracelet, but the exalted pot saved his life. We can't tell the Divine King this. The moment we put on the bracelets, we joined the mysterious master's boat. If the king sees the bracelets on our wrists, he would only be suspicious of us. Even if he is as wise as a sage, he wouldn't allow any person he can't trust to stay by his side after a seed of doubt has been planted. Feng Feiyun shrewdly showed his grasp of the ways of the world. But we bear no treacherous intent. Bai Ningshui felt quite wronged and wanted to scream that he was forced into doing it. Feng Feiyun shook his head and replied, one must wear the bracelet for it to be activated. Since we have done so willingly, words are now useless. The wily master has already thought of this and took it into account. We can't let the Divine King know about this or we'll die even faster. Since we have treasures of the spirit level for self-protection, the bracelet can't kill us anyway. Will the master personally try to kill us in order to keep this a secret? Bai Ningshui was not as calm as Feng Feiyun and became quite anxious. Even his brows were on edge. Feng Feiyun said, then we have to find someone who can contend with the mysterious master. Moreover, this person has to be on the same side as us. Ningshui asked, who? Young noble flawless. Feng Feiyun responded. A grand historical genius. The second most handsome man in the world, Suyun. Where is he now? Can you actually invite him? Bai Ningshui was ecstatic. Suyun had been famous for nearly 20 years. Back then, he was already forcing the prodigies to bow before him. His current power could now challenge half-step giants from the previous generation. In Bai Ningshui's eyes, Suyun could only be regarded as the second most handsome man in the world because the number one spot belonged to him. Feng Feiyun spoke in a serious manner. He had been imprisoned in the genius mansion by the mysterious master. If he got captured once, what is he gonna do differently to fight the master this time? Bai Ningshui's excitement died down and cursed, these rumors can't be trusted at all. They boasted Suyun to the sky, but the guy is now just a prisoner. I really want to go slap that scholar heaven calculating, Suyun should be ranked after me. Feng Feiyun laughed and shook his head. Even though Suyun has lost to the master before, his fighting prowess is still quite frightening, which is why the master is guarding him so tightly. If we can release him, it should be enough to contain this master. Chapter 258, Extorting Young Noble Flawless. The genius mansion was shrouded by gloomy clouds. One could smell the stench of blood from afar. A corpse was nailed at the top of the house. The head had been cut off, its hands were crushed to a pulp. Blood flowed from the neck down along the vermilion glazed tiles and dripped onto the ground. Plop. Plop. The initially jade-paved path had been soaked with blood as if it was ruby. 7 or 8 corpses were scattered left and right, making it seem like hell. Even cultivators didn't dare to enter this place. The most courageous hotshots would definitely be frightened and run away after seeing what was inside. What the hell is going on here? Is everyone dead? Feng Feiyun looked at the scene and couldn't connect this place to its past brilliance. Countless pretty maids once gathered here along with geniuses. But now, these maids were merely corpses piled together with the rest of the burning bodies. The billowing smoke indicated that these beauties had turned into bones. The only thing left of them will be ashes. Feng Feiyun saw the corpse of an older Heaven's Mandate cultivator. His right hand was shattered by the blood bracelet. On his chest was a claw mark several times the size of a human hand. It had penetrated his chest completely. Furthermore, there was a patch of soft black hair with mold that looked to be quite poisonous. Bai Ningshuai picked up the black hair and carefully twirled it in his fingers. His expression quickly changed after realizing that it was the hair from the ox rider. This must have been the work of the mysterious master. Those who were involved in this operation must all die. Of this, he wasn't the first to be killed. Feng Feiyun took the opportunity to come while the master was absent. Boom. He was familiar with the area, so he didn't waste any time at all lest the master came back. He pushed the heavy coffin lid off with both hands. A chilling aura emanated from within. Luckily, he had already used the ring beforehand. The power of the 6 diagrams stopped the corrosive power of this aura. Haha, the number 2 most handsome man in the world is truly disappointing, he's so far off from number 1, me. Bai Ningshuai was initially afraid of Flawless stealing his number 1 spot, but he was suddenly happy to see Flawless. Indeed, young noble Flawless was in a sorry state. His long hair was messy while both hands were still nailed to the walls of the coffin. Both legs and collarbone were pierced by an iron chain. Meanwhile, 9 different chains ran through his sternum, locking him to the coffin. His dashing face was full of blood that had turned black. His sharp eyes that could steal the souls of women were bleeding while his vitality had been sapped completely. Bai Ningshuai was laughing in the beginning, but after truly seeing Flawless' condition, he couldn't laugh anymore. A grand historical genius was no joke. He still hadn't yielded completely even after being tortured to this level. Such willpower was truly frightening. If it was someone else, they would have been crying and begging for mercy. There would be no chance of surviving for so long like this. Suyun. After removing the lid completely, Feng Feiyun also shattered the chains as thick as an arm on the coffin. Young noble Flawless slowly opened his eyes as well as his dried and cracked lips. Feng Feiyun, you still haven't died to her yet. Fuck, this crowmouth guy. We are kind enough to save you, yet you actually say these unlucky words. I would have slapped you already if you didn't look half dead right now. Bai Ningshuai wasn't happy at all to look at Flawless. Even though Flawless was in a dismal state, he was still much more handsome than him. How could the number 1 most dashing gentleman in the world accept this? Feng Feiyun said, take out the second dark hell flame and help him break the seal. The inner chains were made out of black tortoise steel, so only this level of hellflame would be able to refine them. Coincidentally enough, Bai Ningshuai's exalted pot just so happens to have some second dark hellflame. A wisp of blue fire flew out of the pot and emitted 2 extremely cold sparks. They began to melt the chains on Flawless' body. Feng Feiyun, what is your relationship with Dongfang Jingyue? Flawless was slowly regaining his strength. After the first chain was melted by the flame, a boundless spiritual light flowed from his chest. Just like a black hole in space, it continued to absorb the energy nearby. The wounds on his chest quickly closed. Feng Feiyun felt an impulse to beat him up. Only the first chain was gone, yet this pervert's first thought was about women. This guy was such a degenerate, to recall Dongfang Jingyue the moment he regained some strength. How can a man act this shamelessly? Cough. Don't get me wrong. If I, young noble Flawless, can escape today, I will be a celibate for 3 years without touching even a woman's finger. Even though he was smiling, there was an undeniable hatred and bitterness in his eyes. He considered himself the finest man in the world. With just one clap, any beauty would rush into his embrace. However, he had lost all confidence after being imprisoned by a woman. He wanted to be a celibate for 3 years in order to become even more sensual and better at dealing with women. After leaving his training, he would never lose to a woman again. Feng Feiyun quipped, "You? A celibate for 3 years? Only a fool would believe this." Flawless earnestly replied, "I am very serious this time. Feng Feiyun, because you have saved me, I won't steal Dongfang Jingyue from you." Frankly speaking, if I really wanted to, it would be as easy as turning my palm over. I'm a professional in this respect. The second chain on his body had melted. Another huge burst of spirit energy came back to his body. His figure was engulfed in a brilliance. Even the coffin that weighed 5 million pounds was shaking violently. The 9 chains on his sternum sealed his 9 heavenly meridians. 2 had been melted away, allowing him to regain some of his power. A world-destroying aura condensed in his body like a raging river. I really want to hit you. Feng Feiyun made a fist while feeling that Flawless was just a gallant pervert. Releasing him might be a mistake. Bai Ningxuai felt the same way. Dude, I think that if we release this guy, he will steal our meals. Why don't we just close the coffin again, then throw it down an outhouse and seal it for another 10 years before fishing it up? It'll smell really great down there. The amazing young noble Flawless might die from the stench. Why don't we just take the coffin to the capital and then have an open casket parade for 3 days? We'll have to add a big banner that says, "So rapist claiming to be young noble Flawless." Flawless' expression quickly shifted. He was truly frightened by these two and cried out, "Reputation is even more important than one's chastity. You two can't deliberately screw me over just because of my peerless charisma." 1. The word chastity here can mean losing integrity or losing one's chastity, even in the case of rape. The way I read it, it means the latter, almost like a justification for a playboy/borderline rapist. It's one of the questionable statements that can be construed in different ways, difficult to translate. Okay then, we'll disfigure you first before letting you out. Bai Ningxuai had been unhappy with Flawless' appearance much earlier. He took out a rusty knife from his crotch, wanting to cut off Flawless' ears and nose. Flawless exclaimed, "Fine. All right. From now on, whichever woman you two fancy, I will definitely avoid them without giving them a single glance. That's not good enough. In the future, if we fancy anyone, you will have to help hook us up." Bai Ningxuai pushed it further. Flawless asked, "And then?" "And then, of course we will try to get to know each other even better, in bed, while you stay outside to act as a lookout for us." Ningxuai spoke with confidence. Flawless had nothing to say. Meanwhile, Feng Feiyun smiled and nodded his head while coolly crossing his hands in front of his chest. He had seen Flawless charm before. Many golden daughters from great clans were willing to be his maids. Countless pretty girls volunteered to follow and serve him. No, absolutely impossible. This was a matter of dignity. Flawless would not relent even if they beat him to death. Bai Ningxuai wanted to continue to threaten him since he felt that this was the best time for blackmailing this pretty boy to benefit later on. However, there was a scream from above. A surge of power came billowing down. How bold, daring to infiltrate the forbidden ground. The ox rider had returned to the mansion and noticed the rescue mission, so he directly attacked. Bai Ningxuai countered with his exalted pot. A bloody wave devoured the whole area and barely stopped this attack. That monster ox guy is back, so the master might be returning too. Flawless, can't you be fucking faster? Ningxuai started cursing. Even though his pot managed to stop the attack, he spat out a mouthful of blood. The opponent was just too strong. I want to be faster too. How could Flawless not want to escape right away? However, the hell flame had only melted the third chain. His power had not finished condensing yet, so he couldn't rush out of the coffin. Feng Feiyun summoned his ring. The 6 diagrams came out to seal the entire underground level. He stomped 1 foot on the ground in order to channel the elemental forces to form a domain that turned this whole area into a fortress. Chapter 259, Combination Dao Offering. A cart pulled by an ox hovered in the sky while being controlled by a bearded man. The ox was white with a 1-meter-long horn that was bent like a blade. The old man was only the cart driver. The real Ox King was inside the carriage behind a curtain as strong as steel. The cold breeze couldn't make it flutter at all. The king exclaimed, "Get ready to pay the price if you want to rescue someone from the Genius Mansion." A circle of black waves rushed out from the ox cart, heralding billowing black clouds in the sky. A gigantic hoof around 100 meters wide that seemed to be part of a divine ox stomped down from the clouds. Just this hoof alone could trample the land. The exalted pot of the bloody being rushed out from the ground. It emitted a scarlet brilliance like an arrow leaving its bow that shot straight into the sky to strike the hoof. A large fire broke out from the impact. Boom. This explosion echoed in the sky. The black clouds rolled up and down from this force. The 6 diagrams broke through the small building and formed a great barrier to seal this area. It worked together with the exalted pot to create a majestic energy. Bloody clouds appeared in the sky. A supreme murderous energy combined with a spirit treasure unleashed their untethered power. The cultivators of the Wanxiang Pagoda were frightened and began to flee far away. Just a single strand of stray energy from the fallout shattered a 6-meter-wide street completely, crushing it to little pieces. Motherless, your father can't hold on anymore. Bai Ningshui was coughing out blood as his palms began to crack. Motherless instead of flawless, if that wasn't too clear. Even though the exalted pot was an incredible weapon, the Ox King was simply too powerful. He was able to kill Heaven's Mandate cultivators, so in order to stop him, Bai Ningshui had to risk his life. Feng Feiyun was not faring any better. He was focusing on 2 different things, controlling the ring while channeling 4 different elements to maintain the space underground. Without his domain, they would have been buried alive already. Boom. The 4th chain had been refined. Flawless wound closed up a bit more while the spirit energy from the surroundings continuously rushed into his dantian. It was an all-accepting ocean, capable of taking everything inside. His eyes resembled 2 stars that shot out a brilliance more than 3 meters far. There was a golden glow on his skin, washing away his previously miserable state. This was once a dragon trapped in shallow waters that was about to soar to the heavens. Rumble. The 5-million-pound coffin was being dragged by him. His boundless energy began to assault the nails that pinned down his hands, feet, and clavicle. Feng Feiyun thought to himself, he really is strong. The 9 heavenly meridians on his body hadn't been fully unsealed just yet, but his power had already become quite horrifying. Its coldness began to disperse from the coffin. Flawless slammed the coffin with his feet continuously, issuing banging sounds. The coffin continued to shake with loud thunderous blasts that echoed for miles. Bai Ningshui and Feng Feiyun felt a stinging pain in their eardrums. The flood-like waves caused the buildings on the ground to collapse and turned the pavilions to ashes. The piles of bones on the ground instantly turned into white mist. Boom. The ox cart finally landed and broke through the heavy gates of the genius mansion before rushing inside. Die. A dark blast came out of the cart and turned into a huge ox head. It bellowed and crushed the remaining buildings in the mansion. A thick layer on the ground was unearthed from its power. The power of this Ox King was quite terrifying, fitting for one that belongs to the Heaven's Mandate realm. If Feng Feiyun didn't have a spirit treasure, just this force would be enough to seriously wound him and force him into submission. Feng Feiyun shouted, "Combination Dao offering." He and Bai Ningshui slit their wrists and let their flowing blood fill the blood-being exalted pot. Feng Feiyun's blood was golden while Bai Ningshui's blood was a blinding red. This evil pot that resembled a skull was activated. It crazily devoured the blood from the 2 and emitted a bloody stench. Its white skull was no different from an unpolished piece of jade and turned increasingly clear with strands of blood flowing inside. Kaka. A creepy voice came from the pot like a bloodthirsty demon, causing others to quiver uncontrollably. The pot was the most devastating weapon of the Yang world's monarch with the potential for boundless destruction. Once activated, very few people could control it. It might even swallow its master. 1,000 years ago, the pot had devoured a master, so it was much more accurate to call it a devil pot instead of exalted pot. After having its fill of blood, a bloody wave overflowed from within. The scarlet clouds also covered this entire area. The white ox was frightened as well and uttered a long cry. Boom. The pot fought against the Ox King. It blew the cart away and the ox rider was heavily wounded with one arm destroyed completely. He immediately ran for his life. Blood being exalted pot. The Ox King cried out in fear as if he had just seen the most terrifying thing in this world. Could it be that the Yang world's monarch was here? The Yang world's monarch and Yin world's queen were among the evilest people in this world. He would immediately run for his life upon seeing them. This pot was renowned in the entire world for its great evil affinity. It was capable of instilling a primal fear. There was a devil among the bloody waves, showing off the fangs inside its bloody jaws. No, it isn't the Yang world's monarch, only a junior. A white sheep pulled an old carriage forward in the clouds. It was even bigger than the bull, with 4 thick chains connecting it to the cart. This particular carriage was cloaked in rust as if it had just been dragged out from the ground. A servant held the reins while the Sheep King spoke the previous words. This was the second bizarre man that attacked by Ning Shuai. Right, if the young monarch was here, then I would have been blown to smithereens already. The Ox King calmed down. All of the fear dispersed from his mind as he attacked again. 7 gigantic black hooves stomped down, creating huge pits on the ground. Cracks appeared everywhere as well. Rumble. The difference in cultivation was too great. The exalted pot was forced back despite its demonic howls and screams. Feng Feiyun and Bai Ningshuai had wounds all over their bodies, as if they were cracked glassware. However, their eyes still held determination and their will to battle had yet to rescind. To be able to fight to this level against Heaven's Mandate cultivators was already quite amazing. My turn. Feng Feiyun gripped his great stone saber with both hands and slashed through the hooves. He leaped from the ground in order to kill the Ox King. The pot was attacking from a distance while he chose to close the gap. This was the only way to stop the Ox King to buy young noble Flawless more time. Otherwise, all of them were going to die here. Rumble. How could Flawless not know that these two were risking their lives? He was quite moved and screamed as his long hair fluttered in the air. He was enraged and the 2 nails that pinned his hands went flying. His hands were now glowing as he unleashed a palm strike to the bottom of the coffin. A golden blast spread from the epicenter. Boom. Boom. The nails on his feet were blown away as well. He had regained control of his limbs. This allowed him to gather a dazzling golden energy into his body. Boom. The 6th chain had also melted at this point. The hell flame was still burning these chains into drops of molten metal that dripped through the coffin. Not good. Someone is trying to release young noble Flawless. Xuewu had just flown into the genius mansion. She stood on top of a broken wall while looking at the bloody waves undulating above. Just who is so bold? A crimson flame descended from the sky and floated several meters off the ground. A world-melting heatwave rushed from her body. The master is here. The Sheep King flew out from his carriage and respectfully bowed before Nangong Hongyan like a devoted servant. Out of the 6 strange men below her, only the Ox King and Sheep King were present. The Ox King was preoccupied with the exalted pot, so he couldn't spare the time. Otherwise, he would be kneeling as well. Bang. A long saber soared out of the ground and unleashed a white dragon slash accompanied by the roar of a beast. It was a successful ambush since the bronze walls of the ox cart were chopped into pieces. Dragon King's first slash. Feng Feiyun had understood 90% of this attack. After destroying the carriage, he aimed for the Ox King's head. The cold edge of the blade was full of draconic energy, bringing along immeasurable force. Boy, you want to die. The Ox King countered with his hoof-like hands, unleashing a strike right onto the blade. He shattered the dragon shadows and smashed Feng Feiyun flying into a thick wall. Feng Feiyun quickly got up again from the rubble. With a straight posture, he readied his saber once more and prepared to fight again. The Ox King's hoof-like hands had a faint blood mark on them. He was actually wounded by the blade. It's Feng Feiyun. Xuewu watched from a distance. He won't be able to escape this time. Big sis, should I go and end him? Almost all the people who were involved with the operation had been killed, only Feng Feiyun and Bai Ningshuai managed to escape. They thought he would be hiding in the Marshall Tower, but it looks like he actually took the risky initiative to come here. This was a godsend opportunity. Rumble. The ground continued to quake. Master, this trivial bounty, leave it to me. The Serpent King had just arrived. An 8-meter-long snake with a body as thick as a water bucket was pulling a wooden carriage out of the ground. It was covered in mud and a corrosive, green liquid. This serpent was extremely ferocious with its tongue popping in and out. Its eyes were crimson and its mouth contained 2 fangs as sharp as poisonous blades. Chapter 260, Against the 3 Kings. The genius mansion was covered by thick clouds, even the sky darkened. The serpent was covered with scales and could swallow a person whole. Its scaly head had a blood-colored fleshy comb the size of a palm sticking out of it. 1. Comb is the red flesh on a chicken's head. The Serpent King was sitting in the wooden carriage and went straight for Feng Feiyun. A gut-wrenching stench made his stomach churn and suffocated him. Shui Wu backed off because she knew that this would be very easy for the Serpent King. Meanwhile, Nangong Hongyan, wrapped in her clouds of fire, was floating in the air. If anyone could see through the flames, they would find that her pretty eyes were fixated on Feng Feiyun with a complicated look. Why is he here now of all places? He likes to interfere with other people's business too much. What should I do now? Her thoughts were a mess. She had always been a decisive and ruthless person, but she was hesitating at this difficult junction and didn't know what to do. He must have been sent by the heavens to torment me. Nangong Hongyan, do not be fooled by his sweet words. He is a liar, a swindler that will steal everything from you. Humph. Feng Feiyun, you think just one piece of a phoenix bone is enough to trick me? How unbelievably stupid. All men are liars. Die. I won't be sad at all, I'll actually slash your body too. Serves you right for always opposing me, Nangong Hongyan was biting down on her teeth while repeating the same phrases over and over again. Her fists were clenched as well, as if she wanted to tear Feng Feiyun apart. Boom. A loud explosion interrupted her thoughts. She looked up and saw an empty space where only smoke could be seen. A bit later, a snake's tail swept by, followed by its head lifting up high to show its bloody eyes. Its tongue flicked in and out while the Serpent King, in his black robe, stood atop its head. In his hand was a wooden staff, making him look like an evil monk. Feng Feiyun, who was fighting against the Ox King, had disappeared without a trace. It was as if the Serpent King had used an incomparable technique to dispose of him. Nangong Hongyan coldly shouted, "Where is Feng Feiyun?" A wave of fire swept by everything. The vibration of her power ruptured the Serpent King's eardrums, spilling blood. Whoosh! She flew past the area and anxiously searched, but she couldn't find Feng Feiyun at all. It was as if he had been obliterated by the Serpent King. Is he really dead? She didn't want to believe her own eyes and swung her sleeve to blow away a pile of rubble. Broken walls and shattered roof tiles went flying, but there was nothing underneath them. Her crimson flame began to surge. Everyone could feel her terrifying aura that seemed like a raging lioness. The Serpent King noticed her eyes and couldn't help but retreat. He felt that Nangong Hongyan wanted to kill him at this moment. Master. He didn't understand why she suddenly became murderous, but he knew of her cruelty more than anyone else. He dropped to his knees while his lips trembled. You court death. The furious woman's fingers shaped into a claw as she stepped closer towards the Serpent King. Her bloodthirst increased with each step. The Sheep King, Shui Wu, and Yuchan didn't dare to plead for him. They were completely quiet and didn't even dare to breathe out loud. They were confused as to why Nangong Hongyan suddenly became angry. Boom. Feng Feiyun rushed out of the rocky ground and landed. Who is this mysterious master? Why is he able to control abnormalities from the Yang world? Feng Feiyun peered at the figure inside the flame while wielding his saber. Earlier, he was struck into the ground by the Serpent King. Even though this force belonged to the Heaven's Mandate realm, he was still able to survive. The Serpent, Ox, and Sheep King were abnormalities from the Yang world. Feng Feiyun had noticed this after fighting them. Meanwhile, Nangong Hongyan turned away and felt quite relieved, but she immediately scolded herself, Nangong Hongyan. What is with your duplicity? You clearly say that you want nothing more than for him to die, but why did you become so shocked earlier? You really are a stupid woman without a backbone at all. She hated herself and only wanted to hide in a hole. In the distance, the Ox King managed to suppress the exalted pot and made Bai Ningshui vomit blood constantly. Even with this ultimate killing weapon, Bai Ningshui still couldn't stop the attacks from a Heaven's Mandate cultivator. Crash! A sound of broken chains came from underground. A seven-colored ray shot out in a blinding manner. This pillar of light soared to the 9 layers of the heavens like an awakening giant and emanated a terrorizing pressure. Boom! Young Noble Flawless stood up from the coffin. There was only one chain left on his chest. His power continuously rose as colorful light rushed out from his dantian. Bang! He used this force to shatter the last chain, turning it into scraps. Next, a palm strike came out and blew the muddy ground up high. He lifted the immensely heavy coffin with one hand and directly leaped into the air. He knocked the unstoppable Ox King flying several miles away. The king was horrified and kicked backward in order to forcibly stabilize himself. With both palms placed in front of his chest, a group of black clouds condensed. A 10-meter-long draconic tiger image shot out in order to stop young noble Flawless. This draconic tiger had the body of a tiger and the head and tail of a dragon while being covered in scales. It carried an unstoppable momentum. A draconic tiger was the king of strange beasts with boundless power. Rumor has it that they could carry great mountains. A single Qilin image had the power of 10,000 pounds. 2 had 20,000 pounds of force. 3 of them were equal to 40,000 pounds, and so on and so forth. With the exponential scale, 7 Qilin images had the power of 640,000 pounds. 8 had 1.28 million pounds of force while 9 had 2.56 millions of force. The power of a draconic tiger was even more than a Qilin. 10 Qilins were the same as 1 draconic tiger at 5.12 million pounds of force. Powerful cultivators were able to condense their energy into the form of a draconic tiger. It was several hundred times more powerful than a Qilin. The force of 2 draconic tigers was even more impressive. Of course, only Heaven's Mandate cultivators were able to unleash these tiger images. Grand Achievement God Base cultivators could only unleash 7 Qilins at best. Fewer than few were able to create 8 images at the same time. The Ox King's cultivation was indeed incredible for being able to unleash the image of 1 draconic tiger. Ordinary first-level Heaven's Mandate cultivators couldn't compare to him. Boom. Flawless' body was still laden with dried blood. He swung the coffin and shattered the tiger image, then swung again to strike the Ox King's body. It shattered the king's right shoulder completely as blood splashed everywhere. Damn. This pretty boy is so strong. Bai Ningshui saw the unstoppable Flawless and was quite shaken. The person looked completely different from the guy trapped in the coffin earlier. This contrast was too great, just like his current battle prowess. This was the power of a grand historical genius. They were able to fight against someone 3 levels higher than themselves. They were simply kings within the same realm. Both the Sheep and Serpent Kings took action. The Sheep King summoned 3 ancient purple swords. Their rusty steel carried an eternal war aura along with frightening sharpness. The Serpent King was holding a wooden Buddhist staff. He drew on the ground and the earth suddenly split to form a chasm. The wooden staff flew upward with the image of a snake coiling around it. It opened its mouth and was ready to bite. The 3 kings joined forces, but they were continuously pushed back by young noble Flawless. Prismatic Cloud Primordial Chaos Vessel. Flawless emitted his own chi image. A 7-colored brilliance rose behind his back and changed the shade of the sky completely. An eternal primordial chaos energy emerged with a gigantic faint shadow of a vessel rushing out. This was his chi image, the Prismatic Cloud Primordial Chaos Vessel. Pluff. The Serpent King's chest was penetrated by a finger strike from Flawless. Blood gushed out like a fountain, and some of his chest bones were pulled out. A bright glint flashed within the Serpent King's eyes. He forcibly pulled back his shattered bones and hurriedly leaped back with a horror-stricken expression. He was actually wounded by a cultivator from the younger generation. Boom. The Sheep King was 100 meters away from Flawless. They both unleashed a palm strike through the air. The arms that attacked were cracking as if they had just struck a mountain made out of steel. The king's right hand was actually fractured. This guy was too frightening and completely unstoppable. Flawless had just escaped his imprisonment, so he was quite weak. His power had yet to recover to its peak, yet he could already injure the 3 kings back to back. No one could stop his peerless momentum. He was imprisoned for too long, so there is great damage to his blood vessels and meridians. He won't be able to condense energy for too long. Such high explosive power can't last forever. Right, he can't last another 10 moves. Even though the 3 kings were horrified by Flawless' scary battle prowess, they were all wily and saw that the young noble had yet to reach his peak condition. Is that so? But there's no need for 10 moves, just 3 is enough to kill any one of you. Flawless' messy hair fluttered in the sky. In the blink of an eye, he crossed through the air and unleashed a sky-shaking blow that directly slammed the Serpent King into the ground. His scalp was split open, one could see bone fragments flying out. A grand historical genius does not joke around. Dongfang Jingyue once said that Feng Feiyun could cultivate for another 20 years and still wouldn't be able to reach their level. These were not baseless words. Of course, if she saw the current Feng Feiyun, she would need to re-evaluate him. 20 years might be too long, but he still wouldn't be able to catch up in a short period of time. Feng Feiyun stood in the ruins while holding his stone saber. He didn't watch the battle in the sky and instead was glaring at the mysterious master shrouded in the flame because he could sense that the master was watching him as well. He felt the heat from the flame, making sweat drip down from his cheeks. Feng Feiyun, why do you have to oppose me time and time again? We could have been friends. Nangong Hongyan broke the silence and spoke with the hoarse voice of an old man. The flame surrounding her slender body was burning even more fiercely, as if she was afraid of Feng Feiyun recognizing her. He replied, I don't want to befriend a vicious and cold-blooded man. The old voice murmured, vicious, cold-blooded. The flame became even more violent, indicating the fluctuation in her mood. She could ignore these words from anyone else in the world, but why did she care so much when it came from Feng Feiyun? Chapter 261, Rewriting the Pagoda Hundreds List. Let's go. Nangong Hongyan didn't dare to look at Feng Feiyun's eyes. She felt an unprecedented fear and a strange sense of grievance. She only wanted to run away, the farther the better. It was as if she was a delicate bride that had just been mercilessly slapped by her cruel mother-in-law. The only thing on her mind was to run back to her own mother's house. Of course, Feng Feiyun didn't slap her and she was not a delicate and maltreated bride either. Nevertheless, these confusing sentiments still gushed inside her mind, driving her crazy. She turned into fiery clouds that looked like lanterns in the night and disappeared into the horizon. Xuewu and Yuchan left along with her. Meanwhile, the three wounded kings ran away shortly afterward. The genius mansion was completely unrecognizable as it was flattened. Blood of Heaven's mandate cultivators stained the area red. Now, everything was full of ominous energy. In the next few decades, this area would become a wasteland haunted by specters and invite strange creatures that want to taste blood. He ran away in fear as soon as I appeared. This mysterious master or whatever can't withstand my battle aura. It wasn't until the mysterious master had gone far away that Bai Ningshui climbed out of the ground. He tilted his head back and laughed boisterously with great arrogance. Feng Feiyun and young noble Flawless shook their heads repeatedly before exchanging glances and smiling at each other. I, Su Yun, am very grateful. I was able to escape this predicament thanks to you too. Flawless' long hair was drooping over his shoulders as he stood there gallantly after dropping the coffin to the ground. Grand historical geniuses had extraordinary temperaments. Despite his disastrous experience, he was still as heroic as ever after escaping. Ordinary talents couldn't compare to him. There's no need to say more. If you are feeling grateful, then just hand over 2 valuable items. Bai Ningshui's skin was very thick. He was also a very realistic man and raised his palm before young noble Flawless. Well, Flawless had an embarrassed expression on his face. His treasures had been taken much earlier. Even his spatial pouch was taken by Nangong Hongyan and given to Feng Feiyun. If I get great treasures in the future, I will certainly hand it over to show my gratitude. His face turned red. He could feel his face tingling, especially after seeing Bai Ningshui grimace. This Bai Ningshui guy was truly immoral. He knew full well that the young noble had nothing on his body, yet he still asked for remuneration. Moreover, his expression seemed to be saying, "Motherfucker, aren't you a grand historical genius? The Prince of Paluo? Why is it that you don't even have 1 or 2 valuable items?" Feng Feiyun was quite amused by this expression. Bai Ningshui didn't need to say anything since his dark face had said it all. Brother Feng, goodbye for now. Once I recover, I will certainly bring some gifts over as thanks. Flawless was a bit pale. It was just as the 3 kings had said, his veins and meridians were grievously injured. Despite his powerful momentum from earlier, he wouldn't have lasted in a drawn-out battle. If it wasn't for Hong Yan's wavering emotions that made her leave, the 3 of them might not be speaking so happily at this moment. Of course, there was also another reason. Flawless really couldn't stand Bai Ningshui's blackmailing, so he didn't dare to linger here any longer. Feng Feiyun said, "The mysterious master's methods are ruthless, so they will continue to eradicate all survivors to the roots. Brother Su, you need to be careful as well. Young noble Flawless lips slightly moved as if he had something to say. However, he swallowed these words and didn't reveal to Feng Feiyun that the mysterious master was actually Nangong Hongyan. There was no way around it. He was sensitive about losing face and didn't want others to find out that the most handsome man in the world had lost to a woman. If this news were to spread, he wouldn't be able to show his face around any longer. The master has left the pagoda's territory, and their next goal might be the 9 Doves sacred gown of the Feng clan at the Grand Southern Prefecture. Flawless stared at Feng Feiyun with an implicative gaze. He knew that Feng Feiyun was considered a traitor of the Feng clan and that this gown was left behind by his mother. This was not a secret in the cultivation world. Feng clan. Feng Feiyun murmured while a cold glint flashed in his eyes. After the appearance of the evil woman, there have been dramatic changes at that prefecture. Even the Violet Cloud Mansion has been breached. The Feng and Qin clans as well as the Grand Development Immortal Gate, these ancient heritages have suffered heavy casualties. They had to relocate to hide in the mountains in order to avoid the assault from the corpse army. But the exact locations are not something outsiders are privy to. I'm sure they are located in heavenly grottos over there. Flawless said so much because he knew that Feng Feiyun would return to the Feng clan to retrieve his mother's belongings. Feng Feiyun responded, "Thank you, Brother Su, for telling me. The Feng clan has several different ancestral grounds that have been operating for many years. I'm sure they have moved to one of these locations, so it won't be too hard to find." "That's good then." Flawless didn't wait for too long. After finishing what he wanted to say, he left right away. Bai Ningshui had lost his chance of obtaining more benefits, so his gaze darted towards the huge coffin on the ground. It was made from black tortoise steel, a great material for blacksmiths, so it could actually sell for a great price. The immense weight of the coffin didn't trouble him. He brought 8 strange beasts out of nowhere and lined them up with 8 carriages to bring the coffin away. This was a greedy guy who would do anything for the littlest amount of money. Feng Feiyun returned to the martial tower and no longer saw the singing beauty. There was only an envelope on the table that contained a unique and bewildering scent that belonged to Nangong Hongyan alone. There was a poem written inside. There he is gathering the dalikos. A day without seeing him lasts as long as 3 months. There he is gathering the oxtail southern wood. A day without seeing him feels like 3 seasons have passed. There he is gathering the mugwort. A day without seeing him torments for 3 moons. 1. The problem with this poem from the Book of Songs is that the nouns are either neutral or there is no noun at all since it is implied, so it technically can work for both males and females. In a vernacular setting, it would be she instead of he, but it would be strange to use she in the poem considering the writer is Nangong Hongyan. This is a romantic poem about the pain of separation due to the busy nature of life, which is listed by all the mundane tasks. Feng Feiyun, my feelings are as such right now, but I have to leave. I can only blame myself for not being brave enough and can only choose to escape. 1 phoenix bone has resulted in 1 sentiment. 2. Sentiment here is most likely love, but the word can also mean friendship or other types of emotions. However, it is definitely love in this case. I'm just playing it safe with my interpretation. But 2 can't be together even if they share the same feelings. As I write this letter, I have confirmed that you are the one that makes my heart goes wild and sends my mind into disarray. You are the one that can make me feel pain, but so what? I can only experience this vexing heartache all by myself. Because I am afraid that you don't love me like I thought you do. One day, you might abandon me, hit me, scold me, or even kill me. I can't bear to think any further and only want to preserve this beautiful delusion in my heart instead of destroying it. Take 1 step back, a lovesickness depicted in the painting. Take 1 step forward, a cold withering of love. There are 80,000 characters in this world, but the word love hurts the most. Thus I choose to run in avoidance. Don't blame me for being too sudden in my departure. If fate allows so, we will meet again. Hongyan. Feng Feiyun held the letter in his hand for a long time before taking a deep breath. He folded it and put it back inside the envelope. He didn't chase after her. As she had stated, take 1 step back, a lovesickness depicted in the painting. Take 1 step forward, a cold withering of love. Perhaps her choice was correct. Leaving this feeling precipitate in their hearts into a deeper longing was a beautiful thing as well. Hongyan, take care. May we meet again in this mundane world. As Feng Feiyun was reading the letter, a gorgeous carriage was speeding south among the mountain range right outside of the Wanxiang Pagoda. Inside was the melody of a zither. The song, "For Whom the Beauty Smiles," echoed in the mountains. The geese and cranes followed right behind the carriage and sang along as it made its way to the Grand Southern Prefecture. There are new rankings for the pagoda's hundreds list. Feng Feiyun was standing at the top of the martial tower opposite of the divine king in his golden robe. The king stood there with his arms crossed before his chest in a majestic and unfathomable presence. He answered with a smile, "The appearance of the evil woman has made the 28 southern counties fall into war. The evil corpses are troubling the world, both cultivators and mortals there are living in fear, having to worry about these monsters all the time. As for the best academic sacred ground in the world, our Wanxiang Pagoda has the responsibility to remove evil and uphold justice. After a meeting with 100 tower lords and more than 10 wise predecessors, we have decided for the young students to go train at the Grand Southern Prefecture, starting today." "What does this have to do with the new rankings for the list?" Feng Feiyun was puzzled. "Of course it has. A lot to do with the list. Recently, one prodigy is appearing after another, so the list is no longer accurate. Thus, there is a need to redefine the rankings in order to measure the true kings of the younger generation. The list this time will be different than before. The number of evil corpses killed will be converted to points. The higher the final score, the higher the rank." "How are the points decided?" Feng Feiyun became interested and felt his blood becoming restless. Killing a first transformation corpse and obtaining its corpse palace will be 1 point. A second transformation corpse palace will be worth 1,000 points. The testing period is long this time, around 3 years. During this period, you all can return to the pagoda to hand over the corpse palaces for points. After reaching a certain threshold, you can exchange the points for spirit stones at the treasure pagoda, spirit medicines at the pill tower, or redeem cultivation methods at the scripture library. With sufficient points, you can even exchange them for spirit treasures, 4th rank spirit pills, heavenly laws and scriptures, millennium medicines, and various other spirit stones. For example, 10 points are enough for a centurial strange grass. 100 points can be traded for 1 true mysterious spirit stone. 100,000 can be converted to a 4th rank spirit pill, and 300,000 points for an ancient spirit treasure. After redeeming the treasures, you can go on the hunt again for more points and a higher ranking on the list. There won't be a conflict between the ranking and spending points." The king explained with a smile. 3 years long, Feng Feiyun naturally knew the purpose behind this. The upper echelons of the pagoda wanted to stimulate the students' potential in these 3 years so that their cultivation could have rapid progress. They were meant to fight the evil corpses as well as compete with each other. The disciples might even fight to the death in order to rob each other's corpse palaces. This move was quite shrewd. The pagoda wanted to cultivate some true masters before the real chaos that was foretold by the astronomical sign of dragons devouring the sky. They have gone all out this time. Chapter 262, 100,000 gold coins for 1 map. 8th disciple of the Martial Tower Lord. Feng Feiyun astonishingly stared at this bronze-colored muscular youth standing before him. 1. There seems to be a weird skip here even in the Master Raw. The author used all of his power to write Hong Yan's letter last chapter. The context is Feng Feiyun getting ready to leave the tower and meeting Wang Meng again. Read 187 if you don't remember Wang Meng. Well, it is because I am young with great cultivation and awesome talents. This big fellow had a thick beard and was at least 2 meters tall with arms as thick as a water bucket. However, he was only 13 years old. Because of his freakish constitution, Zhang Badao had taken him in to be his 8th disciple. This big fellow was Wang Meng, a bandit that came to the tower together with Feng Feiyun. Feng Feiyun eventually accepted the fact that he was extremely young. The males from the Jiang clan were indeed as tough as bulls. "Senior uncle, let's go together." Wang Meng grinned. His thick lips looked like 2 sausages hanging on his face. "Hee, you should go ahead first." Feng Feiyun was the Divine King's disciple, the junior brother of the Martial Tower Lord, so he was naturally Wang Meng's senior uncle. "Senior uncle, you should go first." "You first." "After you, senior uncle." "Fine then. I'll go first." Feng Feiyun got tired of this, so he jumped onto a bull around 5 meters tall. While holding the iron reins, he began his journey southward. Wang Meng jumped on another bull and followed right behind him. These two bulls resembled gigantic monsters. Their hard and black horns looked just like dragon fangs. Their legs were as big as pillars while their black fur was a foot long. There were scales on their body as well that reflected a black shimmer. The two guys were dressed in white scholarly robes with white feathered bands on their heads and black belts on their waists. This was the uniform unique to disciples from the Wanxiang Pagoda. However, their temperaments were completely different. Feng Feiyun was riding ahead. His body had grown considerably compared to the last several months. He looked less childlike and became more chic and charming. Wang Meng, on the other hand, grew even bigger. He had a sky piercer as thick as a rice bowl and weighed 18,000 pounds. This was a weapon given to him by Zhang Badao. Even though its power was not as heaven-defying as a spirit treasure, its destructive power was still abnormal. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow. The upcoming changes to the rankings of the pagoda made all the disciples quite excited. They crazily ran to the southern prefecture. Feng Feiyun and Wang Meng naturally joined this group. As long as they killed enough evil corpses to get more points, they could exchange for better treasures and show off their worth on the pagoda's hundreds list. It was possible to become famous in just one battle. No one could withstand this temptation of fame and fortune. In the 28 counties down there, 9 of them have completely fallen into the hands of the evil woman with corpses everywhere. They have become a land of evil. 12 have also begun to be devoured by this army, but the local cultivators are still putting up resistance. Alas, they suffered continuous defeats by the great army. A total loss was only a matter of time. Only 7 remain completely untouched by this army. Only super-ancient powers were able to keep this army at bay. Well, when the evil woman personally takes action, even these ancient powers would be destroyed in an instant. No one could refute this last statement. After one day, Feng Feiyun and Wang Meng had entered an old city in the Brilliance County. This was along the path from the pagoda to the southern prefecture. Many cultivators ran away and gathered in this city. Many sects were coming to seek shelter in the pagoda as well. They felt that by staying close to the pagoda, they could escape the massacre of the corpse army. Because of this, the city was completely crowded with carriages and people everywhere. It seemed to be a heavenly grotto, completely free from the smoke of war. Many young disciples of the pagoda had arrived. Their presence caused quite a commotion in the city. The young talents passed by in a hurry. Some hired slaves and servants and bought great quantities of salve and medicines. They didn't stop for more than 4 hours before leaving right away. Of course, some were not in a hurry and decided to rest for the night. They searched for the most famous brothels in the city in order to have some romance. After one night of joy, they would finally embark on their journey. Yesterday, I saw a top genius from the pagoda bringing along more than 200 slaves and 10 golden chariots outside of the city. They were quite fast with an all-encompassing momentum. I think they might be 10,000 miles away now. Same. I saw a grand achievement god base hero with a violent aura last night. He had a fling with the city's prettiest, Miss Yanhong, and left in the morning with his silver divine lion for the south. The great deployment of the Wanxiang Pagoda shocked every cultivator. All of them were speculating what was happening until a message came at noon. The hundreds list is changing, 100,000 talents have left their closed cultivation. The pagoda is finally taking action. These prodigies are probably going to the 12 counties that are still struggling. That will be their battlefields. I think so too. After all, who would dare to go to the 9 fallen counties? There are too many corpses there, no one can survive in those places. I heard several old Heaven's Mandate cultivators have been killed in the 9 counties. From then on, no one else dared to take a single step inside. Feng Feiyun had received a lot of information in this city about the recent events at the Grand Southern Prefecture. 9 large counties had fallen completely. They were now considered hell dens in the words of cultivators. Intruding humans would die without a grave in those places. The talents from the pagoda did want to hunt some corpses. However, they didn't dare to enter the 9 counties and rushed for the other 12 instead. Wang Meng spoke, "Senior uncle, the danger level of the 12 counties varies. Some have just been attacked, so they aren't as dangerous. A few of them have been plunged into desperate straits, so even heaven's mandate cultivators don't want to go there. The more dangerous locations had more corpses which, in turn, meant more corpse palaces. However, the risk of being surrounded and killed was higher as well. The relatively safe locations certainly had fewer corpses. Moreover, the younger corpses weren't as strong as the older ones. The disadvantage here was that their points would be less as well. Information for sale, information for sale. A map with a complete analysis of the situation at the front lines, power divisions of the evil corpses, the destinations of the remaining immortal gates, an order of the danger level of the 12 counties. Everything is here at the right price. Come, don't miss it. Hi, pretty lady, do you want a copy? Only 100,000 gold coins, what great value. Feng Feiyun looked at the peddler and noticed that this youth's face was darker than the bottom of a kettle. He was carrying a large basket that contained a thick pile of paper made from sheepskin. There must be around 100 copies. At this moment, this dark youth was stopping two pretty girls dressed in white. He enthusiastically promoted his merchandise while spraying spit everywhere. Impossible, there is no way. The 12 counties are too dangerous right now, not to mention being extremely broad. No one can go through it even with 3 lifetimes, so how can anyone draw a map with so much information in such a short period of time? This is definitely a swindler. This black-faced youth has an even darker heart. Selling his deceptive map for 100,000 gold coins. I can't believe he has the nerves to try this. There are a lot of crooks nowadays and even more fools. Just this morning, he sold more than 20 of them, the most expensive being 800,000 gold coins while the cheapest being 300 gold coins. What is this difference in price? It is too easy for him to make money. Every time this youth sold a map, he would change locations right away. Since morning until noon, he had made 2 million gold coins, but the key here was that they were fake maps. Many cultivators were quite jealous of him. 100,000 gold coins is too expensive, how about 5? One of the girls with crystal clear eyes waved her 5 fingers before him while blinking cutely. The youth said, "Darling, you are being too cruel. I can't sell this for 5 coins. I'll be honest, these maps were made by a supreme character. I spent 90,000 gold coins to buy it from him, so as you can see, the profit margin just isn't there. However, because you grew up to be so pretty and lovely, I'll slash the price for you, 95,000 gold coins. But I only have 5 coins." The young girl took out 5 shining coins and showed it in her palm. "It's too much of a loss. Please, take it easy on me. I can't sell it for 5 coins. Fine. Because you two are from the Wanxiang Pagoda and we are pretty much classmates, I will sell it to you at the cost of 90,000 gold coins." The youth frustratedly pounded his chest while biting his teeth as if this price was hurting him. He seemed to be on the verge of vomiting blood. "We only have 5 gold coins from my sister selling medicinal herbs. We wanted to buy 2 dresses with it, but now, we'll give it all to you." The girl's eyes were as pretty as pearls. She was exceptionally charming with her long, slightly quivering eyelashes, revealing her innocence. The youth looked at these 2 stunning girls. They wore very simple and cheap dresses, definitely not the rich type. Nevertheless, they were still prettier than daughters from the big clans. He could definitely sell these maps for a higher price to rich young masters. On the other hand, he was disgusted with tricking innocent girls, so he had to force himself to stop making a fortune. Fuck, damn my bad luck this time. Looks like I found 2 poor girls. All right. 5 coins then. Shit, this will be the lowest deal today. Pretty girl, you mustn't tell anyone about this price. This is pretty much a gift to you now. The youth threw the sheepskin map to the girl and took her 5 gold coins before slipping into the crowd to find a new place for business. It was obvious that this map wasn't worth 5 gold coins or else he wouldn't have sold it. Chapter 263, Feng Clan's Ancestral Ground. Boss, just 500,000 gold coins for 1 copy, but if you want to buy it, I'll give you half off. The youth pulled another person closer. This person was tempted by the deal and, after bargaining for a long time, he ended up spending 150,000 gold coins to buy 1 copy and left as a happy customer. Meanwhile, the youth frowned after seeing Feng Feiyun coming over. He was cursing his bad luck in his mind and turned around to leave. However, he saw that out of nowhere, Feng Feiyun was already standing behind him with a cheerful grin. Feng Feiyun said, "By Ningshui, you're a real swindler. You're not giving up any opportunities at all." This black-faced youth was of course the thief, Bai Ningshui. Cough, cough. "So it is you, Brother Feng. Please, you are wrongfully accusing me. I'm selling genuine maps, they're definitely not fake at all." He handed one map over to Feng Feiyun and laughed. "We are basically brothers who have been through life and death together, so I'll just sell this one to you for 2 million gold coins." He knew that Feng Feiyun had a big backing and no lack of money, so he named an exorbitant price. Feng Feiyun unrolled the sheepskin map to take a look. Lines, circles, triangles, and other symbols were drawn very carefully on the map. The 28 counties were divided into the different sex stations and hordes of corpses. The most dangerous locations and recent battlefields were marked as well, and so on and so forth. There were some roads including shortcuts to the counties as well as a few ancient secret locations. The marked locations were consistent with Feng Feiyun's geographical knowledge. This didn't seem fake at all. In the corner of this map was an eye-catching small red dot. This is one of the 8 ancient ruins, the Heaven's Emergence Burial located in the Trinity County. I heard an old icy palace floated from the bottom of this cemetery and is still hovering in the sky right now. Someone went there and guessed that it has at least 80,000 years of history. Several big shots have gone there, but they couldn't break inside. Bai Ningshui spoke with a mysterious tone towards Feng Feiyun. Feng Feiyun was surprised to hear this. He had heard about this icy palace from the treasure tower lord before. This was indeed the truth. Could it be that this thief had bought a real map? He pried, "Where did you get this map from?" The shrew fella noticed that Feng Feiyun was tempted and hurriedly took the map from his hands, then smiled. "A great character drew it and I had to spend 5 million gold coins for it. We are brothers though, so just take out 2 million and I'll give it to you." Earlier, the price was only 90,000, but now he purposely raised it to an astronomical amount as if Feng Feiyun was a fat sheep. "Well, I have perfect memory so I have remembered the whole thing, there's no need to buy it." With that, he turned around as if wanting to leave. 2. Photographic memory is the better term here, but I don't think there are cameras in this world. Bai Ningshui was stunned and secretly cursed Feng Feiyun for being shameless. He quickly chased after him. "Brother Feng, 1 million is fine too." Feng Feiyun ignored him. "Okay, 100,000 coins, I can't go any lower." Feng Feiyun didn't even bother looking at him, it was as if he had made up his mind about not buying. Bai Ningshui gritted his teeth and shouted, "What if it's free, do you want it then?" "Of course." Feng Feiyun suddenly turned back and grabbed the map in Bai Ningshui's hand and threw it into his spatial stone right away before smiling. "There are a few places that I haven't memorized, but I guess I'll take it since Brother Bai is insisting." "Okay then, see you later, Brother Bai, there's no need to see me off." Feng Feiyun didn't linger around since Bai Ningshui might change his mind. He strode out of the city and went southward with Wang Meng on their bulls. "Damn you, Feng Feiyun." Bai Ningshui realized that he was tricked by Feng Feiyun, so he took out a series of swords wrapped in sheepskin. There were 10 of them that he began to ride in the sky in order to take back the map from Feng Feiyun. There was too much information on the map. Even if it was someone with perfect memory, they wouldn't be able to take in everything so quickly. While sitting on his bull, Feng Feiyun opened the map and carefully studied the symbols as well as the divisions of the 28 counties. "Uncle, I find that many of the students from the pagoda are going to the Trinity County." Wang Meng stared at the horizon and saw the rays crossing through the sky. All of these people were riding on their weapons and treasures. Even though this resulted in great speed, it also required a lot of spirit energy. Even a Grand Achievement God base would only be able to fly for 3 hours at best before having to land and rest. Because of this, prior to the Heaven's Mandate realm, the majority of cultivators chose to ride beasts instead. It was less tiring and they could maintain their peak condition the entire time. Feng Feiyun pointed over at the Trinity County and smiled. "The Heaven's Emergence Burial and Icy Palace are located over there. The whole world is excited about it, so any genius who is confident about their power would not miss this event." "But..." Wang Meng raised his brows and asked, "But what?" "But the Trinity County is one of the 12 counties that was invaded and ranks first in terms of danger. It is about to fall into the hands of the evil woman. According to the symbols on his map, the Trinity County was so dangerous that even Heaven's Mandate cultivators died there. Any young cultivator would just be courting death. Even though riches were often accompanied by danger, a blind commitment would only lead to an early death. Feng Feiyun, your father is here. Give me 2 million coins now or I'll report you for robbery. 10 sword rays rushed out from the clouds. Bai Ningxuai was riding on one of the swords as the rest inserted themselves before the path like 9 pillars to block the way of the bulls. Swoosh, the 10 swords turned into a formation with extremely sharp glints. Wang Meng snorted and wanted to take action, but Feng Feiyun shouted with a smile instead, Brother Bai, you can't be shameless to this level. You clearly wanted to give the map to me, which is why I accepted it, but now you want to take it back. You out of all people is calling me shameless. Bai Ningxuai's expression turned even darker than before. Feng Feiyun, don't pretend to be pure. You can trick others but not me. I heard that the 4th lady of the Go clan fancies you. With their money, isn't 2 million gold coins nothing but losing a piece of hair to you? If you deceive me for such petty amounts of money, wouldn't that harm our brotherhood? Let's go. Feng Feiyun waved his sleeve and a white energy slash came out. The 10 swords were blown away and fell to the ground one by one. Bai Ningxuai quickly rushed forward and shouted, Feng Feiyun, I have big news. It is about Nangong Hongyan. Bai Ningxuai was afraid that Feng Feiyun would ignore him and leave. That would be a huge loss to him. Feng Feiyun pulled the iron reins back to stop the bull and asked, Price? 2 million. Bai Ningxuai was inwardly ecstatic and showed no mercy. Here you are. Feng Feiyun threw out a stack of money from his spatial stone towards Bai Ningxuai. 3. In historical China, they have both paper notes and coins like we do now. This was the money given to him by the Go square from last time, totaling more than 30 million gold coins. It had been stored in his spatial stone all this time. Bai Ningxuai didn't expect Feng Feiyun to be generous enough to throw out 2 million so fast. There was no justice in this world. He regretted it quite badly and felt that he named too low of a price. Nevertheless, he didn't bargain any further. He answered, someone saw her going to the Trinity County. Her voice attracted many birds along the way. Feng Feiyun sought confirmation, is this true? Absolutely. Bai Ningxuai carefully put the stack of money away. This was his biggest profit today. Why is she going to Trinity? Feng Feiyun pondered with a grimace. Bai Ningxuai directly jumped on the bull's back near the tail and smiled, everyone in the world knows that the son of the demon and the prettiest woman are best friends. Trinity is full of dangers and corpses right now. Brother Feng, are you willing to let her go all by herself? Go. Feng Feiyun threw a wind talisman onto the bull. It already had astonishing speed, but it was even faster now, just like the wind. In the blink of an eye, it crossed over several mountains as it headed for Trinity. Bai Ningxuai was almost flung away, but luckily, he was holding the bull's tail with his hands. Feng Feiyun's original plan was to go to the Existence County in order to train, but he had changed his mind and decided to go to Trinity instead. It was not only because of Nangong Hongyan, since he had other plans as well. He remembered that the Feng clan had an ancestral ground located at the edge of Trinity. Perhaps the Feng clan has relocated there, so he wanted to go there for clues. This ancestral ground had a cemetery for the Feng predecessors. Some seniors were staying there since it hid many ancient secrets of the clan. After all, each ancestral ground was quite extraordinary. It was an honor for the descendants to be able to go there to worship their ancestors. The bulls were able to travel 8,000 miles each day. After half a month, they finally made it to the borders of the Trinity County. Feng Feiyun didn't directly enter, instead, he took the long way around. He went inside an old forest with 70 or so mountains. All of them were covered with lush pine trees and surrounded by clouds. It was a very transcendent scene. There were long bells ringing among the mountain range. This was his first time coming to this place. His father once said that these hills contained the first ancestral ground of the Feng clan. Their first clan master was buried in this place. Since he was already here at Trinity, he might as well go and take a look. Chapter 264, Tomb. The 73 mountains towered to the rosy clouds. There were many white cranes and strange birds in this location. However, one could only hear their tweets since they were nowhere in sight. The mist and fog here were too thick. Even the heavenly gazes from cultivators were useless. Bai Ningshui asked, "Hey, Feng Feiyun, aren't we going to Trinity to kill corpses for points? Why are we here? The hunt is going to last for 3 years, so there's no need to rush right now." Feng Feiyun jumped down from his bull and walked along a path laden with weed to enter the forest. Wang Meng, shirtless, carried his sky piercer and followed right behind Feng Feiyun. Bai Ningshui gave up and came along as well. The fog became thicker as they went deeper into the forest. It was difficult to see clearly. They didn't get too far before Feng Feiyun suddenly stopped. He condensed a yellow glimmer onto his fingertip and unleashed it into the ground. This was the yellow earth art, the last among the 5 elements of the minor change art. It had the greatest power as well as being the most difficult to cultivate. Feng Feiyun had been learning this art during this short period of time. Even though he was far from mastering it, he could still utilize some of its power. The yellow ray entered the ground by creating a small crack. A true mysterious spirit stone the size of a big wine cup flew into his hand. Even though it was the last among the 18 stones, it was still quite precious and could sell for at least 200,000 gold coins. "Damn, you know treasure-seeking techniques as well." Bai Ningshui had a confused expression, but his eyes were full of greed while looking at the ground. He smiled and said, "Brother Feng, you are not honest at all. This place must be a treasure ground full of spirit stones, right?" "Of course not." Feng Feiyun put away the spirit stone and smiled while walking ahead. This was his first time here as well, but he found that there were treasures everywhere. After half a day, he dug out 7 true mysterious spirit stones, 4 ancient crimson bronze pieces, and 2 strange grasses of over 500 years of age. This was indeed abnormal. Did treasure masters not come to this area? But that was impossible. Why was it that no one was here to excavate this land full of treasures? Did the Feng clan order some experts to protect this area? This must be a treasure ground full of resources and deposits. "Feng Feiyun, you think you can deceive me?" Bai Ningshui was following and gritting his teeth while watching Feng Feiyun put one stone into his spatial container after another. If it wasn't for Feng Feiyun putting it away quickly, he would have tried to steal it. The value of Feng Feiyun's successful treasure hunt had exceeded 5 million gold coins. It was almost equal to the yearly income of a medium-sized immortal gate. The treasures here were abundant to a frightening level. It was as if no one had searched this place for several thousand years. After an arduous climb, they saw a river dozens of meters wide. There was a mountain path leading up on the other side, who knows how long it has been since it was created. It carried a sad and ancient feeling. Finally, some traces of people. Why do I feel like this isn't a large mountain and more like a tomb? Bai Ningshui had great spiritual sense and felt that something was amiss. Wang Meng nodded in response. "It does seem like a tomb, but how can it be so large?" This mountain was several thousand meters high. Its walls consisted of natural rocky foundations and old cypress trees just like an ordinary mountain. It didn't look like it was man-made. It was late autumn. At the peak of the mountain were several red leaves fluttering down. They were shaped like little hearts with a fiery jade color while the veins of the leaves resemble blood vessels. This type of leaf was unheard of. The mountain itself was full of cypress trees. Southwest the entire place was lush with a green hue. There were no red trees around, so where did these strange leaves come from? Only 3 leaves like this fell down from the peak. The 3 of them flew up at the same time and each caught a leaf. They landed to take a careful look and found that these crimson leaves were quite abnormal. They were as hot as fire, enough to make water in a bucket boil. "I can smell the faint stench of blood. This is coming from the leaf itself." Wang Meng felt that there was life in the leaf. "Oh, heavens! Could this be a legendary daemization leaf?" Bai Ningshui exclaimed in horror and tightly grabbed the leaf in his hand so that it wouldn't fall down. "It really is a daemization leaf." Feng Feiyun confirmed his speculation. A daemization tree was much rarer than a daemization stone. It was unheard of for a god-base level dynasty to have a daemization tree. Who would have thought that this place would have one? It must be growing at the very top of the mountain. Every single leaf was an incredible treasure for Dao enlightenment. They were also an irresistible temptation for heaven's mandate cultivators. Even characters of the giant level would kill each other just for a single leaf. Haha. We're rich now. If we sell these leaves to the Go Square, it would sell for at least 10 million. No, actually, money can't buy these leaves. Maybe we can trade it for dozens of true mysterious spirit stones. Bai Ningshui was ecstatic. The value of these leaves was too great. Even a large clan like the Feng clan could only produce several hundred spirit stones each year. One leaf alone was worth several dozen stones. It was indeed more precious than a 1,000-year-old spirit root. These leaves would dissolve the moment they touched the ground and could only be caught with a physical body made of flesh and blood while in midair. The three were very careful so that they wouldn't drop these leaves, or else more than 10 million gold coins would disappear in an instant. If we can find this deamization tree, it would be even better than finding an ancient treasure grove. Bai Ningshui stored the leaf in his underpants. Even though the leaf was quite hot to the point of it hurting his balls, he still felt that this was the safest place to hide it. Even if others were to steal it, they might not necessarily be willing to eat it. This was a pain he was willing to endure. Wang Meng tied it up to his thigh. His skin was indeed thick enough since he didn't feel the heat of the leaf at all. Bunch of monsters, Feng Feiyan thought to himself while storing it in his sleeve. He used his energy to contain the temperature. We can't go up this mountain. Feng Feiyan shouted after seeing Bai Ningshui jumping through the lake to get to the mountain. No one can stop me from becoming rich today. Bai Ningshui felt that Feng Feiyan was not trustworthy at all and ignored his warning. He rode the waves through the large lake, but before he could land on the other shore, a human-shaped lightning bolt rushed out from the mountain and knocked him back. Pluff! Blood gushed out from his mouth as he was blown several hundred meters away. He fell down in a bush like a dead dog. He twitched for half a day before being able to get back up. His skin was already quite dark, but now, it had been charred and was still smoking. Feng Feiyun, where the hell is this place? Don't tell me you brought us to a forbidden death zone. Bai Ningshui ached all over while his bones were cracking. If he didn't sense the danger in advance to activate his defensive skill, he would have been rendered to ashes by that lightning strike. Feng Feiyun replied, I warned you earlier, but you just had to rush in. This mountain that towered into the clouds was most likely the tomb of the Feng clan's first master. Who knows if the deamization tree was up in those peaks? Even though this was the Feng's ancestral ground, it was also a forbidden location. Only the previous masters of the Feng clan were allowed to come here in order to worship their ancestors. Some children from this clan had tried sneaking in here as well in order to reach this tomb. However, they were afflicted by an unknown curse. 3 days later, their bodies would become frozen. Their death heralded a great hail. These kinds of things happened more than just once, so later on, their descendants didn't dare to carelessly come here again. Even if they came, they would only stay outside of the pine forest in order to avoid the curse. Despite the existence of this curse, the clan master should have a method to restrain its power, so the Feng clan could have relocated here. This place is even more terrifying than I imagined. I'm not sure if the Feng clan would be able to survive if they were to move here. Feng Feiyun felt a terrorizing aura, chaotic and complex. It created a suffocating aura. Even children from the Feng clan would be assaulted by this aura. After confirming that the Feng clan was not here, Feng Feiyun planned to leave right away. Wang Meng suddenly shouted, Guys, look at the river. The water's color is changing. The originally green river had taken on a blood-red color all of a sudden. Its turbulent flow was mesmerizing. Feng Feiyun felt that this was an illusion, so he channeled his phoenix gaze in order to see the truth. However, what he saw left his hair standing on end. At the bottom of this crimson lake was actually a huge humanoid skeleton. This skeleton was more than 200 meters long. It lied at the bottom of the river and was partly immersed in the sand bed. Each bone was several times thicker than a pillar. How could a human skeleton be so large? Even the largest member of the ancient Jiang clan would only reach 4 meters tall at most, and they were already considered giants. This monstrous skeleton had been lying down here for who knows how many years. This scene was too shocking and simply inconceivable. Just whose skeleton was this? Or perhaps this was not a human but the skeleton of an ancient god or devil. Luckily for the other two, they weren't able to see this scene or else their legs would tremble with fear. There is a projection on the river's surface, a little girl holding a kitten. Could it be that someone has climbed to the top of the mountain before us? Bai Ningshui pointed at the river. He was quite anxious at this moment. He naturally couldn't see the huge skeleton at the bottom, only a figure at the top of the bloody river. It was a girl full of evil energy. She walked step by step towards the pinnacle before disappearing into the white mist. It was something that had happened recently and left behind a projection. This scene was quite frightening, like a young ghost girl heading into the tomb. Chapter 265, Path of the Dead. Little Demoness. Feng Feiyun's lips slightly twitched. The crimson river resembled a mirror. Some smoke was lingering above and the image on the surface slowly disappeared. However, it left behind a lasting impression to the three spectators. Little Demoness had actually climbed to the top of the peak. Was she not afraid of the fatal curse? Feng Feiyun wanted to leave, but after seeing that image, he stopped and noticed that Little Demoness' pace was very bizarre. Despite going on the winding path to the top, she was not attacked by the lightning. Was this a special way to ascend the mountain? How did she know this method and why was she going there? Those movements were very strange. How about we follow her footsteps, maybe we can even climb to the top. Bai Ningshui was quite excited and thought about going up there for the daemization tree. He took out the exalted pot to try again. He flew over the bloody river and descended to the other side right onto the first footstep of Little Demoness. There were no attacks against him this time. He excitedly exclaimed, "Haha, just as expected." This was the tomb of the first Feng clan master, so it was full of danger. After pondering for a bit, Feng Feiyun also floated over the large river. When he looked down to look at the gigantic skeleton, he felt another chill. He quickly looked away and crossed the water with haste. Meanwhile, Bai Ningshui had made it very far on the narrow path towards the peak. It was as if he was afraid that Feng Feiyun would take his daemization tree. Wang Meng followed right after them and asked Feng Feiyun, "Uncle, that little girl was the Feng clan's demoness. Just what is this place?" "The dangers of this place are no less than that of an ancient forbidden ground. Don't ask too much, just follow me." Feng Feiyun was very careful along the way and observed the topography of this area in order to find clues. Normally, lightning would come down from the sky. However, the ones from here had the shape of humans, so it was quite strange. It gave off a sense of chaos in the yin and yang as well as the world's order. Never go against the will of the heaven and earth, otherwise, Feng Feiyun was thinking this in his mind. Suddenly, there was a scream that came from up front. A bloody mist rose into the air. Bai Ningshui was attacked once more for some reason. There was a large bloody hole in his chest. He didn't even have the chance to summon his pot before being blown away. If Feng Feiyun didn't catch him, he would have fallen into the bloody river. Why? I clearly followed that little girl's steps, how come she wasn't attacked but I was? He swallowed a first-rank pill and the hole in his chest rapidly closed. Not good, blood is gushing out of our previous footprints. Wang Meng was at the very back, so when he turned around, he noticed that their footprints were sinking into the ground with blood oozing from them. This was a truly frightening scene. It looks like there is a worldly reversal taking place here. Feng Feiyun frowned. This small path has left the mountain, but the naked eye couldn't discern it. It might not lead to the peak and instead to a different realm with no way back. The laws on this path kept on changing. It had changed once more after Little Demoness' trip. If they continued following her shadow, they would be punished. I think we should go back. Bai Ningshui felt that something was heading south and wanted to run. Feng Feiyun replied, "We can't. The path behind us has turned into blood. It is even more dangerous to go back the way we came." Bai Ningshui was skeptical of this claim, but after seeing the bloody pits that replaced their footprints in addition to suffering twice, he became much smarter. It would have been nice if I had learned the minor change art, as I would definitely be able to break the worldly reversal here. Feng Feiyun trained in the 8 arts volume, something that could change the momentum of the heaven and earth. Bai Ningshui asked, "How close are you?" Feng Feiyun replied, "The yellow earth art isn't yet complete, so only around 4% of the minor change art. The minor changes number was 40 and 37 are used. 1. Divination numbers in the Book of Change. I have no idea how the author is using this phrase, but we might find out later. This is just a literal translation for now. That's still okay. I guess it is up to you now to see if we can get the deimization tree. Bai Ningxuai didn't dare to be in front, so he hid behind Feng Feiyun instead. Feng Feiyun channeled his phoenix gaze and used his 5 elemental arts to prepare the momentum of this area. He carved 3 lotus platforms on the ground in a very meticulous manner before slowly walking forward. With this, they were able to avoid many attacks. It wasn't until when they reached the mountainside that some punishments were sent out. The 3 were ambushed at the same time, but due to the exalted pot, they were able to stay alive. This seemed like a path to the netherworld. Even though they could see the peak, every single step was full of fatal danger. One misstep would result in death and eternal damnation. We can't go forward anymore. I can feel each grain of sand ahead being filled with murderous and evil energy from this blood. It is a power capable of destroying the soul itself. Wang Meng's skin began to crack from an evil hand that reached out from the cliff wall and almost tore his body apart. Going back is death as well. Are we really trapped in this place? Bai Ningxuai was very unwilling. Wait a bit for me, I will use the deimization leaf. Maybe I can gain a better understanding of the minor art change in a short period of time. Feng Feiyun took out the crimson leaf and held it in his palm. Its veins looked just like blood vessels while being full of life. He rolled up the leaf and gently placed it in his mouth. His whole being entered a Zen state. If they were to survive, he must make improvements on his minor change art, especially the yellow earth art. Countless Dao laws gathered towards Feng Feiyun while the blood being's exalted pot sheltered the 3 within a bloody barrier. Meanwhile, at the top of the peak, a murderous light erupted like a waterfall and became increasingly frightening. Nevertheless, these rays of light were stopped by the pot. Without this incredible weapon, the 3 of them would have died in this reverse zone already. That little demoness is so pernicious. If it wasn't for her, we wouldn't have tried to break into this hellhole. Wang Meng gritted his teeth. I actually think that she purposely dropped the 3 leaves down to lure us into this death zone with this chaotic yin and yang. Bai Ningxuai looked towards the peak and noticed that there was no wind at all. How could the 3 leaves have fallen down near them? It was likely that little demoness was deliberately plotting against them. They could only place their hope in Feng Feiyun to cultivate the minor change art. This was a spirit technique within the Grave Palace treasure-seeking record. It specialized in restraining a chaotic location like this. It was their only chance at survival. Feng Feiyun had finally absorbed the entire leaf. He opened his eyes that have become much more profound and could see the murderous energies on the small path. The other 2 asked at the same time, so? Is your minor change art at full mastery now? Feng Feiyun shook his head in response, only around 5%. Even a deimization leaf could only improve his understanding by this small amount, proving just how powerful it was. Bai Ningxuai was a bit disappointed. He took out the leaf in his underpants and handed it over to Feng Feiyun in order to help his Dao comprehension. Ah, forget it. Just 5% is probably enough. Feng Feiyun had nothing to say. If this deimization leaf hadn't been taken out of the guy's underwear, he would have taken it without any hesitation. Wang Meng also reached for the leaf beside his thigh, but he stopped after hearing this. Even though the 5 elements won't be able to harmonize and he was only at the 2nd number of the minor change art, its power was already extraordinary and capable of predicting dangers and avoiding death. They continued to move up. Along the way, Feng Feiyun picked up a bone inside a stone crevice. This was a human rib as smooth as jade with a flowing light just like water. It contained a thick amount of energy, no less than a spirit stone. Just how strong was this person to be able to cultivate his bones to the level of spirit stones? Why is there a bone here? The energy of the 5 elements was condensed on his right hand's fingers. Black, red, green, white, and yellow energies entered this bone and converged to form a strange figure. Whoosh! This was the 5 elements rebirth. He could use these energies to materialize the form of the bone's previous life. If he could finish cultivating the minor change art, then he would be able to use just a single strand of hair to create a puppet identical to the hair's owner. If he could complete the grand change rebirth, then he would be able to use this bone to revive the owner. Of course, this was only a legend since no one has been able to master the grand change rebirth before. Not to mention the grand change art, even mastering the minor change art was something that belonged in the legends. A faint mist condensed on this bone and a figure gradually appeared. This was a supreme beauty when she was still alive. After countless years, her form has emerged in the world once more. Of course, she was only an image. She looked like a graceful ghost floating on top of the rib bone. Her eyes were ethereal and her head had smooth, long hair. One could easily imagine how famous she used to be back then. Everyone must have fallen for her. This was the bone of an old ancestor from the Fong clan. She looked a bit similar to little Demoness. However, the Demoness was still too young and lacked the alluring charm and grace of this woman. She was cuter with better features and a dark aura. Chapter 266, Tomb Guard Tablet. Pop. The woman's image formed by the 5 elements rebirth couldn't be sustained and promptly fragmented into 5 different colors again. How did a bone of a Fong ancestor get here? Fong Feiyun rubbed his forehead. Could it be that a grave robber had taken some bones out of the tomb? However, Fong Feiyun quickly abandoned this idea because even though the master of this bone was powerful, she was definitely not the first clan master of the Fong clan. Brother Fong, why don't you give me that bone? I'll pay 100,000 coins. Bai Ningshuai's saliva almost dripped down while gazing at the dazzling jade bone in Fong Feiyun's hand. Not for sale. Fong Feiyun firmly rejected the idea. 200,000 then. Bai Ningshuai immediately doubled the price. I wouldn't sell it for 2 million. Even though Fong Feiyun had been expelled from the clan, their blood still runs in his veins. He naturally wouldn't sell an ancestor's bone to someone else. The wondrous marrow in this bone exuded a pleasant fragrance. It was irresistible to evil corpses. If even one drop of this essence touched the ground, all the evil corpses within a 1,000-mile radius would come running. Bai Ningshuai wanted it for this reason. Clack clack. Footsteps came from above. It was very quiet at first and gradually became clearer. They could see a young girl bouncing down from the path. She wore a red dress with a pair of shoes embroidered with a duck. A black belt hung around her waist, she had 2 pigtails and held a white kitten. Meow. The white kitty looked up and growled. Each of her steps was able to avoid the murderous energy on the tiny path. She had a cute crescent smile on her face and a pair of round eyes. Big cousin, hand the ancestor's bone over to me, thank you. Her voice was immature and sweet like a young oriole. Who is this little girl and why is she so cute? Come here, let Brother Bai take a look. Bai Ningshuai reached out for her white and tender cheeks. Her crystal clear lips made her look quite lovable, people couldn't help but want to pinch her cheeks. Crack. Crack. Both of Bai Ningshuai's arms shattered as he squealed from pain. This power continued downward and damaged his knees as well, so he dropped down to the ground. Haha, Brother Bai, you are too naughty. Little Demoness smirked to reveal her snow-white teeth while playfully drawing circles on his forehead with her finger. Bai Ningshuai didn't expect this little girl to be so heaven-defying. The cold finger touching his forehead made him too scared to even move. Beads of sweat the size of beans began to drip down. He was afraid of her penetrating his skull with that finger. Big brother, don't be afraid, I'll give you a massage. Little Demoness put the white kitten on her shoulder and began to rub Bai Ningshuai's head with both hands. Bai Ningshuai suddenly cried out like a pig on the chopping block. The girl gently kneaded his head, but large tracts of blood began to flow down from her fingers. Bai Ningshuai's skull was about to rupture. His own blood dyed his robe red. Meow. Meow. The white kitty opened its amber eyes and unblinkingly stared at Bai Ningshuai's head that was on the verge of breaking. Little Demoness was too nefarious. Despite her young age, she was incredibly eccentric, smiling and killing at the same time while displaying an innocent purity. She was still just a little girl right now. Once she grew up, she would become a second evil woman. Help me. Mommy, help me. Fong Feiyun, help. Bai Ningshuai finally felt the looming threat of death and wanted to take out the exalted pot. However, little Demoness broke his arms a second time into 3 or 4 sections so that he couldn't even lift a finger, let alone take out the pot. Did you dig out this ancestral bone from the tomb? Fong Feiyun scolded her. An ancestor should never be disrespected. This was human nature. Even though only half of his soul belonged to the Fong clan and he was already expelled, he still would never excavate the ancestor's remains. This was a great insult to the ancestors. Little Demoness was initially going to scalp by Ningshui, but after hearing Feng Feiyun, she slowly pulled back and wiped her hands on her dress. She blinked and smiled. Yes, big cousin. Are you interested in their bones as well? How can you, a descendant, do such a thing like disturbing the rest of our ancestors? Feng Feiyun was not overly conservative, but he had his own principles. This was a big brother teaching a disobedient and naughty little sister a lesson. The ancestors' bones are for the benefits of their descendants. Cousin, hand the bone over to me, I want to feed my cat. Little Demoness stretched out her little hands and smilingly pouted. Wang Meng asked, do cats eat bones? My Whitey wants to eat bones. Little Demoness stared at Wang Meng a little bit and chuckled. This white kitty was named Whitey. After the glare from her, Wang Meng felt as if there was a huge mountain crashing into his chest. His throat tasted a little sweet as he spat out blood. Even his eyes had blood flowing out of them while he was sent backward. Just her glare alone was enough to kill. Nobody would believe that a cat would eat such a thick bone. She was clearly excavating these bones to take the spirit marrow inside in order to attract evil corpses and collect a crazy amount of points. Amidst the commotion, both of the wounded youths had been taken down. Little Demoness continued to stare at Feng Feiyun's hand before suddenly making her move. Boom. She was extremely swift, but Feng Feiyun was already cautious of her. The moment she moved ever so slightly, he directly unleashed a palm onto the stone wall and activated the murderous energy in this place. Rumble. Countless human-shaped lightning bolts rushed out from the top of the mountain and exploded, turning this whole area into a sea of lightning. Little Demoness was slightly startled and quickly retreated. However, she was too late and the lightning waves wrapped around her body, unleashing their wrath. Feng Feiyun was stuck inside this thunderous sea as well. However, all of the lightning was absorbed by the bone in his hand. Not a single bolt struck him. Eventually, these waves dissipated. Little Demoness was still standing before him. However, her snow-white face was completely black from the lightning strikes. Some remnant currents were still running through her hair. The black and white in her eyes became quite distinct. She blinked twice and some green smoke even came out. Whitey, sitting on her shoulder, spat out black smoke and had been quite injured as well with current coursing through its body. If anyone else were to be struck by these lightning waves, they would have been burnt to ashes. However, Little Demoness was able to handle it. Unfortunately, her red dress was burnt completely and only her silver silk undergarment was left. Clank. An iron tablet that was hiding in her red dress fell to the ground and caused sparks to go flying. This iron tablet was black and around half a foot long. Ancient flowers decorated its outline with 3 twisted ancient letters. Because so much time passed, the font had changed drastically, making it difficult to read. You actually took the tablet of the ancestor away. Feng Feiyun felt that this Little Demoness was too devilish. He was the son of a demon, yet he wasn't this nefarious. At the very least, he would never do something as unfilial as digging up the graves of his ancestors and taking out their remains. Feng Feiyun picked up this plaque on the ground and felt its weight and biting coldness. This piece of iron wasn't that large, yet he almost couldn't pick it up. It must be at least 100,000 pounds. This is not the memorial tablet of the ancestor. I took it down from the coffin of the first-generation clan master. It was used to suppress the coffin, but after so many years, there is no need to do so anymore, so of course I can take it away. A milky glow surged around her body. Her charred skin began to become soft and white again. After holding it, Feng Feiyun confirmed that this was not a memorial tablet because he could sense that this thing had existed for more than 10,000 years. It was much older than the first-generation clan master from the Feng. This was an object of the ancient era. Many of the older great characters would cultivate some forbidden arts in order to prolong their life. Some chose to go on the path of evil, but instead of a successful life extension, they would turn into an abomination. Because of this, these coffins were often suppressed by supreme artifacts so that no monsters would climb out from their graves. This divine tablet was used to suppress the first clan master's coffin, but Little Demoness took it down after infiltrating this tomb. After his death, they actually used this tablet to suppress and guard the coffin. Could it be that this clan master cultivated an evil art at the later stages of his life and became an abomination? Feng Feiyun suddenly had this thought in his mind. For example, the gigantic skeleton sleeping at the bottom of the river, as well as the fatal curse in this place. The many mysteries hidden in this place made others start speculating. If people knew what was buried here, even the ancestors from the Feng clan might not want to take a step inside. This little demoness was incredibly bold. She actually took the divine tablet away from the coffin. This was taboo. So many years have passed, even if something ominous was inside the coffin, it would have been corroded into nothingness by now. What is there to be afraid? She only finished half of her sentence before a bizarre scream interrupted her. This scary howl echoed for thousands of miles. It came from the cloud-covered peak where the first clan master was buried. The horrifying howl didn't sound like a human or beast. Anyone would feel their hair standing on end. Even little demoness turned pale from fear. Whose cry was this from the top of the tomb? Chapter 267, My Dharma name is Jio-ro. The mountain was full of death and void of all wind. The scream from earlier creeped out everyone and made them think of some terrible things. Boom. Another explosion came from the peak, causing the entire mountain to tremble to the point where no one could stand firm. Many boulders covered in bright blood began to roll down from the top. Bai Ningshui and Wang Meng were half dead already, but they got up from the ground right away after being jolted by the terrifying scream. Just what the hell is on top? That scream earlier almost shattered my soul. Wang Meng used his sky piercer to support his body. At this moment, he stood fairly far from little demoness since he was very wary of her. Bai Ningshui swallowed several spirit pills, reconnecting his broken arms. He quickly took out the exalted pot and was quite nervous about a monster running down from above. This is trouble. Feng Feiyun was holding the iron tablet. A chilling air emanated from within. Even his hand was about to freeze. It was inevitable for them to have some wandering thoughts about this strange phenomenon, especially after the guardian artifact of the coffin was taken away. Little demoness was a little afraid as well. She embraced the kitten even tighter while her body slightly twitched. Even if the sky falls down, someone else will take care of it. Big bro, hand over the tablet and bone to me. No way. Feng Feiyun answered. She frowned and pouted her lips before trying to seize them. This time, she was a lot more cautious in order to avoid being hit by the lightning again. Feng Feiyun activated the murderous energy once more to bring about endless lightning. However, she was able to evade them this time. This little girl is too arrogant, let's take her down together. Bai Ningshui had some grievances against her since he almost got killed earlier. He took out the exalted pot. The combined efforts from the three of them barely stopped her. Rah! Another long howl came from the top of the mountain. It was even clearer this time. Despite the protection of the pot, the three of them still felt their blood churning from its impact and even vomited some. Poof! Little demoness had a hard time as well. She bounced back and used a powerful Dao to stop this inexplicable power. Rumble. The mountain shook again. A gray energy oozed out from the seams and cracks and swiftly covered this entire area. What kind of aura is this? It is even more terrifying than a miasma of resentment. My skin is corroding into this black stuff. Wang Meng was still being stained by this gray aura despite hiding behind the exalted pot. His thighs turned black and he couldn't move at all. More and more gray energy oozed out and covered the entire mountain. The ground turned black as the vegetation withered away. Countless birds became ashes in an instant. Anything touched by this miasma-like air instantly turned into black dust. Even though little demoness had an excellent cultivation, she still couldn't stop it and had to use a strange stepping technique to run out of this mountain. However, she only managed to flee 100 feet before a group of lightning struck her. Green smoke dispersed from her body and her cute fate was charred again. Impossible, I clearly followed the return path on the divine scroll, why am I still triggering the murderous laws here? Little demoness had a bad feeling and stumbled one step backward. This triggered another murderous law where she was almost devoured by the bloody spring that gushed from the ground. You took down the divine tablet and woke up this monstrous abomination. The laws of this entire mountain have changed. If you take another step, it'll probably kill you. Feng Feiyun continued to simulate the laws around here and found them changing at a rapid rate like a loach in water. An earth-shattering change occurred with a world-destroying force. Boom. The ground was quaking violently. A palm-shaped chasm appeared right in front of little Demoness and cut off her retreat. Blood gushed out from this crack before descending to the river below like a waterfall, issuing continuous splashes. Big bro, little Whitey is afraid. Even though little Demoness was quite sinister, she was still too young. After being assaulted by the murderous energy and struck by lightning several times, she had grown fearful of this location. She frowned and squatted down on the ground while holding her kitty, no longer daring to walk around randomly. Meanwhile, Feng Feiyun had set up a different alignment on the ground using the 5 elements in order to find a way out. Feng Feiyun, hurry up. That thing is barking again. It's 100 times worse than before. Bai Ningxuai's ears were ringing. Another crack appeared. It was much wider this time with more blood pouring out like a waterfall down the summit. The entire mountain seemed to be torn apart as if something was trying to escape. Follow me. Feng Feiyun had found an escape path. Even though it was very dangerous, it was still better than sitting here, waiting to die. He didn't run down the path and instead actually went up the mountain. Little Demoness rushed forward and pinched Feng Feiyun's sleeve with her slender hand while hiding behind his back. She mirrored his footprints like his little tail while gazing forward with her bright eyes. Meow, meow. The white kitty was looking everywhere as well. Feng Feiyun was absorbed in looking at the terrain's momentum, so he allowed her to hold his sleeve. Little Demoness' eyes lit up below her long and curvy brows. She asked him with a sweet voice, "Big bro, are you trying to release the power of the divine tablet again?" "There's no use putting it back." Feng Feiyun suddenly stopped, so she slammed into him. Ouch! She rubbed her white forehead. The other 2 far behind little Demoness stopped as well. They looked further up the path. Just what is that thing? Feng Feiyun, are you bringing us to our death? Bai Ningxuai felt the urge to turn around and escape. This was the end of the winding path. It was originally covered with lush vegetation and trees, but it was now a scene of blackness. There were at least a couple thousand crows hovering above them. The crows were much darker than ordinary crows, 7 or 8 times larger. Their eyes were frighteningly green as they all gazed at the group at the same time. Ga, Ga. They screeched with a voice as hoarse as a corpse and looked as if they hadn't tasted human flesh in a long time. Big bro, when I was here before, I didn't see them. They must have just flown here. The kitty right behind Feng Feiyun opened its black eyes wide to secretly stare at these crows. Why do I feel that these are devil crows that have been gestated in the coffins for several hundred years and finally came out? Wang Meng's thighs turned weak as he leaned back on Bai Ningxuai, almost pushing him onto the ground. Devil crows eat corpses and maggots, they probably won't try to eat us. Bai Ningxuai stepped on Wang Meng's foot. The big guy screamed from the pain and quickly backed off. Not necessarily. I once saw 13 crows in an ancient ruin. They tore apart several Heaven's Mandate cultivators. Several Heaven's Mandate cultivators were torn apart. Bai Ningxuai was cramping from fear. They were eaten down to the bone. These devil crows are even 3 times bigger than the ones I saw back in those ruins. Maybe they'll even mangle giants and eat them. Even giants can become food. Wang Meng leaned on Bai Ningxuai's back again. That's right, with your cultivation right now, it wouldn't be enough to even feed one of them. Then what do we do? Bai Ningxuai and Wang Meng were frightened out of their minds and almost started hugging each other. A devil crow is a type of specter that belongs to the Yin world's 3 evils. If you hand this monk the blood-being exalted pot, maybe I will be able to suppress them. All of this talking, wait a minute, who are you? Bai Ningxuai suddenly realized something. Umitba, my Dharma title is Jiao Ro. I'm just passing through, but we monks are charitable, so I want to save benefactors from this trouble. A big monk with a scary face had been standing behind them since who knows when. His left chest had an azure dragon tattoo while the right chest had a white tiger. He had beads on his neck, each of them as big as a fist. 1. Jiao Ro means meat and wine, not exactly a good title for a monk. The monk was topless and had a big red belt. He looked more like a meat butcher at the market. Instead of a big butcher knife, he had a Buddhist staff as thick as a rice bowl. Who is this guy? Wang Meng turned back and shouted before jumping back. Once again, my Dharma title is Jiao Ro, I specialize in helping people in distress. Please hand the exalted pot over so that I can subdue this evil. Monk Gyo-ro revealed his white teeth with a smile he believed to be respectable. However, the smile in his eyes was cunning and sinister. It made other people feel quite uneasy. My intuition is telling me that you specialize in robbery and evil deeds. Bai Ningshui clutched his exalted pot even tighter so that the monk couldn't steal it. It's you, bastard monk. Why are you here at the Feng clan's ancestral ground? Feng Feiyun couldn't stay calm after seeing Monk Gyo-ro and felt the urge to go give him a good kick. This monk once kicked Feng Feiyun in front of the evil woman and it almost killed him. Feng Feiyun still hadn't forgotten this grievance. Cough. I was just passing by before suddenly seeing this murderous aura in the sky with echoing howls. Thus, I calculated with my fingers and knew that you benefactors were in mortal danger. I am here with my dharma to save everyone. Amitabha. Monk Gyo-ro spoke with great integrity. Don't utter that nonsense in front of me. I'm asking why are you here at my clan's ancestral ground? Feng Feiyun felt that there couldn't be such a big coincidence. There was no way that this monk was simply passing by. Perhaps he had been here for several days and was trying to dig up some graves. Well. Amitabha. Young benefactor Feng, this can only show that we are connected by fate. With a serious demeanor, the monk placed his palms together and praised the Dharma. Chapter 268, one of the 10 contemporary grandmasters. Like hell I want to be connected to you. Feng Feiyun became increasingly annoyed the more he looked at Monk Gyo-ro. It was indeed strange for this monk to appear here. There must be a reason or at least an absolutely impure purpose. Ga. Among the large flock of devil crows resting on the trees, a group of them flew up with their green eyes and black wings and beaks as sharp as swords. They were quite terrifying, stronger than even Grand Achievement God bases. 10 of them together could rip a first-level Heaven's Mandate to pieces. This group consisted of more than 70 crows. They were chilling and even more ghastly than ghosts and made others shudder uncontrollably. Amitabha. Monk Gyo-ro widened his eyes. 2 dermic rings rotated in his pupils that were capable of seeing through the heaven and earth. A dermic sign emerged in the sky. He spewed out a golden Buddhist aura that attacked the large group of crows. Crackle. The crows' feathers were incinerated. They wailed in a frightening fashion amidst the Buddhist aura just like humans. Daring to be presumptuous before me? Monk Gyo-ro stood on top of a cliff while bathing in the wind. He inserted his thick staff into the ground as his aura rose. A golden statue of an ancient Buddha emerged behind him. Boom. The rest of the crows were aghast. However, a different thunderous roar came from the peak with drifting white clouds. Thump, thump, thump. A sound of something bumping against a coffin echoed. It was even more terrifying than when young Noble Flawless slammed against the coffin made out of black tortoise steel. This was just like a divine iron sheet being slammed by a skeletal hand. These loud blasts traveled for thousands of miles. The entire mountain was quaking. The Red River below was screaming as well, with waves rushing up dozens of meters. Countless cracks formed on this peak. Blood gushed out from the little crevices and formed a waterfall that dyed half of the sky red. While standing from a distance for a gander, blood springs could be found flowing everywhere alongside a thick miasma. Bang! A sky-shattering force exploded from the top of the mountain. The abomination within the tomb became angry as it wanted to break out. A fresh wave of lightning bolts descended. It was countless times more terrifying than the ones that struck little Demonis. They looked like dragons that could instantly turn Heaven's Mandate cultivators into ashes. Looks like it has indeed become evil. Monk Gyo-ro murmured to himself and took out his invincible staff again. He threw the staff forward and, like a lightning rod, gathered all of the lightning. With dermic rings orbiting the staff, it issued clanking sounds and sucked up all of the bolts. There was no chance for a breather. The terrifying force came from the peak once more. It was a gray ghastly hand, reckoned to be several hundred meters long. Lend me the blood-being exalted pot so I can suppress it. He didn't let Bai Ningshui refuse and simply took it from his hand. This skull-like pot became incomparably horrifying in the monk's possession. It shattered the gray hand into ashes and vanished after failing to stop the murderous might of the pot. Poof. Poof. The remaining power of the pot poured out to the surroundings and made all the devil crows in the sky fall down. They turned into black puddles of blood after being killed. The monk used the pot to fight his way to the top of the peak in order to suppress the devil. Each of his steps repressed the murderous energy on the ground while he emitted the aura of a Buddha. This damned monk is way too strong. Wang Meng couldn't help but curse. Bai Ningshui had an unprecedentedly serious expression. He thought about something before suddenly turning his head towards the monk heading for the pinnacle and exclaimed, "Could this monk be the one in the legends?" Who? Feng Feiyun was surprised and curious about the monk's identity. He was able to fight against the evil woman while protecting others, so he was definitely someone extraordinary. Rumble. An earth-shattering battle was taking place on the peak. The pot exuded a light like a sun. Its bloody rays covered the entire region and swallowed all of the deathly energy nearby. In the clouds, one could faintly see a devil manifesting. It was taller than the mountain itself. Even the exalted pot couldn't do anything to it. All 73 peaks were shaking. The animals in the pine forest were being killed and the birds fell to the ground to become pulp. Everyone here was wounded. They grabbed pills from Bai Ningshui and immediately swallowed them. Otherwise, they might have been killed by this force. No one knew how many pills he had stolen in the past, but even the combined effort the four couldn't deplete his stock. Boom. Feng Feiyun was struck by a lightning bolt. Currents surged around his body and into the divine tablet that suddenly flashed with brilliance. Cold energy rushed out of it and into Feng Feiyun's body. Whoosh! A layer of frost formed on his fingers and then his arm. The ice crystals continued to spread as if they wanted to encapsulate him. This is the power of the curse. Feng Feiyun hurriedly channeled his phoenix physique. The blood in his body crazily flowed and refined this cold energy into his own vessels. After refining the chilling touch, the remaining essence jumped into his head and formed another strand of divine intent. This was his 8th intent. Just what the hell is this tablet? Why is it that the cold energy inside it could help me form another divine intent? Anyone else would have turned into an ice sculpture after being invaded by this coldness. However, the immortal phoenix physique seemed to specialize in restraining this energy. It turned it into something beneficial for Feng Feiyun. His cultivation rose again, he was getting closer and closer to Grand Achievement God Base. Maybe if he was struck by another bolt, he could gather the 9th intent. However, no more lightning came down. Instead, Monk Jiao Ro ran back with his staff in one hand and the exalted pot in the other. He ran towards the base with only one shoe left. A large part of his pants had been ripped apart, so he looked quite tattered. Go. It has turned evil. This is its territory, so it is able to condense the momentum here for its own use. Even with the exalted pot, I still cannot suppress it. He shot out a golden wave that swept over the group. It turned into a golden stream to break through the murderous energy present in order to fly outside. He didn't stop until they were several hundred miles away before releasing the group. From afar, a radius of several hundred miles, with the tomb and river as the center, had been shrouded by the gray miasma. The vegetation withered and the earth turned black. The once lush pine forest had lost its brilliance and was now a dark forest of death with chilling gales. No one would dare to venture inside anymore. Rah! The creepy howl came from the distant mountain like a frightening Azura from hell. Feng Feiyun. A maiden's voice came from behind Feng Feiyun. In the blink of an eye, she ran over and hugged him from behind. Xuejian. He didn't need to turn around to know that it was Nalan Xuejian. Monk Jiao Ro was immediately unhappy to see this scene. He stood to the side and coughed, but she ignored him completely. Feng Feiyun, I don't want to be a nun, will you stay true to your words? She embraced him tightly with her pretty face on his back as if she was afraid that if they were just a bit farther away from each other, Monk Jiao Ro would drag her away. Last time, the monk forcibly took her away. All the crying and pleading was futile. What did I say? Feng Feiyun played dumb. You really forgot. She angrily stomped her foot. I have said a lot of things, what are you referring to exactly? He continued the act. She was exasperated as her brows shot up. You didn't call me Jianxue before, you called me wife. Feng Feiyun smiled. That's right, since you called me wife, you can't possibly let your wife become a nun. She smiled with music playing in her heart. So it turns out that he hasn't forgotten. Feng Feiyun was quiet. It seemed that men shouldn't speak so casually, especially to someone as gullible as Nalin Xuejian. Monk Jiao Ro couldn't bear to watch this any longer and shouted, "Are you two finished?" He had always felt that Feng Feiyun was taking advantage of his little disciple. "Is it any of your business?" Feng Feiyun had always been annoyed with the monk. If it wasn't for the great disparity in cultivation, he would have given him a rough beating. Of course it is none of his business. She was still embracing him with a slightly charming smirk. Monk Jiao Ro wanted to vomit blood after hearing this. This Feng Feiyun is too bold, he even dares to provoke this monk by seducing his disciple. Damn, he is truly a motherfucking genius. Bai Ningshui had guessed the monk's identity, which resulted in his astonishment. If possible, he would want to become the monk's disciple even if it meant becoming a monk as well. Wang Meng asked, "Who is this bastard monk? Is he really that great?" Bai Ningshui glanced at him in response, "You are so uncultured. Have you not heard about the names of the top 10 masters listed by Scholar Heaven Calculating? If I'm not mistaken, this monk is an ancestor from Nalin, one of the 4 great clans of the Jin dynasty. He became a monk more than 1,800 years ago. Impossible, even a giant at 9th level Heaven's mandate can't live for more than 1,000 years. Wang Meng felt that Bai Ningshui was exaggerating. Talking to you really is an insult to my intelligence. Great Monk Jiao Ro is the last surviving monk of the Mortal Life Temple. If he has survived for this long, his cultivation is clearly above the Heaven's mandate realm. He is on the same level as top characters like the Jin Emperor or the Sacred Spirit Palace Master. If I worship him as my master, I will be able to do whatever I want later on. Bai Ningshui became too excited and directly ran over to grab the monk's thigh while crying, "Master, I really had such a tough life. I lost my father at 3 and my mother died when I was 4. On this path of decline I walked alone, struggling with this mundane life while trying to understand this mortal coil. With these experiences, my heart is set on Buddhism. Master, please take me in as your disciple." Chapter 269, Breaking the Couple Up. Bai Ningshui latched onto the monk's thigh while howling with a heart-piercing pain. His tears and saliva wetted the hem of the monk's robe. Amitabha. The monk put on a profound and inscrutable appearance. He tapped on Bai Ningshui's head with 2 fingers while secretly sending him a message, "If you can break those 2 up, then I can indeed take you in as a disciple." He then pointed over towards Feng Feiyun and Nalin Xuejian with a sinister grin on his face as a signal for the little thief. Bai Ningshui looked over and immediately understood the monk's wish. He squinted his eyes and revealed a devious smile as well. "Got it. No problem." He fixed his clothes and stood up. With a friendly mug, he walked over towards the 2 and immediately went between them by pushing Xuejian to the side. He cupped his fists towards Feng Feiyun and cheerfully said, "Wow. Absence really makes the heart grow fonder. Brother Feng, I really envy you for having so many beauties as friends." 1. This is a liberal translation with a very close meaning. The raw is, reuniting after a short separation makes for a better mood than the honeymoon. Sometimes, this has to be translated more literally for some wordplay or situational jokes. In this case, the English equivalent is good enough. What the hell is this guy doing right now? Feng Feiyun thought. "Miss Nalin, congratulations, congratulations." The thief suddenly turned around and beamingly smiled at Nalin Xuejian. Xuejian was wearing a Buddhist dress with a blue ribbon tidying up her hair. With features as fine as a flower and willowy brows, her slender and charming features stood out like a pure lotus in the lake, unstained by even specks of dust. One could see a natural Buddhist rhythm coming from her body after cultivating the mortal life scripture. The 6 Buddhist essences have completely fused into her body, so she became even holier just like a bodhisattva. She was already as beautiful as a painting. During her cross-dressing period, she was even more handsome than young noble flawless. With a feminine outfit, she was not much lesser than Dongfang Jingyue or Nanggong Hongyan. Due to her natural Buddhist constitution and her monastic dress, there was a faint Buddhist aura on her body. Normal people would definitely think that she was a bodhisattva even more majestic than the statues in the temples. They wouldn't be able to resist the urge to prostrate and worship her. Congratulations. For what? She pinched her emerald beads while still emitting her scintillating and untouchable aura. Her phoenix eyes were pure and clearly defined. She stared at Bai Ningxuai, forcing someone as shameless as him to lower his head since he didn't dare to look at her directly. He felt that this was a Buddhist saint descending to the mortal world. Looking straight at her was a great disrespect. Feng Feiyun is the current successor of the Divine King. In the future, he will inherit the position. Miss Naylan, you can become his lover in the future. He clicked his tongue and spoke with such envy. Why a lover? Her brows slightly perched. He has to marry a princess in order to become the next divine king, thus, he has to be a royal prince-in-law in the future as well. And of course, a prince can't marry someone with a humble background. But that's okay, just being his lover is already enviable enough. He explained. Marry a princess? Her expression changed as she stared at Feng Feiyun. He touched his nose and coughed. Twice awkwardly, don't listen to his nonsense. I haven't even seen any princesses. Bai Ningxuai once again stood between the two of them. He coolly posed with both hands behind his back and looked up into the sky to say, he's right. A princess is nothing. Brother Feng already has the most beautiful woman in the world as his companion. He will never be lonely on his path, I'm so jealous of him. Who is this most beautiful woman in the world? Xue Jian angrily asked as she twirled her hair, pulling them out one strand after another from exasperation. Bai Ningxuai continued before Feng Feiyun could speak, the number one beauty, Nangong Hongyan, this is Brother Feng's close confidant. The two of them had an unforgettable time together at the Wanxiang Pagoda. It was a period of her playing her tunes and accompanying him through the late nights. It has become a legendary tale already. Feng Feiyun, is Nangong Hongyan prettier than me? Xue Jian waved her sleeve. A Buddhist light swept the annoying Bai Ningxuai away. Feng Feiyun rubbed his forehead. Even if Xue Jian didn't do it, he would have thrown this big-mouthed Bai Ningxuai out as well. What an annoying guy. Someone clearly ordered him to deliberately do this. And who could this evil hand behind the curtains be besides the evil monk Jiao Rou? Xue Jian was Feng Feiyun's childhood sweetheart with deep feelings for him. Thus, her jealousy was quite great at this moment. In her mind, she had already labeled Nangong Hongyan and this princess as her enemies. Feng Feiyun answered, of course you are prettier than her. A fine man is one who could lie to a woman. It was not the man's fault that they have to lie. The ones at fault here were the women, for they left the men no other choice. Really? Her eyes were full of smiles as she was quite pleased with herself. Of course. He calmly responded. Bai Ningxuai screamed from the distance, he's lying to you. Nangong Hongyan's beauty is peerless in this world. Feng Feiyun once spent 2 million gold coins just to find out where she was, he really can't forget about her. He ran over again to say, Miss Naylan, I hate horrible guys who trick women. Even though he is my good brother, I still have to expose his ugly side. In the face of morality, I have to stand firm on the side of justice. I will never tolerate evil. He gritted his teeth and pointed at Feng Feiyun with a trace of regret in his eyes. You really have disappointed me too much. Feng Feiyun couldn't stand him any longer. He grabbed his shoulders and threw him away even further this time. His figure disappeared into the horizon. Feng Feiyun, you're angry because I'm right. Haha, Miss Naylan, you shouldn't trust anything from a guy like him, stay as far away from him as possible. Ah, Bai Ningxuai's voice grew lower and lower until a loud bang could be heard. He fell into the forest and issued a scream. Feng Feiyun truly wanted to give him a good beating, but Wang Meng already took the first step. Uncle, leave this bastard to me, I'll smash his mouth in. Wang Meng rolled up his sleeves and rushed into the forest with his long halberd. Xue Jian, listen to me, Feng Feiyun had quite a headache. She began, there's no need to explain, I know that she is definitely prettier than me, better than me, and more attractive than me. Well, Feng Feiyun found himself to be quite clumsy at this moment. This was an unprecedented stupor since he couldn't even lie right now. But so what if she's better than me? She's my rival. And this makes complete sense. Even the number one beauty likes you, this means that I have a good eye and great taste. She smilingly stated. Feng Feiyun was taken aback by this answer, but he smiled all the same. Xue Jian, you're such a nice person. Haha, All I need to do is kill her. She was still smiling like before. However, this smile was very dark. Even the holy aura on her body couldn't contain this murderous intent. Crescent swords condensed in her eyes with burning flames around them. It was a very scary sight. Feng Feiyun couldn't laugh any longer. Xue Jian came over and captured by Ningshui, who was caught by Wang Meng just now. She threw him to the ground and stomped on his chest to ask, "Where is Nangong Hongyan?" She should have gone to the Trinity County, but I don't know the exact location. Bai Ningshui's lips were trembling, so his words weren't too clear. He was secretly thinking that a jealous woman was too scary. She's dead. Xue Jian clenched her fists. The emerald beads in her hands emitted boundless lights. Her gray Nalan Buddhist robe had a gorgeous green light circling around it. The little wisps came together to form many sacred Buddhist seals. Whoosh! This Buddhist light became increasingly stronger. A 9th-rank lotus took form below her feet. She controlled it in order to soar into the sky. Monk Jiao Ro gave Bai Ningshui a satisfied smile before turning into a golden ray as well to chase after Nalan Xue Jian. Trinity was being invaded by the evil corpses, so it was quite dangerous. He was worried about the little girl going crazy there. This was quite bad. If Nalan Xue Jian were to really find Nangong Hongyan, then maybe she would actually kill her. Feng Feiyun rubbed his hands together and smiled grimly while walking towards Bai Ningshui. "Brother Feng, what do you want? Let's talk first." "Don't do this. This will ruin our friendship. A gentleman uses his words, not his fists." "Okay. Fine, just don't hit my face." "Ah!" Bai Ningshui screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Feng Feiyun and Wang Meng rampaged on him until his face was full of bruises while he tried to scurry away. "Stop hitting me, I was fucking tricked by that damned monk too. Not only did he not accept me as his disciple, he didn't give me back the exalted pot either. I'm the biggest victim here." Bai Ningshui felt like crying. "You deserve it." Wang Meng mercilessly kicked his butt twice, causing the guy to almost sink so deep into the ground that he couldn't even climb back up. This inhuman abuse lasted for an entire half an hour before ending. Both Feng Feiyun and Wang Meng were exhausted while panting non-stop. An area of several hundred miles around the Feng clan's ancestral ground was covered with deathly energy. Occasionally, horrifying howls would echo. They didn't belong to humans or beasts, more like countless screaming specters. Even if there was a demonization tree on top of that tomb, they didn't dare to infiltrate it again. It has turned into a land of death. Even its periphery was difficult to break through. "We'll go to Trinity now." Feng Feiyun stared at the 73 peaks in the distance. They had turned dark and had an oppressive aura of bloodthirst. Trinity's terrain is very complex with many dangerous locations, including one of the 8 ancient ruins, the Heaven's Emergence Tomb. It is a very ominous place. Many cultivators have inexplicably died along the way there. Some died trying to pass through the wooden planks on narrow paths, others in the barren forest, and even more at the Heaven's Emergence Tomb. They all tried to enter forbidden places and paid with their lives. However, I know one way to Trinity that is very safe. Most cultivators usually take this path. Bai Ningshui took out the sheepskin parchment and opened it. His finger traced a twisting road. Many young prodigies from the pagoda will go to Trinity to kill the corpses, and they will definitely take this path. This will be a very fun event. We gotta hurry and get there or else someone will steal our thunder. He continued on, "See this dot here? This is a great ancient lake, the entrance to Trinity. There is a monolith there with many deified figures in history. Their names are all recorded on this monolith. Here is a large yellow stone mountain, and at the top is an ancient altar. I heard 1,000 years ago, someone meditated on this altar and learned a supreme technique. In just one night, this person went from Grand Achievement God base all the way to the level of giants alongside his newfound unrivaled fighting prowess. Yes, this is another path into Trinity." Chapter 270, Snowstorm Overnight. There were many inexplicable things in this world. Right at this moment, Wang Meng was quite vexed. It is clearly late autumn right now, so why is it so damn cold after just one night as if it was winter? Wang Meng was riding his bull with a big red cloak. His hair and shoulders were covered with snow. He could see his own breath coming out. The sky was dark with snow everywhere. This snowstorm came too suddenly, like the hair of a swan fluttering down. Looking ahead, the mountains and rivers were wrapped in a silver shade. In the old forests, trees of all sizes were covered with snow, including even the leaves that had yet to fall. Many branches might break from the increased weight. The cold wind roared like monstrous beasts, causing these snow-covered leaves and snowflakes to fly everywhere. We have traveled 5,000 miles in one night already. This is the northern region of Trinity, a desolate woodland. I heard all 4 seasons here are as hot as summer, with strange beasts roaming everywhere. Trees cover all 8,000 miles, ordinary people simply can't cross this barren forest. Bai Ningshui had a thick jacket on. He was extremely puzzled while looking at the snowy sky. The barren forest had turned into a field of snow. The most important part was that it was still autumn. Something must be amiss. The 4 of them were on the road together with 2 bulls. After treading onward for an entire night, they were now several thousand miles away from the Feng ancestral ground. Bai Ningshui and Wang Meng rode together in front to make way. Feng Feiyun and little Demonis shared the remaining bull right behind them. The large hooves of these bulls stomped on the snow-laden ground and left behind 2 lines of deep footprints. The tiny Demonis obediently sat behind Feng Feiyun. She was wearing a thin silver dress and a white fox fur scarf, still hugging her little kitty. Her clear eyes had a hint of deviousness, with her long eyelashes burdened by little snowflakes. She cutely blinked her clear eyes shaped like black grapes, like a little snow fairy. Whoosh! A chilling breeze as sharp as blades passed by. She quickly lifted Feng Feiyun's white robe and sneaked her little body inside, only revealing half of her red face. Bro, do you think the monster in our ancestral ground is the old ancestor coming back to life? Little Demonis held down Feng Feiyun's robe and latched onto him as if she was afraid of being blown away by the wind. Meanwhile, Feng Feiyun sat in a meditative pose on top of the bull with an old bamboo scroll in his hands. He was still studying the 8 arts volume, but he couldn't focus. Little Demonis gave him quite a headache. In terms of relationship, she could be considered his little cousin, but he had been expelled from the clan. Moreover, the reason why she came out was to kill him. But now, he didn't know why she didn't try to do anything to him. Moreover, she stopped asking him about the ancestor's rib and divine tablet and acted like a real sister. She glued herself to him and wouldn't leave. Since she's already here, he might as well accept it. Perhaps, but maybe not. After all, the first clan master died more than 1,000 years ago. Even a giant can't live for that long, so how could he still be half alive in there? Feng Feiyun found it unlikely. The Feng clan's ancestral ground has turned into a death zone for hundreds of miles. Moreover, there was something monstrous at the top. Even Monk Jiao Ro with the exalted pot couldn't suppress this terrifying existence. Moreover, the gigantic skeleton under the river of blood had been there for who knows how long. It was possible that it didn't belong to this world or even this era. Feng Feiyun felt that it would come out one day and wreak havoc on the lands. But I heard that giant is not the highest level of cultivation. There are realms higher than 9th level heaven's mandate, such as nirvana, that controls life and death. Little Demonis leaned her cute head and playfully stroked the kitty in her chest. Feng Feiyun asked, "Which level are you now in heaven's mandate?" Little Demonis' eyes sparkled as she smiled. "Haha, I won't tell you." "Uncle, something is wrong." Wang Meng's surprised voice came from the front. The 2 bulls that were running as fast as the wind abruptly stopped. There were dark footprints ahead. A large hill was to the far right of the forest with heavy snowfall, reducing people's vision. "I smell the dead." Little Demonis batted her lashes while gazing at the hill ahead. "It's evil corpses." Feng Feiyun channeled his phoenix gaze and could see death energy everywhere on those hills. The atmosphere was quite somber as well. Wang Meng said, "This is the northern region of Trinity. I can't believe the corpses made it here already. It looks like the entire county might have become their territory." Bai Ningshui laughed and commented, "These corpses are nothing. As long as we don't encounter the evil women, we can just kill them and take those corpse palaces for points." Wang Meng gave him a side eye in response. "How can you be so uncultured? Don't you know that a 3rd transformation evil corpse is comparable to an ancestor of the giant level? Even for a 2nd transformation corpse, there are some older corpses with terrorizing battle prowess that can easily slaughter heaven's mandate cultivators." Bai Ningshui immediately stopped laughing. There. Little Demonis quietly spoke and suddenly flew out from the bull's back. She crossed through the snow and made it to the hill in an instant. Her sharp descent shattered all the death energy. Not long afterward, she slowly came back from the distance with a cloth bag several times larger than her body. Its uneven shape was dripping with blood and corpse fluids. Bam! She opened the huge bag and a large pile of corpse palaces appeared like a little mound, around 237 of them. "Bro, help me pack them up." She wiped away the sweat on her forehead using her sleeve. The three were astounded. This little Demonis was way too strong. Even a first transformation evil corpse had the defensive capabilities that mirror a peak god base, while their offensive strength fluctuated from early to peak god base. More than 200 of them could easily slaughter a peak god base, but she only needed a little bit of time to kill all of them and take their corpse palaces. This was equivalent to 237 points. Feng Feiyun had a boundary spirit stone with enough space for a mountain's worth of stuff. He shot out a white ray with his hand and gathered all the corpse palaces into his stone. The group hurried on their way with heightened caution. The appearance of evil corpses was a dangerous signal. A few hundred might be nothing, but if they were to encounter an army by chance, then even little Demonis wouldn't be able to escape alive. It would be a force capable of destroying an entire sect. Along the way, they saw several groups of corpses that had just come into existence recently. All were killed by Feng Feiyun's group. Little Demonis was the fastest and strongest. She collected 854 palaces. Feng Feiyun was next with 140. Wang Meng had 37 and Bai Ningxuai received 43. This was their record along the way. Little Demonis alone accounted for about 80% of all the points. She truly stole the limelight. Everyone had their own calculations. The other three secretly wanted to go their own way after entering Trinity. Otherwise, it would be difficult to get ahead with little Demonis taking everything. They went another 2 days down this path and finally met other cultivators, many of whom were geniuses from the Wanxiang Pagoda. One of them had a total of 10 golden carriages and more than 100 slaves and guards. This group flew over them when it was near dark. The 10 golden carriages were pulled by strange beasts around 500 years old. The wheels rolling in the sky issued a crisp clanking sound as they divided the snowflakes up above. This is a top 50 genius of the pagoda, Ningfengdao. He is from the Omni-Heaven Marquis camp. Not long ago, the great army was defeated and even the Omni-Heaven Marquis himself was slain by the evil woman. His blood stained half of a mountain. Shortly afterward, young Lord Ning inherited the noble title of Marquis. Ningfengdao is the only son of young Lord Ning. He is extremely gifted and dominates the pagoda. His father had just become a marquis, so his own status reached an even higher level. Many other prodigies have chosen to follow him. This Bai Ningxuai really knew a little bit about everything. A 10-meter-long cyan bird crossed the sky. With a white Confucian robe and both hands posed behind his back, a valiant youth could be found standing on its back. A black sword was flying up ahead to make way. They quickly disappeared into the horizon. That's Dashi's third prince. This person is relatively strong at Grand Achievement God base, he's probably never tasted defeat. Before nightfall, several more experts flew towards one direction with haste. The majority was from the pagoda, but there were still some that Bai Ningxuai didn't recognize. One was stronger than the previous, they were all big shots of the younger generation. Of course, in addition to these geniuses, there were some cultivators with dark auras. Bloody clouds floated above their heads as they all held black banners that fluttered in the cold wind. Bai Ningxuai wanted to hide in the piles of snow after seeing this group. Wang Meng had to drag him out. Shit, they are the students of the unorthodox Dao. There must be a few young lords and princes of the heretical school. Bai Ningxuai was very wary of this group. They were all flying towards the same direction. It looked like something urgent was happening over there. Chapter 271, Holy Monument. Everyone must pass a certain place if they wanted to take this route to Trinity. At the end of the barren forest was a plain with 2 great mountains that towered all the way to the clouds. They lied parallel to block the path ahead. On top of one of them was an old Taoist temple. It was built with red walls and green tiles and was full of lingering fog. Looking from afar, it was as if there was a Buddha living in seclusion here. Between the two mountains was a large lake akin to an unpolished blue jade. And in the middle was a stone monument 33 meters tall, making it seem like a little island. Snow continued to flutter. This entire location had turned into a world of white. However, the water in this lake didn't freeze. Some boats made from spiritual wood were still anchored in the lake. Just who were the masters of these extravagant boats? The Heaven's Ascension Cemetery and an icy palace flying out of the ground, suspended in the sky for several months, these two things have caused a great change in the weather of Trinity. Snow keeps on falling. A man's voice came from one of the boats. Judging by the sound, he was around 20 years old. This divine boat was 30 meters tall and 100 meters long. The hull was crafted from violet jade and 3 white sails were situated above. Even though it was anchored, it still gave off the sensation that it was wafting through the void. A heavenly treasure must be appearing at that cemetery. Alas, it has been barricaded by several great powers. Others have no chance of taking a single step inside unless they want to die. A very beautiful voice commented as well. It was ethereal and mysterious like a nightingale. The Qin and Ji clans are ancient powers that have dominated the Grand Southern Prefecture for more than 1,000 years. I'm sure the two houses are also part of this containment. Brother Qin, Miss Ji, you two have a high status in your respective clans, so I'm sure no one will stop you if you two want to go to the cemetery. Ning Fengdao raised his wine cup for a toast. Qin Ming and Ji Yunyun smiled back and drank. Even though Ning Fengdao was the son of the new marquis, Qin Ming's and Ji Yunyun's positions were not much lesser than his. One was the best young expert of the Qin clan while the other was the jewel of the Ji clan master. The three of them seemed to be discussing an important matter on the boat. There were 3 levels of sound barriers to avoid others from listening in on them. Feng Feiyun's group finally made it to the lake before nightfall. This is the great ancient lake you were talking about. Only the top characters in each generation would be able to engrave their name on that monolith. Wang Meng looked at the lofty lake with sparkling waves and suddenly felt a heroic urge. He wanted to use his sky piercer to carve his name on that stone tablet. Bai Ningshui looked at the boats near the shore. He internally pondered while answering, "You can go if you feel like dying." "So be it." Wang Meng took a deep breath and shook his body to blow all the snow away. He jumped and stepped on the lake with both hands while clutching his sky piercer like a pen in order to immortalize his name. Feng Feiyun nodded approvingly. This Wang Meng fella indeed had great talents. He was infinitely close to Grand Achievement God Base. With his natural superhuman power on top of being a peak God Base, very few people could be his match. Bang! A ray shot out from the violet boat, stirring the waves on the lake. It directly struck Wang Meng's chest and sent him flying to the snowy shore. Humph, how impudent. Despite being completely unqualified, you still want to leave your name on the holy monument. Ning Fengdao scowled and felt a little bit amused by this ignorant fella. If it was this easy to leave one's name on the tablet, they wouldn't have been sitting here waiting for 3 days. Motherfucker. Who are you calling unqualified? Come and fight me if you dare. Wang Meng rubbed his buttocks and climbed out from under the snow. Since we are both disciples from the pagoda, I don't want to humiliate you in front of outsiders or else they'll laugh at you. Ning Fengdao's bright eyes were full of arrogance. He had an exalted fame in the pagoda, so he naturally didn't want to spoil his image. The outsiders he was referring to were not just Qi Ming and Ji Yunyun. Many prodigies and experts from the other great powers were gathered here as well. It was just that some chose to hide in the shadows. Wang Meng had smoke coming out of his head from anger. Ning Fengdao's words were too presumptuous, calling him insensible and shameful for the pagoda. No one would be able to stand this kind of criticism. Moreover, Wang Meng was a disciple of a tower lord. Even if Ning Fengdao was strong, he wasn't qualified to utter such words. You can't beat him. Ning Fengdao has been at Grand Achievement God Base for many years now. He's ranked 40th on the list and can probably easily beat 10 other Grand Achievement God Base cultivators simultaneously. Bai Ningshui quickly stopped him. There are a lot of people here today. If you actually fight him, he'll kill you for sure in order to keep up his appearance. Wang Meng stopped. Even though Bai Ningshui was direct, it was also the truth. Night fell with a bright moon in the sky. Today, the moon looked exceptionally big and round. The moonlight illuminated the tablet in the middle of the lake as it shined like a flawless white gem. Ancient words emerged on the tablet, each of them dazzling. The names represented the most excellent geniuses. Some legendary names were on there as well. Long Jiangling, isn't that the only empress in the history of all the god-based dynasties? Her cultivation was matchless and all the sects had to bow down before her. Of course her name would be on this holy tablet. Nalan Hongtao, a member of the 4 great clans and Nalan's first clan master. This is one of the most ancient clans, even older than the current royal family. They almost became the rulers, but ultimately, there was a minute difference and they lost to the Long clan. The entire clan left and became dormant in the Heavenly Cloud Prefecture despite being its ruling authority. For a long time now, they haven't participated in any power struggles. It must have been founded for at least 10,000 years and have monstrous reserves. Their history far exceeds the other 3 great clans. And this was when one person reigned above all, Nalan Hongtao. This name made many geniuses here think about the northern tyrants of the Jin dynasty, the Nalan. Even though they were not as rich as the Go clan or as influential as the Baiming clan, they still competed against the Long clan for this kingdom several thousand years ago. Despite the eventual defeat, they still controlled an entire prefecture. To be able to survive for several thousand years even under the might of the royal family, to a certain extent, showed the power of the Nalan clan. Fo Kanzi, a deified character from around 30,000 years ago. He obtained the heavenly Tao and then disappeared from the Jin dynasty. Some say he is dead and has returned to the earth on a peak, while others say that he is still traveling in this world, westbound, out of the Jin dynasty for something broader. 1. This is the title of a Buddhist monk. Silkworm Egg Buddha would be the direct translation, but I think I prefer the pinyin here. Just know that he is a monk. All of these names have resounded both in the past and the present. They played a big part in the historical annals. Outside of Long Jiangling, Nalan Hongtao, and Fo Kanzi, there were other remarkable names. They were personally written in their youth, not after they became famous. Because of this, the Tao contained in these words weren't exceptionally strong. Otherwise, at their apex, the names they leave behind could still kill Heaven's mandate cultivators even after the passage of 1,000 years. These people were too powerful, all were at the top of their own generation. Only during a full moon 1 hour till midnight of an eclipse as the world plunges into darkness would someone be able to write their name on the tablet. Everyone who could successfully do so meant that they would be blessed by the heavens to become the strongest in the contemporary. Moreover, I heard the sages of past would also bless them by increasing their cultivation by a large margin. An intermediate god base actually became the highest stage of grand achievement god base after writing their name down, or so I've heard. That's nothing. A peak god base once did so and his cultivation reached first level Heaven's mandate in just one night, gaining a lifespan of 500 years. How enviable, there was no need to go through the earth tribulation either. The sky had just turned dark, so there was still a while till the lunar eclipse. However, some people already couldn't wait. I don't believe we have to wait until the eclipse for one to carve their name on the holy monument. A young cultivator in a golden robe with a golden aura and a shining golden spear rushed out of the clouds and pierced straight towards the tablet. Whoosh! A bright barrier came out from one of the boats, aiming to stop him. However, this cultivator was exceedingly strong. 4 beast souls appeared behind him and shattered this barrier. His spear was in front of the tablet. He was about to carve his name. The atmosphere became quite tense for both the people hiding in the dark as well as the prodigies on the boats. It was too late for them to stop him. Could this dark horse that came out of nowhere be able to leave his name on the holy monument? Feng Feiyun stood by the shore and shook his head. How suicidal. Bang. The shining spear was only 3 feet away from the monument. Suddenly, one of the engraved names shot out a powerful light. It transformed into the figure of an empress. It was Long Jiangling's name. Even though it was written several thousand years ago, these 3 words still condensed into an imperial Tao with a force comparable to how strong she was when she wrote them. Chapter 272, The Empress Style. Long Jiangling. If time were to go backward for 2,000 years, her name alone would make all men in this world tremble in fear. Back then, no man stood before her without kneeling and bowing their head. Even the powerful and ambitious heroes in that era all stayed away from her, not daring to get close. A woman proclaiming herself to be empress required far more than a powerful cultivation. She was ruthless and extremely intelligent and able to overcome all the weaknesses of the fairer sex. Such a woman might not show up again in another 10,000 years. However, a fatal weakness always accompanied such a strong woman. Even if their cultivation could reach the heavens, there was still no way to overcome it. Ultimately, she died an unnatural death. After 250 years of reign, she was still as gorgeous as a flower and as young as a 16-year-old maiden at the moment of her death. That day, her blood stained the palace. The morning bell cried all the way to the 9 heavens. Such an empress who was as beautiful as a fairy had suddenly passed away. No one knew how she died or who actually killed her. However, in that generation, only one person was capable of killing her. It was herself. She had been dead for more than 2,000 years. Even though she was once a brilliant talent and as pretty as a swan, her descendants could only see her name in the historical annals. However, her figure has emerged on the lake from the words that made up her name. She wasn't wearing an imperial dragon robe, but a noble aura was still being exuded from her body. Others could only look up to see her due to this oppressive aura. This was an eternal figure, but she was only a peak god base at this moment. Boom. Her aura deterred all others. With a single wave of her hand, the golden spear from the cultivator split into 3 sections. Pluff. This cultivator dressed in gold had reached peak god base with 9 divine intents, yet he was still rendered to a bloody mist. Not a single bone remained. The protection of the Empress returned to the tablet and transformed back into the 3 ancient words, Long Jiangling. This scene was too magical. Just an intent of their soul engraved on the monument was several times stronger than a cultivator of the same level. It was simply unstoppable. Is that what the Empress looked like when she was young? Princess Luofu murmured inside her dragon carriage shrouded by the black clouds of the northern sky. She seemed to be asking herself questions. Meanwhile, Shiryelai had reached the ranks of grand historical geniuses, but he was still only her servant. Of course, he was unwilling in his mind. No one wanted to stay as a dog, but he could only endure it. He was waiting for the chance to completely subdue the princess. With that, he would rise to the position of the master and the princess would become the dog instead. His blood couldn't help but boil whenever he imagined the princess groveling like a dog before him and letting him do whatever he pleased. She would have to endure his scolding and beating. If he could wait until that day, then it wouldn't be a problem to act like a dog for now. The princess naturally knew that this dog was very restless. It was a ferocious dog that would bite people for sure. However, if she wanted to become a supreme empress like Long Jiangling, she must be able to tame this kind of dog. If not, how could she even think about ruling the world? That's all Long Jiangling can do. If I took action, I would definitely shatter the remnant soul she left behind on the holy monument. Shiryelai was wearing a white robe while standing next to the dragon carriage. He acted respectfully without the slightest sign of impudence. Humph. When the Empress left her name, she was only a peak god base. If you try to go there right now, your opponent will not be the Empress but another wise sage or overlord at the same level. You have only barely reached the grand historical level, you're still far from competing against these overlords. Mu Tantian sneered. Mu Tantian and Mu Yueti were the top geniuses from the Mu clan. Both were among the best grand achievement god bases and were also 2 capable officers of the princess. In order to leave behind a name on the tablet, the first step was to defeat a predecessor at the same level on the tablet. Are you pissing your pants now? The former empress is no joke at all. She is incredibly strong. How can such power belong to a peak god base? Bai Ningshui was truly shocked to see the empress figure take action. He couldn't believe that a peak god base could be this formidable. Uncle, can you be that strong too? Wang Meng was weaker than the men earlier, and he was killed in just one slap. Wang Meng naturally didn't want to go any closer. Bai Ningshui also shifted his gaze towards Feng Feiyun since this was another monster. At intermediate god base, he was able to kill a peak god base with 7 divine intents. After leaving the immeasurable tower, he must have gotten even stronger. Feng Feiyun shook his head in response. Her battle prowess is 10 times greater than mine. Even if I cultivated a 9th divine intent, I would only be able to withstand 1 move from her at best, her second would slay me with certainty. Feng Feiyun had formed his 8th divine intent and was only 2 steps away from Grand Achievement God Base. He had observed what happened earlier very carefully. There was too great of a gap between himself and the Empress, which he found quite unbelievable. A human could actually have such incredible talents. This race could indeed surpass phoenixes in this regard. Bai Ningshui asked, "What if you use your spirit treasure?" Feng Feiyun replied, "No point, the treasure will be suppressed by the holy monument's power. One must rely on their own ability to leave their name on the tablet. Then is it hopeless for you, bro?" Little Demonis held his sleeve and looked up at him. She clearly wanted to leave her name as well, but she didn't know how powerful her foe would be just yet. Not necessarily, if this is. He stopped as his eyes focused on the tablet with blazing flames in his pupils. He had noticed some clues and wanted to see through the stone tablet. He felt a legendary force within this tablet that had been mentioned in the ancient scrolls of his Phoenix clan. However, it was just a similarity that he couldn't confirm at the moment. Under the moonlight, the holy monument shone as bright as a piece of jade. The monument having this much spirituality made it seem as if it had fallen down from the heavens. Feng Feiyun thought, if this is indeed the type of spirit stone, then one day, the people with their names on this stone will be able to obtain a stone body. They could then refine that into a true body and come out of the tablet for an unbelievable rebirth. There were 18 types of spirit stones in this world, one stranger than the previous. The higher-ranking ones were exceedingly rare to the point where only a single piece might exist. For example, the Dragon Spirit Stone at the 10th spot was unique in the entire Jin dynasty. It could protect a kingdom's fate and allow the dynasty to enjoy several thousand years of peace. As for the Daemization Stone in the 7th spot, this was something formed after the death of a saint. If one could comprehend the essence of this stone, they could eventually become a saint themselves. And in the legends, there were even more precious stones compared to these two. Some could even replenish the heavens, suppress a world, or illuminate an entire galaxy. This stone tablet ahead made Feng Feiyun think of a mythical spirit stone. He had never seen it before and would never believe that such a thing would appear in a human kingdom, so there was no point in revealing it. No one dared to approach the monument since they didn't want to follow the footsteps of the golden-robed men. After the lunar eclipse, darkness will come and the monument will lose half of its power. That will be the best time to take action. Many people knew that it was prohibitively difficult to defeat these ancient sages. Only when it was dark would they be able to take advantage of the weakened stone. Even if the monument loses half of its power, who in this generation can defeat the Empress at Peak God Base? How about a Grand Achievement God Base to defeat Nailan Hongtao? Or a 3rd-level Heaven's Mandate to take down Fo Kanzi? No one in the crowd answered this rhetorical question. Not necessarily. A sinister voice came about. A sail-like black cloth that also resembled black clouds came from the western sky. It blotted out the moonlight and dispersed the snowflakes. Swoosh! A bloody mist lingered above this man dressed in black. He floated above the lake and stretched out his hand to recall the divine sail. This man's face was completely pale. It was whiter than the snow on the ground or the bones of a corpse. His white face and black robe created quite a colorful contrast. The moment he appeared, everyone turned silent. Shit, they actually came here. Bai Ningshui plunged into the snow, leaving out only his buttocks and legs like an ostrich. This was a disciple from one of the heretical schools. He didn't mention the exact one that was scaring him so much. Wang Meng pulled out Bai Ningshui by the legs and asked, "Who are these people? Even if they are the kings of hell, do you need to be so scared?" "That's who they are. Young reapers." Bai Ningshui blocked his face with both hands due to the fear of being recognized. "If you don't tell me, I'm going to throw you over there." Wang Meng smiled and was about to swing Bai Ningshui's skinny body away. Bai Ningshui's cultivation was stronger than Wang Meng's, but he was too scared to utilize his strength at this moment. Don't. I'll tell you." He was indeed afraid of being thrown over there as he would die for sure. He slowly revealed, "The white-faced person is the prince from the 4th hall of the Senluo Temple. 1. Senluo Temple is also Yama's palace, or the King of Hell's palace." Chapter 273, The Three Lords. This white-faced black-robed man's name was Shui Changshao. 1. Changshao means long laughter. However, no one had ever seen him smile before. He was lord from the 4th hall of the Senluo Temple, a direct disciple of that hall's master and someone who represented the will of the temple. The heretical successors have shown themselves once more. Everyone here was speechless and pressured by his sinister aura. Even the lights on the boats were turned off. The young prodigies all converged their auras. If possible, they didn't want to be involved with the heretical schools. Whoosh! Another shadow rushed forward from the sky. He was holding a miniature palace and landed next to Xue Changshao. "Third, you are late." Xue Changshao stood on the lake as if he was standing on the ground. Snow continued to fall on his long hair without melting. Falling snow was very beautiful indeed. However, when the flakes landed on his hair, it gave off a sad emotion as if he was an old man with graying hair. "It's because I met someone along the way and exchanged 3 moves with him." This man called Third was playing with the palace in his hand. It was made from black tortoise steel and must have been 10 times heavier than a real palace. However, it floated in his palm as if it was just a piece of scrap metal. Xue Changshao asked, "Oh. Why only 3 moves?" "Because if we exchanged another move, I could have been killed by him." Third laughed. Third was naturally not an ordinary person. He was the lord of Senluo's third hall. The heretical school's successors were all chosen under great scrutiny and boasted great battle records. However, Third didn't find it shameful to be defeated after 3 moves. In fact, he actually took pride from it. Xue Changshao grew curious and asked, "Who was it?" "Young noble flawless, Suyun." 2 ghastly flames burned in Third's dusky eyes. He looked just like a lone wolf in the middle of a plain. Both his pupils and complexion had a green hue to them. It was the color of green grasses growing near a grave. "Oh, that guy." Xue Changshao understood right away. Very few could withstand even a single move from Suyun, so exchanging 3 moves with this person was quite incredible. This man here was indeed worthy of being the 3rd lord from the temple. "Suyun doesn't like fighting against men. Why didn't he kill you with the 4th move?" A voice rang. Third looked over the lake to see where the voice came from. He saw a white-robed young man with a cute little lady holding onto his sleeve. They looked like a pair of brother and sister standing in the snow together. The brother was clearly from the Wanxiang Pagoda due to his uniform. The little sister was cute with her sparkling eyes, white complexion, and a kitty in her hand. Third raised his brows and smiled, because he was chasing someone. Feng Feiyun asked, "Who? Didn't Suyun go to recover? Why was he here at Trinity? Could he be looking for that person? The #1 beauty in the world, Nangong Hongyan." Third laughed deviously, causing the snow to fall even faster. "That can't be." Feng Feiyun didn't believe it at all. Even though Flawless was the biggest playboy, he also had his principles and was reasonable with his conduct. Otherwise, Feng Feiyun wouldn't have viewed him as a friend. Flawless knew that Hong Yan and Feiyun had a special relationship, so how could he chase after her all the way to Trinity? Why not? Third smiled. Because if Suyun is trying to win Nangong Hunyan over, he wouldn't be young noble Flawless. Feng Feiyun was certain in his judgment. Third elaborated, he is chasing her not to court her, but to kill her. This answer left all the young prodigies surprised. No one knew why Suyun wanted to do this. Someone was actually ruthless enough to try and kill the prettiest girl in the world, and it was the biggest playboy at that. Third was the lord of the Senluo temple, so there was naturally no need for him to lie. Did young noble motherless hit his head somewhere? Why is he trying to kill Hong Yan and even lie to us about getting treatment? What is this guy trying to do? Binding Shuai's head was in a pile of snow once more. His voice barely came out. He was afraid of being recognized by Xue Changshao and Third from the heretical schools, so he acted like a hibernating turtle and shrunk his body into the snow. Feng Feiyun grimaced and asked again, "Then did he catch up to her?" Third replied, "Of course." "What's the result?" Feng Feiyun became more anxious. "The result is young noble Flawless became blind while Nangong Hongyan's whereabouts and fate is unknown." Third sighed and added, "From now on, young noble Flawless is flawed." Then Nangong Hongyan was the one who blinded him. He wanted to ask about her disappearance, but he still inquired about Suyun in the end. A friend and a lover, it wasn't easy for a man to pick between the two. Not quite. He was the one who pricked himself blind because he had seen Nangong Hongyan's face. Only by blinding himself would he be able to suppress her charm and be able to kill her. Any man with eyes would never be able to kill her. Feng Feiyun didn't know why Flawless had such a strong enmity towards Hongyan to the point where he didn't mind blinding himself. Third spoke again, his will to kill is resolute, he would show no mercy to even the number one beauty. Feng Feiyun's heart couldn't stay calm. It was as if someone had thrown a pebble into a lake to cause a series of ripples. The moonlight was still especially bright while the snow continued to fall. With the two in combination, tonight should have been a beautiful time for lovers to look at the moon and snow. However, this pretty painting had become an extravagant hope. Several dark energies mercilessly ruined this scene. Neither the snow nor the moon was beautiful. Shui Changshao suggested, there are only about 15 minutes for us to compete after the eclipse and darkness. If we all go together in such a short period of time, the competition will never end and no one will be able to come before the holy monument. I have an idea, before it is dark, why don't we find out the strongest person in each cultivation level? Someone replied, this isn't a bad idea, but there are too many students from the pagoda here. Aren't the other schools like us at a disadvantage? Ha ha ha, Wanxiang Pagoda. Only a bunch of useless lambs claiming to be the number one sacred ground for learning. The truth is that it has been in decline in the recent years. An extremely piercing voice came from a boat made from sandalwood floating on top of the lake. This boat was gigantic and capable of accommodating tens of thousands. It was completely black without a single light and gave off a mysterious feel. Who is so arrogant to dare not place the Wanxiang Pagoda in their eyes? Ning Fengdao confronted the voice on his violet boat. Am I wrong? A snicker came from the sandalwood boat. Back then, every tower of the sacred ground contained supreme existences. The heroes in the world nearly all came from the pagoda. It used to be incredibly glorious and influential, even more than the dynasty itself. But now, it has fallen to an unbelievable level. Among the 8 grand historical geniuses, the pagoda doesn't even have one. A student from the pagoda retorted, 2 more grand historical geniuses have come out of the pagoda. A resounding laughter came as a response from the boat. Are you talking about Shi Yelai and the Feng clan's little demoness? A graceful figure appeared at the bow. She wore a dress decorated with a symbol of the sun. Her ethereal nature looked like smoke swaying in the wind. She had a flower in her hand, a red hell lotus. Even Shui Changshao and Third, 2 lords from the heretical school, took 2 steps backward after seeing this woman. They didn't dare to be too close to her. This woman was also a lord from the heretical school with a similar status to these 2. However, the 2 were not a match for her with regards to strength. Bai Ningshui, who was lying in the snow, shivered twice and murmured to himself. No one could hear what he was saying. Shi Yelai snorted, you think those 2 aren't qualified to be considered grand historical? Xie Honglian sneered, is Shi Yelai worthy of this title? In terms of cultivation, willpower, and even battle prowess, there is too much of a gap between him and the other 8, he's not on the same level at all. Little Demoness talents might be peerless, but she is still too young and can't compete against the other 8 right now. 1. Honglian means red lotus. If you wish to belittle my pagoda, your cultivation must be incredible, right? I want to have a taste. Ning Fengdao flew into the sky. 10 golden carriages followed him as well. Flashing rays of golden light rushed straight for Xie Honglian. There's no need for First Sis to take action against the likes of you. I'll show you just how far the Wanxiang Pagoda has fallen. No one can carve their names onto the holy monument besides our Senluo Temple's lords. Third went forward with his palace and directly slammed into the 10 carriages. A great battle erupted. On one side were the lords of the Senluo Temple while their opponents were the top prodigies of the Wanxiang Pagoda. The strongest heretical school versus the number 1 sacred ground. Today, they were about to go all out not only to leave their names on the tablet, but also to decide who was stronger. This might have played a big part in why 3 lords of the temple came to Trinity. They wanted to defeat the pagoda in order to let the world know of the heretical school's reemergence. Chapter 274, 10 Battles, 10 Defeats. A palace made out of black tortoise steel was black and substantial. 33 pillars connected the top with the base. Even the roof tiles were made from molten iron and joined together perfectly. Who knows how many pounds this treasure must weigh? Ordinary people might not even be able to carry a single tile, but this was a weapon for Third. Boom. The 10 golden carriages were sent into disarray from Third's attack. The iron chains connecting the carriages couldn't handle the power and shattered. Pop. 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 3 carriages fell into the cold lake like 3 oxen drowning in the water, leaving behind only air bubbles on the surface. 3 more were deformed by the impact from the palace. Their golden light dimmed and the engraved formation was crushed completely. They continued to fly before crashing into the vast snowy plains, leaving behind 3 deep lines. Omni-Heaven Marquis golden chariots really are worthless. Their combat effectiveness isn't special at all. Third swung his sleeve to recall the palace to his palm. The golden carriages were naturally quite powerful and Ning Fengdao's cultivation was extremely high as well. However, he had suffered quite a blow right away. 6 out of the 10 carriages had been lost. And that was only a single move. Swoosh. Swoosh. Qin Ming and Ji Yunyun came out of the violet boat. They stood on the deck and emitted their bright spirit energies. They were Ning Fengdao's guests, so of course they had to support him at this moment. The disciples from the heretical school are indeed worthy of their reputation. Unfortunately, your school is currently in decline, the orthodox cultivation ways have won, yet you still dare to show yourselves and court death. Qin Ming scowled. What a big mouth. Third stomped on the lake and sent countless water droplets flying in the air. He fanned his sleeve as wisps of spirit energy shot up high. It froze these water droplets and covered them with a metallic aura before shooting them straight at his enemies. Everyone was very cautious of these heretical disciples, so they didn't dare to be careless. Qin Ming's sword technique was 1 level higher than before. His 10,000 swords, 1 origin technique had been mastered. 1 sword came out and turned into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8. In the end, 422 swords came out. These sword images lined up into a line and rushed out like a torrent. Meanwhile, an old iron scroll flew out from Ji Yunyun's back. It was a painting sketched by a knife, depicting a formation adept in both offense and defense. Pluff. Pluff. The 422 sword shadows were shattered by the water droplets, and the same went for the iron scroll. Third's cultivation was too high. Just 2 droplets alone were enough to defeat the other 2's techniques and severely wound them. Qin Ming and Ji Yunyun lost at the same time. Their bodies went flying for 100 feet before falling onto the snowy shore, creating 2 deep pits. There was a bloody hole on Qin Ming's chest as his blood stained the field. The liquid quickly froze. As well. Ji Yunyun's right hand was almost severed completely. Spirit lights were oozing from the wound. 2 geniuses from top clans of the Grand Southern Prefecture couldn't even withstand 1 move when they were working together. They were defeated incredibly easily. Qin Ming lost just like that. But he is the number 1 youth of the Qin clan right now. Wang Meng couldn't believe his own eyes. Even though Third was very powerful, he shouldn't have won effortlessly. The cultivators from the southern region couldn't accept this swift defeat. It has nothing to do with talents, their gap in cultivation was just too great. Feng Feiyun knew that his cultivation speed was quite fast and enough for him to deal with the younger generation. However, after seeing Su Yun and Third's cultivation, he felt that there was still some way to go between him and the real youths at the apex. He thought to himself, my cultivation is still too low. How can I raise it in a short amount of time? Many people here were at Grand Achievement God base. Only this level was qualified to participate in duels between geniuses. Otherwise, they could only act as spectators. Feng Feiyun also wanted to fight to show off his skill. He craved for power more and more. What was the point of having exceedingly high talents? Only practical battle prowess mattered in this case. For example, Shi Yelai's talents were at the grand historical level, but because he was only a first-level heaven's mandate, he couldn't compare to his peers who had been famous for a long time. He was not even a match for Princess Luofu. In order to become unbeatable, one must increase their battle capabilities first. Boom. Ning Fengdao had been at Grand Achievement God base for a long time and was ranked 40th on the pagoda's list, but he was defeated by Third. He was injured by the palace and was down on 1 knee by the shore while constantly coughing up blood. Like I said earlier, the Wanxiang pagoda has declined. Ningfengdao, your talents aren't bad. I had to use 30% of my power to defeat you. You might as well submit to my third hall. I guarantee you will be 10 times stronger in just 3 years. Third's green face began to laugh deviously. The laughter didn't disperse from the night sky for a long time. Third was even younger than Ningfengdao, but his cultivation was too frightening. Numerous disciples from the pagoda here had to lower their heads in silence. Ningfengdao felt hesitant. Not only was he defeated physically, he also lost mentally. Was the Senluo temple really stronger than the Wanxiang pagoda? Were their cultivation methods also better? He thought, if that wasn't the case, then why did I lose? This must be the case. It has to be. Joining the Senluo temple will give me a more promising future. Feng Feiyun stood next to an old willow tree by the lake. Little Demonis was still holding her kitty in his sleeve. Her round eyes were fixated on Ningfengdao. Bro, he is ranked 40th, a young prodigy, why won't he stand up? Her voice was sweet. Due to a lack of experience, she didn't understand everything. Feng Feiyun replied, he's scared. A mutilated body can stand again, but a defeated heart will forever kneel on the ground. Bro, you're a liar, he's standing up right now. She watched as Ningfengdao slowly stood up. The truth is that he's still on his knees. Feng Feiyun held her tiny hand tightly and left towards the snowy plains, leaving 2 lines of footprints, one big and one small. The howling storm engulfed their bodies with snow. Many experts from the pagoda were still here, such as the third prince of Dajin, Shi Yelai, Princess Luofu, and some others hiding in the darkness. However, Feng Feiyun didn't want to watch any longer after that battle. Even if someone could defeat third or all 3 of the lords here, the pagoda had lost in terms of morale. 1. This is a tricky line for translation, it can be taken both literally and metaphorically. The one here is metaphorical. The literal translation would be, it has lost people, which could be referring to Ningfengdao deflecting, but since that is only implied, I chose the safer route. She asked, bro, are we not fighting for the names on the holy monument? If you want to compete, then I can take you back. Feng Feiyun continued forward at a quickened pace. Bro, if you don't want to, I won't either. She followed right behind him. Even though her steps were shorter, her speed remained the same as him. After these 2 were gone, the battle near the lake didn't stop. No one realized that they left, nor did they care. Bai Ningshui slipped away as well. It wasn't because he was disappointed by the disciples of the pagoda, it was because he was afraid of someone among the 3 lords. He thought about running away as far as possible to never see that person again. Wang Meng, on the other hand, stayed behind. He enjoyed watching the fun no matter the occasion. And tonight was destined to be very fun. Even after 4 days, snow still covered this region. The cold and nasty wind was blowing fiercely as well. The snow looked like goose feathers and never stopped falling. The snow piles grew on the ground as if the world had re-entered an ice age. The Wanxiang pagoda has been utterly defeated by the Senluo temple. 10 fights, 10 losses. Is it because the heretical school is too powerful, or is it because the pagoda has fallen? In a tattered temple near a hillside covered in cobwebs, cold wind squeezed in from one of the broken walls, carrying in countless snowflakes. The ruthless breeze was even colder than before. The water inside a bronze pot in the middle of the temple had frozen completely into a block of ice. A fire had been started in this broken temple. A group of refugees was unceasingly talking about what happened 4 days ago back at the lake. I heard the grand historical genius from the pagoda also fought during the 10th battle, but he could only exchange 3,000 moves against the 4th prince before being miserably defeated. These men were shabbily dressed. They were local cultivators of Trinity that had lost their sex from the invasion of the corpses. Their peers were virtually all massacred. It wasn't until recently when the talents all over the world rushed into Trinity to kill corpses that their situation became better. Someone said, Princess Luofu didn't fight. If she did, maybe the pagoda could have won 1 round. The first princess of the Senluo temple with the red lotus didn't take action either, but someone did say that those 2 fought somewhere else. Who knows who won? Sigh. In any case, the number 1 sacred ground in the world has lost 10 rounds. I'm afraid their disciples won't be holding their heads high for a long time in the future. The heretical schools want to come out again and trample over the pagoda to shock the world. A youth asked from outside the temple, then did anyone leave their names on the holy monument? Even the urgent gales outside couldn't drown out this youth's voice. The refugees inside stopped talking and looked out the tattered windows. Clat, clat. 2 different footsteps could be heard approaching. A young man wearing the pagoda's uniform came inside while holding a little girl's hand to escape the thick snow. Chapter 275, Corpse Energy Out of Nowhere. The sky had not been clear for a long time now. Snow continued to fall for months with no signs of stopping. Leaves and branches were covered in snow. One could only see dark brown tree trunks and hear the howling of the wind. A sea of snow engulfed the plains. On top of a hillside, the temple's doors were pushed open, issuing an unpleasant squeak. The winds rushed in from this new opening. Chilling flakes flew in before a powerful hand closed the doors. Whoosh! The fire on the ground was stirred by the breeze. The snowflakes that had just been blown in were melted by a warm touch and wafted in the air. The refugees near the fire gazed at the young man dressed in white that had just arrived. This white uniform represented the Wanxiang Pagoda. Meow, meow. The fair kitty quietly growled and then lazily lied down in little Demona's bosom. She gently stroked its fur with a charming smile on her face. I'm asking if anyone left their name on the holy monument 4 days ago. Feng Feiyun stared at the group. One of the refugees used the tip of his green sword to play with a fire. He answered with a strange laughter, oh. A disciple from the Wanxiang Pagoda, Keh. The others laughed as well. In the past, they would certainly be respectful towards students from the pagoda like a servant seeing their master. However, after the battle at the lake and suffering 10 defeats in a row, the pagoda's supreme status has plummeted to rock bottom. Nothing was left from the initial respect. This was a poor man watching a rich man eating the best meat and playing with the most beautiful women. Of course, there was a sense of respect and enmity looking up. However, one day, they found that this rich man's face had been beaten swollen and his history is one of debts. Naturally, the poor man would stop finding him special and even sneer at him. This was the current embarrassing situation for the pagoda's disciples. Feng Feiyun nodded. Yes, I'm from the Martial Tower. A Martial Tower's disciple, ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Mocking laughter accompanied their words. Little Demona's lips slightly perched as her eyes narrowed. Feng Feiyun held her hand tighter and responded, you think being from the pagoda is very funny. The pagoda has fallen as it has no more talents. Those who could fight have already lost to the heretical disciples, some have even submitted to them. Haha, number 1 sacred ground. Haha, is this not hilarious? The person holding the green hilt carved a rune with his sword on the ground. His eyes slightly focused. It looked as if he wanted to try defeating a pagoda's disciple. He would have never dared to even think about such a thing before, but now was a different story. There are too many ignorant people in this world. Feng Feiyun rolled up his sleeves and pointed his forefinger forward, answer me or die. You still think you are somebody? A real badass for being from the pagoda. What a joke, before this refugee could finish his sentence, his sword had already fallen to the ground, issuing clanking noises. His forehead had been pierced. A steady stream of blood dripped down with white brain matter oozing out as his body dropped straight down with a bang. Whoosh! The howling wind came again in a frightening manner. The entire temple was quiet. The other refugees shrank down and stared in horror at the swift murder. It was way too decisive and without any hesitation. The pointing of a finger ended with the loss of one's life. Feng Feiyun retracted his finger and said, the pagoda is indeed nothing great, but these are words only experts are allowed to say. These refugees were all cultivators, but they were quite weak. The highest was only an early god base, the very man who was so easily dispatched by Feng Feiyun. A skinny man bravely asked, what do you want to know? Feng Feiyun replied, I ask, you answer. The rest nodded their heads continuously as if a slight sign of disobedience would result in death to this young man. Feng Feiyun asked, in the battle at the lake, which 10 came out from the Wanxiang Pagoda? The first was Ningfeng Dao, the second was Wang Yu, the third was Mu Tantian, the last one was Shi Yelai. The pagoda was renowned, so those who were on the list were quite famous. Even the cultivators from the remote regions had heard of their names. Alas, these preeminent cultivators had all lost to the heretical disciples. Feng Feiyun murmured with a frown, even Mu Tantian lost. He asked again, did anyone leave their name on the monument? No, the 3 lords and Princess Luofu all tried. Some unknown masters attempted as well, but none were successful. The refugees watched from a distance that night, so they were aware of the events. The skinny man added, but these supreme geniuses didn't leave. They will wait for half a year before trying again. Feng Feiyun puzzlingly asked, half a year? A lunar eclipse will come every 6 months. If they couldn't do it this time, there is another chance in half a year. A few people were only a little bit off, so they wouldn't want to give up the chance of carving their name on the monument. The second meeting will be in half a year. Everyone knew that the monument had a mysterious power. Those who could carve down their name would be blessed by this power. It was quite intangible, similar to something like the force of fate, force of faith, force of curses, and so on. Those who gained the providence of the monument would become tyrants of their generation. Because of this, people flocked to this place. Also, I heard that the prodigies from the Wanxiang Pagoda are all coming to Trinity in order to declare war against the heretical lords. The meeting time is still half a year from now at the Sacred Lake. 4 days ago, only Shi Yalai and Princess Luofu were among the top 10 of the pagoda's list at the scene. The 10 defeats were simply too humiliating. The prodigies in closed cultivation couldn't endure this anger. It would be even stranger if they didn't come out to declare war. Can we leave now? The refugees stared at Feng Feiyun in horror and didn't want to stay any longer. Feng Feiyun pondered for a moment before asking, do you know about a Yellowstone mountain near here, one with an ancient altar at the top? The refugees blurted at the same time, are you talking about Mount Banda? Their voice was full of amazement. One must cross through Mount Banda on this old road towards Trinity. There were rumors about an ancient altar, so everyone wanted to take a look. Is this the altar where someone meditated and went from grand achievement god base to the level of giant in just one night? Feng Feiyun asked for confirmation. Why do these people wear such an expression when talking about such a holy place? It was a look of fear. Not long ago, a terrifying war broke out at Mount Banda. The evil woman defeated the Omni-Heaven Marquis there. His blood stained the mountain red while his bones slammed into the mountain. Because it was the blood of a giant that stained the ground, countless evil corpses gathered there with their miasma spreading for several hundred miles. It's not a place people can go to. The refugees quickly answered Feng Feiyun. Feng Feiyun replied, you all can leave now. The refugees were immediately relieved after hearing this, it was as if they were spared a life. They lifted up the dead cultivator and exited the front gate. The doors were closed once more. Meanwhile, the fire in the temple was still ongoing. Terrifying screams resounded from outside. It was as if they had just seen something truly frightening. It was the bunch of refugees. They didn't manage to walk 100 feet away from the temple before falling to the ground. Feng Feiyun didn't kill them, they were murdered by something else. Their heads were eaten by something, leaving behind their thick necks with blood oozing onto the snow. The blood quickly froze into a red ice that looked just like beautiful rubies. The cold gale blew again. The rubies on the ground flew into the doors and windows, issuing booming sounds like a ghost knocking at midnight. This situation didn't go unnoticed from Feng Feiyun's divine intent. However, his sense couldn't tell who took their heads. The speed was too fast, and there wasn't even a single footprint on the snow. A terrifying corpse energy engulfed the temple and even the entire mountain. This mighty and terrorizing energy left others out of breath. Bro, are there ghosts in this world? Little Demonis squeezed her tiny body into Feng Feiyun's chest. Who knows if she was afraid of the cold or frightened by the screams outside? Or maybe, she just wanted to lean on him. Girls didn't only want the embrace of a lover, they also yearned for the safeguard of a big brother's chest. A lover's embrace was warm while a big brother's chest was more than tough enough. You are afraid of ghosts. Feng Feiyun felt that this girl was even scarier than ghosts. Of course I am scared. Look, it is behind you right now. It has a pair of green eyes and a bloody mouth. Such long teeth and tongue. Little Demonis threw herself into his chest while still holding the kitty, causing it to meow pitifully. Her big round eyes were staring at the evil corpse behind Feng Feiyun. It looked really fierce with blood and flesh foaming from its mouth, making it appear that it had just finished a meal. Who knows when this ghost with black hair and a pair of horrific ghastly eyes managed to get behind Feng Feiyun. Chapter 276, Big Bro Your Sister. Feng Feiyun felt a cold chill behind his back. It seemed to be freezing his spine. Even his neck was feeling a stinging pain. This corpse energy was truly powerful. It wasn't something a first transformation corpse could compare to. He quickly touched his boundary stone, sending out a white arc. It was the gigantic stone sword at 7 feet long. With one slash, it divided the entire temple into 2 halves. Both sides collapsed and the area was suddenly cleared. Countless snowflakes blew back into the sky from the blade energy. Roar! The corpse that was initially behind him instantly drifted 10 feet back and stood next to a withered purple tree. It looked just like a corpse that had just been hung. Gobble. Blood dripped out of it along with rotten flesh. The skin on its face all the way to the ears was gone, revealing its bloody jaw. Half of its skull was cracked with teeth resembling a row of white nails. Its black hair draped all the way down to its waist, and its pair of green eyes like 2 dancing ghastly flames were quite scary. This is a second transformation evil corpse. Feng Feiyun pinned his blade in the snowy ground and carefully stared at the corpse. After the first transformation, these corpses would become as hard as steel and gain incredible battle potential. However, it was quite difficult for them to reach the second transformation. First, they must devour the flesh of 10,000 mortals. Of course, eating cultivators was even better. Second, they must refine the divine intent of a cultivator into their own wisp of intelligence. Third, they must surpass the corpse tribulation from the earth. After meeting these 3 conditions, they would turn into a second transformation corpse and be able to cultivate a diamond physique. At that point, it would be exceedingly difficult to shatter their body. An older second transformation corpse had defensive capabilities similar to a half-step giant. Furthermore, they would mutate even further and derive their own offensive forces. Some would gain unbelievable speed, others would have incredible power, and some would even sprout 3 heads and 6 hands. A few would be able to grow 10 times stronger into a giant. Why was the undefeated divine martial army completely routed? It was because these corpses were too strong and outnumbered them. A Heaven's Mandate cultivator would still be ripped apart and eaten by an old second transformation corpse. Gurg. A strange sound came from the throat of this corpse as if it was laughing. This noise was capable of making one's hair stand on end. This was a newly transformed corpse at the 2nd level, so its battle prowess had not reached a frightening state yet. Little Demonis asked, "Bro, can you beat it?" Feng Feiyun replied, "Of course." She inquired once more, "Are you sure?" Feng Feiyun confidently declared, "Of course I'm sure." But, she wanted to say something else, but he had already left, leaving only the view of a heroic back. With his blade on his shoulder. Swoosh. The corpse sensed a murderous intent and turned into a shadow to take the first shot. A cloud of corpse energy came crashing down. It was blinding and terrifyingly thick. All of a sudden, a bloodless gray hand reached out from within. The oscillating lightning on its nails issued sizzles. Boom. Feng Feiyun unleashed a white dragon slash from his blade with 90% mastery. The blade met the claw. Sparks went flying with a deafening impact. The corpse was blown flying into the violet tree, breaking it in half before rolling on the packed snow. That slash was strong enough to kill an ordinary Grand Achievement God base. However, it didn't split the corpse's claw, it could only blow it away. Boom. Feng Feiyun wanted to catch up and continued his offensive. However, the snow in front of him surged upward like a white wall and forced him back. Swoosh. Another slash cut the snow wall into 2 halves. Snowflakes blew all over the ground. Feng Feiyun took 3 steps forward, each step further than the previous as if he was soaring to the sky. On the 3rd step, his body was 3 meters above the ground as he slashed down with both hands. The corpse that was on the ground leaped up like a cannonball and slammed its fist into the blade. Bang. A strong vibration came from the blade, causing it to ring. Feng Feiyun's hands were forced back as he almost lost control of the hilt completely. This corpse was too strong, its strike was comparable to the force of 8 Qilins. In terms of pure power, it was even stronger than Feiyun. Bro, can you actually win? Little Demoness sat on a boulder using the kitty as her cushion. Her hands propped up her chin while she pouted, seemingly losing her patience. I have to. Feng Feiyun inserted the blade into the snow again. With both palms together in front of his chest, he channeled the power of the 5 elements. Black, red, white, green, and yellow colors flew out of his palms. The snow on the ground instantly melted into water and then turned into a swirling mist storm. It rotated around Feng Feiyun at a rapid pace. This was the power of water. Fire, wood, metal, and earth elements condensed and joined the rotation. This was a move from the Grave Palace record that specialized in suppressing the creatures from the yin and yang worlds. Of course, these corpses were included. The monster felt a terrifying power materializing and aiming to dissolve its diamond body, so it roared and quickly dashed forward as its aura grew denser. This one fist could shatter the world. Feng Feiyun pointed his finger to meet this strike. 5 different lights circulated around his fingertip, encompassing the great power of the 5 elements. Boom. The corpse's hand shattered while the elements poured into its body, rendering it into a bloody mist. A white corpse palace fell to the ground. This second-level palace could be redeemed for 1,000 points, the same as killing 1,000 regular corpses. Feiyun stored it in his spatial stone, then turned to look at Little Demoness. What do you think now? Bro, you are too handsome. She laughed and followed right behind him. Feiyun grimaced and turned to leave. The little girl was still right behind him, matching his speed. Bro, are we going to Mount Bonda now? She quickened her pace a little bit in order to grab onto his sleeve. Yes. His movement became faster. 1 step could take him 10 meters further, and he could take 10 steps in just one breath. Bro, why are we going there? To find that ancient altar. She was still on his right-hand side. Yep. His speed increased even more. Now, 1 step took him 20 meters while his pace quickened to 20 steps per breath. She stared at him and asked while keeping up, Bro, do you want to meditate there? But I heard that for the past several hundred years, no one has learned even half a Tao from there, so it is completely deserted. Eventually, Feng Feiyun stopped to look at her. Can't I just go to take a look? She stubbornly said, No, that place is too dangerous, it contains all the corpses. Feng Feiyun startlingly said, Don't you want me to die? All right, why are you following me like this? What do you actually want? She stood there and gazed at him in a stupor without saying anything. She was quite young, so this appearance looked quite pitiful. It was as if she was wronged and couldn't stand up for herself. Don't act pitifully. We don't know each other, so let's go our separate ways. Feng Feiyun took back his sleeve and soared through the snow like a white dragon. He felt much better after finally letting go of that unstable bomb. However, he looked down and noticed that Little Demoness was holding his right sleeve again. Are you going away or not? He almost wanted to curse 18 generations of her ancestors, but he felt that something would be wrong if he did so he hurriedly swallowed the curses. 1. Because they have similar ancestry. She still didn't say anything and only raised her head to pitifully stare at him. Meow, meow. The white kitty in her embrace also looked up and stared at Feiyun with its cat eyes. It was also touching him with its paws. Meow, your sister. Feng Feiyun grabbed the kitty from the girl's bosom and threw it into a pile of snow. The kitty growled even more urgently. Little Demoness quickly ran down the slope and hugged the kitty again. She busily patted away the snow on its body while comforting it. Whitey, don't be angry, Big Bro is just mean, a wicked and stingy person. Feng Feiyun naturally used this chance to turn into a fleeting shadow and rushed into the barren forest. In the blink of an eye, he crossed through 4 hills. Little Demoness was a big annoyance with an unpredictable temperament. He wouldn't know when she would scheme against him, so it was best to lose her as soon as possible. Ugh. After crossing through 17 hills, he looked down and saw his sleeve being held again. No one knows when she caught up with him, but she was there to his right. Why are you following me? Feng Feiyun became quite discouraged. She tilted her head and cutely stated in a matter-of-fact manner, Haha, because you are my big bro. Big bro, your sister. Feng Feiyun couldn't help but curse. 1. This can also be construed as big bro's sister. The Americanized saying would be, big bro my ass. So she is making a joke as why he is cursing at his own sister because he is big bro and his sister is her. So the next line works in Chinese, but not really in English. I would have to rewrite it completely for this joke to work without the note. She acted surprised and puzzled while scratching her forehead, but your sister is me. Chapter 277, Women's Battle. The cold wind blew snow across the mountains and rivers, making this frosted land even harsher. When standing at a high altitude looking down below, countless miles could be seen covered in permafrost. The gales became even more urgent as a gorgeous carriage came from the distance, leaving behind deep lines on the ground. Not only did this journey crush the snow, it also crushed her unwillingness to leave. The world says, even heroes have a weakness for the charm of a beautiful woman. However, beautiful women can't resist a hero either. She quietly sighed. This was a rare act for her since a woman that sighs would often age faster. Alas, she had been sighing quite often recently. A sighing woman was definitely a lonely one. There was only one man in this world that could make Hong Yan feel lonely. She wanted to see him, but avoiding him altogether was the easier path. She had never thought that loneliness would be this dreadful, it actually scared her to death. In times of fear, she would start to sing, so she placed her fingers on her zither strings and gently flicked them. Xuewu was driving the golden bird and carriage. She sighed after hearing the sad song from within and lamented, no matter how cruel and cold a woman might be, they will always have a moment of weakness like this. The thing to blame is that not all men in the world have died just yet. Her singing was beautiful and the zither was even more wondrous. However, on the path ahead, Nailin Xuejian could be seen wearing an ashen Buddhist robe while holding a Buddhist bead in her hand. She looked like a lotus flower above the snow as she blocked the path of the carriage. She listened to the song inside and could feel the affection from within. The carriage finally stopped because Xuewu tugged on the chains. Hong Yan's song also stopped as her fingers moved away from the strings. Are you Nangong Hong Yan? Xuejian stared at Xuewu in her simple red dress. This woman was indeed beautiful with skin fairer than snow and a delicate figure that seemed to be carved out of jade. Xuewu was naturally a beauty and an extremely sexy one at that. Her red dress fluttering in the white snow was truly seductive. Haha, that I am. Xuewu also stared at this little girl ahead of her. To be exact, Xuejian was no longer a little girl. Her tall and thin figure was lovely alongside her lofty breasts and delicate waist. Even though she was not as sexy as Xuewu, she was no longer a child. Xuejian didn't meet Xuewu back at the Supreme Beauty Pavilion, so she didn't recognize her and thought that she was really Nangong Hong Yan. Xuejian asked, aren't you cold wearing such a flimsy dress? Xuewu rubbed the surface of her dress and her snow-white shoulders. Her long fingers directly touched the inside as if she was feeling her enchanting breasts. Any man would vomit blood if they were to witness this scene. She was truly a temptress. Even if she took all of her clothes off and stood naked in this wintry weather, no one would find it surprising. Xuewu teased, I've always been wearing just this much since youth. If you think I'm wearing too little, take off your clothes for me to wear. Xuejian angrily blurted, how faceless. She wasn't only angry at Xuewu but also at Feng Feiyun. That bastard was indeed a perverted devil, to go as far as liking such a scantily dressed woman. I'm just a courtesan, how can I make a living if I cared about my face? Ha ha. Xuewu laughed. 1. Note, courtesan is the closest word, but the raw didn't denote an actual ranking. Most people probably think of Japanese courtesans which are higher-ranking prostitutes, but Xuewu's word is just a euphemism for any prostitute. I also thought about using companion or lady of the night, because courtesan isn't perfect due to its connotations, but it is close enough and better than the other two. Then you don't need your face anymore. Xuejian threw out the bead in her hand. The 9 holes into shot out 9 rays of light. They looked like pillars that illuminated the entire area. 2. This is the reason why I used faceless instead of shameless a few lines ago. In Chinese, face is reputation, so calling someone faceless is the same as calling them shameless. In this line, Xuejian chose the literal path, threatening to cut off Xuewu's actual face as a retort. You can also interpret this as her contempt towards prostitution and lack of self-respect. This is actually my first time using faceless in this literal manner, but the text required it. Otherwise, I would have to rewrite Xuejian's response. Wait a minute, wait, we have no grievances, so why do you want to kill me? Xuewu was naturally not afraid of Xue Jian. She was still smiling like before. We have an irreconcilable feud. The 9 pillars of light attacked at the same time. Xuewu retaliated by reaching forward and spreading her fingers. They shot out 5 waves of light and shattered the Buddhist lights. Boom. Next, her palm indirectly struck Xue Jian's chest. The fabric of her robe moved and condensed into thousands of Buddhist seals to repel this force. Alas, Xuewu was still a Heaven's Mandate cultivator. The robe couldn't deflect all of her power, so Xue Jian fell and rolled down in the snow. Her hair and clothes were full of flakes. Haha, little sister, your cultivation is still too weak. Xuewu's laughter was as crisp as a bell as she drove the carriage away. Nangon Hongyan suddenly gave an order. Wait, she is wearing the Nalan Buddhist robe, take off her clothes. Xuewu affirmed and stared at Xue Jian. No wonder why her palm strike earlier couldn't hurt Xue Jian. So it turns out that she was wearing the Nalan robes. They didn't waste their trip this time. What are you doing? Xue Jian gripped the front pieces of her robes in fear. Taking off your clothes, obviously. Xuewu captured Xue Jian and began to undress her with a smile. Nangon Hongyan, you are too shameless. Xue Jian tried to run for her life, but she was caught by Xuewu and directly pushed down to the ground. Half of her robes were about to come off. Indeed, how about I strip you bare and hang you on a tree so that every man that walks by can see the exquisite figure of a little beauty like you? Xuewu acted like an evil madam. Nevertheless, her smile was still very pretty as she began to resemble a heinous pervert more and more. Xue Jian was truly frightened as her face paled. Tears ran from her eyes as she shouted, Hongyan, you will not die a pretty death. I'll tell Feng Feiyun. If he knew that you bullied me like this, he'll dump you for sure. Xuewu had already torn open Xue Jian's robes to reveal her pretty breasts, but she stopped after hearing the name Feng Feiyun and looked back at the carriage. Feng Feiyun, Hongyan pondered for a moment and replied, I understand. You want to kill me because of him. Nangon Hongyan is who I want to kill. Xue Jian was down in the snow while trying her best to cover her breasts. She felt that Xuewu was about to eat her, so she was naturally in deep panic. I'm Nangon Hongyan. Hongyan got out of the carriage and stood before Xue Jian while signaling for Xuewu to back down. Hongyan stared at the disorderly girl. A little smile appeared behind the white veil, one so beautiful that it even stunned Xue Jian down on the ground. The world actually had such a beautiful woman. I'm Feng Feiyun's wife. Xue Jian was still hiding her breasts. For some reason, she was a little afraid of Hongyan. Hongyan sighed, you are too childish. Xue Jian retorted, not at all. Hongyan nodded and said, fine, if you're his wife, then we'll definitely have to strip you. Not only that, we'll take your life too. You want to kill me? Xue Jian didn't expect Hongyan to be so cruel and treat murder this lightly. It was as if she had grown used to it. I'll kill Feiyun's wife. Hongyan really wanted to kill this time, she wasn't just trying to scare Xue Jian. Flames surfaced and wrapped around Hongyan's palm. She reached forward, seemingly wanting to choke Xue Jian. Amitabha, benefactor, let go of the butcher's knife to become a Buddha, don't continue to make mistakes. A Buddhist mantra was emphatically recited in the wind. Nalan Xue Jian was suddenly nowhere to be found. Hongyan pulled back her hand and turned to the north. Xue Jian was already standing in the snow quite a distance away. Next to her was a monk holding a wine jar with its scent pervading far into the night sky. Hongyan glared at the monk and sneered, I'm afraid I can't become a Buddha. Then evil has penetrated your heart too deeply. I have a scroll of exorcism, if you chant it 300 times each day, your heart will be as clear as water and everything will become easy. Monk Jiao Ro took out a crumpled scroll and threw it towards Hongyan. Hongyan caught it but didn't bother looking. On her fingers appeared a spark that immediately burned the scroll into ashes. She sneered, nosy people usually don't live too long. She slowly raised her slender fingers towards the side of her face and into her hair, wishing to take off her veil. Don't move. I still want to live for several more years, leave your face for Feng Feiyun to see. Monk Jiao Ro knew that one of the most powerful weapons for murder was a beauty's face. This was the prettiest woman in the world, so he couldn't afford to catch half a glimpse of her. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to live too long afterward. Because of this, he grabbed Xuejian and fled at an unprecedented speed. Hongyan put down her hand and stared at the flying snowflakes in the sky. The veil made her look quite mysterious while the answer of the monk kept on echoing in her mind, "Leave your face for Feng Feiyun to see." Perhaps I really should let him see my face so that one day, even if I'm no longer here, he will still remember me alone and miss me like I miss him, but, sigh. She lamented once more. The old carriage continued deeper towards the storm. Chapter 278, Corpse Controller. Into Trinity they went. Mount Bonda should have been a land of pilgrimage, but it was engulfed in a thick corpse energy. The roars of corpses echoed loudly, instilling fear in everyone and deterring them from taking a step into this place. Pluff. Feng Feiyun slashed forward. A white dragon energy rushed out and ground 3 corpses to dust. This was the first slash of his technique at 90% mastery still. He couldn't comprehend the last 10% just yet. He waved his sleeve and collected the 3 corpse palaces on the ground before throwing them into his spatial stone. Feng Feiyun counted, 833 first transformation palaces, 1 second transformation, equivalent to 1833 points. This place was not far from Mount Bonda. Gazing from a distance, this gigantic mountain resembled a huge beast lying on the ground to block the path ahead completely. According to the sheepskin parchment, an average man would need half a month to cross this mountain. Even a cultivator wouldn't be able to cross it too quickly. Feng Feiyun had been observing right outside the mountain for several days, but he couldn't find an uphill path. Some of the dangerous locations have been occupied by corpses. If he were to rush there, he would be surrounded by them instantly. The number of corpses gathered here far exceeded his expectations. Even while standing dozens of miles away, he could still see groups of corpses. Some of them were worshipping the mountain while others patrolled the cliffs. There were a few second transformation corpses cultivating at the peak. They absorbed and released sky essences and the power of the earth. This was an infernal hell. An aura of resentment permeated the area alongside a stench of blood. Little Demonis pulled on Feiyun's sleeve and curiously asked, "Bro, what are they trying to find?" "It looks like they're trying to dig some bones out of the mud. The Omni-Heaven Marquis recently died here. His body was shattered by the evil woman after slamming into this mountain, so these corpses are surely digging up his bones. Just a little piece of a giant's bone would allow their body to reach the next level." Feng Feiyun has been studying the 8 Arts volume recently. The upper half of the book specialized in these corpse evils. The 3 evils of the Een world included specters, corpses, and fiends. These were creatures walking on the thin line between life and death. It was difficult to define what they were and of course, they were difficult to kill. For example, the body of these corpses was absurd. At second transformation, it was the same as an untouchable diamond body. Even spirit weapons couldn't destroy them without a sufficiently powerful user. If the user wasn't at a particular level, it would be a fool's dream. 1. This diamond is a Vajra protector in Buddhist mythos, not necessarily true diamond, even though it is the same word for diamond. This is a common word to describe an impervious physique. We have one in Emperor's domination too. Specters were even more devilish. They didn't have a physical body, so they were completely immune to regular attacks. Even spirit weapons had limited effects on them. Only a few artifacts were able to seal, subdue, suppress, and destroy them. Lastly, fiends were the most mysterious and intangible. Of course, this was mainly for ordinary people. As for treasure seekers, they specialized in restraining the 3 evils and 3 strange of the Yin and Yang worlds with their special techniques. After the Marquis fell, his blood seeped into the soil and dyed Mount Bonda completely red. However, this red mountain was covered in snow right now. Whoosh! A brilliant light that contained a majestic power surged from the bottom of the ground. This was a piece of bone from someone's hand and only the size of a little peach. It was as clear as jade with a burning temperature like an unearthed gem. It belonged to the Marquis. A corpse with a half-decayed body dug it out. It attracted the attention of the other corpses, so they all rushed towards it. The bone of a giant was a deadly temptation to these corpses and would allow them to cultivate to a more powerful state. Feng Feiyun quietly looked at this crazy scene from the distance. These corpses were slaughtering each other until the sky turned dark for this piece of bone. Even 3-second transformation corpses rushed out and smashed their own to smithereens. It was a flood of corpses. Even Grand Achievement God base cultivators would be easily torn to pieces. Rumble. A close-by cliff collapsed and heavy boulders rolled down, sending dust flying everywhere. 2 terrifying rays shot out for dozens of miles. This was a gaze that belonged to a corpse. Roar. Its roar alone shattered several hundred corpses nearby. All the trees and rocks cracked as well from this sonic blast. Feng Feiyun could feel this avalanche of power coming towards him, so he unleashed 9 slashes to shatter the wave roar. So strong, is there a 3rd transformation corpse in this place? His eyes lit up to increase his vision so that he could see the corpse crawling out of the ground. Boom. Another large section of the cliff fell. An ominous cloud gathered in the sky. The many layers eventually turned into a huge vortex. A broken corpse flew out from the cliff and lifted its head to roar at the sky. The clouds above shot down several hundred lightning bolts that struck its body. Not only did this fail to vanquish it, it made it even more tenacious. Electric currents continuously flowed throughout its body like worms. It had become a lightning corpse. Such power. Little Demonis hid behind Feng Feiyun from fear while looking at the broken corpse. Don't tell me, that's the Omni Heaven Marquis. Feng Feiyun stared intensely at the robe on the corpse. It had been damaged beyond words, but one could still see the mark of a marquis on the inner shirt. Half of a golden lion's head was still embroidered on it. The body was truly annihilated. Its skull was smashed with a large section chipped away. The left torso and hand had been severed. There were many parts missing on this particular corpse. It must have suffered an attack from a supreme master when it was alive. Even at the giant level, it was almost split into 1,000 pieces. The assailant must have been the evil woman, and this broken corpse was definitely the Omni Heaven Marquis. A great marquis had actually turned into a corpse evil, and not only did his power not deteriorate, it actually grew. A single breath could turn the vegetation within a dozen miles into a black death. Little Demonis asked, "Bro, do we still want to go there?" Feng Feiyun asked, "Are you afraid?" "Yes." She nodded repeatedly. A 3rd transformation corpse had unexpectedly appeared and guarded Mount Banda. It collected broken bones to form its own body. The low-level corpses were shivering while kneeling on the ground as if they were worshipping a king. Feng Feiyun glanced at the towering mountains once more. There were many locations shrouded in mists and clouds. One particular place had a treasure light that pierced the sky. Others had waterfalls flowing with several meter-long silverfish swimming at the bottom. On a particular cliff were engravings of pictures and ancient characters. There were also statues of people and Buddhas. This place was once incomparably prosperous. Many humans would come here just because of its great reputation. Sages had left their footprints behind, but it has now turned into a land of death that was occupied by these monsters. Feng Feiyun really wanted to see the ancient altar. He felt that it was a great location. There was an invisible force that was leading him to that place. In the end, he didn't leave and started to walk around the mountain. He opened a cave 100 miles away as a temporary haven while waiting for the right time. 1 month passed by incredibly quickly. The broken corpse was still cultivating at the midsection of the mountain. The ominous clouds in the sky accumulated to a thicker level as more corpses gathered. Even more 2nd transformation corpses arrived. Of course, this was to Feng Feiyun's advantage. He could hunt dozens of stray corpses each day, so he collected more and more palaces. This was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Little Demonis always started early and returned late. Each time she came back, she would carry a bag of palaces several times larger than her body. She looked just like a dwarf carrying a mountain. From afar, she actually looked like a big snail. This made Feng Feiyun quite angry. He had to sneak around, plant traps, and ambush them in order to not alarm the mass of corpses nearby. Each day, he could only take down a couple dozen corpses, but little Demonis obtained 10 times his amount, perhaps even more. She put down the bloody bag and patted it with her tiny hand before sitting down. She wiped away the sweat on her forehead and said, "Bro, do you want me to give you half?" Feng Feiyun replied, no need." Several more days passed. In the sky, a series of soul-stealing rings resounded. A gigantic black bell came from the northern sky while issuing these rhythmic noises that contained a power that clawed at the mind. It continued to echo without stopping. An old man wearing a corpse-repellent robe walked towards Mount Bonda. The great bell hovered above his head at the same pace. His robe looked like a Taoist uniform, but it wasn't. The left side was white and the right was black. It represented the yin and yang worlds. In the middle was a taiji symbol with black and white rays floating through it. They were two yin and yang fish. Yin corpses are coming, people of the yang affinity, make way. The old man with a slight hunchback wore an iron crest. Wrinkles covered his face that had narrow eyes and an aquiline nose. Rumble. Wherever he went, the bell would ring. The evil corpses began to follow right behind him in a line just like a group of servants. There were hundreds of them, resulting in a long, black line. They walked in a uniform fashion on the snowy plain. This shocking scene was quite eye-catching and strange. Someone was actually able to control hundreds of these corpses. This ability was even more formidable than that of treasure masters. A corpse controller from the Northern Frontier Prefecture is actually here. With his cultivation, I think he might be a character of the Lord level from a corpse cave. Chapter 279, Charging into Mount Bonda. The Northern Frontier Prefecture was at the northernmost area of the Jin dynasty, several 100,000 miles away from the southern Grand Prefecture. Normal people would never be able to travel between these two places even if they tried for a lifetime. It was simply two different worlds in their eyes. The cultivators in the northern region were different. This was the home of corpse controllers. The strong masters there all belonged to this classification. The terrorizing corpse. Caves had controllers capable of refining a living giant into a corpse slave. A very long time ago, there was a period when corpse controllers almost ruled the Jin dynasty. Many ancestors from the great powers were refined by them. Because of this, the cultivation world could tolerate them no longer and formed an alliance to siege them. In that era, even though corpse controllers had several masters far beyond the level of giant, they couldn't withstand the fury from the entire world. 3 ancient corpse caves were eradicated completely. Eventually, the defeated group retreated to the northern frontier. At that time, the cultivation world itself suffered grievous losses. More than 100 giants were killed. If they were to invade the north to uproot the corpse masters, the price would have been too heavy. Since both sides no longer wanted to fight, several leaders with the highest authority in the corpse cave signed a truce with the masters of the cultivation world. They promised to no longer sacrifice and refine living people. In the end, they maintained their lineages in the northern region. This happened a long time ago, even before the establishment of the Jin dynasty. Yin corpses are coming, the living of the yang affinity, make way. This old corpse controller was running towards Mount Bonda. The spectacular lineup of corpses behind him now numbered more than 1,000. He stared at the broken corpse that belonged to the Omni-Heaven Marquis in the middle of the ridge. I can't believe the evil woman is strong to this level. Her evil energy alone could turn a giant into a corpse. The old man gave a devious smile. Feng Feiyun was right, this old corpse controller was the lawless cave lord from the northern region, and he was here for the Marquis corpse. The defeat of the great army and the death of the Marquis made many cave lords come running to collect his corpse. A giant's lifespan was too long. Moreover, they would be buried in ancestral lands after death where they would be protected by supreme guardians. These corpses were incredibly rare because of this, so all corpse controllers would covet them. The cave lord hoarsely laughed and took out a large charm from his chest pocket. It was as red as blood and had many twisting runes engraved on it. Lawless is our creed. Sacrifice humans to seal the heavens. The corpse-suppressing charm flew towards the ridge where the Marquis was. It was originally only the size of a palm, but now it suddenly stretched out to be 8 meters long like a majestic red tablet. The corpses nearby all quivered on the ground. Boom. This charm was too powerful. Some corpses were pushed down to the ground as their bodies began to crack. This charm was an ancient treasure of the lawless corpse cave specialized in subduing corpses at the giant level. Even though this body had undergone the 3rd transformation, it could still be suppressed. The charm had an unfathomable power when it came to these creatures. The Marquis issued a long hiss and shot out bursts of lightning from its body in an arc that covered both the sky and ground. Lightning crackled everywhere as the air and clouds were torn apart. The charm couldn't suppress it and was forced back. Humph. Worthy of being a marquis. It has become even more powerful after death. Hee, yes, the stronger, the better, the lawless lord rang his bell. All the corpses were howling near the ridge. A great battle ensued between a third transformation corpse and a cave lord. They exchanged blows from dozens of miles apart, since one was at the base of the mountain and the other was on the mountain ridge. The earth was being boiled and the sky enveloped. Now is the time. Feng Feiyun wanted to use this chance while all the corpses were in disarray. After more than 1 month of observations, he found 6 different climbable paths. They were all well hidden and quite dangerous. He chose the most remote path. This could avoid alarming the cave lord and the third transformation corpse to minimize his risk. However, he only managed to cross several hundred meters before a corpse full of black energy crawled out of a pit and attacked him. Pluff! A white light flashed and split the corpse into 2 pieces. Feng Feiyun didn't stop at all. He must reach the top of the mountain before the fight between those 2 monsters end. He collected the palace, rapidly advancing through a barren stone forest and into a narrow mountain path. This place was dark and grim. A series of shadows rushed out to meet him. There were more than 30 corpses. Their corpses were already rotting with tattered clothing. They could condense spirit energy due to drinking the blood of a giant on the ground. Thus, they were much stronger than ordinary corpses. Crimson fire art. Feng Feiyun pointed his finger and a plume of flames penetrated a corpse's forehead. The fire spread from its head and burned the rest of its body to ashes. Their body was as tough as steel, but this flame could easily burn them. Other cultivators wouldn't have an easy time like Feng Feiyun. A fire ignited from the ground as the 5 elements were channeled by him. Dozens of corpses could fight against a grand achievement god base, but they were suppressed by the 5 elements and couldn't put up the slightest bit of resistance. A total of 38 corpse palaces fell to the ground. A white light swept by and collected them all into a boundary stone. The minor change art is at 5% power right now with 5 elements present. If I could understand the yellow earth art completely, maybe I can understand 10% of the minor art and double my battle prowess. The 5 elements art couldn't be considered a technique from the 8 arts volume alone, only the minor change art could barely be considered one. When minor turns into grand, that would be when it became the real technique. The contents of the 8 arts volume were too profound and broad. Just one art alone could take a lifetime to master. Few could cultivate 2 arts at the same time, let alone all 8. Those who could garner some success in 2 arts were already exceedingly rare. Mount Banda had plunged into darkness with layers of black clouds hanging above. One could hear the roars of corpses and the bell of the corpse controller. These were the only 2 sounds in a 10-mile radius, but they were able to directly kill any cultivator at the Immortal Foundation realm. Feng Feiyun activated his infinite spirit ring. It floated above his head and used its energy to stop the power of these frightening sounds. He stepped on the bones, issuing crisp noises as he made his way forward. These bones had been dragged here by the corpses. There were human bones as well as bones of animals. The flesh had been eaten completely, leaving behind scary skeletons. Hiss! Horrifying screams resounded from ahead. There was a faint glimpse of a figure that then vanished right into the fog before them. Along this path were many old monuments. The right side had 2 lifelike stone statues with smooth lines. A line of inscriptions was carved to record the events of several hundred years ago. If it wasn't for the ever-present threat of the corpses, Feng Feiyun would definitely sit down and carefully read it. Alas, it was not the right time. He passed by several ancient sites with haste. Along the way, some corpses would jump out. They were all at the first transformation, so Feng Feiyun easily took care of them. After going through the narrow crevice, the ground turned red like blood and became steeper. It could be said that there was no road, only intertwining and rising platforms of rocks. Feng Feiyun began his ascent. After making it to the end of this rocky section, he saw a figure that caused his heart to jump before he could even stand straight. It was an old corpse that wore a neat set of white armor. The only reason he was an old corpse was because he had died a long time ago. His actual age seemed to be quite young. He looked more like a melancholic man than a corpse. He stood there motionless as if lost in thought. Of course, he had been dead for many years and only climbed out of his grave recently. His body was still untouched, his flesh didn't rot. His eyeballs were still there, but they were empty and dark. Meanwhile, his skin was frighteningly pale without any blood. He was just standing there, but a suffocating pressure was being exuded. Feng Feiyun didn't dare to move since this horrifying force was comparable to the Omni-Heaven Marquis. A third transformation corpse was actually here. What was his origin? Bro, there is a grave behind him, don't tell me he just crawled out of it. Little Demoness appeared behind Feng Feiyun out of nowhere. She curiously stared at the white-armored man several hundred feet away. She continued, I heard that Mount Banda is an ancient holy land with a single altar. It isn't strange for a few ancient corpses to be buried here. Feng Feiyun gently bit the tip of his tongue and cursed in his mind. That evil woman really was a big threat. Her corpse energy was too thick, wherever she went, even people that had been dead for an unknown amount of years initiated their corpse transformations. If she didn't come here, these corpses would have continued their eternal slumber instead of crawling out of their graves. He thought, I hope the good corpse and true body can take care of her. Little Demoness exclaimed in astonishment, Hey! Bro, look at the jumping purple light inside the grave behind him. Such a rich spirit energy, don't tell me an ancient treasure is gestating there. Her shouting alerted the white-armored corpse. It finally moved and turned its head. Boom. His empty eyes stared at them. An aura of death rushed out from his otherworldly gaze, intending to devour the souls of men. Chapter 280, Feng Clan's Legend. The air froze as their bodies seemed to be trapped in ice, unable to move. The armored corpse slowly walked over. The soles of his feet produced ominous clouds. It stretched out its hand towards the two that were still dozens of meters away. Despite the gap, they were already suppressed by this corpse. It was a creature comparable to a giant. Meow, meow. Only the kitty in Little Demoness' bosom could still move. It jumped out of her chest and turned into a white ray that rushed towards the tomb behind the corpse. Its amber eyes were fixated on the purple light in there. The corpse stopped. It shot out two gray beams from its eyes that made the air ripple as they chased after the cat. However, they didn't hurt it at all. Swoosh! The kitty burst into the grave. Little Demoness shouted, Whitey! The armored corpse's miasma was too thick, so she didn't dare to go forward and could only anxiously hide behind Feng Feiyun. The old man stopped and converged all of the energy back into his body before he turned back towards his grave to chase the kitty. He walked in a very slow and stiff manner, yet it only took a moment for him to return to the grave. Bro, Whitey! Little Demoness grabbed onto Feng Feiyun's sleeve and was on the verge of tears. Feng Feiyun replied, Stay here, I'll go take a look. She said, I'll go too, Whitey is definitely in there to eat some bones. Cats don't eat bones. Feng Feiyun prepared the earth with his minor change art in order to find an entrance. He refined the corrosive corpse energy and carefully walked towards the grave. Because there was a third transformation corpse here, the corpse energy was incredibly frightening. The ground and rocks were all stained with it. If this form of miasma were to touch the body, they might be poisoned and turn into corpse evils as well. With the spell, the corpse energy on the ground receded to the sides like the tide. Whitey likes to eat bones, it's not an ordinary cat. Little Demoness maintained her grip on Feng Feiyun's sleeve. Is it a dog then? Feng Feiyun was starting to get frustrated. She earnestly nodded, during a full moon, it would copy a dog and bark. It thinks that the sky is a big pancake, so it keeps on trying to eat it. Chinese readers would immediately think of the Tiango, or heavenly dog. The Tiango resembles a black dog or meteor, which is thought to eat the sun or moon during an eclipse. I see, Feng Feiyun naturally didn't trust anything that came out of this little girl's mouth. Rumble. In the distance, the corpse of the Omni-Heaven Marquis was shrouded in corpse energy. The world seemed to be engulfed by a black ink as it tried to stop the corpse bell and the suppressive talisman. Energy waves rushed everywhere, damaging the cliff, causing boulders to roll down. If Mount Banda didn't span for 300 miles, it would have been decimated to the ground. Here was a little ravine far from the ridge of the great battle. This particular grave was very remote. These small hills made out of bones had been polished throughout the years. If it wasn't for the ancient corpse walking out of the grave by itself, no one would think that this was the tomb of a giant. The ground constantly quaked like a boat on rough waters. Boulders continued to roll down alongside tumbling corpses. The tomb was eerily quiet outside of the ringing footsteps. Little Demoness was still behind Feng Feiyun while biting her index finger like an innocent child. The soil here is quite old. It must have been buried here for more than 1,000 years. Feng Feiyun picked up a handful of soil and sniffed it. The deeper they went, the darker the tomb became. The miasma also thickened, only his ring was able to stop it. Without this spirit treasure, even a grand achievement god base would be invaded by this corpse energy. They would either turn into a bloody puddle or a corpse evil. A black pond appeared in the tomb with boiling water. Plumes of steam came from the pond with a group of violet light lingering above it. The source was a purple bead. The black steam that came out of the pond looked like ghost hands, as if the pond was giving birth to countless apparitions. Eerie laughter seemed to be emanating from it. Feng Feiyun suddenly stopped, causing Little Demoness, who was distracted, to slam into his back. She kept on rubbing her forehead afterward. Such a powerful Yin energy. Feng Feiyun looked at the purple bead and noticed runes orbiting it before entering its body. Isn't that a 4th-rank spirit pill? While salivating, Little Demoness' eyes flashed with a glimmer. Feng Feiyun mumbled, it really is a 4th-rank spirit pill refined from water. An ancient corpse was actually performing alchemy in this tomb. A 2nd-rank pill was already a rare treasure. A 3rd-rank pill wasn't something one could buy with money. The exceedingly scarce 4th-rank pills could compare to spirit treasures. No more than 10 alchemists in the entire Jin dynasty could produce one. A 2nd transformation corpse had a certain level of intelligence. One at the 3rd transformation was just as smart as an ordinary person. Even though a corpse performing alchemy was a bit shocking, it certainly wasn't impossible. Meow, meow. The white-armored corpse stood by the pond, completely stiff and motionless. He was hugging Whitey, who was docile to the extreme. The cat's eyes were glued to the purple light above the pond. With the corpse's cultivation, it naturally detected Feng Feiyun and Little Demoness, but it didn't turn around. Instead, it only showed its back like a statue. Bro, look at his armor. Little Demoness gently pulled Feng Feiyun's sleeve. Even after 1,000 years, there were no signs of decay and rust on its white armor. A white light was still flowing on the plates. It clearly wasn't an ordinary item. There was also a red cloak that had rotted completely. Nevertheless, it still resembled a broken banner fluttering in the wind. One could imagine just how majestic and heroic this corpse must have been when it was alive. However, the thing that caught Feng Feiyun's attention was the circular stamp on the armor with the word Feng. It looked like a conspicuous round shield. Could he be a master of the Feng clan? Feng Feiyun moved his palm in order to activate his minor change art to calculate the origin of the corpse. However, an invisible force severed his connection and almost broke his palm. Little Demoness took out a yellow scroll from her bosom. It was carved by iron and made from bamboo. A golden wire connected a total of 300 tiny pieces. Names and dates were engraved on each of them. She held it with one hand while using her fingers on the other hand to meticulously read these scrolls. What are you holding? Feng Feiyun quickly glanced at the scroll. The sacred list. She was still looking. Sacred list. Don't tell me you stole the clan's genealogy listing. Feng Feiyun took the scrolls from her and sure enough, it was the clan's history. The real names of their ancestors were carved with great detail on these scrolls. She really did steal it. Every ancient clan had a genealogy record. It didn't only contain the names and lives of their predecessors, but also the secrets of the clan. For example, the 4 ancestral grounds of the Feng were clearly recorded here. Due to having too many secrets, this list would normally be stored in the clan's ancestral temple and guarded by supreme experts. Outside of the clan master in each generation, others would never be able to see it. He read the list for a long while as more black lines appeared on his forehead. No wonder why this little girl could enter the Feng's ancestral ground and even dig out the ancestors' bones. So it turns out that she found the method of entry from this list. A thief in the family is difficult to detect. Feng Feiyun repeatedly sighed. I didn't steal it, Whitey was the one who snuck it out. She blamed everything on the cat. Could a cat steal this list from the heavily guarded ancestral temple? If that was the case, then those supreme experts from the Feng clan were too incompetent. Oh, is it him? Feng Feiyun found some clues on the list. Perhaps this was the true identity of this man who had died more than 1,000 years ago. The Feng had been established more than 1,000 years ago. Their brilliant first clan master was quite talented, but regardless of how strong he was, he alone couldn't create a great clan like the Feng. These records wrote about his younger brother who was even more gifted than him. The younger brother was the king of that generation who fought 780 battles without suffering defeat. Anyone who dared to defy the Feng would be forcefully suppressed by him. He would beat them all into submission. Even the Grand Southern Prefecture Lord lost 3 times to him. The records had a great evaluation of him. He nearly broke through the giant level before the age of 30 and was known as the Feng's number 1. If he didn't die, he most likely could have led the Feng clan to become an entity comparable to the 4 great clans. Very few people knew his real name, but it was recorded on the list, Feng Qi. Sai. A hero who went missing in Trinity and never appeared in the world again. This was an unsolved case of the Feng clan. No one knew where he had gone. Some saw him appear right outside of the Feng's ancestral ground before entering Trinity, then he disappeared into thin air. If this armored man was indeed an ancestor of the Feng clan, then Feng Qi was the only one who matched the genealogy records. Could it be that the number 1 member of the Feng unexpectedly died at Mount Banda and was buried beneath this hill? What a lamentable story. If the evil woman didn't come out, then this legend of the Feng clan would never see the light of day again. Chapter 281, Evil Woman on the Altar. The kitty saw little Demonis, so it jumped out of Feng Qi's chest and ran to grab the girl's skirt. Feng Qi was still standing next to the black pond while staring at the purple bead as if he was petrified. Feng Feiyun dragged the little girl out of the tomb. Even though a 4th-rank pill was tempting, it belonged to someone else. To try and steal it would only end in their own demise. Though Feng Qi was an ancestor of the Feng clan, he was dead now and nothing more than a corpse at the 3rd transformation. They left the tomb and directly headed for the top of the mountains without stopping to rest. The 2 of them finally made it to the halfway ridge. Suddenly, a blaring roar came from the distance. Boom. The lawless lord's laughter shook the entire mountain. His bell had defeated the broken corpse while the talisman was placed on its forehead. The Omni-Heaven Marquis wanted to retaliate several times, but it was continuously suppressed. Omni-Heaven Marquis, you are already dead. Throw away your pride and glory, be my obedient slave. Pluff. 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 Countless corpses were crushed by the power of the talisman and turned into dust that scattered on the ground. Several thousand corpse palaces were piled up. Meanwhile, the more powerful corpses were prostrating on the ground due to the suppression of the bell. They respectfully worshipped this cave lord as if it was a pilgrimage of death. The corpse masters from the northern frontier are truly strong. I can't believe he actually subdued a corpse at the giant level. The lawless cave isn't one of the most terrifying ones either. I wonder just how strong the ancient corpse caves are. Feng Feiyun saw the Marquis being subdued and looked further towards the distance. He noticed an old man in a black robe floating in the sky. Despite his archaic appearance, he wasn't feeble at all and had a hawk-like gaze accompanied with a chilling aura. Rumble. Suddenly, a world-destroying power came from the peak of Mount Banda. This power made the sky turn dark while the world trembled as if a meteor was descending. Boom. Feng Feiyun was alarmed. This power made his legs sink into the ground. He smashed his stone saber into the soil and tightly gripped the hilt with both hands in order to stabilize himself with difficulty. It was a horrifying scene. The dark clouds in the sky parted as a monstrous hand came crashing down. The lawless lord's body exploded with blood gushing out everywhere. His corpse-repelling yin-yang robe was destroyed as well. What was left of his body slammed into the ground, creating a huge pit. This force was simply unstoppable. Even a giant would be completely trampled. Boom. Boom. The corpse-controlling talisman and bell were blown away, both of them showed cracks. These spirit treasures were almost shattered in just one blow. All the quivering corpses prostrated with their heads almost touching the ground. A supreme expert is at the top of Mount Banda. Feng Feiyun looked down to the ground. There was a gigantic palm seal that spanned for thousands of meters. The resulting crater was dozens of meters deep, just like a newly formed ravine. Smoke and dust blew everywhere with violent vibrations. The world was almost turned upside down. Evil. Woman. The lawless lord was bleeding profusely, but he eventually climbed out of the mud in horror. Even though he had suffered a grievous injury, he recalled his broken talisman and bell and then fled northbound without looking back. An imperious cave lord had failed and escaped in such a pitiful manner. He was so frightened that running was the only thing on his mind. A cold breeze flew by and more snow fell. The entire mountain became quiet. Feng Feiyun touched his chest and felt a sharp pain. Even though that palm attack from the peak was dozens of miles away, he was still jolted by the impact. That power was unreasonably mighty. An untouchable corpse energy engulfed the world. All the corpses were still prostrating, only the broken corpse of the Marquis could stand straight next to the ridge. No, there was another white figure by that hillside. He gave an indifferent stare towards the north, and with his white armor, he looked like a lonely wanderer looking for a way back home. Feng Qi was lonely like the falling snow, silent and cold. This power and aura, Feng Feiyun looked at the peak shrouded in clouds. The chill became even more unbearable. The evil woman was still here at Mount Banda. The infinite spirit ring rotated on its own. The 6 ancient diagrams flashed continuously as if it could feel the aura of the azure spirit vessel. Little Demonis asked, "Bro, are we still going to the top?" Feng Feiyun's eyes were full of determination. An urge within him grew stronger and stronger. He pondered for a moment before replying, "I must go, you stay here." That power at the peak was simply too strong. Even if it wasn't the evil woman, it would be another terrifying existence. They truly deterred anyone from approaching, but Feng Feiyun had no choice. The path of cultivation required one to push themselves to desperate straits in order to break through. "Okay, I won't go then." Contrary to his expectations, little Demonis didn't stick to him this time and turned back down the hill. Who knows what is on this girl's mind? Feng Feiyun watched her tiny departing back and felt that she was up to no good. There was no way she was truly frightened. The path up the mountain had calmed down. He seldom encountered corpses. There were a few second transformation corpses that he avoided by taking a long detour. A thick aura remained present at the peak. Even though it was not visible, it was certainly real. Other cultivators would be fleeing from fear after sensing it. He finally made it to the top. This place was desolate as the vegetation had turned into dust while the ground had turned into sand. Snowflakes were still falling from the sky, but they immediately melted before reaching the ground. Sand was flying all over the sky while the howling wind pounded on his eardrums. It was as if he was walking in a desert. He finally saw the ancient altar. It was comprised of several thousand stone tablets arranged into a platform, buried deep in the sand for an eternity. Even a tornado wouldn't be able to move them in the slightest. To tell the truth, these stone tablets were more like pieces of coarse rocks. Feng Feiyun stood right outside. There was a white stone tablet 3 times taller than him that emitted an extraordinary aura. It was ancient and profound, as if it contained something indescribable. Strange, could this altar have been arranged using the minor change numbers? The platform was huge and looked like a labyrinth of rocks. Even a divine intent couldn't enter since it contained some strange laws. This altar might just be a large forest of stone tablets in the eyes of others, but Feng Feiyun could see that it was special. He sat down on the ground in a meditative pose and wanted to use the numbers of the minor change art to rearrange them. A tornado of sand abruptly appeared. A green light from the depths of the altar shot to the sky. His ring shook like crazy and almost flew off his finger. Someone is in the altar. Is the evil woman really meditating there? Feng Feiyun couldn't think calmly and slowly walked into the altar. Boom. The first step forward caused stars to move and the world to reverse. Another small tornado of sand slammed into his body and blew him sideways outside. When he fell down, he found himself to be in a random location within the altar. He firmly stood up and was startled, so he took a step backward. It's her. A slim figure was meditating above the floating sand. It was as if she was sitting on a holy lotus. Even though it was only her back, he was definitely not mistaken. She was engulfed in an azure light, ethereal and wondrous. There was a particular evil rhythm and immortal intent. these two opposing forces were condensing in her body. An azure ship was floating on her palm. Her palm contained a boundless power like a vast ocean. Even the vessel couldn't fly away from her grasp. Starlight descended and fell on top of both the boat and her body as the two started to blend into one being. Fuck. So shameless, she's actually trying to refine the vessel after stealing my deimization stone. She might as well go be a bandit. Feng Feiyun was very angry, but he didn't yell at her. He began to think about how to take the vessel back. This was a holy treasure, so he must retrieve it regardless of the price. This ancient altar contained a magical power and was rearranged by the evil woman, so she was able to grasp part of its power. Even though she looked to be fully concentrating on refining the vessel, the moment someone tried to disturb her, she would instantly kill them mercilessly. The best example was the lawless cave lord from earlier. Though it looked like she wasn't far away from him, she could appear several hundred meters away in just one blink. In reality, she didn't move from her spot at all, shrinking the earth to an inch. So close yet worlds apart. Flames surfaced in his pupils. He could see runes on the ground but couldn't remove them since they were carved by the evil woman. He secretly praised his fortune for not sneak attacking her earlier. Even though the two appeared to be quite close, they could have been thousands of meters apart. This was a wondrous technique that even the heavenly phoenix gaze had trouble deciphering. If he couldn't break this spatial technique, then he simply wouldn't be able to get close to her. Forcefully trying to seize the vessel right now was the same as courting death. It would be better to quietly increase his cultivation and wait for the right opportunity. If something unexpected happens, Feng Feiyun would have a chance. Since you are trying to comprehend the Dao here, I'll use this opportunity to steal your Dao fruit. Feng Feiyun sat down on top of a boulder and tried to understand the strands of laws from the altar by absorbing them into his body. Few people could gain enlightenment from the mysterious power inside this altar. However, the evil woman was an incredible talent and had managed to find the source of power from the altar, allowing her to learn in this place while refining the vessel at the same time. Feng Feiyun wished to use a secret technique from the Phoenix race in order to steal a little bit of her Dao enlightenment to strengthen his own cultivation. Chapter 282, Grand Achievement God Base. Where did this power of the altar come from? Ordinary people couldn't speculate its source since it was too difficult to calculate. However, the evil woman was able to find this source and refined it into her body. Feng Feiyun was sitting on the edge of the altar in order to steal the fruits of her effort. Even if it was only a tiny strand, it would provide him boundless benefits. Someone once meditated here for one night and went from Grand Achievement God Base all the way to the level of a giant. This showed just how mighty the power within the altar was. Boom. Strands of invisible laws poured into his body. The ninth divine intent condensed in his mind. This was really too fast. He took one step forward in less than an hour. He was now only a little bit away from Grand Achievement God Base. This was the power of the ancient altar. Peak God Base was an important level. The majority of cultivators would be trapped in this level for the rest of their lives. The elders of many sects were mainly stuck at this level. If they couldn't cultivate the 10th divine intent, there was no way to reach Grand Achievement God Base. Few could reach Grand Achievement. Even the number one sacred ground in the world, the Wanxiang Pagoda, had less than 300 Grand Achievement God Bases. Out of 100,000 top geniuses, only 300 would be able to reach this level. Just how low was this likelihood? And they were only rarer in other places. The previous generation would need to cultivate for 60 to 100 years before reaching Grand Achievement. For a clan like the Feng, they had hundreds of God bases, but less than 10 people were at Grand Achievement. This clan had 16 branches of direct disciples that would total to be around 1 million. However, less than 10 reached Grand Achievement. This number was too low. This reflected the difficulty of reaching Grand Achievement. Once one embarked on this path, it would be the same as reaching a new stage altogether. The path of the strong would be available to them at that point. Feng Feiyun had 9 divine intents at this moment. Just one more would turn him into a Grand Achievement cultivator. Grand Achievement here was referring to the completion of one's divine intents. I must use this opportunity to steal her Dao to reach Grand Achievement in one go. Otherwise, it will take another 2 years of normal cultivation before I can reach this level. Feng Feiyun felt an urgency to become stronger. The celestial phenomenon of dragons surrounding the sky and the approach of the red star meant that the world would become 10 times more chaotic in the future. Being powerless in the midst of turmoil would leave him as an ant waiting to be trampled on. Feng Feiyun set his own goal to reach the first level of Heaven's mandate within 3 years. If Grand Achievement God Base was taking the first step into the world of experts, then first level Heaven's mandate meant that one was a real expert. These 3 years was the test of the Pagoda's hundreds list and Feng Feiyun's own struggle. Boom. Condensing the 10th divine intent was incredibly difficult. He had failed 87 times already. The problem was that he couldn't stabilize the intent during the process of accumulation. It was truly difficult to reach grand achievement. Even though his talents were exceedingly high, he couldn't succeed in such a short period of time. 2 days had gone by. The evil woman was still meditating in the center of the altar while Feng Feiyun stayed by the edge. The two of them created an entirely new situation. One was learning while the other stealing. 3,400 attempts of condensation, all failed. No, I can't keep going on like this. Feng Feiyun decisively woke from his meditation and looked around. He couldn't create the 10th intent, so further attempts would only be useless. This method would end up harming the other 9 intents instead. Maybe I can try to use the minor change numbers to condense this divine intent. A countless number of invisible Tao was entering Feng Feiyun's body from the altar. However, he stopped borrowing them to create the 10th intent and instead let them flow into the other 9 intents. The minor change number was 40, but Feng Feiyun only had 9 intents. He decided to make a bold decision and actually divided his 9 intents into 40 small segments. This was an extremely risky endeavor. One misstep would end in broken intents, and he would fall back into intermediate God base. However, this was not a completely foolish act. The reason why other people were able to create 10 divine intents perfectly and couldn't add more was that a human had 3 souls and 7 spirits, summing to 10. Thus, 10 intents meant grand completion. However, this was not the same for Feng Feiyun. Not only did he have the soul of a human, he also had the soul of a phoenix. A phoenix soul was 3 times stronger than a human soul. A human had 3 souls and 7 spirits while a phoenix soul had 9 souls and 21 spirits. Thus, it was possible for Feng Feiyun to cultivate 40 divine intents. However, this was only in theory because a body that contained souls from both a human and phoenix had never appeared before. He was definitely unique in this case. This was a big difference between him and other people. He needed to find his own path through exploration and experimentation. 40 intents was 4 times more than the average. If he could actually create all 40, then he wouldn't simply be 4 times stronger than others because it wasn't simple addition, it was a case of multiple layers reinforcing each other. Normally, Feng Feiyun wouldn't attempt such a crazy idea because it required a monstrous amount of spirit energy as the foundation for cultivation. Even if he prepared 100 pieces of true mysterious spirit stones, it still might be inadequate for absorption. But now, he was in the altar and could steal the Tao fruit of the evil woman. This was simply plundering of an astronomical magnitude. With this situation, his worries were eliminated, allowing him to proceed with this outrageous decision. He had been robbed by her before, so it was time to return the favor. The 9 intents were divided into 40 small segments. Normally, it was impossible to divide these intents because they would dissipate into plumes of mist right away. However, this was possible due to the derivation of the minor change numbers on top of the continuous Tao laws being poured into them. They didn't dissipate and instead grew stronger. It was a process of incubating 40 embryos that eventually turn into babies and then independent adults capable of autonomous cultivation. This was a very long process. 7 days passed by in this fashion. These small segments doubled in size. They were initially the size of a chicken egg, but they slowly took the shape of tiny people while emitting a blue light. They were arranged into a minor change formation like 40 jewels engraved in a cloth, similar to the rules of the altar itself. In his mind were 40 lights floating around like a little starry sky. Spirit energy filled this empty space. Does this count as grand achievement God base? Feng Feiyun didn't know to what extent his strength had reached. He only found that the spirit energy in his dantian was several times purer and it filled the entire region. All of his cells were full of energy. Boom. The 9 fate meridians in his chest opened like a bottle with its plug removed. Even more energy expanded inside his body. It surged outside and blended with the world. The size of a person's dantian was limited, unlike the world. In order to contain more spirit energy, one must turn the world into their own dantian and have access to its energy at all times by manipulating the energy from the two separate entities. The 9 meridians that had been opened just now were the bridges between one's dantian and the world. To truly achieve grand achievement, one must open these meridians on top of the 10 divine intents to form a bond with nature. 10 divine intents, the creations of the world connecting with the meridians, and an endless amount of spirit energy, these were the true requirements for grand achievement God base. Of course, there were separate divisions in this level as well. It was predicated on the number of bridges with the world. In other words, the open meridians. A body had a total of 360 fate meridians. At birth, all 360 would be closed, their opening would start at Grand Achievement God base. Feng Feiyun had only opened 9 of them, the other 351 were still closed, so he had endless potential. The more he opened, the more powerful he would become. Once all 360 were opened, one could experience the Earth Tribulation to try and reach first-level Heaven's Mandate. Phew. Feng Feiyun took a deep breath. This is Grand Achievement God base. Perfect divine intents, the body has connected with the world and its inexhaustible, unwithering energy. How strong am I now? Feng Feiyun felt that he must be much stronger than the other Grand Achievement God base cultivators. After all, when he was still a peak God base, he could already kill the weaker Grand Achievement cultivators. Plus, he has created 40 divine intents. Even though he was still a Grand Achievement cultivator, his fighting prowess couldn't be assessed with ordinary conventions. Dragon King's first slash. A blade condensed in his palm and the arc shot out completely in the form of a divine dragon. It roared in the air for a long period before dispersing. Feng Feiyun was unable to fully comprehend the first variation of this saber technique in the past, but at this moment, he suddenly understood and reached perfect mastery. This slash alone could kill several other Grand Achievement God bases. Chapter 283, Recapturing the Spirit Vessel. 40 divine intents hovered in his mind in the minor change arrangement, just like the altar. They resembled 40 exceptionally dazzling stars. What was this realm? Feng Feiyun couldn't give an answer because he had never encountered such a situation before. No creature in this world could cultivate 40 divine intents either. A human had 10, phoenixes had 30, and true dragons had 33. Grand achievement with 9 open meridians. The other 351 will require some time through cultivation. The hardest part for cultivation is getting to the door. The spirit realm is the first, followed by Immortal Foundation and God base. After getting through these minor realms, one would finally become a real cultivator. Alas, there are trillions of beings, and not many could get through these barriers. God base is the most difficult. Countless heroes and talents usually get stuck in this realm for dozens or even 100 years. In the end, their talents are wasted and they would die an ordinary death like a mortal. The first cornerstone of cultivation is truly difficult. 10,000 years worth of cultivation could end before it even started because of this realm. Feng Feiyun slowly sighed before his eyes flashed with determination. He had finally crossed this hurdle to reach the next level. The next trials before him were to open his meridians and then the Earth Tribulation. He needed to pass these trials before seizing the Heaven's Mandate to obtain a lifespan of 500 years. With that, he would have more time to do as he pleased. The Silver River spanned across the celestial canopy to link 2 different galaxies. 1. Silver River is the Milky Way, but it is too modern and Western, so I'm going literal with the Chinese name. 2 meteors came from the north and crossed the Silver River, aiming straight for Mount Banda. In just a moment, they landed right outside the altar. Their majestic arrival seemed just like 2 devil beasts from the primordial past breaking through the fabric of time to come to this world. It's them. Feng Feiyun quickly took one step back before creating a small tornado of sand to hide himself in. His body disappeared into the sand. The evil woman also felt the 2 conspicuous presences. She only woke up from her cultivation without moving. Her eyes were still closed as she sat in a meditative pose. The starlight in the sky had been bathing her as she tried to refine the spirit vessel without batting an eye. Feng Feiyun thought to himself, 3 corpses to slay the Tao. First, separate into 3 corpses only to join together once more. Their gathering now could kill the heavenly Tao. The gales continued to send the snow flying outside of the altar on this cold night. The snowflakes were like the fluffy feathers of a phoenix falling down onto this magnificent scenery. Their drifting nature made this lonely night even colder and more beautiful. Xiao Nolan used her paper umbrella right outside of the altar. Her tight, white dress painted her exquisite figure below her red winter jacket. To her right was a floating corpse palace. All 4 ethereal doors were opened. There wasn't the stench of corpse energy but rather an immortal aura. One could smell its pleasant and charming taste. You actually made it out of the immeasurable tower. The evil woman was not shaken at all. A green brilliance flashed across her fair skin while her long eyebrows slightly trembled, but her eyes remained closed. She continued, I was going to go to the immeasurable tower to seize your Tao foundation after completing the 5th transformation. I didn't think that you would escape by yourself. The immeasurable tower couldn't trap you, so it naturally couldn't trap me. You are my evil corpse, it is time for you to return to the true body. Xiao Nolan's appearance was initially different from the evil woman's, but after some time, her looks changed to be exactly like the evil woman. If they stood in the same spot, very few would be able to tell the two apart. Which was the evil corpse and which was the true body? Your Tao has regressed. The evil corpse is the true body and the true body is the evil corpse. This is a world of the strong, I am stronger than you, so I am the true body. The evil woman's body exuded a chilling prestige with an evil aura. Even the high heavens would want to kneel before her. Good people used virtue to govern, evil people used force to reign. Whoosh! The evil woman finally opened her eyes. The black pupils looked just like 2 black holes. The stars in the sky were distorted and flew in the direction of her gaze, soaring closer towards the altar. Xiao Nolan closed the paper umbrella and pointed forward to shatter the starlight. She flew forward into the altar and landed on a stone tablet like an immortal crane on a mountain. Boom! Her palm carried the force of several mountains. With a flip of her palm, the world seemed to be lifted as she unleashed a blow towards the altar as if wanting to flatten the entire mountain. The true body is strong to this level too. Feng Feiyun was now hiding under another tablet and used his ring for protection. Nevertheless, he could still feel the threat of death. A stray energy ray could kill him any second. Luckily, the altar had an unfathomable strength. It didn't get destroyed throughout the long ages, so even though the 2 women had terrorizing cultivations, they still couldn't shake the 1,000 stone tablets. Bang! The corpse palace floating in the sky joined in as well. It flew inside the altar and attacked the evil woman. It was completely different from Feng Feiyun's first impression since it was just as strong as Xiao Nolan. It ignited in flames. This was the fire of a 4th transformation corpse that spread in a boundless manner. Images of gigantic corpses began to attack. A 300-mile radius around Mount Banda was quaking and sank down 3 meters. Good corpse, you are here just in time. Good, I'll refine both of you today to complete my Tao. The evil woman's body shot out endless rays. She reached forward and clouds began to gather in the sky. A huge palm print slammed down from the heavens. This was the hand of evil with a rebellious power. One strike alone could shatter a large river. Xiao Nolan and the corpse palace worked together. Each used their own killing move. 2 waves of flooding energy swept back towards the sky and destroyed the palm print. Rumble. Bolts of lightning and series of explosions chaotically rampaged from the peak for 1,000 miles. This scene with thunder and fire was incredibly terrifying. It looked just like the start of the world during the primordial age. People would think that the entire world was about to be destroyed, the collapse of the heaven and earth. It was even more devastating inside the altar. Although the evil woman left the spatial runes in there for protection, they still couldn't stop this destruction. Feng Feiyun was hiding behind a tablet surrounded by magical runes. The 6 diagrams of the ring were wrapped around him, but he was still pierced by the stray energies, leaving 6 holes on his body. Boom. The evil woman, with a figure as wonderful as a snake demon, finally got up. Just 1 step alone shattered the ridge on Mount Banda and made it fly to the sky. This mountain was gigantic, but it couldn't withstand a single stomp from her before being split into 2. One section pierced the clouds all the way to the sky. What a monster! Feng Feiyun found himself flying several thousand meters away from the ground. The three corpses were still at war. They were far above the mountain and the altar as if they wanted to go into space. Of course, this was only a visual illusion because space itself was too far away. The evil woman activated the azure spirit vessel. The palm-sized bronze boat turned into a monstrous ship. Its 18 sails and divine diagrams emerged to meet the wind. The scene back at the Yellow River emerged again. This was the true appearance of the vessel. Its offense left Xiaonulan and the corpse palace completely defeated. Her blood stained the white stone altar. The evil woman had the absolute upper hand. If she willed it, she could turn her two opponents into dust in just one move. There it is, a chance to get the vessel back. Feng Feiyun spat out a mouthful of blood and drew an ancient array on the ground, aiming to take back his vessel. Xiaonulan and the good corpse were both quite formidable. The evil woman was only able to suppress them due to the spirit vessel. She required the vessel at this moment, and it was also the best time for Feng Feiyun to take it back. The dragon horse diagram was floating on top of the spirit vessel like a divine cloud. This was the most crucial factor. It came from the infinite spirit ring, so it had an indescribable relationship with the other 6 diagrams. What Feng Feiyun needed to do now was to use the ring to forcefully recall this diagram and, at the same time, regain control of the vessel. Return. The infinite spirit ring soared to the sky while rapidly rotating and issuing ghastly howls. The 6 diagrams emerged with their majestic and ancient power like 6 rays of light. The vessel was led by the diagram, so the evil woman lost control of it. It rushed towards the altar below. She became alarmed and directed her cold gaze to the altar. There was a young man in a white robe standing on the pillar. The vessel could be seen in his hand before he placed it back into his dantian. This whole process was extremely smooth and fast as if it was the way it should be. Boom. Her slight pause allowed for Xiaonulan and the corpse palace to retaliate to turn the tides of this battle. A blinding light exploded like the trail of a star. It pierced Feng Feiyun's eyes and robbed his sight. A monstrous power came from below. The gigantic mountain fell down from the sky and reconnected with the original breaking point. Feng Feiyun's mind faltered as he completely lost consciousness. When he woke, 1 month had already passed. He was still situated at the peak of Mount Banda by the ancient altar. Bah, bah, he crawled out from the thick sand while spitting it out before sitting on the ground and gasping for breath. I'm still alive. Pluff. He didn't have time to rest before he suddenly jumped up and staggered 3 steps back. In the sand next to him was a female corpse with half of her naked body completely exposed. Her slender white legs were in clear sight. Feng Feiyun traced up her body. At the bottom was a pair of feet like a snow lotus. Going up a bit more was her thin, soft legs. A little more was her round thighs, and a bit further up, was covered in sand. Next was her sexy neck and a familiar, picturesque face. However, this pretty face only made him want to retreat. He heaved a sigh of relief after confirming that she wasn't climbing out of the sand. Chapter 284, Erotic Female Corpse. A flawless female corpse was there, naked and half buried in the sand. However, this didn't hide her charming curves and towering breasts above her flat stomach and beautiful snake-like waist. Her curvy eyes were tightly shut behind her clearly defined eyelashes. A female corpse's lips should be pale, but hers were exceptionally moist and sparkling. Feng Feiyun had been a bad person even during his childhood. He had played with many women, but he never had an interest in female corpses. Thus, this corpse didn't incite any desire from him even though it was exquisite to the extreme. Or so he thought. He still maintained this view and considered himself to be a man of taste who would never bend down before a corpse. However, he had lost some control over his own body. His blood was boiling with an evil flame below his abdomen. Something that should be hibernating was becoming hard. The greatest sin of men is not refusing their responsibilities for a woman he has slept with, it is sleeping with a woman that he shouldn't have slept with. Feng Feiyun was naturally a sensible man. After all, he had 40 divine intents. If he really did anything to this female corpse, not only would it be tasteless, it would also be quite suicidal. Feng Feiyun scratched his head and sighed. He suppressed his desire before carefully digging her out from the sand. She was strangely cold, even more than the snow outside. His fingers touched her alluring thighs. They were very delicate and elastic, and he even felt a small electric shock. He wanted to rub her legs just to see how supple they were, but he managed to endure in the end. After all, even the most supple legs wouldn't be a match for breasts. He naturally had his fill of breasts. Some were firm and full with a fair shade like the meat of a suckling pig, while others were small and cute like little peaches. There were also some surprisingly big ones where his hand couldn't even cover them completely. This type was a bit too problematic and not as desirable as the other two. He didn't intentionally touch her breasts since he felt that touching a corpse was a very perverted and tasteless thing to do. Thus, he only stared at them in an intense and serious manner. His breathing halted as well. There were no signs of life in this corpse after he got her out of the sand. Her slender figure must have been 1.8 meters tall, about the same as him. A taller woman had a sexier and better aura like a queen. Is she the evil woman or the true body? Feng Feiyun put a white Taoist robe on her. Because their height was similar, it was a decent fit outside of being a little loose. She was just too slim. Of course, there were some unnatural places as well. For example, her chest that belonged to the first category listed above, firm and full. This made the front part of the dress rise a bit. If she slightly bent down, everything would show. Of course, Feng Feiyun didn't have a bra. There was no way around it. His spatial stone didn't have bras since he didn't have such a perverted fetish. Sush! He tied a belt around her waist, immediately revealing all of her curves. She looked just like a disciple from the pagoda now, that sexy and beautiful senior sister type. It doesn't matter if she's the evil woman or Xiao Nulan, since she's dead, there's not even a strand of life left. I guess I have to bury her. Feng Feiyun felt that he didn't let her down. At the very least, he didn't keep her naked or try to sell her body. In fact, he was certain that he could sell it for a sky-high price. The body of an expert beyond the level of giant was in high demand for corpse controllers and evil treasure masters. They would buy it even if it meant bankruptcy. He put her arm around his neck while he held her soft waist and lifted her up. These legs are really so supple. What a shame that this is only a corpse. It would be nice if she was alive. Ah, wait, it is better for her to stay dead. Feng Feiyun took her out of the altar. It was still snowing outside like before. The night was as dark as ink with a bleak atmosphere. Snowflakes landed on Feng Feiyun's head as well as the corpse's long hair. I don't care if you are Xiao Nulan's true body or the evil woman, no matter how beautiful and invincible you are, you can't escape death. This is the heaven's will and the fate of mortals. Luckily for you, I'm such a good guy. If this was anyone else, you would be done for. They would certainly rape then whip you, then rape and whip again, Feng Feiyun talked to himself while digging a large pit. However, when he turned around, the corpse was no longer next to him. There were still traces of her lying there just moments ago, but no footprints could be seen. What, are you kidding me? A cold wind blew by. Feng Feiyun shuddered and felt a sting on his nape as if there was an evil ghost standing behind and staring right at him. He turned around right away and found her standing right there, half a meter away from him. He could see the snowflakes on her eyelashes and his own figure in her pupils. You are standing. Congratulations. Feng Feiyun had beads of sweat running down his forehead. He had a forced smile uglier than if he was crying. I was just kidding earlier, just talking to myself, really. Don't look at me like that, I'm an honest man. Look, I helped you get dressed and even dug this hole. Ah. This hole is of course not to bury you, well, not me either. The corpse stared at him intensely, causing him to feel fear, his legs were shaking quite a bit. Boom. She fell forward straight into his chest. Her soft body was feebler than ever, there wasn't even an ounce of strength. She was breathing weakly, a sign that she has come back to life. Feng Feiyun was gripping his stone saber and didn't dare to hug her. He let her lean on his chest before slipping to the ground. What the hell is going on? She really is alive. How can this be? Her life has ended completely. He then touched her wrist and felt warmth. There was heat, even if it was very faint, it was much better than before. Feng Feiyun murmured to himself, what do I do now? Is she the evil woman or Xiao Nulan? If this was the evil woman, then murder must have become part of her nature. It was best to kill her now while she was unconscious. However, it was a different case if this was Xiao Nolan. After all, she was a top-level expert who owed him a favor. Killing her would be a great waste. If he were to save her and make her owe him a favor, then even if she didn't repay him with her body, he could ask her to kill a giant should he provoke one in the future. This was giving him quite a headache. Who the heck was she? Let the heavens decide then. Feng Feiyun's eyes became serious. He raised his stone saber and declared, "One hit. If you don't die, then it means that your life isn't meant to end here, so you are Xiao Nolan. If it kills you, then your fate is over since the heavens do not want to help you. Don't blame me for being merciless, blame the heavens. It is the one who wants you to die, I can't protect you." Feng Feiyun channeled all of his power into the Dragon King's first slash and chopped down at her fair neck. Boom. The saber bounced outside and pinned itself into the snow 100 meters behind Feng Feiyun. The hilt was still trembling and issued a clattering noise with snow splashing everywhere. Feng Feiyun's hands were numb, he had to take 7 steps back to even his footing. The backlash almost broke his bones. On the contrary, the woman's neck didn't even have a bit of blood. The body is strong to this level, her grandmother must have been a bear or something. Fine. It looks like your life isn't meant to end today. Feng Feiyun went to pick up his saber. He wanted to go down the mountain, but he still returned and picked her up before going down. If you want to kill someone, then kill until you sever the root. If you want to save someone, then rescue them to the very end. Since he has decided to save her, he naturally wouldn't let her stay here all by herself. If she was truly Xiao Nolan, then this would be a great opportunity to create a relationship. Even if she had a thick face, she still wouldn't bite the hand that helped her due to the creeds of cultivators searching for the Tao. One must return a favor. Corpses were still everywhere down in Mount Banda. A broken corpse was still cultivating by the ridge with mist accumulating in its vicinity. The tomb in the middle of the mountain was still open, but there were no signs of the white armored corpse. It must be protecting the violet pill inside. This mountain had 2/3 transformation corpses guarding it. It has become a death zone, even an intruding giant could die in this place. The thousands of corpse palaces around this location had disappeared completely. Who knows who took them all? Feng Feiyun evaded the corpses and left Mount Banda. I wonder if little Demonis is still down there. It would be great to not see her again. Feng Feiyun felt that all of the palaces were taken by her. He wanted to dodge her in this dangerous area altogether. While carrying this corpse that could be Xiao Nolan or the evil woman, he visited the cave that he opened earlier near the outskirts of the mountain before heading north. 1 month had passed since the great battle. Countless masters from both the young and old generations were attracted to the periphery of Mount Banda. It wouldn't be easy for Feng Feiyun to leave Mount Banda. Chapter 285, Fourth Hall of the Senluo Temple. A tense atmosphere pervaded the area outside of Mount Banda. A looming bloodthirst was ever present. One could see chi images from the ground covering an entire area. Not good, there are many experts here. Feng Feiyun was standing on a small mount to take a good look. He could see banners hiding in the clouds with a few majestic chi images entrenched in the sky. This was already 30 miles away from Mount Banda, but it was still difficult to leave. The experts had formed a blockade, anyone who wished to leave would be stopped by them. This winter was unreasonably cold. Feng Feiyun looked at the fish swimming below a layer of ice in a river. He thought of Murong Ta, or rather, Ji Tsangyue. Her grilled fish was the best food he had ever tasted. He put down the woman on his back and let her lean on a parasol tree as thick as a millstone. Next, he walked towards the small river and pointed his finger forward to break through the ice. He reached down and caught 3 red fish, then copied Ji Tsangyue's method of cooking. He cut out the gills and the stomach as well as the jaws before skewering them with branches. Feng Feiyun thought, the most pleasurable thing in this world is not the taste of wine and a woman's embrace in one's own home, it is finding joy in peril and satisfying one's stomach during the most dangerous moment. The parasol tree was covered in snow like a big umbrella. Under the fire, the 3 skewered fish finished cooking. Feng Feiyun frowned and sighed, why can't I get that same flavor? Suddenly, a quiet cough came from behind him. The woman leaning on the tree had slightly opened her eyes. Even though she looked very weak and was sitting there motionlessly in the same spot, her eyes were profound and deep without any impurities. Feng Feiyun saw her eyes and started to palpitate. Even though she was completely harmless right now, she could still scare a lot of people from the dangerous aura coming from her body. It was the same as when people saw a large boa constrictor. They were aware that it wouldn't attack and wasn't poisonous, but it was still scary enough due to its scales, fangs, and tongue. They would subconsciously step back in fear. Feng Feiyun felt that this woman had the same feeling. However, it was only for a brief glance. He quickly lost his fear. After all, his mind was stronger than that of ordinary people. So what if she was the evil woman? Just how much power could she exert right now? There was no need to be afraid of her. You're up. Feng Feiyun calmly walked forward and squatted down before looking straight into her eyes. The woman ignored him and closed her eyes. Feng Feiyun asked again, "Are you Xiao Nolan's true body?" Her breath was weak, coming from her exquisite nose. Her plump breasts also gently undulated. One could faintly see her snow-white cleavage beneath the robes. "Look again and I'll gouge out your eyes." Her voice was still cold, making Feng Feiyun think that he was trapped in an icy cave. Boom. Feng Feiyun took one step back right away and took out his stone saber. He readied it as if a great enemy was before him. "You are the evil woman." She leaned on the tree and didn't answer. Perhaps she didn't even have the strength to speak. Swoosh. Feng Feiyun put away his saber and sighed, "Scared me for a bit there. If you are the evil woman, I won't accompany you any longer. Stay here and wait for death." He carried the saber on his shoulder and wanted to walk away in a cool manner. However, he only managed to take 7 steps before he had to stop since he felt several powerful murderous auras. Even though they were well hidden, they couldn't escape from Feng Feiyun's spiritual sense. The evil woman opened her eyes again only to rest once more. It appears that she felt them as well. Feng Feiyun coldly uttered, "How sneaky, show yourselves already." Swish. A green iron chain slowly came out from the snow like a vine growing out of the ground. Its total length was unknown after more than 10 meters worth came out. So mysterious. Feng Feiyun sarcastically mumbled before unleashing a wave that traveled for dozens of meters. A black ray broke out from the snow at this time. It was someone wearing a black armor and holding an iron chain. He swept the chain and shattered the saber wave. The black armor covered his entire body without exception. It was quite heavy and more than half a foot thick. It made him look exceptionally fat and twice the size of a regular person. Black mist was condensing on the armor with a beast soul floating inside. Boom. Feng Feiyun slashed the iron again. Sparks went flying after a section of the chain was severed. Kiki. The armored combatant laughed. "It looks like there is someone capable among the trash of the Wanxiang Pagoda. How surprising." His voice was very grating, like metal scraping against itself. Boom. He slightly sank into the snow because his armor was truly too heavy. His knees were submerged in the snow, causing flakes to fly everywhere. Clank. After losing one chain, dozens more came out from inside his armor. Each chain was more than 20 meters long. They swung in the air, creating whistling winds. It was just like a squid with dozens of tentacles. "People from the heretical school, I see. Roll out here." Feng Feiyun stood there and unleashed 3 more dragon slashes. Another 3 shadows from the snow were forced to fly out. They were far away so one could only vaguely see 3 figures. All of them could withstand Feng Feiyun's attack, so their cultivations were among the top of the younger generation. The heavy armored man stood there and spoke, "To be able to cut down the 9-chill chain with 1 slash. There aren't many disciples of your level at the Wanxiang Pagoda." His armor was made from 9-chill metal and made him look like a steel mountain. A faint voice came from afar, "Hey Fengyan, it's more like your cultivation has regressed. Blacksmithing is only a minor Dao, you are wasting your time cultivating it. This is why you lost to this blonde boy from the pagoda, tarnishing our 4th hall's reputation." The black-armored combatant gloomily retorted, "Who says I lost? I only used 10% of my power earlier while he went all out. That's why my chain got cut by him." It was a very grating voice. "Our lord says that your battle power is ranked 5th in the 4th hall." "I, by Rushiwe, don't buy it at all, haha." A female voice came from the distance with a chilling yet seductive aura. She was only around 17 or 18 years of age. Feng Feiyun stared at these figures. He could see her silver hair drifting in the snow while she approached. He Fengyan, Wang Daonan, Bai Ruxue, and Hong Mofang were all extraordinary experts among the younger generation of the heretical school. They belonged to the fourth hall and used to be candidates to be the next fourth lord. However, they lost in the fierce competition to the current lord, the white-faced man dressed in black, Xue Changshao. Nevertheless, they were still among the top 10 of the fourth hall. The Senluo Temple was currently the strongest heretical school. Even though it had split into 10 halls and wasn't as strong as before when it could shake the Jin dynasty, each hall was still very formidable at the moment. Each hall was more than 10 times more powerful than a great clan like the Feng. They had plenty of experts and could dominate an entire region. The higher the ranking of the hall, the stronger they would be. As for the fourth hall, if they wanted to annihilate the Feng clan, they could massacre the entire clan in just one night. These four were sent as scouts by the fourth lord to verify the situation of Mount Banda. However, they met Feng Feiyun halfway and noticed that he was wearing a Wanxiang uniform. At this moment, the entire dynasty knew about the contest between the strongest heretical school and the strongest sacred ground. Their top youths were already contesting and the pagoda had lost 10 fights in a row, losing all of its prestige. Even their pride, grand historical genius Shi Yelai, had lost to the fourth lord, Xue Changshao. It was a resounding slap to their faces. The disciples from the Wanxiang pagoda couldn't raise their heads afterward. As heretical prodigies, they naturally wouldn't turn a blind eye after seeing a Wanxiang disciple. Moreover, this youth was very close to Mount Banda. Even if they didn't humiliate him right now, they would still need to take him back to their lord. Huang Daonan declared, "Wow! Look at the beautiful girl. Is the prettiest in the pagoda not Princess Luofu? This girl is kingdom-toppling and saliva-inducing, she can't be any less than the princess. Kiki, it looks like today is my lucky day, to find such a pretty girl. More importantly, she is from the pagoda. Tonight will be one of ecstasy. Such a girl must be well known in the pagoda. If we do her and send a message to the rest of the world about how heretical disciples have fucked a supreme beauty from the pagoda, it's gonna cause a fucking stir. Haha, it will add to their humiliation, causing them to lose even more face." Huang Daonan wore an apricot-colored Taoist robe and rushed over. He lustfully stared at the evil woman before rubbing his palms while slowly walking closer. He completely ignored Feng Feiyun and urgently wanted to do his business. The only thing in his eyes was the stunning beauty dressed in white beneath the tree. Chapter 286, What Goes Around Comes Around. The evil woman was truly hurt, but even her injured self was still incredible. When Huang Daonan saw her glare, he felt as if the entire world had collapsed. His heart seemed to have stopped beating. This was an unprecedented experience for him. He was a young expert of the fourth hall. At only 20, he was ruthless and devious, never showing mercy. He had killed countless geniuses, but the number of beauties he had slept with was even more impressive. However, there had never been a woman who instilled this much fear in him. Just her glare alone made him freeze up completely. He couldn't raise his hand or lift his head. The snow was cold, but his heart was even colder, as if it was about to solidify. Feng Feiyun said, "Some women are untouchable." Huang Daonan couldn't raise his head in front of the evil woman, but he could still speak. "Who is she?" Feng Feiyun laughed. "You are closer to her, so ask her yourself." Huang Daonan exclaimed, "I'm asking you." "You are too afraid to ask her." Feng Feiyun sneered. "Who says I'm afraid? There is nothing in this world that I don't dare to do." Daonan snorted. His robe swelled up like a balloon to more than 7 times the size of his body. This apricot robe was a treasure capable of storing items. Boom. A pitch-black corpse was thrown out from his robes. He was actually hiding a corpse inside his clothing. What was he trying to do? Does he think that a corpse could frighten Feng Feiyun or the evil woman? Even though the body of this corpse had been burnt to a crisp, its face was still intact, and the same was true for the white Taoist collar that showed that he was a Wanxiang disciple. Huang Daonan's robes shrunk to return to its previous state as he asked with a dark expression, "Recognize him?" There was also a golden brilliance in his palm due to a Tai Chi diagram. Despite only being the size of a matchbox, it shined brightly like a golden star. He used this golden energy to kill this once young disciple. Feng Feiyun squinted a bit and gently nodded. Yes, he's Dongfang Mu. Daonan smugly smiled. Is he strong? Feiyun nodded again. Of course. He's a grand achievement god base with 99 open meridians on top of cultivating the Dragon Lake righteous energy of the Yin Go clan to the 5th level. Even that clan doesn't have many youths with the same talents as him. Haha. It's a shame that he was from the pagoda and tried to disturb my fun, so he had to die even though he was a Yin Go. Daonan laughed. Not too many people would dare to kill a prodigy from this clan. Who could withstand the fury from Dongfang Jingshui? Huang Daonan certainly couldn't. Even if the 4th lord of the Senluo temple was there, it would still be hard for him to withstand 3 moves from Jingshui. Feiyun said, looks like you're a courageous one. Daonan laughed even more freely as he replied, don't you want to know what fun I was having before he bothered me? Feiyun responded, you're about to tell me. There are a lot of disciples from the pagoda running to Trinity, one prettier than the last, and I just so happened to catch one of them. Kiki. Daonan grinned. Feng Feiyun frowned. A white glow emerged on his stone saber, signaling his murderous intent. Daonan acted as if he didn't see this and vividly described the situation. She was only 16, a direct disciple of a master from the Pill Tower. Her face seemed to be made of water, especially when she cried like a little lamb. You just can't help yourself from wanting to grab and ravage her. However, I managed to endure since I had a better way to play. I tied her up to a big tree and slowly took off her white dress. She wiggled while crying and begging, but it was useless. She could only watch as I took off her clothes, including her yellow bra with pink embroideries and white fox fur leggings. Her skin was really white, even whiter than the snowflakes falling down on her nice breasts. She was soft as well, especially her slender neck. It was almost as tender as tofu fresh out of the pot. It really makes you want to take a bite, and bite her I did. Kiki. I could taste the sweetness of her neck mixed with her tears. This youth was short with a monkey-like mouth. If a girl was really tied to a tree and subjected to being stripped naked by him in the snow only to be kissed all over, it really would be a fate worse than death. The other 3 heretical disciples were smiling obscenely as if raping a disciple from the pagoda was an enjoyable deed. The more she cried her heart out while begging for help, the more I couldn't wait any longer. But at this time, Dongfang Mu arrived. Don't you think it would be incredibly frustrating? Daonan's tone suddenly changed to one of annoyance. However, he quickly regained his smile. I have heard of Dongfang Mu before. He's another prodigy of the pagoda, decently strong, but the techniques of the pagoda really are too weak. They have fallen too far. This so-called prodigy was too weak and was directly suppressed by my golden aura right below the tree. He stared at me with indignation while I put my foot on his back and used it as a cushion. My hands reached for the girl's thighs, and I quickly began. Next came the sounds, pa, 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 ha ha ha. I was thinking about what this prodigy was thinking while I raped that girl. I'm sure he felt as if his heart was being pricked by a knife, but there was nothing he could do but act as my stepping stone. Kiki, what could I have done? I'm very short while her legs were long, so I had to use him like this. Why are you looking at me like that? Are you jealous that I got to fuck a beautiful girl from the sacred ground? Daonan's eyes squinted from laughing too hard. He stared at Feng Feiyun the same way he stared at Dongfang Mu. He seemed to be saying that even a prodigy from the pagoda was stomped by him. What could a little brat like Feng Feiyun do even if he was angry? Feng Feiyun replied, what happened afterward? Did you kill that little junior after raping her? How could I bear to do so? I refined her mind and made her eat half a pound of aphrodisiac before letting her stay with the other female disciples from the pagoda so that I could take them back to the 4th hall later. There are many brothers waiting back there. Hee hee, that's right, even this blockhead Heifengyan thinks that she looks quite sexy and exquisite, a perfect seed to be a slave girl, right, Heifengyan? Yep. So damn pleasurable, gotta do her again once I get back. A depraved laughter came from the black, heavy armor. They were staring at Feng Feiyun, wishing to see his humiliated and indignant face. However, they were disappointed to find him being very calm. However, the murderous aura on his stone saber grew thicker. Feng Feiyun closed his eyes for a bit before suddenly opening them to say, it seems like this is a premeditated move from your heretical school. You didn't only want to capture the pagoda's female disciples, you also wanted to humiliate our prodigies. The re-evaluation of the pagoda's list has given you an opportunity. Because they are the #1 sacred ground, the heretical school has to trample on the pagoda in order to make everyone else in the world kneel before us when we want to come out. Daonan laughed. Brat, tell me the identity of this supreme beauty or else you will suffer the same miserable fate as Dongfang Mu. Feng Feiyun couldn't help but laugh. You want to tie her on a tree and step on me like a stool to help you. Naturally. Daonan might be afraid of the evil woman's aura, but he was confident that if he tried, he could use his powerful cultivation to stop the aura. What was so scary about a dying woman? You think I am Dongfang Mu? Feng Feiyun laughed even louder. Daonan laughed right back at him. At the very least, you are still trash, just like the rest of them. You can only bang your head on the ground out of hatred while watching me do your fellow friends. Don't you see Dongfang Mu's forehead? I didn't beat him, he banged it on the ground by himself. Daonan was talking this much in order to force this boy in front of him to obediently submit like a fish on a chopping block. To his disappointment, this boy refused to kneel. Instead, he picked up his blade. Humph, how naive. Even Dongfang Mu wasn't a match for me, yet you still dare. Daonan saw that Feng Feiyun had unleashed a slash. The guy must be tired of living. He attacked with his golden Taiji diagram. It turned into a shield around the size of a rock with a dazzling evil aura that shot up 100 meters high. Boom. The diagram was chopped by the blade. The blade edge twisted and Daonan screamed while flying backward. Both of his arms had been ground and turned into inches of minced meat by the blade's energy. He sounded just like a pig at the slaughterhouse. Before he could land on the ground, he felt his face going numb after getting slapped more than 10 times by Feng Feiyun. His teeth all fell off, and he had to swallow them. He dropped to the ground and rolled 3 times in the snow. His monkey face had been turned into a bloody pig's head. His mouth had been battered completely, so he couldn't utter a single word. I told you, I'm not Dongfang Mu. Feng Feiyun walked forward and stomped on Daonan's head. His forehead slammed into the ice and crushed it while his blood continuously spilled out. How contemptuous, a fool from the pagoda dares to hurt a prodigy from our heretical school. A white shadow rushed towards them with extreme speed. She looked like a beautiful phantom with her 30-meter-long hair fluttering in the sky. Bai Rushue not only referred to her name but also her skin and hair. Every inch of her body was as white as snow. This was the most beautiful disciple of the 4th hall. She was also the strongest and coldest one. Bai Rushue equals white as snow. Swish. Swish. Her body moved like a white phantom. It was difficult to see her shadow clearly in this snow. Perfect. Your father wants to do a heretical beauty as well so that others will stop thinking that my pagoda is so easily bullied. A man will have his revenge. Who doesn't know how to fuck a woman? I'm very experienced. What goes around comes around. Pluff. Feng Feiyun stomped on Daonan's back once more and twisted it. The apricot-colored robes were destroyed along with Daonan's body. His flesh turned into bloody pulps while his bones turned into powder. Next, Feng Feiyun flew towards the field of snow, flashing about rapidly. He stretched out 2 fingers and clamped 2 strands of white hair floating in the sky. He then gripped them and powerfully pulled back. Chapter 287, Tied to a Tree. How could a person's hair be 30 meters long? Even if she could grow it out that much, she would at least be several hundred years old with aged skin like a tough peach shell. However, Bai Rushue was a young woman, a kingdom-toppling beauty at that. Her skin was as fair as snow and her hair as thin as string. Her expression was chilling and her teeth were pure white, just like snow. Even her sweet tongue was as white as jade. Swoosh. Feng Feiyun grabbed 2 strands of her hair, but they felt like 2 bone-chilling wires. These thin pieces were even sharper than murderous blades. Die. 1,000 strands of hair twisted together in the white snow like 1,000 sharp blades. They issued whooshing noises in the air. Feng Feiyun smirked as 5 different colors flowed through his arms. Black, red, green, white, and yellow flew out in the form of countless tentacles. The snow in this area turned into water vapor, a layer of soil was lifted from the ground and turned into sand. All of this was engulfed in a dense light and headed for Bai Rushue. He's quite a strong disciple from the pagoda. Rushue, don't be defeated by him. He Fengyan leaped out of the snow, dragging his iron chains on the ground for a sudden attack to counter the light that consisted of the 5 elements. Boom. A long saber flew out and struck his heavy armor, blowing him back. He fell into the snow and created an 8-meter pit that stretched for quite a distance. The saber flew back and was pinned next to the parasol tree. How can he be this strong? He Fengyan climbed out of the pit after having lost 3 chains from his armor. Even though his 9-chill armor wasn't broken, there was a crack on it from the blade. The 4 of them were among the top 10 of the 4th Hall's younger generation and had never seen such a strong and ferocious disciple from the pagoda before. He actually killed Huang Daonan and defeated He Fengyan in one blow. Boom. The energy of the 5 elements shattered the snow-laden ground. 2 figures were revealed. Just who are you? Bai Rushue was wearing a white and silky fur dress. Her top was slightly opened, making her look cold and sexy. Her long, exposed legs resembled a jade carving. Her long hair was even sharper than blades, but they weren't flying in the air anymore. Feng Feiyun had her gripped by the hair. If she dared to move ever so slightly, he would rip off her scalp. A disciple from Wanxiang, he gave her a ponytail and made her bend back with her exquisite and white cheeks aiming at the sky. Her plump and full breasts seemed to be popping out of her thin dress. She showed no emotion in her expression, but this was also an erotic and tempting appearance. Do you know who I am? Rushue felt a stinging pain on her scalp, causing her to writhe in pain. She had never imagined the day when she would be captured like this, seeing as how she was a heretical disciple. Of course I do, you are a great genius from the 4th Hall, a heretical member. Feng Feiyun squeezed her breast and felt its cotton-like softness. Of course, it was much more elastic. Those who provoke the heretical schools won't live long. I advise you to let me go for your own sake, then kneel and beg me for forgiveness. I might take you in as a slave then. You. Her teeth were very white, like the brightest of shells. Her lips were crystal clear. Moreover, they were sweet and delicious. Biting down on her lips was akin to tasting a delicacy. Feng Feiyun almost suffocated her. She wanted to bite off his wretched tongue, but the moment her jaws added some force, she felt a fierce pain in her head, sapping her of her strength. The taste of a heretical beauty is indeed extraordinary. Feng Feiyun pulled his lips back and wiped away the saliva that contained her sweet fragrance. I'll just pretend that a dog has bitten my tongue. Her white pupils carried a wild murderous intent. Her palms condensed 2 white rays and unleashed a force of 8 chilants at the same time. The faint images of the 8 chilants shot out alongside their roars. Feng Feiyun's eardrum was in pain, making him realize that she was going all out. Boom. Feng Feiyun crushed the energy waves and grabbed her wrists. He twisted them with enough force that he broke her left wrist, causing it to hang down powerlessly. She shivered and groaned quietly. Huomafang, this bastard is really pushing it. Daring to be this disrespectful to a heretical member, let us take him down together. Mafang, where are you? Fengyan shouted towards the northern sky. He looked up to see Mafang quickly escaping on a fiery cloud. A mocking laughter came from the distance. Fengyan, you really are an idiot. Even if we go together, we can't beat him. Do you still not recognize him? That's the successor of the Divine King, the son of the demon, Feng Feiyun. Mafang's voice became increasingly distant before vanishing in the chilling wind. He was already 50 miles away. Son of the demon, Fengyan stared at the youth dressed in the white Taoist robe. A flashing glint shot out from his thick armor. Bai Rushuen naturally heard what Mafang in the midst of his escape. She stared at him intensely and asked, "You are the demon's son?" "That's my name," he replied with a smile. Crack. Now her right hand was broken, causing her to utter a miserable cry once more. Bai Rushue shouted, "Feng Feiyun, you won't die a pleasant death, only our heretical school can shame your pagoda. Even if you kill me today, our lords will come and take your life. How could I bear to kill someone as pretty as you? I'll do you first." He dragged her by her long hair all the way to the parasol tree. "Your heretical school is too arrogant, killing and violating my fellow disciples. Today, you can taste the sensation of being violated as well." Boom. He dragged her to the back of the tree and pressed her against the trunk before coldly staring into her eyes with an evil smile. Next, he tied her long hair around the tree. Her struggling was useless and would only add to the stinging pain from her scalp. Blood pearls were coming out, but she couldn't escape. Feng Feiyun, I will kill you sooner or later. I'll break your arms, cut off your legs, dig out your eyes, sever your tongue, and let you rot under the scorching sun. This is an unforgivable enmity. Men who dared to touch even a single hair of mine have been cut to countless pieces. Feng Feiyun slapped her with an indifferent expression. She immediately quieted down with a red palm print still on her pretty cheek. He said, Your heretical school likes this kind of play, right? Well, me too. When Feng Feiyun stripped her bare, she finally felt uneasy and feebly stated, Feng Feiyun, you are unworthy of being the Divine King's successor. What's so great about bullying a woman? His eyes had been dyed in a bloody red. The demon blood in his body boiled as he roughly undressed her by directly tearing large pieces off at a time to reveal her milky color underwear. It was embroidered with silver velvet linings and exuded a sweet orchid smell capable of bewildering others. Her milky bra accentuated and guarded her fair breasts, revealing only a tiny bit of white. A wide silk cloth around the size of a palm couldn't hide her proud chest. Being tied to a tree with torn-up clothes in this freezing tundra was naturally an uncomfortable feeling. On the other hand, Feng Feiyun was having a good time. This type of game was taught to him by Huang Daonan. This was an eye for an eye. Haha, a heretical woman dressing in such a slutty manner, who knows how many men have used you before? His evil energy grew thicker. He grabbed her slender legs and propped them on his shoulders. Feng Feiyun, she is our Lord's woman. If you dare to touch her, don't even think about living no matter how far you run. He Fengyin's armor weighed several thousand pounds. He ran on the snowy plain, each of his deafening steps caused the earth to crack. More than 10 chains soared from his armor like poisonous snakes. Fengyin was much stronger than Daonan. He was at Grand Achievement God base with 180 open meridians. Coupled with his 9 chill armor, he could easily be top 5 in the 4th hall. Feng Feiyun's lips curled into a smile as he propped up her legs and pinched her sexy face. His eyes shot out 40 divine intents into the stone saber. Boom. Just how powerful were these 40 intents? The stone saber flew out of the earth. With a dragon roar, 40 dragon-shaped waves shot out at the same time. With just one slash, he unleashed 40 duplicates of the Dragon King's first slash, all at 100% mastery. Being 10 meters away, Fengyin was bloodthirsty and ready for battle. However, the 40 waves of energy forced him down to the ground. His armor was crushed into pieces of scrap iron while he vomited blood. He was no longer able to stand up from the ground. Feng Feiyun, you bastard, you will pay a grave price for violating our heretical school's woman. You will become the public enemy of all 10 halls of the Senluo Temple. Our ruthlessness is beyond your imagination. Even the top masters of the pagoda wouldn't dare to truly offend us in fear of relentless retaliation. They can only endure and stay low. Fengyin swallowed his blood, not believing that Feng Feiyun would dare to carry out this deed. Then you can go back and tell those lords from your school that this woman has been tied to a tree and played with by Feng Feiyun of the Wanxiang Pagoda. If you are evil, then I shall be even more evil. Be cruel and get ready for the cruelest. Other Wanxiang disciples might not dare to do this, but I, Feng Feiyun, dare. Ha ha ha. Feng Feiyun grinned and pulled off her milky bra completely to reveal her shapely and irresistible breasts. He suddenly separated her tightly clamped legs and pushed his waist inside with an unstoppable force that she couldn't resist at all. Chapter 288, Did he do it? Bai Ruxue was from the heretical school, so she was cold and ruthless at times and enchanting and charming at others. However, at this very second, she felt ashamed and embarrassed. Her white breasts were covered with a shiny layer of snowflakes. Feng Feiyun's strong and tough hands were pressed on her fair neck, pushing down on the snowflakes to form a thin layer of ice. His lower half moved rapidly and relentlessly while pushing up her exquisite thighs into her breasts, causing them to deform. Pa. 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 The large parasol tree was shaking like crazy, causing snow to pile on the ground alongside falling leaves. This scenery became particularly beautiful. Her initial threats had turned into curses. Soon after, They turned into pleads before finally changing into moans and heavy breathing that grew faster and faster. Suddenly, her whole body spasmed. Even her long eyelashes were trembling. Her eyes looked like those of a dead fish, rolling up and turning white. This was trembling from the soul. A turbid stream of beautiful liquid poured out from where the two were connected. XSHH. It ran down all over Feng Feiyun's thighs before dripping onto the ground. So fast for the first time with a heretical beauty, this won't do at all. Feng Feiyun shook his head and continued his ramming while increasing his pace and intensity. He became crazier and more violent with no semblance of lovemaking. It looked as if he wanted to stab her to death. He thrust in and pulled out. In and out. In and out. 1. The RAW on 17K is censored, so this part is completely omitted. The snow falling from the tree grew even more urgent while the pile on the ground grew denser. It was as if a silver veil was added to the sky. Everything under the tree became blurred. This icy veil was accompanied by the willow catkins and dandelion seeds floating away with the wind. 2. Plant imageries describing a graceful/weak woman, most likely depicting a loss of innocence/chastity. It could just be describing the snow as well with these white-colored flowers, or semen. Bai Rushue had spasmed many times with gushing streams. The initial moans of pleasure turned into pleads. She felt that there was a thick iron rod stabbing into her, causing her to lose all sensation in her lower half. No one knows how much time had passed. Her face was pale while her entire body felt weak due to the unceasing pain below her waist. She could only lie on the ground. Her silver hair acted as a quilt that covered her bloodied body. Her originally fair legs were stained red. Blood was not the only thing on the ground, other liquids were also present. Her spotless, white body was now excessively dirty. Rustle. Feng Feiyun had put on his white Taoist robe and chopped off Feng Yan's head. He took 2 silver strands of hair from Rushue and hung this head on the parasol tree. The chilling wind froze the blood still dripping from his neck, turning them into red icicles. His eyes contained indignation and fury as well as helpless frustration and shame. One could easily imagine how much hatred he felt at the time of death before being decapitated. Should I bring you or her with me? Feng Feiyun went to the other side of the tree and asked the evil woman who was still sitting there. She naturally heard everything that had transpired earlier because she was too close. She could hear Rushue's cries and begging as well as feeling the violent shaking of the tree. She paused for a moment before asking, "How is she?" She didn't want to say anything at first but decided to ask after seeing his eyes. He replied, "She won't die." The evil woman bluntly replied, "Then you'd better kill her now. Once she recovers, she will definitely try and kill you." Feng Feiyun chuckled, "On the other hand, I think I should kill you now. Once you recover, I won't have any chance to live." There was no emotion in her eyes as she responded, "You can try and see." Feng Feiyun's glare turned colder. The evil woman was countless times more threatening than Rushue. No living being could survive in front of her. If she had a sliver of energy, not even Feng Feiyun's corpse would remain right now. Thus, she had to die. The stone saber couldn't even penetrate her skin. Perhaps only the infinite spirit ring had a chance of injuring her. Spirit energy flowed on the surface of the ring. Its spirituality woke along with a slowly rising pressure. A world-moving power was condensing. "Humph," the evil woman scowled. Her voice was like thunder exploding in the air. The spirit in the ring seemed to be vanishing. 2 groups of evil runes revolved in her dark eyes like 2 terrifying altars wishing to devour the world and its creations. Rumble. The ground cracked with her as the center. These chasms extended far into the distance all the way to Feng Feiyun's feet, as if they desired to tear his body apart. "If we continue to fight, both of us will die." "Fine, it looks like your life isn't meant to end today." Feng Feiyun put away the ring and the spirit energy flowed back into his dantian. The evil aura coming from her pretty eyes also subsided. The 2 groups of runes returned to the depths of her pupils. If he couldn't kill her, then there was no point in staying here any longer. It was better to stay as far away from her as possible. "Come carry me away from here." Her voice was weak, but it carried an irresistible charisma like the decree of an emperor. He smiled, "Why should I?" She stated, "Because I have the power right now to take both of us down together." His smile turned stiff. I'm not a good person, especially when there is a beautiful woman before me. As you saw earlier, aren't you afraid of me? She retorted, if you aren't afraid of staying with me, why would I be afraid of staying with you? Feng Feiyun had no response. This woman was indeed more frightening than Feng Feiyun. If they were together, others would be worrying about him, not her. Feng Feiyun himself believed this as well. 1 hour later. Dark clouds flew from the north with flashing lightning. A black divine sail fluttered in the sky. A white-faced man dressed in black jumped out of the clouds and stood before the parasol tree. His eyes were obscured. He didn't focus on the skull but rather the 2 strands of exquisite white hair. The gray in his eyes became even more profound. The entire snow plain could feel his rising fury. If this flame of anger could burn the heavens, then this entire world would instantly turn into a furnace. There were powerful words written on the trunk. They were carved by a blade with a lingering sharp energy. I killed him and did by Rushue, all below this tree. I'm bringing her along to do her again tonight. Xue Changxian had never laughed before, but he did now. It was a thunderous laughter. Boom. The parasol tree turned into powder and the ground sank. Everything in the nearby vicinity was destroyed. My prince, Feng Feiyun, is being too arrogant, we must hack him to pieces. Hong Mofang respectfully stood behind him and stressed this fact. That's not enough. I must capture him and let him taste a fate worse than death by slowly flaying his flesh, so that he will come to find just how cruel our heretical school is. Xue Changxiao gritted his teeth. He was filled with a suppressive murderous aura. On this day, a message soared like an unrestrained horse and crazily spread across Trinity. All the cultivators were shocked upon hearing it. What? The demon's son tied by Rushue of the 4th hall to a tree and almost fucked her to death. How can this be? 3. The word is censored with a asterisk, so I guess it's sleep/fuck. Fuck makes more sense in this context. This was an old city not far away from Mount Banda. This question was asked many times since no one could believe it. After all, the news was about certain female disciples from the pagoda being captured by the heretical school and experiencing inhumane treatments. Hee, you have to ask me if you want to know. I was hiding on top of that tree in a pile of snow and saw everything. A youth with a face as dark as the bottom of a pot recalled the vivid scene as if he was watching it again. He was also wearing a white Taoist robe. Not only was his face black, his hands were as black as coal as well. I actually saw it with my own eyes. He smiled. Feng Feiyun is worthy of being a top prodigy of my pagoda, a new leading pervert, especially with the cool line. Other Wanxiang disciples might not dare to do this, but I, Feng Feiyun, dare. After saying this, he tied Bai Rushue to the tree and stripped her naked, revealing her delicate and sexy body. Many disciples from the pagoda were around. They all gathered and relished this story. They felt their anger going away. It was just as good as listening to a story of a shocking battle. Not long ago, the total defeat of the pagoda to the heretical school at the sacred lake had been keeping them down. They couldn't lift their heads to look at the heretical members at all. After the battles, these heretical members became even more outrageous. Every day, there were stories of prodigies dying to them as well as beauties being ruthlessly ravaged with aphrodisiacs. They were imprisoned in iron cages and taken away to be sex slaves. Of course, the disciples from the pagoda couldn't endure this injustice. Many came to risk their lives against the heretical school, but they didn't return after being completely decimated. Among them was no shortage of young heroes from the hundreds list. However, all of them were killed or eventually kneeled before the heretical geniuses and became their servants. In the last 2 months, these disciples were about to go crazy from this humiliation and wanted to run back to the pagoda. However, the way back had been blocked by several lords of the heretical school. They couldn't even run away. If this was any other day, many disciples would be despising Feng Feiyun, calling him scum for throwing away the reputation of the school by committing such an immoral act. However, this news had excited the disciples in Trinity. Their blood boiled, they couldn't calm down at all. This was a great remedy for their current indignation and anger. Feng Feiyun seemed to have turned into the hero of the entire pagoda. Feng Feiyun did such a beautiful job. I heard that Bai Rushue is the prettiest in the 4th hall, and best of all, she is the one that Xue Changxiao likes. This is definitely a big, resounding slap to their faces. A bookworm disciple slammed the table and began to laugh wholeheartedly. Someone asked in excitement, after stripping her naked, did Feng Feiyun fuck her? All of the disciples from the pagoda felt that doing a woman from the heretical school was an extremely magnificent event, deserving of great fame. Chapter 289, 9 Dragons Pillar. The black-faced boy slammed down and declared in a heroic manner, he fucked her. These words couldn't be any more vulgar, but they had a special charm at this moment, making others shake with excitement and great spirit. The youth took a shot of his wine and smiled, I can tell you all the details. It went like this, Bai Rushua's figure was naturally wonderful like a fairy. However, the moment she saw Feng Feiyun's treasure, she was scared pale. A demoness from a heretical school like her almost fainted from horror. Someone exclaimed out loud, Feng Feiyun has a sky-raising pillar. 1. A funny idiom meaning a large penis/boner. Smart. The youth gave a thumbs up along with an approving glance, but you are still looking down on Feng Feiyun. He has more than just a sky-raising pillar. Don't you remember who he is? As the son of a demon, half of his blood flowing through him is that of a demon, and his treasure, it is the legendary 9 Dragons Pillar. Hee, scared now. Now you all know why she got so scared. 1. 9 dragons holding a pillar. You can go look up pictures of this type of pillar. The funny thing is, 9 means royal and auspicious but also long-lasting, which plays to the joke as well. Click-clack. A man wearing a white trouser while carrying a sky halberd as thick as a bowl came. Half of his chest was exposed. He laughed and said, Feng Feiyun can reign among the younger generation with his powerful cultivation, so how did he not know you were hiding there? Someone else voiced the same skepticism, that's right. I heard Feng Feiyun's spiritual sense is quite frightening. If you can take a good look at his 9 dragons pillar, how could he not see you? The youth gave the man the side eye, clearly blaming him for ruining his stage. His expression became slightly serious as he responded, what do the two of you know? All of Feng Feiyun's energy and focus was spent on Bai Rushue. Moreover, there were other heretical experts watching nearby and I was hiding in the most secretive place, so he naturally couldn't notice me. After hearing this, the disciples from the pagoda were astonished. Bai Rushue was already strong enough, yet there were also other experts. Could Feng Feiyun handle so many by himself? The youth successfully diverted the crowd's attention towards the heretical experts. Who were those experts? I'm sure I'm about to scare everyone here. Huang Daonan, He Fengyan, and Hong Mofang. Hiss. Everyone took deep breaths. These names were notorious. These were ones that specialized in hunting disciples from the pagoda. Numerous geniuses had died to their hands. They were experts among grand achievement god bases, so they were quite dreadful with their blood-stained hands. All of the disciples here had to avoid them. Unfortunately, they disturbed Feng Feiyun's fun, so Huang Daonan was crushed with one stomp, not even leaving a corpse. He Fengyan's head was chopped off and hung on the tree. Only Hong Mofang ran away like a dog with a dead owner. If he didn't run, he would have lost his life as well. This black-faced youth spat everywhere. Outside of the suspicious dragon pillar comment, everything else seemed to be consistent enough with the situation. Others began to think that he was actually there. The half-exposed man grew doubtful as well. He pondered for a bit before asking, I want to hear about the thing between Feng Feiyun and Bai Rushue. He's right, that's the important part. Everyone, right now, had been convinced by the youth and wanted to hear the most important part of the story. The youth lifted his head and sighed with a strange melancholy, it was a very sad picture. Feng Feiyun's demonic nature erupted like an ancient ape or a hell dragon. His 9 dragons pillar was an invincible spear that was thrust until Bai Rushue pitifully cried for her mommy and daddy. So much blood trickled down. Feng Feiyun howled like a wild beast and kneaded the flowers mercilessly while tearing out the young buds. When he stomped, the entire ground trembled. When he looked up and roared, the sky lost its color. He was truly too virile and never backed down. He could probably take down a female Qilin. Cough, this is just a metaphor. Everyone gasped once more, completely entranced by the story. Only the half-naked man coldly stared at the youth as if he wanted to rush forward and pierce through his disgusting mouth with his halberd. This brat was bragging far too much. If Feng Feiyun was really this fierce, then even 10 by ruxus would be played to death. Sigh. It was a tragic carnal encounter that lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. No, 5 days and 5 nights. Wait, 10 days and 10 nights. Oh Lord! How pretty the young beauty used to be. She was so lovable, but now, her legs are stained with blood and she is barely breathing. At that time, Feng Feiyun finally put his robes back on, but he was still not satisfied, so he shouted, "Your father still wants to fuck you tonight." The youth shouted the finishing line. The half-naked man turned out to be Wang Meng. He really couldn't bear to listen any longer and directly swung his sky piercer. "By Ning Shuai, stop fucking slandering my senior uncle, I'll crush you." The black-faced storyteller was naturally Bai Ning Shuai. He seemed to know that Wang Meng would attack him, so he moved like a monkey and jumped up to the roof more than 10 meters high and smiled, "I'm not slandering him, I'm just telling the truth. Motherfucker, I'm so jealous of him, Bai Rushue is really pretty and he was really violent at that time." Wang Meng retorted, "Fuck off, you dare to admit that he made that last statement." Well, if he didn't kill her, then isn't it obvious that he wants to keep her around for another session? He squatted on the roof while scratching his head. He added, "Oh yeah, he left some words on the tree as well." "What words?" Wang Meng snorted. "I, Feng Feiyun, killed him and did Bai Rushue, all below this tree. I'm bringing her along to do her again tonight." He left these words behind, so naturally he would continue the fun later tonight. Bai Ningshuai sighed after stating the exact words. Would normal people leave their name behind after raping someone? Why do I feel like it was you who left them behind? Wang Meng became even angrier. Are you kidding me? You think I would do something so tasteless? But then again, wouldn't the lords from the heretical schools go crazy after reading them? His expression was a bit strange. He clearly wasn't saying what was on his mind. Then these words were definitely left behind by him. Wang Meng attacked again with his sky piercer, unleashing a white ray of light just like lightning. Bai Ningshuai quickly ran with Wang Meng right behind him. No one understood why Bai Ningshuai knew everything that transpired, but this news from him was spread and everyone believed him. Not long after, all 10 lords of the Senluo Temple sent out a message at the same time about killing Feng Feiyun at all costs. Whoever could capture Feng Feiyun would be rewarded with 10 female slaves from the pagoda and 10 million gold coins. After this news came out, people lost all doubts. It looked like Feng Feiyun really did screw a heretical female disciple. Otherwise, the other experts from that sect wouldn't make such a big commotion. Also, rewarding 10 female slaves from the pagoda on purpose. Wasn't this a blatant provocation? Feng Feiyun had truly offended the heretical school. Was Feng Feiyun's incident a form of the pagoda counterattacking? It looks like this duel between the sacred ground and the heretical school will become increasingly brutal, a competition to see which side is more ruthless. An insightful person made this speculation. The older generation wasn't allowed to interfere with a duel between the younger generation. This had always been a rule of the cultivation world. If the older generation were to become involved, then it would signal an all-out war, a situation 1,000 times more tragic than it was right now. A single careless move and a great power would be erased from the world in an instant. No one wanted to see such a situation, so competitions were left to the younger ones. This reduced casualties and also served as mental training for the youths. Young people would only truly grow in the face of enemies. The pagoda also had young heroes whose cultivations weren't weaker than the heretical disciples at all, so why was it that they were completely suppressed? The crux of the matter boiled down to cruelty and schemes as well as battle experience from the heretical school. Just their murderous aura alone was enough to pressure the disciples from the pagoda into becoming weaker. Feng Feiyun naturally didn't know his romantic deed had been exaggerated by Bai Ningshuai across the world. He was renowned for his 9 dragons pillar lasting for 10 days and 10 nights as well as his demon blood waking to screw the heretical disciple. The tale continued to say that he will be making his way to kill the 10 heretical young lords. These words had circulated across the disciples from both the pagoda and heretical school. Even cultivators from the ancient clans and sects found out. Everyone had unceasing thoughts about this matter. Some said that he was quite courageous while others believed he was too arrogant. But what was Feng Feiyun doing right now? The atmosphere became colder during the night. The snow covered the nearby hills and reflected a clear white layer frost. There were large footprints on the ground. They looked like hooves but were 10 times larger than that of an ordinary cattle. These lonely footprints weren't erased even by the snow and gales. A chelan more than 5 meters high slowly walked forward under the moonlight. Clatter. Feng Feiyun was holding onto iron reins connected to the nose of this bull-like creature with one hand behind his back. His white robe fluttered in a very cool and unrestrained manner. However, his heart was quite heavy. His eyes occasionally gazed at the far mountain range. The corpse clouds crazily covered half of the sky and were coming closer. They ultimately had to go back. The evil woman was sitting on the chelan's head with its long horns to her sides, resembling 2 black mountains. It made her look even more demonic. The starlight fell from above right onto her body. Those who were proficient in reading energy could see that these lights were entering her forehead. She was able to absorb the power of the Celestials. It would be difficult to find a second person with this ability in the entire dynasty. Feng Feiyun stopped right below Mount Banda. Shadows blew by in the mountains full of eeriness and death. The howls of the corpses were echoing in the distance. This was a hill full of corpses. The surrounding radius of 300 miles was full of danger, almost like an ancient land of death. Feng Feiyun really didn't want to come back. Chapter 290, Never Provoke a Woman. The stars covering the sky were bright and eternal. Even the continuous falling snow couldn't overshadow their brilliance. The gale was in full blast under Mount Banda. Even the snow carried a stench of blood. We're here. Feng Feiyun exhaled some cold air. The stars quaked and their light returned to the sky curtain once more. On top of the chelan, the evil woman was dressed in a white Taoist robe. Her body exuded a glorious light like a lantern in the dark. Her emotionless and flawless eyes opened to stare at the mountain that looked like a sleeping behemoth. She slightly squinted and a cold glint appeared in her eyes. Mount Banda was really too big. While standing at its base, nothing else besides its hills would be in sight. It was the same as standing below a divine wall connecting all the way to the 9 heavens. Both emitted a feeling of suffocation. I have taken you to Mount Banda, it is time to split up. Feng Feiyun let go of the iron reins. Crash. He touched the beast's nose covered in scales. The great beast that used to be ferocious was now docile like a calf. Feng Feiyun put Bai Ruxue, who was tied to the bull, down on the ground. She had already woken up, but she couldn't move at all due to being tied up completely. Her pretty pair of eyes akin to black pearls were especially dazzling next to her white skin. Feng Feiyun sarcastically smiled, "Why are you glaring at me? Are you really angry? Why didn't you kill me?" She maintained her glare. "What's the point? Should I release you now?" He maintained his smile. Ruxue frowned, slightly puzzled. However, she soon understood his intention. She was only a tool used to retaliate against the heretical school. After the deed, she no longer had any value to him. Whether he released her or not didn't matter. The only thing of importance was that his purpose had been achieved. Feng Feiyun had never considered himself a good person, but he couldn't just let someone he had just slept with freeze to death below the parasol tree, so he took her along. At this moment, Ruxue had recovered a bit of her strength, so what was the harm in letting her go? Since Ruxue got her freedom back, she quickly moved 7 feet away from Feng Feiyun before coldly smiling. "Feng Feiyun, I assure you that this is the biggest mistake of your life. You have no idea how powerful a woman's vengeance is." She retreated even more until she felt that Feng Feiyun was no longer a threat before stopping. Feng Feiyun replied, "Oh. Even if you cultivate for another 10 or 100 years, you still won't be a match against me. You are mistaken, revenge doesn't always require force." Her white hair was like a waterfall. It fluttered in the air while her enchanting eyes carried a hint of mockery. Feng Feiyun asked, "You have other means?" Bai Ruxue coldly replied, "I can torture myself, isn't this one method of revenge?" "One, haha, I thought you were a smart woman, yet you're actually stupid to this level. Even if you cut off your arms and legs, I wouldn't sympathize at all." Feng Feiyun sighed and shook his head. "Then what if I sleep with other men?" Bai Ruxue smiled amorously. Her clothes slowly slipped down, revealing her flawless body. Plump yet slender, she was just like an elf in the snow, a natural seductress. Feng Feiyun frowned and stared at her. No man would want to hear about someone they had slept with sleeping with other men, even if they didn't like the girl in the slightest. A man's possessiveness was very strong. This was true for every man. I'm confident that if I strip, countless men will want to have sex with me. Rushue's eyes showed no signs of tomfoolery, only pure hatred. She stared at him. Among these men, there will be your friends and enemies, those you hate and even your family. I will sleep with them all and let them have a taste of my exquisite body and moans. At this moment, Feng Feiyun had to admit that he really didn't understand this type of creature, women. Haha, even that wouldn't be enough. I will sleep with the ugliest old men and random street beggars. I will sleep with every man in this world. If I become a woman sluttier than a prostitute, only you can be blamed. It would be your fault, so you must suffer this mental torture. She laughed deviously like an insane woman. Maybe she really did become crazy. Feng Feiyun asked, "You think I will feel grieved about it?" She countered, "Can you truly deny this?" Haha, like I said, you are truly foolish. When you are off humiliating yourself, I might already be sleeping with other beauties, such pleasures. Feng Feiyun suddenly jumped up and landed on the bull's head. He directly took the evil woman into his embrace and laughed at Rushue. Remember, I, Feng Feiyun, will never have a lack of beauties. Having you or not doesn't matter. The evil woman motionlessly stood there and only slightly glanced at him. No other man had dared to hug her like this, but Feng Feiyun was tightly holding onto her as if she was his lover. Rushue glared at the two and scowled. Feng Feiyun, only time will tell. Don't regret this in the future. She picked up her clothes on the ground and covered her naked body before turning into a white shadow heading for the forest. Feng Feiyun stared at her departing back with inexplicable melancholy. The pleasure from before was no longer there, it was replaced by a sense of guilt. If she truly degenerated to that level of debauchery, would he really not feel the slightest heartache? Boom. Feng Feiyun felt a sharp pain in his chest. A powerful force blew him away. His body slammed into the snow, burying him inside completely. Bah. Bah. I was just joking in order to persuade Bai Rushue from not straying down the wrong path, yet you hit me so hard. You're gonna kill someone like this. Feng Feiyun climbed out of the snow while shuddering. A bunch of snow fell from his clothes. She replied in a serious tone, "If I really wanted to kill you, would you still be able to crawl up?" Her demonic pupils were extremely frightening. Then why didn't you kill me? Feng Feiyun couldn't help it. He was indeed stirred by Rushue's words. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to touch the evil woman's finger, let alone embracing her. It was because she was a devil, not a woman, a ferocious sword, a cold iceberg, a hell full of corpses and blood. Anyway, this was not a human being and definitely not a woman. Hugging the evil woman was more dangerous than hugging an extremely poisonous snake or a man-eating scorpion. The more he thought about it, the more scared he got. His scalp felt numb and even his back broke out in cold sweat. He could only be thankful for still being alive and well right now. It is because my cultivation has not recovered completely, so you need to be my servant. Her voice was unquestionable like that of an angel from the sky. Feng Feiyun retorted, "I've never been a servant before." She ruthlessly stated, "Then you can only die." He asserted, "Death is better than being your servant." She elaborated, "You are wrong. After you die, you will become a corpse evil. Not only will you no longer be eligible to be a servant, you can only become my slave to be ordered around by me." A servant and a slave, although it is only a difference of a single word, they are fundamentally different worlds. Feng Feiyun knocked his head in realization, a servant is still a human while a slave is no more. She said, "Clever, which is why I pick you to be my servant. So I should feel honored." Feng Feiyun could only helplessly smile. "You should, even if it is simply from being able to talk to me so much. This is not a treatment ordinary people could enjoy." Feng Feiyun smilingly nodded, "This is the treatment of a servant. You can think of it like that. Can we change the title?" In the end, Feng Feiyun chose to compromise. After all, being alive was still better than a good death. Plus, dying to the evil woman would definitely not be a good death. Whatever. The evil woman compromised as well because she was grievously injured and needed to keep him behind. Otherwise, her near future won't be pretty either. Furthermore, she had other calculations. The azure bronze spirit vessel had been taken back by Feng Feiyun, so how could she let him leave so easily? How about the messenger of the evil woman then? Feng Feiyun mused for a while and finally came up with a title that could leave him with some face. Messenger of the evil woman. She repeated. Suddenly, a woman's scream came from afar. It was especially discomforting when carried by the gales. Feng Feiyun and the evil woman both stared at the forest. Swoosh! His body flew like an arrow leaving a bow. He rode the wind and, after a few short breaths, he was already more than 10 miles away and inside the forest. He stood there, astounded by the appalling sight before him. This was a bloodied female corpse with both hands pierced by 2 iron chains connected to black trees. Her skin had been flayed and her eyes were ripped out. Her tongue was cut off and 2 nails pierced her eardrums as well. Blood was dripping down all over. What kind of terrifying torture was this? What kind of hatred justified such torment? She was beyond recognition. Only her extremely long hair could prove that she was Bai Rushue. But now, her name should be red as blood. 1. I've mentioned this before, but Bai Rushue equals white as snow. No wonder why the screams earlier were so desperate. Her killer was simply too cruel. Feng Feiyun was familiar with this method of killing. Only the mysterious master could be this ruthless. So he actually came to Trinity and presented such a big gift. This murder was him telling Feng Feiyun that he had arrived. 1. This will be a notion unfamiliar to the West to an extent. In China's literature, especially in a historical setting, sleeping with someone carries great significance, at least in their beliefs about virginity and chastity. There is one prominent phrase that I paraphrase loosely: one passionate night connects the pair for 100 years. This shows just how important the first sexual contact is. These literatures even romanticize this type of kinship to the point where a raped victim occasionally falls in love with her rapist because he was her first and she wouldn't marry a second man for a variety of cultural reasons/beliefs. So when Bai Rushue said this, she is using this type of belief to say that hurting her is also hurting him because of their connection. Chapter 291, Meridians. Caw-caw. A group of crows flapped their wings and landed on the branches. They stared at the bloodied corpse with their bean-sized eyes. They opened their sharp beaks, intending to feast. An aura of death had diffused throughout this area. What had been a fresh female corpse has now decayed in a rough manner. Animal, human meat is not for you. Feng Feiyun pointed forward. A black ray shot through one of the crows and turned it into a rain of blood. A flame ignited and burned continuously. He took down the corpse and laid it flat on the ground. There were no signs of life, but it was still a bit warm. It showed that she had died very recently. Feng Feiyun stood there and stared at it for a long time before burying her in the forest. He quickly made a grave for her. A solitary grave in the cold night. A heretical beauty had become a bloody corpse after death, buried in the most desolate of locations. Many years from now, she would turn back into Lus. At that point, this lonely grave might be flattened by the ruthless river of time. 1,000 years later, who else in this world would know that she once existed? Feng Feiyun might still be alive and could occasionally remember her. However, he would definitely have forgotten about her face, name, and the location of her burial. The only thing he could recall was that there used to be a woman who was an ephemeral part of his life. Every person is just a visitor in this revolving world. The moment they're born, they are taking steps toward death. No one can escape this. Feng Feiyun quietly stood before the grave and contemplated with a heavy heart. Of course, he wasn't that affected. Cultivators may become more and more indifferent to all things after seeing more of the world. Life and death are up to fate. How could mortals contend against the power of the heavenly Tao? Feng Feiyun and the evil woman didn't enter Mount Banda. They stayed right outside while preparing stealth formations. Cultivators from all over were searching on these outskirts, but no one noticed them. The evil woman motionlessly sat on a large boulder for 3 days. An invisible power from the top of the peak entered her body and helped restore her cultivation. According to Feng Feiyun's speculation, she likely returned in order to absorb the power from the ancient altar. Meanwhile, he meditated around an array with a soft glow around his body. A bright true mysterious spirit stone was shrinking at a rate visible to the naked eye due to his rapid absorption. Boom. Once it was absorbed completely, strands of spirit energy gathered on his right hand and a meridian emerged. A yellow light shot out of the meridian to connect the world to his dantian. An inexhaustible energy poured into his body like a spring. The 34th Fate Meridian. He opened his eyes as the meridian sank back down into his muscles. After 3 days, his cultivation had soared from opening 25 meridians. In addition to the first 9, he now had 34 in total. These meridians acted as bridges between the dantian and the world. The higher the number of meridians, the greater the amount of spirit energy that the user could channel, and naturally, the stronger their cultivation. 2 millennium spirit grasses and 5 mysterious spirit stones have been used up altogether. 1 grass can open 10 while 1 stone is just 1. Both of these items were great treasures of the cultivation world. This was especially true for these millennium spirit grasses. They were exceedingly rare and nearly priceless. Even Heaven's Mandate cultivators would kill for them. He received these 2 roots from the Feng ancestral ground, but finding more was going to be virtually impossible. Just how many resources will it take to open all 360 meridians in one's body? At Grand Achievement God Base, one could use time to slowly cultivate or rely on the accumulation of resources. However, even the 4 great clans wouldn't be able to afford this huge consumption of resources. Only the highest-ranking geniuses were able to enjoy such treatment. They would use these resources to empower themselves. The 8 grand historical geniuses, the lords of the heretical schools, and Princess Luofu. These people were nearly all created by piling resources, or else they wouldn't have such a frightening cultivation at their young age. For example, an ordinary person at Grand Achievement must cultivate for 20 years before opening all 360 meridians. This was predicated on them having incredible talents. However, for the princess and the others, they could rely on resources to open all 360 in just 2 months. This was the difference between the 2 groups. Because of this, geniuses of high status were always competing with each other due to the limited resources within their respective sections. Only by gaining more resources would they cultivate faster and increase the gap between their peers. Feng Feiyun had become much stronger with his 34 meridians. Suddenly, a great fanfare came from the northern sky. This thumping burst carried a terrifying evil aura. People were completely shaken after hearing it. The drums sounded closer and closer. Its loud volume could make others faint. It thundered amidst the wild winds. Feng Feiyun stood up with haste as flames appeared in his eyes. He gazed towards the north and saw a drum with a radius of 30 feet floating under the clouds. This drum was made of bronze and covered by a layer of scales. A lightning hammer was striking it to create these blasts. The person lifting the hammer was a 4-meter-tall ancient Jiang slave with steel-like muscles and a golden glow on his body. This hammer must carry a force of 1,000,000 pounds, capable of flattening a small mountain. The ancient altar is activating, someone must be absorbing its secret power. A group of elders wearing black robes flew out from the drum. They had red runes on their skin and each of them was riding a black cloud. They gazed at the peak of Mount Banda in the distance. These were cultivators from the 4th hall. Xue Changshao also stood shoulder to shoulder with these elders. It had been a long time since someone had comprehended the mysterious power of this altar, so it was abandoned. However, no one looked down on it. Not long ago, an earth-shattering battle took place here and alerted many older characters from the great powers. They came running, and after 2 months of exploration, they found that this old altar had recently changed. These older cultivators couldn't wait any longer and decided to climb to the peak. Boom. Boom. A gigantic black palace slowly descended with half of it still looming in the clouds. It emitted a terrifying force. Even the air itself became unstable. The entire world seemed to be still water in a pond, losing its natural rhythm. The elders and lord of the 4th hall slightly bowed their heads towards the palace in the sky. Bai Ningshui squatted on the ground from afar and stated, "This is the vice-leader of the 4th hall, a super monster." "How do you know?" Wang Meng sat the same way, he didn't quite believe him. "How ignorant, I'm too lazy to explain it to you." Bai Ningshui shook his head. His eyes suddenly narrowed while staring at a different direction. His eyelids suddenly batted in horror. What is going on? Why are corpse controllers here as well? Wang Meng looked towards the same direction and saw an old man wearing a corpse controller uniform of black and white among the faint snowy road. On top of his head was a great bell full of divinity. He felt his scalp tingling just by looking at this old man. His heart seemed to have fallen into an icy cave while his lips trembled. Is that a corpse controller from the legendary Northern Frontier Prefecture? Nonsense, that's the lawless cave lord, a monster of the giant level. Bai Ningshui recognized the hawk-nosed old man and dug himself into the snow. Wang Meng said, looks like he's here to collect a giant-level corpse. I heard the Omni-Heaven Marquis died at Mount Banda and has turned into one. Tut-tut. Bai Ningshui clicked his tongue and said with certainty, he is definitely here for that giant corpse. Without a doubt, those corpse controllers from the north are going crazy right now. I'm sure that the lawless cave lord isn't the only one here. Other powerful controllers must be in hiding right now, even those from the ancient caves. There was a great movement underneath the mountain. Several more old men of the giant level appeared. Each of them entrenched their own spot while gazing at the mountain. Some were here for the altar while others came for the giant level corpse and treasures in this mountain. Of course, some just wanted to go through it in order to reach the auspicious location of Trinity with the Heaven's Emergence tomb. The evil woman stopped her cultivation and opened her bright celestial eyes. She was still as calm as a statue. Even though these auras in the air could crush stones, she was completely unperturbed. Why are there so many experts here? Just what is tempting them all? Feng Feiyun used his phoenix gaze to observe the situation and grew increasingly alarmed. 5 different waves of people had arrived. Each of them had giant-level characters presiding over the operation with many older cultivators in tow. The evil woman coldly uttered, "Humph, it's because of that ancient tale about how this altar fell down from the sky. Anyone who could unravel its secret would be able to reach sainthood." Feng Feiyun slightly squinted his eyes. He glanced at her and asked, "Have you already figured out the secret there?" She was able to absorb its power, so this was quite likely. Ascending into sainthood was too tempting. Even a giant would be moved. "Humph," she snorted without answering, clearly thinking that he wasn't qualified to ask her questions. Chapter 292, Confusion. Experts gathered below Mount Banda. The many forces here had their elders concentrated in this area. Sometimes, more rays would come from the horizon, meaning that more masters had arrived. They quickly hid in the clouds before they came too close. The mountain was shrouded by an evil fog. Even the corpses felt uneasy and uttered terrorizing howls like devils or shuras. Amitabha, the conflict in this world is endless. Not long from now, this place will be full of blood and lost souls. Monk Jiao held a large jar of wine and sat on his butt while lifting his head up for a drink. The strong wine spilled from his mouth down to his neck, drenching his Buddhist robes. Nailin Shuijin stood to the side with her black hair draping down. She had an angry grimace while mercilessly shaking the monk, issuing banging noises. However, he ignored her as if he didn't know she was angry. This only further fueled her rage. She directly grabbed the staff and hit his head. Amitabha, girl, can't you calm down for a little bit?" It was as if he had an eye on the back of his head. He reached back and caught the staff, then placed it to the side. "Calm? How can I be calm? Are you my ancestor or not?" Shuijin came over and grabbed the wine jar from the monk's hand and slammed it on the ground, shattering it into pieces. The smell permeated the air while the monk sighed. A good jar of wine was smashed just like that. "Of course I am." He was still sad about the wine on the ground, so he grabbed a broken slab with some wine left on it and carefully sipped it like it was a treasure. She twitched her pretty nose and angrily asked, "Are you my master as well?" "Of course." The monk smiled just like a good Buddhist. She said, "I don't think you're my ancestor or master at all." The monk replied, "Girl, your words are hurting me. Since when did I offend you?" She complained, "Then tell me, how come you didn't help me when I was bullied by someone?" "Who?" The monk played dumb. She answered, "Nangong Hunyan." The monk took a deep breath and sat back down. Buddha says jealousy blinds the heart. Why should a girl like you make it difficult for other women? I'm not jealous at all. I'm telling you, she's a bad woman. That boy Feng Feiyun is too stupid, so he has surely been tricked by her and will suffer in the future. We have to help him escape his misery. She squatted down as well and shook the monk's hand back and forth in a coquettish manner. Amitba, why do I feel like I'm not helping someone escape their misery but more like participating in a quarrel between two women? The monk got a headache and rubbed his forehead while beating his chest. In the end, he couldn't handle Xuejian and had no choice but to agree. In a distant thick forest, an extravagant carriage stopped in its tracks. This carriage was made from gold and decorated with spirit stones. 3 large birds around 7 or 8 meters long were pulling it. Just the curtains alone were woven from priceless silver yarn, so how noble and wealthy was the master inside. A fair and soft hand pulled down the silver curtains. The person inside stopped looking out and spoke with a heavenly voice, "Did you see that old monk and girl dressed in the Buddhist robe?" The speaker was Nanggong Hongyan. She was speaking to another woman in the carriage. "Yes." The other party replied respectfully. She sat below Nanggong Hongyan and stared at her with awe and fear. Hongyan's cultivation was too terrifying, so she had no desire to resist. Hongyan's pretty eyes seemed capable of seeing through all things. "Do you know why you are still alive? I want to know who you are even more." The girl stared at Hongyan, impressed by her beauty. Even though her face was hidden behind a veil, it didn't conceal her wondrous aura. Hongyan calmly answered, "Nanggong Hongyan. The most beautiful woman in the world." The girl facing her instinctively stood up and wanted to rush out of the carriage. She didn't expect to have fallen into this person's hands. "Get on your knees." Hongyan reached out with fire in her hand in order to suppress the fleeing girl, rendering her unable to move in the slightest. The world all assumes that Nanggong Hongyan is a weak woman. Who would have thought that you are this powerful? It looks like I won't be able to survive after being caught by you. Her jade-like face grew pale. Hongyan smiled and lifted the girl's chin. "If I wanted to kill you, then the woman Feng Feiyun buried would have been you." The buried corpse was naturally not by Rushue since the real one was kneeling before Hongyan right now. However, her white hair had been shaved completely, so she looked like a stunning nun. Her long hair had been transplanted on the female corpse in order to truly fool Feng Feiyun. Hongyan understood Feng Feiyun more than anyone else and knew that he wouldn't use his divine intent to inspect a woman's body, especially a corpse. Not only did Bai Rushue not become ugly, she grew even more beautiful and gained an indescribable charm. Her finely sculpted facial features stood out even more. Her long brows, bright eyes, aquiline nose, red lips, and most importantly, her bald head. However, she bore no semblance of a nun since not a single one in this world was as alluring as her. Everyone knew that Hongyan was the son of the demon's lover. Rushue thought death was assured after being captured by Hongyan, but this was not the case. Hongyan pulled up the curtains once more and looked towards Jianshue's direction. Her brows slightly narrowed, resulting in an exceptionally charming look. She smiled and said, "Do you hate Feng Feiyun?" Rushue replied, "I want nothing more than to eat his flesh and drink his blood." Hongyan asked, "A woman who has been raped must feel quite miserable, right?" Rushue was a bit confused and didn't know why she asked this question. A woman, after having such a miserable experience, might see through the world and shave their head to become a Buddhist nun. Isn't this quite normal? Hongyan smiled. Rushue only became more confused. What are you implying?" She considered herself to be quite clever, but she was unable to understand Hongyan at all. Hongyan stared at her and explained, "I want you to worship that monk as your master and become a nun." "How can a monk have a nun for his disciple?" Rushue also saw monk Jiao Ro. His face was quite fierce with a seemingly evil temperament. Clearly, he wasn't a good monk. "This monk is not simple, you won't be able to find a second one like him in the entire world. Even if a grand historical genius kneels before him, he might not bother giving them a single glance. However, if you cry and beg him, he will surely accept you as a disciple." Hongyan gave a mysterious smile. Rushue questioned, "And why is that?" "Because you are a woman Feng Feiyun raped." Hongyan smiled. After hearing his name, Rushue's eyes became cold. 2 strands of evil energy surging within her pupils. She asked, "Why should I make him my master?" Hongyan elaborated, "To help me obtain 2 things. Rushue inquired, "Which 2 items?" "The Nailan Buddhist robe and Nailan Xuejian's life." Hongyan was still smiling as she threw a blood seal bracelet towards Bai Rushue. "Stealing and killing. It looks like you found the right person, haha. Rushue sneered. She knew that she couldn't oppose Hong Yan, so she obediently put the bracelet on her wrist and got down from the carriage. She looked towards the direction of the monk and maiden with a cruel glint in her eyes. Rushue eventually asked, "How should I convince the monk to take me in as his disciple?" Hong Yan's voice came from the carriage, "Just tell the truth about your experience, tell them about his evil deeds. I'm sure a woman from the heretical school like you are capable of this." Rushue smiled after understanding the plan. Bang. She suddenly broke her arms, causing her complexion to become quite ragged. She spread blood all over her body and unsteadily walked over towards the monk. Her teary eyes were full of despair and pain. This woman learns quite fast, I shouldn't keep her alive. Hong Yan took out a red knife and gently peeled a pear. She did it quite quickly and carefully looked over the fruit in her hand. There were too many cultivators gathered at the base of Mount Banda, such as the evil woman, Monk Jiao Ro, and Nangong Hong Yan. They were hiding in the darkness. Some came for fun while others had their own plans. A few wanted to wait until the last moment before taking action, not wishing to expose themselves too early and face the first wave. However, some couldn't wait any longer. Work together to clean up the corpses on this mountain before probing the ancient altar. A majestic voice came from the black palace hovering in the clouds. Its heavy and awe-inspiring tone echoed for hundreds of miles. Let our northern frontier prefecture deal with taking care of the corpses. The lawless cave lord still couldn't forget about the Omni-Heaven Marquis's body. The evil woman's aura was no longer there at the peak, so she must have left. He wanted to try to turn the Marquis into his slave again. He activated his corpse bell and talisman, one in each hand. The cracks from the last battle had been repaired. In his red and black corpse robe, he floated into the sky and seemed to be drifting with the wind towards the ominous mountain. Chapter 293, Violetzia Corpse Cave. A corpse controller versus a third transformation corpse. On the ridge of Mount Banda, the Marquis' broken corpse still carried a sky-shaking power. The pieces of his flesh were powerful enough to crush a grand achievement god base to death. He opened his mouth and spewed out a wave of lightning all over the sky. Rumble. The young cultivators nearby were struck and instantly charred before turning into black dust. This was the attack of a third-level corpse, ordinary people couldn't withstand it. Even the slightest touch from a strand of energy would render them into ashes. Clank. Clank. The corpse bell rang on the mountain, carrying a force that instilled fear deep into the soul. Others nearby felt dizzy, it was as if their heads were about to split apart. The weaker cultivators directly fainted with blood spilling out of their ears. This was a battle of the giant level. Only incredible people could stand straight under the pressure of giants. The corpse talisman loomed up above like a dazzling divine tablet suppressing the mountain. Many corpses were crushed to a pulp. The lawless lord is powerful to this level. Then just how strong will the ancient corpse caves in the northern region be? Older cultivators were speechless from fear. They recalled the olden days when the corpse masters almost became the tyrants of the cultivation world. It was a period that now belonged in the historical annals, but no one could forget. The Marquis grew even stronger after death, but it still isn't a match for that old corpse controller. The Marquis emitted a sky-shattering roar with thunderous explosions, but it couldn't destroy the talisman. Several other great powers had made preparations as well. Once the Marquis was captured, they would make their way up Mount Banda. Boom. Among the snowflakes floating in the sky like a mat, a white ray shot out from Mount Banda and pierced the black clouds in the sky before striking the corpse talisman. This talisman was an ancient spirit treasure, but it was blown away by this white ray. It lost its power and fell from the sky like a meteor before smashing into a small hill. The talisman was blown away. Everyone was shocked. Who did this? Could it be the evil woman? No, this isn't her energy. The lawless lord was alarmed and controlled the bell floating above his head. His old body became quite tense as he felt a terrifying aura coming forward. It came from Mount Banda and was accompanied by a fearful chill that reached the heavens. The Marquis was very powerful. If the lawless lord didn't have the bell and talisman, the corpse would have torn the lord into halves easily. However, this new aura was much stronger than the Marquis. The cultivators surrounding the mountain glanced at each other. Some believed that it was the evil woman while others thought that it was a giant from an old lineage. The giants from the heretical school turned serious as well. This force made them palpitate. It's him. Feng Feiyun's heavenly gaze pierced the layers of corpse fog. He saw a man standing before a grave adorned in dust-free white armor while wearing a decaying red cloak. He silently stood there. Even though he was a corpse now, his posture was still incredibly arrogant and immense like an eternal general. Kiki. Another old corpse, I'll collect you too then. The lawless lord had amazing vision. He saw through the fog as well and intensely stared at this white-armored corpse. This was a timeless corpse. If he could refine it into his slave, its power could deter the world. Rumble. The cave lord took off his black and white robe. The yin and yang fish began to quickly rotate. The robe summoned this diagram of the yin-yang fish that then turned into a black and white plume of clouds. It aimed to trap the other corpse inside. This robe was a treasure even more powerful than the divine corpse bell and talisman. It was precisely this robe that allowed him to withstand a palm from the evil woman without dying. Of course, it was just a casual attack from her. Nevertheless, one could still see just how powerful this robe was. Bang. The fog from the corpses was overflowing from the tomb. Feng Qi stood there, overlooking a steep cliff without any emotion in his eyes. He slowly reached forward with one pale yet powerful hand. Whoosh! The yin-yang robe that was ravaging the sky instantly fell into his hand. This was a robe meant to subdue these evil corpses, but now, it had fallen into the hands of one. This scene was too shocking and caused Jaws to drop to the ground. Just what the hell was this corpse? Why was it so powerful? To easily grab a corpse-repelling robe like that man must have been an unstoppable expert when he was alive. A heretical elder gasped. He was completely intimidated. The lawless lord was even more astonished. After living for several hundred years, he had seen countless powerful creatures with a battle force comparable to giants. However, he managed to subdue all of them until today when this corpse gave him the feeling of being powerless. Suddenly, a white ray shot towards him. This corpse wanted to kill him now. Pluff! The white ray was frightening. It broke through 18 defensive arts that the Lord shot out and pierced through his old body, leaving behind a gaping hole. Run! 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 This was the only thought in the Lord's mind at this moment. He didn't get far before a gigantic white palm stretched out from Mount Bonda to seize his body. The Lord screamed, "No, you can't kill me so easily. I have reached the giant level, no one can kill me." Patterns emerged from his wrinkled skin. Each pattern was refined using corpses and was more powerful than a wondrous armor. Bang! These patterns were crushed while the Lord desperately struggled. His body was crushed into a bloody mist as well. The white palm withdrew and disappeared into the clouds. What? A giant just got crushed to death, a cave lord that had lived for hundreds of years. In this cold atmosphere, everyone felt fear rising in their minds. Giants were characters that stood at the peak of the cultivation world, but one was just crushed to death in the air. The killer's mighty cultivation made everyone feel uneasy. Could there be a supreme giant in Mount Bonda? Supreme Giant was the title given to the top characters among this level. Ding, ding, ding. More bells rang amidst the howling winds. 3 old men dressed in corpse-repelling robes slowly came from the northern snowy plain. All of them held a little bell that emitted a violet glow. Their sandals were woven from wisteria plant. 3 ancient corpses were behind them, walking in a stiff manner. They wore dazzling violet crowns. Like kings. One could still see this radiance from dozens of miles away. The heavens is really helping our Violetia corpse cave. If we can have such a powerful corpse in our control, it will turn into a weapon capable of slaying everything. One of the old men creepily smiled like a ghost in the night. The bell in his hand clattered even more. The Violetia cave was one of the oldest lineages in the northern region, countless times stronger than the lawless cave. These are 3 elders of the Violetia cave along with 3 corpse monarchs. The crowd was shaken this time. This was the first time in 1,000 years where the corpse controllers from the Violetia cave left the northern region. Was there a deeper significance behind this? In the distant past, these corpse controller made the entire world tremble. They refined many ancestors from different sects into slaves, and some clan masters suffered the same fate as well. Sects like the Violetzia cave almost became the tyrants of this region. At that time, the Jin dynasty had yet to be established, but the Violetzia cave was already there. It was one of the top caves back then, much more powerful than the current 4 great clans right now. After the Great War, the corpse controllers were forced back to the northern frontier prefecture. Countless caves were destroyed, but the Violetzia cave was not among them. It continued to survive without leaving the northern region. After so many years, just how powerful was this lineage now? Today, 3 elders and 3 corpse monarchs had arrived at the Grand Southern Prefecture. This was terrible news comparable to the emergence of the heretical schools. These 3 corpse monarchs were enough to sweep through half of the Grand Southern Prefecture. Even the heretical members didn't wish to offend the Violetzia cave and gave way to the 3 elders. Such a formidable corpse coming out of nowhere, perfect, just perfect. After subduing it, perhaps we will be able to refine it into the king of our corpses. The 7th elder gazed at the fog in the mountain with a gray glimmer in his eyes. The dragons will devour the sky while the red planet protects. The chaotic times are inevitable while the current establishments will end. Our Violetzia cave shall return to the world to overcome the eventual turmoil. The 8th elder's voice echoed across the area. Everyone clearly heard him. The 9th elder smiled and added, "Since we want to appear once more, we must shock the world first. We are here this time to subdue the 4th transformation female corpse and refine her into our slave." In the entire Jin dynasty, only the evil woman was at the 4th transformation. Could the Violetzia cave be thinking so little of her and wanted to make her their slave? After so many years, were they strong enough to have the ability to take down the evil woman? Without absolute power, how could anyone dare to utter such a bold statement? Everyone was astounded. They actually wanted to maneuver against the evil woman. Was this a shameless boast, or were they mighty to such a horrifying extent? The 3 elders with their corpse monarchs were indeed a mighty force that headed south. They didn't try to hide at all. This was a move even more blatant than the return of the heretical schools. They spoke to the world with their actions. We are not messing around. Chapter 294, 1 Guardian, 10 of Thousands in Fear. Ding, ding. The 7th, 8th, and 9th elders of the Violetzia cave stood on the snow while shaking their exquisite bells to emit a suppressive aura. Their robes were violet with golden silk lining. They were bright and beautiful, even nobler than the style of the royal court. A dark flame appeared in the middle of the 7th elder's forehead like a heavenly eye. He sneered, "A corpse that has been dead for 1,000 years just recently came out." It was certainly a supreme giant when it was alive. Even though his crescent heavenly eye didn't open completely, he could still see through the background of the white armored corpse. The 3 elders shook their bells at the same time. The 3 corpse monarchs' eyes behind them turned violet. They leaped forward at the same time. Swoosh! 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 In the next moment, the 3 corpses landed on Mount Banda and surrounded the armored corpse. Their crowns became even brighter. Looking from afar, they looked just like 3 demonic purple lamps that emitted a strange energy. The other corpses near the mountain instantly kneeled on the ground. These corpse monarchs were quite powerful since they were once preeminent characters during their respective generations. The first monarch wore a white Buddhist robe and had a round head. His skin exuded a jade-like brilliance. He had reached the level of giant at only 140 years of age. Unfortunately, he couldn't go against fate. The calamity came and he died alone in the desolate mountains. An ancestor from the Violetzia cave dug him out and refined him for 1,000 years into a corpse monarch with unparalleled battle prowess. The second monarch had a great background. He was a corpse that was sealed at the cave for more than 2,000 years. It only woke up recently and was brought to the southern region. The third was 5 meters tall, a previous leader of a certain tribe from the ancient Jiang race. He was born with natural godlike strength and capable of tearing giants into pieces. They were true monarchs among corpses. Each of them was powerful and belonged to the upper echelons of 3rd-level transformation corpses. Boom. The broken corpse of the Marquis was shattered by the 3rd corpse into 4 pieces. Even its skull flew off. Roar. This giant corpse shouted and swallowed the Marquis body with gobbling noises as if it was eating a piece of metal. The marquee cultivation could compare to a giant, yet it was smashed by just one fist. Just how strong is this corpse monarch? Wang Meng was also a genius of the ancient Jiang race, so he had natural godlike strength as well, but he was completely inferior compared to this monarch. Every cultivator present was shocked. These three monarchs were devilishly powerful. It was no wonder why these three elders declared their intention of capturing the evil woman publicly. Ordinary forces couldn't compare to them. Feng Feiyun was very close to Mount Banda. The shockwave from the attack earlier affected the surrounding 10,000 miles. The ground shook to the point where he had a hard time standing straight. The Violetia cave is powerful to this level. He felt his organs shaking from pain. Without the infinite spirit ring's protection, that force would have rendered him into a bloody mist. I'll destroy them sooner or later. The evil woman stood behind him. It was his spirit treasure that helped her block the shockwave earlier. There were too many of the older generation outside of the mountain, and some were even giants. She was severely wounded, so if she were to use her own power, a few crafty men would instantly recognize her, placing her in a precarious situation. Thus, she could only hide behind Feng Feiyun without leaking any of her strength. I think we should run for now. Feng Feiyun had no confidence in her strong rhetoric right now. Her grievous injuries prevented the use of her cultivation completely. She even needed protection, yet she still uttered such strong words. Before a stronger enemy, one should naturally hide if they can't win. As the saying goes, a man does not care about temporary setbacks. Well, she certainly wasn't a man. If she suddenly rushed out to fight, he would surely be dragged down with her. The corpse controllers wanted to capture her while Feng Feiyun had offended many people. Death was the only path if they were to reveal themselves. Run. Do I need to run? Her voice exploded by his ear like a diving gong, almost shattering his eardrums. Her majestic demeanor resembled that of an empress. She intensely stared at him with energy looming in her eyes like the moon up above. He felt his spine freeze up, so he quickly answered, "My lady, you are invincible in this world with a peerless cultivation, of course you don't have to run. The ones who should be running are those rats over there." Meanwhile, the corpse energy on Mount Banda rose even more. It was thick like what one would find in an evil lair. The three corpse monarchs were as mighty as three towering mountains. They all attacked the motionless white-armored corpse next to the tomb. Rumble. More black clouds condensed in the sky. With a cold whirling gale, the clouds turned into three black dragons. Feng Qi stood there proudly with a tall stature like an immovable pine tree on a cliff. His eyes were as deep as the sea as he slowly pointed forward. His fingertip created a white water ray that rose 300 feet into the air. It connected with the world to form a translucent barrier. The attack from the three monarchs was completely stopped by this barrier. Only 3 ripples were created in this failed breach. An incredible scene happened next. Feng Qi performed the same finger motion and completely suppressed the 3 monarchs 10 meters away. They floated in the air, absolutely immobile. Even the violet crowns on their heads dimmed. How could this be? The 3 elders were aghast as sweat ran down their cheeks. Their spirit energies erupted in order to power their corpses. This white-armored corpse's might was beyond their expectations. Vigorous, Feng Qi's mouth slightly opened as he uttered a vague word. Gale, the second word was even more ambiguous. Method, the third word was mixed with the wind so no one could recognize it. Even though the words were vague, Feng Feiyun heard them clearly and was surprised. The vigorous gale method was the cultivation technique of the Feng clan. This further confirmed that this man was the supreme genius of the Feng clan, its #1 member in the past, Feng Qi. Boom. After uttering the words, a crushing sound came from his fingertip. This was the sound of air shattering and turning into a storm that ravaged this region. The mighty gale covered hundreds of miles like countless knives flying in the air. Pluff. 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 The monarchs were in the front, so they suffered the heaviest blow. All were crushed into little fragments by the gale and drifted away like grains of dust. Even their corpse palaces were completely crushed to smithereens by the vigorous gale method. They weren't the only victims. Feng Qi's single-finger attack engulfed hundreds of miles. More than 100 cultivators were killed by the shockwave. Some of them were at the Heaven's Mandate level. Feng Feiyun resorted to using the spirit vessel to protect the two of them, but the gale pushed the entire vessel down to the ground. How could the vigorous gale method be this strong? Could this be the legendary 9th level? Any Feng disciple could cultivate this art, but few could reach the 6th level. Right now, only 3 ancestors from the clan were able to reach the 7th level. In the legends, Feng Qi was the only person who made it to the 9th level. All the corpses on Mount Banda were shattered just like the 3 monarchs. Black sand was everywhere while the land turned quiet. There were no other sounds except that of the wind. However, people were most afraid of hearing the sound of the wind right now. Feng Qi quietly stood there next to the tomb. A white kitty crawled out from inside and jumped onto his shoulder. It looked towards the cultivators below the mountain in the distance without any fear at all. A solitary corpse on the mountain had deterred everyone. The heretical school, those of the orthodox path, and the corpse controllers didn't dare to take a single step forward. In fact, they didn't dare to move at all. Just how unstoppable was this? One person was enough to hold the gates while tens of thousands trembled in fear. Eventually, someone shouted while pointing at the men, "Everyone, look, there is an ancient word on his armor, Feng. His armor is very similar to the armor from the Feng Protector Hall. Could he be a great character from that clan when he was alive? Impossible. The Feng might be relatively powerful in the Grand Southern Prefecture, but it isn't much when looking at the entire dynasty. How could they have produced such a supreme character?" A heretical elder flatly dismissed this notion. The vice leader of the 4th hall said, "I have a guess. He is a heavenly genius of the Feng clan. It is a pity that he had died more than 1,000 years ago. Alas, his light is still so dazzling after climbing out of his grave." An old man with gray hair and 3 spirit lotus flowers on his head looked over towards the mountain with a flashing gaze. "I know who he is. This might be the greatest member of the Feng clan. If the 10 pinnacle experts don't come out, it will be hard to find an opponent for him." A heretical elder responded, "Even if he is stronger, he's only a corpse evil." Pluff. Before he could finish, a white ray came from the peak and pierced through his body, rendering it into a bloody pulp. The vice leader wanted to save him, but he couldn't stop Feng Qi's attack. Someone commented with a tinge of emotion, "The Feng clan actually had such an amazing character. It's no wonder they produced 2 top prodigies in this generation." He thought about little Demonis and the son of the demon from the younger generation. Alas, the boy had already been expelled from the clan by its current master. Chapter 295, Unstoppable Across the 9 Heavens and 10 Earths. The 3 corpse monarchs only showed up for a little bit before being turned into dust. These were 3 monsters with a power comparable to giants. It was a great loss to the Violetia cave. The corpse-repelling bells in the 3 elders' hands had exploded while their chests were pierced. Only fear could be seen in their expressions. After building up their strength for many years, they wanted to come out and shock the world. No one expected this disaster with their 3 corpse monarchs being dealt with so easily. They didn't dare to stay here any longer and swung their sleeves. A plume of mist gathered and condensed into a skybridge that led all the way to the horizon. This was the Ghost Immortal Bridge. 1 step on this bridge equaled 1,000 miles. Corpse controllers and treasure masters were similar, both traveled to the edges of the cultivation world. They would normally visit a few yin-yang locations. After encountering something sinister and ominous, the wisest thing to do was to open this type of bridge. Due to its ability to swiftly travel large distances, both gods and ghosts would find it difficult to chase them. After feeling Feng Qi's murderous intent, the elders opened the bridge right away in order to stay alive. Pluff. 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 They stepped on it and managed to flee thousands of miles away, but they still couldn't escape death. Feng Qi killed them through space. All 3 were crushed into a bloody powder. The stench of blood permeated the air. Feng Qi's hand was still slightly stretched forward, causing dark, blood-colored clouds to billow for thousands of miles. These ominous clouds didn't disperse until he retracted his hand. This was too unfair. The 3 elders were experts among the older generation, but they couldn't escape death even though they were thousands of miles away. This was the power of a supreme giant. Damn. A few youths had begun to retreat from the base of the mountain. With Feng Qi standing guard, even an army wouldn't be able to do anything. This was an exceptional character of legend. Among the 10 halls of the Senluo Temple, 5 of their vice leaders were present. They didn't retreat until the 3rd day but decided to give up at that point. Even though they could fight against Feng Qi with a numbers advantage and could even defeat him, the price would have been unimaginable. The 3 dead elders from the Violetia cave were the best examples. This huge price made them hesitate and ultimately played into their decision to retreat. I thought many people will die in this competition, but Feng Qi alone was able to suppress the entire scene and force everyone back. Feng Feiyun and the evil woman were the only ones left at the base of Mount Banda. The evil woman wanted to use the power of the ancient altar to restore her cultivation, so she meditated for another 7 straight days without moving or batting an eye. During this period, some people didn't give up and returned to this mountain. However, after seeing that the white armored corpse was still there, they instantly retreated. No one dared to step within 10 miles of this area. Perhaps the corpse energy here was too thick, so more corpses gathered in these last several days. It turned into a land of death once more. Dragon King's Saber Art, Second Technique, 9 Firmament Slash. Feng Feiyun leaped into the air with an imposing momentum before falling back down with both hands on his saber for 1 slash. The energy turned into a white divine dragon. 1. The raw name for the technique is Dragon King arriving / looming over the 9 firmaments. Way too long, so had to shorten it. This energy was 18 meters long and seemed to be a true dragon lying in the sky. There was a crown on the dragon's head where all of the blade's energy gathered. Boom. 3 bloody corpses were bitten by this blade energy. Their palm-sized palaces fell down to the ground, still stained with blood. This saber art is truly profound and difficult to cultivate. I only comprehended 10% of this art after 7 days. Feng Feiyun put away his blade with energy and faint dragon runes still flowing through it. After reaching 100% mastery of the first slash, he began to study the second slash, but he could only utilize 10% of its power. He waved his sleeve and the 3 palaces flew into his spatial stone. 3 more for a total of 1008 palaces on top of the one from a second transformation corpse, equal to 2008 points. The emergence of the heretical schools meant that the challenge was much harder for the pagoda's disciples. In these 3 years, they not only had to kill corpses for their palaces, they also had to fight against the heretical youths. It stopped being an in-house competition due to this new development. This was both a test of strength and intelligence. Of course, only those who could truly endure this test would be top experts in the future. 3 months have gone by already, and 3 more will be the next lunar eclipse. Another great battle will take place at the sacred lake. I wonder if the pagoda will be utterly defeated again. Feng Feiyun sighed. Suddenly, his heart jumped. He started laughing and turned around while cupping his fists. Congratulations, boss. Your cultivation has returned and your battle capabilities have reached the peak once more. You are unbeatable in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The evil woman in her white Taoist robe looked just like a beautiful older sister from the Wanxiang Pagoda. She was standing 100 meters away beneath a dead black tree. Her black hair was fluttering in the wind. Who knew how long she had been standing there for? Since Feng Feiyun noticed her, she took 1 step forward, leaving behind a series of shadows in the air. 1 second later, she stood right in front of him. She stood coolly with both hands behind her back and snorted while glaring at him. If my cultivation was back, do you think you would be able to detect me? Then boss, how much of it is back? Feng Feiyun smiled. He naturally knew that she hasn't completely recovered. The words from earlier were meant to flatter her. Her expression was full of murderous intent. She took another step forward and reached out with her hand shrouded in faint evil flames to grip his neck. She awe-inspiringly stared at him while threatening, "Humph. Enough to kill you without a problem." Feng Feiyun felt his throat being sealed and his blood freezing up. He couldn't breathe as his neck was about to be crushed by her, prompting him to cough. However, his expression remained unchanged as he raised his voice, "Boss, you are matchless with no rivals in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It's good that you are aware of this." She scowled and let him go. With a calm pose, she stared into the horizon. "Get up already." Feng Feiyun placed both of his hands on his dantian and channeled a crimson flame. It melted the chilling energy in his blood and forced it out from the skin of his neck. No wonder why she was known as the evil woman, her mood could change at a moment's notice. If it wasn't for her recovering cultivation and how he still had some worth to her, he would have been killed already. As she once said herself, there should be no living creatures in front of me. This was because she was not a living being. One should never treat her as a person and definitely not a woman. Taking her down the mountain was definitely him digging a pit and jumping into it. However, he had no regrets. Everything had two sides, there was never an absolutely right choice. Perhaps he will be lucky in the future by taking her down Mount Bonda. One's vision shouldn't be limited to what immediately lies ahead. Feng Feiyun grabbed his blade and followed her. The Trinity County had many ancient locations. Radiance was an ancient city with more than 1,000 years of history. It was located at the edge of an old route leading towards Trinity's hinterland, one of the few cities that had not been invaded by the corpses. It was between the sacred lake and Mount Bonda, so cultivators from everywhere gathered here to create an unprecedented lively scene. At dusk, 5 months of heavy snow had finally stopped. However, the cold wind blew even more urgently, causing the thick layer of snow on the ground to be blown everywhere. They hit a carriage being pulled by a 5-meter-tall bull. It trampled on the snow and rapidly made its way through the plain, creating 2 deep lines along the way. It finally made it to Radiance before nightfall. The soldier sitting on the bull wore the official martial army's uniform, indicating his rank of being a 1,000-man commander. His armor was as black as ink. Even his face was covered with a layer of metal, exposing only his profound and sublime eyes. He appeared to be young, quick-witted, and unrestrained. "Boss, don't tell me that you want to go to this old city to eat people. I heard corpses can eat people to increase their vitality and cultivation." The young commander turned back to ask the person inside the carriage, causing his plates to issue clunking noises from rubbing against each other. "The power of the altar is far from enough to restore my cultivation. I must absorb a monstrous amount of vitality." A woman's voice as cold as ice answered him. If anyone outside were to hear her voice and didn't die from freezing right away, they would be pressed down to the ground, unable to stand back up. "Are you really here to eat people?" The commander's heart jumped. "Correct, I'm here to feast." Her voice became colder. He asked, "Who will you eat?" She replied, "I'll eat whoever is delicious or have sweet enough blood for a drink." "Wow, so domineering. Boss, you are indeed the number one in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, no one can oppose you." This commander was naturally Feng Feiyun. His heart felt a chill after hearing her response. A corpse evil was still ultimately a corpse evil. It looks like the cultivators in this ancient city were about to be unlucky. Many experts gathered at Radiance, the only city between Mount Bonda and the sacred lake. The young, the old, and even giant-level cultivators were here. If the evil woman wanted to feast, she naturally would have to pick a populated location. She hid her identity and quietly snuck inside, which was why Feng Feiyun was wearing his current outfit. The martial army had just suffered total defeat at Trinity. There were many abandoned carriages and sets of armor. It wasn't difficult to get this equipment. The snow stopped and night fell. An aggressive commander with a black carriage swaggered into Radiance. Chapter 296, 3 Spirit Grasses. There was a river of blood around 100 meters wide running underground from the south to the north. Its powerful waves slammed into the rocky bottom, issuing loud and sonorous noises like copper gongs. The evil woman was standing inside the river, letting its red water cover her. An endless blood energy entered her body. A river of blood like this is actually running through Radiance. Could it be that the blood of everyone who was killed in the southern prefecture gathered here underground and formed this river? It was dark underground, but darkness couldn't impede Feng Feiyun's sight. They were several hundred meters underground, right below Radiance. There was a passage in the city leading down to here. If it wasn't for the evil woman's guidance, he would never have guessed that there was this type of scene down here. It was like the Yellow River in hell. She might not be eating people, but this is even scarier. He waited for 2 days by the river. She had no intention of leaving and continued to devour this form of vitality. Who knew how long it would be until she wakes up? I would have to be stupid to not leave right now. Feng Feiyun followed the pathway to get back to the surface. It took about an hour before he saw the sun again. The exit was a relay station with dozens of coffins lying around. 1. Relay station equals post office. Through his heavenly phoenix gaze, he could see that the coffins were full of dense, green energy around corpses with fierce expressions. This station was still chilling even though it was daytime. A layer of snow covered each coffin. Swoosh! A gray-haired old man watched over the place. His withered body looked like wood as he swept the floor with a broom. 2 days ago when Feng Feiyun and the evil woman arrived, he was also here sweeping away despite the fact that not a single leaf was on the ground. Quite a powerful corpse, he must be at the third transformation. Feng Feiyun's spiritual awareness found that he didn't have a strand of life in his body. He carefully walked around him and finally heaved a sigh of relief after getting out of the station. The aura of a third transformation corpse was too immense, it was capable of suppressing the soul. In recent days, cultivators gathered everywhere at Radiance. Some came for the ancient altar while others were here for the upcoming battle at the sacred lake. Before one knew it, this city had become lively with carriages everywhere. Clank! Clank! Feng Feiyun, adorned in his commander armor to hide his face, was riding a bull larger than an elephant while swaggering through the streets. On his back was an iron battle saber around 780 pounds, he truly had the style of a fierce soldier. Scram, get the hell out of my way or I'll cut you down. Feng Feiyun spoke like an official with an imperious manner towards the cultivators blocking the way. They saw that he had the uniform of the martial army and quickly scattered to the sides. Ingo Ward. Feng Feiyun stopped by this location outside of Radiance with both hands on his waist and his head up high while reading the plaque. As long as there were people in cities, there would be no shortage of Ingo's industries. What places had the most treasures in the world? It wasn't the imperial palace of the Jin dynasty nor the Wanxiang pagoda, and it was definitely not the Senluo temple either. The answer was these Ingo wards. Feng Feiyun had reached grand achievement and needed to rely on spirit grasses and stones in order to rapidly increase his cultivation. As long as he had money, he could buy both at the Ingo wards. A single millennium grass could open 10 meridians and 1 true mysterious spirit stone could open 1. Bang! Bang! He walked to its large gate and slammed into it with his saber while yelling, "Anyone alive in there? As long as you can pay, we will even sell people." A slightly overweight middle-aged man came out. He was around the age of 40 with an embroidered robe and a big smile on his face. His narrow eyes had a bright glimmer like a fox that had just come out of their burrow. Feng Feiyun asked, "You sell people here too?" The men smilingly answered, "Yes. If you want to buy slaves, there are 3 different qualities. The same is true for women. As long as people are willing to pay, we'll sell the dead too. There is no business that we won't do at the Ingo ward." Feng Feiyun cleverly asked, "There are people who buy the dead around here?" The men replied, "Of course, and there are many too." Feng Feiyun asked for clarification, "By the dead, you mean corpse evils?" The men slightly nodded. There were 2 types of people who would buy these corpses, corpse controllers and disciples from the Wanxiang pagoda. The first bought them in order to refine those corpses into slaves. The disciples from the pagoda naturally bought them to trade for more points. The Ingo clan's business is truly big, it's no wonder why it is called the richest clan in the world. Feng Feiyun commented before asking, "Are you the manager of this ward?" "Sir Thousand Commander, my name is Dongfang Ye, I just arrived at Radiance yesterday." His squinting eyes only had a small opening. It was still bright like before. This person's cultivation was no joke. He had trained the Dragon Lake righteous energy to a great level. Even the Phoenix gaze couldn't see his real strength. His last name was Dongfang as well. It looked like he was an expert sent by the Ingo clan in order to benefit from this chaotic region. With the heretical schools and corpse controllers coming out, Trinity's situation was very complex, so the clan wouldn't send an ordinary person. Such a man should be able to handle the situation and profit from the chaos. "Manager Dongfang, you are too polite. I am only an insignificant thousandman commander." Feng Feiyun became cautious again. "The paying customers are always right at our Ingo ward." Dongfang Ye smilingly stared at him. His eyes seemed to be able to see through Feiyun's armor. Feiyun said, "No wonder why your business is so successful. It's what you have to do to be a lucrative businessman. You must treat your customers like they're the boss." Ye smiled back. Feiyun replied, "But in the end, people will come to find that the real boss is you." The both of them laughed at the end of this conversation. Ie invited Fei Yun inside. It was even more extravagant with resplendent decorations to make it look like a palace. It was surprisingly large with a staircase leading up to what was seemingly forever. Who knows how many floors this place had? What are you looking for, Thousand Commander? Ie asked. Feng Feiyun answered, Millennium Spirit Grass. Ie stopped and glanced at Feng Feiyun one more time. His sharp eyes turned brighter. Don't tell me the Go ward doesn't have them. Feiyun frowned. There's nothing one can't buy here at the Go ward, the key is whether they can afford it or not. You are no thousandman commander. Ie laughed and spoke with certainty. This person had very frightening insight. Ha ha. Feiyun didn't give a response. It doesn't matter if you are or not. More importantly, the ward has 3 roots right now, 2 crane knot-ends and 1 green maternal flower. Each one will cost 5 million gold coins. As long as you can afford them, I'll sell them to you right away. Ie smiled. This price might be steep for Millennium Spirit Grasses, but if they were real, then it was worth the money. Both of these types were rare and about 20% stronger than ordinary Millennium Grasses. Feiyun still had notes worth 16 million gold coins. So he could easily buy them. 3 black jade boxes around 3 feet long were brought to them by 3 pretty maids with makeup and silk dresses. The jade boxes contained a yellow liquid that could maintain the spirituality of these grasses. Feng Feiyun checked the 3 boxes before putting them into his spatial stone. They really were too expensive. Just one was enough to buy several small and medium-sized sections. Even though he had just spent 15 million, he still felt that it was worth it in order to open 30 meridians in a short amount of time. It would be a great improvement to his cultivation. The battle at the Sacred Lake was imminent. All the elites from the pagoda and the lords of the heretical schools would be there. It was best to be as strong as possible before that time comes. I have a certain piece of information for sale, maybe you will be interested. Ie counted the paper money in his hand to confirm the transaction before putting into his sleeve. A green light flashed as they disappeared. Feng Feiyun asked, what info? It will cost 1 million gold coins, I can guarantee you that it is worth the price. Ie paused for a moment before grinning. Feng Feiyun stared at this middle-aged man before him. Does he know the exact amount of gold Feiyun had left? Earlier, the price for the grasses was perfectly 15, and now this information was 1 million. Feng Feiyun was about to be drained of his money and squeezed completely dry. How could there be such a coincidence in the world? Feng Feiyun stared at him for a long time before biting his teeth while taking out the last of his gold notes to hand it over. Ie cheerfully accepted the money and quickly put the bills away before slowly speaking, Princess Luofu is finding invincible experts among Grand Achievement God bases in preparation for marking the Holy Monument. Anyone who is chosen by her will be rewarded with 5 spirit grasses. Only the princess can afford such a grand gesture. 5 spirit grasses. Where is she right now? Feng Feiyun was truly tempted. This was a reward that could drive any Grand Completion God base crazy. Not to mention 5, just one was extremely hard to come by. Ie revealed, in the northern suburbs of Radiance is the Thousand Plum Manor. As far as I know, several heaven-defying geniuses from the heretical schools and a few successors of some corpse caves will be there. Many disciples of the pagoda will go too, but the result is fairly obvious. They will be suppressed by the heretical geniuses, so those spirit grasses will fall into the hands of either the heretical members or the corpse successors. Even if the princess is unhappy about it, she still has to keep her word and distribute the rewards. Sigh, it seems that the pagoda has really fallen. Chapter 297, Feng Dania's Second Showing. The crane knot-ends and the green maternal flower were the natural essences of the world gestated over thousands of years, so they contained a lot of spirit and medicinal energies. The older they were, the purer the essences within would be. Feng Feiyun refined all 3 items, leaving behind a pinch of powder in his palm. A golden brilliance rushed out of his head, chest, and limbs. 30 more meridians were opened like 30 yellow bridges connecting to the world. At this point, he had opened a total of 64 meridians. The god base in his dantian condensed to appear more tangible as spirit energy oozed out of his body. His meridians and veins looked like long and narrow spiritual rivers. As his cultivation increased by a huge margin, his blood energy became more vigorous as well. Each of his actions issued crackling noises. I'm actually 30% stronger now. It was just a little level, yet the difference is immense. If I could have those 5 spirit grasses, then I will be able to open 114 meridians. At that time, I'll surely be able to fight against a first-level Heaven's Mandate cultivator. He had 40 divine intents at this moment. Despite only being at grand completion, his battle prowess far exceeded cultivators at the same level. Even grand historical geniuses might not be his match if their cultivation was the same. The sky gradually darkened as night finally fell. In the northern suburbs of Radiance was an apricot garden with 300 years of history. It was once the manor of the Radiance Lord. Since Princess Luofu came to visit, the Lord took the initiative to let the princess use it as her temporary abode. Snow scattered in the sky with the scent of apricots lingering in the air. In these wintry times, most flowers have already withered, leaving behind apricot flowers as red as blood. Their fragrance spread for 1,000 miles. Even though these blossoming apricots might be pretty, they were no match even for the princess finger. Their fragrance paled before the sweetness of her hair. The princess is quite ambitious, just like Empress Long Jiangling when she was younger. She wants to go on the imperial path by leaving her name on the sacred tablet, then removing the crown prince's position so that she can obtain the throne. The Tiger Marquis eldest son and the third prince of Dashi were standing outside of the apricot manor. Both were heroes among the younger generation and ranked within the top 50 of the pagoda's hundreds list. They were heaven-defying with lofty statuses. Both wore white Taoist robes while standing in the snow with spirit energy covering their bodies. Invisible chi images were floating above their heads. If the current crown prince, Long Shenya, wasn't one of the 8 grand historical genius, maybe we would be joining the princess. After all, she has condensed the royal dragon energy on top of receiving the seal of imperial concubine Hua's sect. The eldest son had a layer of yellow tiger armor on his shoulder, making him look even more awe-inspiring. The third prince whispered, "It's better for us not to be too nosy about the competition for the throne." Both men were distinguished with great powers as their backings, but 5 millennium grasses were not a joke to them. Normally speaking, coming up with just one root was difficult. Only the princess could afford such a gesture. They came here for the spirit grasses and directly entered the manor. Poof! Blood gushed out and stained the red gates of the apricot manor, making them even more beautiful. A disciple wearing a white Taoist robe miserably screamed and fell into a puddle of blood while clutching his right shoulder with blood all over his fingers. One of his hands had been cut off and fell onto the stone steps. "You heretics are quite bold, going so far as to insult my pagoda's disciples," Zhao Tian uttered coldly while glaring at the heretical disciples in their black uniforms, not showing any intention to surrender. He was a grand achievement god base who came here to participate in this event. However, he met these heretical disciples outside. They were quite arrogant and actually publicly used iron chains to imprison 4 female disciples from the pagoda as if they were slaves. They didn't come here to participate in the princess event at all. This was only a means to humiliate the Wanxiang pagoda. He had heard about how these heretics would often catch female disciples and do whatever they wanted, such as drugging and imprisoning them. There were no evil deeds that were too much for them. He originally didn't believe it, but he saw it with his own eyes today. A fire of fury ignited in his heart as he immediately wanted to slay these evil scum. Others didn't dare to offend the heretical schools, but not him. Death was nothing if he could alleviate this anger in his heart. However, these heretical disciples were more powerful than he expected. His 9 martial arts were shattered with just one blade. Moreover, his arm was severed, it was lying before the gate right now. Hee. Boy, so what if we are arrogant? A heretical disciple with a pair of hands that contained a metallic sheen walked to the front of Zhao Tian. He had boots made from bull's skin and steel scales. He stomped on the severed hand on the ground and crushed it into a bloody pulp. There were 8 heretical disciples, all at Grand Achievement God base. They wore black cloaks with their long hair flowing down freely like 8 devils from hell. This disciple that had refined his hands into metal was one of them. It was him who used one blade to defeat Zhao Tian's 9 techniques as well as chopping off his arm. He wasn't even the strongest among the 8 here. The 4 female disciples were still wearing their white uniforms. The youngest was around 15 and the oldest was 20 at most, all were exceptionally pretty. Alas, they were prisoners with their limbs being branded by an iron stamp. There were many scars on their bodies barely hidden by their untidy clothing. They were very afraid of these heretical disciples. When these heretics smiled and stared at them, they would kneel on the ground and tremble with fear. Who knows what terrible experiences they encountered to be frightened to this level? There was no semblance of a genius cultivator in them, they were now inferior even to an ordinary maid. It's over for the pagoda. These so-called elite disciples are now our prey. Their so-called supreme beauties are only tools for our heretical schools to release our sexual urges. A heretical disciple smirked. He went close to one of the female disciples who was around 17 years of age. The slender body of this pure-looking girl immediately quivered as she dropped to the ground, prostrating. See this beauty from the Beastmaster Tower? She has slept with at least 40 of our disciples after eating at least 3 pounds of aphrodisiac. Haha, he mercilessly squeezed her breast. The girl from the Beastmaster Tower didn't dare to move and let him ravage her under broad daylight. Tears covered her face and soaked her dress. Animal, I'll take you down with me. Zhao Tian climbed up from the floor. 3 beast souls rushed out from his body as he unleashed a fist with the power of 7 chilants. However, this force and the beast souls were easily crushed by the metal hand. Pluff! The hand directly pierced Zhao Tian's body. Blood spattered everywhere. However, this hand was stuck in Zhao Tian's body. The heretical disciple was alarmed. Zhao Tian was crazy, he directly used his head to bump against the disciple's chest. Boom! A black light emanated from the 2 bodies. The heretical disciple quickly retreated after 2 of his ribs were broken. Zhao Tian was blown backward into a wall. His head was split open, but he was not dispirited in the slightest. He crazily laughed with an indescribable satisfaction. The heretical disciple coldly shouted, "You want to die?" A bolt of lightning shot out from his hand with the power of 8 chilants, a force of 1.28 million pounds. He truly wanted to turn Zhao Tian to smithereens. Boom! A sharp ray soared from the distance. It was even brighter than the sunlight and contained a horrifying murderous intent. A crack appeared on the ground with its coming. Poof! The heretical disciple naturally felt this murderous sensation behind him and forcefully channeled his attack backward. However, the 8 chilants were shattered and the sharp ray severed one of his arms. A spring of blood gushed out from his shoulder for more than 3 meters. The black robe on his body was stained with blood as well, just like apricots in the middle of the night. Boom! The severed arm fell onto the middle of the street and was crushed by a 1,000-man commander from the martial army into a puddle of blood before being swallowed by the bull behind him. This 1,000-man commander had a saber propped on his shoulder. Clearly, he was the one who attacked with that sharp ray earlier. Zhao Tian was prepared to die, so he didn't expect for a soldier to come out of nowhere with an outrageous saber technique. That blade energy earlier spanned more than 10 meters wide. The martial army was really strong, a single 1,000-man commander could actually sever the arm of a grand achievement god base. You dare to commit such a lawless act in broad daylight in the presence of a 1,000-man commander? How should I punish you? This 1,000-man commander was very overbearing, especially his haughty stride. He arched his chest and walked forward while holding the reins of his bull. Ra is walking like the word, so he's basically walking with his legs spread far apart and taking arrogant strides while arching his chest. Humph. Just an insignificant 1,000-man commander, yet you still dare to interfere with our heretical school's business. Are you tired of living? Even a general from the martial army would face death if they choose to offend us. This 1,000-man commander immediately turned furious and stomped on the ground, causing the ancient bluestone tiles beneath his feet to shatter. He shouted with his hoarse voice, "You dare to threaten your father? Which heretical sect do you belong to?" The 7th hall of the Senluo Temple. The heretical disciples shouted in unison as their murderous air gathered into a frightening black cloud in the sky. They thought that the name of the 7th hall could scare this 1,000-man commander into kneeling on the ground. But good. Not only are you all committing murder, you're also imprisoning women with wanton abandon for the law. Who is the prettiest woman in your 7th hall? The 1,000-man commander angrily shouted with a voice that boomed like thunder. The heretical disciples were astonished and hesitated for a bit. One of them said, "Our number 1 beauty is naturally the 7th Lord, Wan Xiangcun." Then go back and tell your seventh lord that if your heretical schools like to play with women from the pagoda, your father will play with your heretical school's female disciples. Tell Wan Xiangcun to wash her body. If I don't take her chastity within 3 months, motherfuckers, I, Feng Daniu, will change my last name to hers. This commander had a fiery temperament like a bull. It didn't look like he was kidding at all as his voice echoed across half of Radiance. 2. Feng Daniu is the name he used back at the Bandits' Mountain. This guy was arrogant, too arrogant. Chapter 298, 1 verses 7. The Divine Martial Army was the most powerful force in the Divine Jin dynasty. This was universally acknowledged. 1. I usually omit the divine part here for brevity. Yet a mere thousandman commander was arrogant like this. He had just declared his intention to sleep with the seventh lord of the Senluo Temple, Wan Xiangcun. How could the heretical disciples present stand for this? These 8 youths dressed in black robes were the top prodigies of the seventh hall. However, even they were inferior to dogs before Wan Xiangcun. The heretical schools were extremely cruel with a strict hierarchy. They believed in the law of the jungle where the strongest takes all. Being 1 level higher meant they were a god, being 1 level lower meant they were dogs. Have you no shame with your blustering? How suicidal. The disciple with his severed arm had used spirit energy to seal his wound with a layer of scarlet light. He was very confident with his cultivation. The only reason why he lost an arm earlier was because of the sneak attack that caught him off guard. If it was a real confrontation, how could he lose to a thousandman commander? What a joke. The so-called thousandman commander title meant that he was in charge of 1,000 soldiers. The martial army had more than 100 million troops, so a thousandman commander was trash and as common as a cabbage. How could a heaven-defying genius like him handle losing to a common cabbage? Boom. A killing intent condensed in the air. The spirit energy of this area grew sharp. A yellow bird on a branch was quietly cut into halves by this murderous energy and fell to the ground. This heretical disciple's body emitted 180 black glimmers. Even his robe was fluttering from its force. He had opened all 180 meridians and could be considered an expert among grand achievement god bases. Lightning. Wave. He only had a left hand now. It seemed to be made out of divine metal with 7 currents running through it just like a dragon. Before people knew it, his lightning-covered hand had already lunged for Feng Feiyun. Ploof. The saber slightly flashed as a sharp shadow flew forward. Another severed hand was sent into the sky with an electric wave still channeling through it. Blood spurted out from the open wound. Your saber, both of the disciples' arms have been crippled. He didn't even know how it happened this time. My saber is very fast. The thousandman commander patted his saber clean with loud banging sounds like a knife peddler on the street. However, such a crude man was able to cripple a heaven-defying genius from the heretical school. He flipped his blade over again and unleashed another slash to split this disciple standing 10 meters away into halves. The left and right sections were blown away. This casual cut was inescapable. This whatever 7th hall is some bullshit, so weak. It looks like the heretical school is declining nowadays. The thousandman commander sarcastically lamented, causing the other heretical disciples to gnash their teeth in anger. We'll kill him together. The 7 shouted as their meridians erupted. A brilliance engulfed the area while the spirit energy nearby turned chaotic. They were all grand achievement god bases. The weakest had opened 60 meridians while the strongest had 280 opened. The strongest one was extraordinarily powerful. He took out an ink grindstone, something that was almost a spirit treasure. It was capable of exerting a force around 10% of a real one. Nevertheless, it was still quite frightening and capable of killing from several hundred miles away. All 7 leaped up at the same time and poured their energy into this grindstone. The focused blast shook the sky and shattered the street. The majority of the houses on both sides collapsed. The commander sonorously roared, "Motherfucker, I'll take all 7 of you on." He heroically stood in the middle of the street while his black armor exuded a cold glint. A sharp ray rushed out from his saber that towered more than 10 meters high into the air. With both hands on the saber, he unleashed a vertical slash with the shape of a crescent moon towards the grindstone. The spirit energy in the sky was penetrated by the slash as if it was cutting through water. Boom. The great grindstone was blown away. All 7 disciples vomited blood at the same time as they went flying like kites with their strings cut before falling to the ground. The commander was too ferocious, he grievously injured 7 grand achievement god bases with just one move. Zhao Tian was stunned while being pleasantly surprised. Sir Thousandman Commander was very much like a divine soldier descending to the mortal realm. He possessed great fighting prowess and a hatred towards evil while beating those evil heretical geniuses into submission. Boom. He had iron saws on and stomped on the chest of a heretical genius. He dragged along his black iron saber and pointed it at the guy's neck while shouting, "Say it with me, the Senluo temple is dog shit." His thunderous shout almost made the guy fainted. The cold edge of the blade had its energy tightly fixated on the youth's neck, almost freezing it. This commander was very bloodthirsty and had a grumpy demeanor. The disciple that was split in half by him still had his innards vividly sprawled on the ground. Even though this disciple was arrogant and had been subjected to life and death training, being glared at by this commander was erasing 9 out of the 10 divine intents in his mind. The willpower that made him unafraid of death was being shattered. "Don't kill me. I'll say it, the Senluo temple is dog shit." This disciple was completely suppressed by Feng Feiyun's 40 divine intents. His mind almost collapsed. The commander roared, louder. He cried, "The Senluo temple is dog shit." The commander mockingly laughed, "Kiki. Keep going, say that the 7th lord of the Senluo temple, Wan Xiangcun, is Feng Daniu's mistress." Ugh. The 7th lord of the Senluo temple, Wan Xiangcun, is Feng Daniu's mistress. This disciple was about to cry. Wait a minute, that doesn't sound right. I, Feng Daniu, am very free and romantic as I tread through this world. Since I'm still young, if I don't do something earth-shattering, wouldn't it be a waste of my invincible self? The commander murmured to himself, but it sounded like he was asking the disciple on the ground. Ugh, then what kind of earth-shattering event do you want to make happen? The disciple had no choice but to play along out of fear. The commander said in a serious and earnest manner, "I want to capture all of the prettiest girls in each of the Senluo halls and make them my mistresses. The temple has 10 halls, so that should be 10 kingdom-toppling beauties. Wow, I really have such amazing romantic luck." The disciple was at a loss for words. He was simply out of his mind. The prettiest girls in the temple were all scorpions as well as mighty experts. Just sleeping with any one of them would already be remarkable. Keep in mind that the competition was extremely fierce in the heretical schools. More often than not, the competition between women was even more vicious and sinister than the ones between men. A beautiful woman would incite jealousy and die an early death. Thus, to become the prettiest girl in the temple while staying alive, they had to be powerful and capable. For example, Bai Ruxue of the 4th hall and Wan Xiangcun of the 7th hall. Since she was able to become the young lord of the 7th hall, Wan Xiangcun must be far stronger than Bai Ruxue, and craftier as well. Feng Feiyun said this just because he saw the tragic fate of these female disciples from the pagoda. He became extremely angry, so his choice of words was quite ruthless. If he could capture all of the prettiest girls from the temple, it would deal a great blow to them like 10 continuous and resounding slaps. It would definitely feel good, but he would have a hard time surviving afterward. The heretical schools would pay any price to kill him at that point. Some of their ancestors would come out as well. After all, no one would be able to endure this type of humiliation. He was currently the Thousandman commander, Feng Daniu, so he could casually utter any arrogant and malicious words with wanton regard. It was fine to provoke all 10 lords from the temple. If it came down to it, he just had to take off the armor and return to being Feng Feiyun. Of course, if he knew that the rest of the world had already been talking about how he slept with Bai Ruxue and how the entire 4th hall considers him a mortal enemy, he wouldn't be acting this indifferent right now. Pluff. He decapitated the disciple he was stomping on and kicked his head like a ball. This was the 2nd disciple from the 7th hall that fell to his blade. The other 6 were badly wounded and became fearful of this Thousandman commander. They all staggered backward. Who says that they were going to take Wan Xiangcun's chastity earlier? An extremely cute voice came with the wind. Anyone would quiver after hearing this, their limbs would definitely go numb. Even before hearing her voice, a sweet, flowery fragrance touched the tip of his nose. It was even more enchanting than the scent of a woman's body. Just this trace of the fragrance would strip people of their self-control. They began to see illusions of a peerless seductress without an article of clothing, slowly taking them into their embrace. The 6 disciples were shocked after hearing this voice. They quickly prostrated and shouted, "We welcome you, Your Highness. A bunch of trash, the face of our 7th hall has been thrown away by you. You know what you have to do now, right?" The voice turned domineering, causing the disciples' hair to stand on end. The fragrance in the air changed into the coldness of a snow lotus. This was coming from her body. It would change according to her mood. 6 muffled cries came at the same time. The 6 disciples all chopped off one of their fingers, staining their palms with blood. Feng Feiyun touched his nose and said, "A heretical lord. Looks like it's for real this time." This was his first time smelling such an enchanting fragrance. However, outside of her voice and scent, Wan Xiangcun was nowhere to be found. Chapter 299, Goodbye to Life. A flowery scent lingered in the air. Wan Xiangcun had not yet shown herself, but her scent that could seduce butterflies was still present. She was clearly nearby. The 6 disciples slowly got up from the ground while holding their severed fingers. They stood there in fear and slightly hunched over as if they were paying respects to a god. Zhao Tian was speechless from shock. These disciples were all top geniuses at Grand Achievement God Base. They would be great characters regardless of the location, but all of them were incredibly afraid of a woman right now. Could it be that this 7th Lord was frightening to this level? Our Highness wishes to recruit you to be a hall protector of the 7th Hall. What do you think, Sir Thousandman Commander? A man dressed in black with a red complexion appeared. He asked this question while standing on top of a cedar covered in snow. His voice was a bit grating and gave off an effeminate feel. His black cloak was being rustled by the cold wind, exposing the white Taoist robe underneath. He came in a mysterious fashion. With the flash of his shadow, he was already standing there. Feng Feiyun felt a chill like the bleakness of an underground piercing mysterious glacier. He lifted his head to stare at the youth and smiled. What kind of position is a hall protector? His eyes also narrowed after seeing the white Taoist robes beneath the black cloak. Ha ha. The man laughed. The 10 halls of the Senluo Temple has 1 lord each, the strongest among the younger generation of each hall. There are 3 protectors below them with wondrous cultivations, just that they're a bit weaker. Years later, when the Lord inherits the position of hall leader, the protectors will also become guardians, a role only below the leader and vice leader. So you tell me, is this a good position or not? Not to mention a random thousandman commander, even a warrant officer leading 100,000 troops is inferior to a single finger of a hall protector. The Divine Martial Army was the most powerful force in the Jin dynasty. It could destroy an immortal sect or a regional cultivation clan. Within this army are many ranks: Denary Commander, Centurion Commander, Thousandman Commander, Myriad Commander, Warrant Officer, Divine Commander, and Heavenly Marquis. 1. This is the imperial system of names, not the modern Chinese system that have direct translations such as Colonel/Lieutenant. A Warrant Officer could command 100,000 troops. A Divine Commander possessed 1 million under his camp. A Heavenly Marquis had a paramount status. The rank had existed since the formation of the dynasty, a hereditary title with several thousand years of history. Several ancient and mighty clans were backed up by people of this status. Some had at least 10 million or more troops. A few marquis actually had 100 million troops. In the Jin dynasty, clans were numerous. The highest ranking was the 4 great clans, while the clans of the 18 marquis were the second tier. As for the Feng, Qin, and Ji clans from the Grand Southern Prefecture, they might look strong as rulers of the region, they were dozens of times weaker compared to the marquis clans. There was no need to compare them with the 4 great clans. These 22 clans made up the nobles and generals of the dynasty. Every other stately clan was under their control. For example, the Feng clan has been going strong for 1,000 years, but compared to these clans with several thousand years of history, it could only be regarded as a tiny local lord. The martial army was mighty, but there were tens of thousands of thousandmen commanders under a marquis. Thus, they could be considered as common as cabbages. If Feng Daniu was indeed part of the army, he would definitely agree if someone wished to recruit him to be a heretical lord's protector. However, Feng Daniu wasn't a real person. Zhao Tian disregarded his own injury and roared, "Lu Sanchuan, you shameless traitor. After being beaten into submission and willingly became their servant, you are now trying to recruit more people to be dogs like you. Want to die? The man on top of the tree branch changed his expression after hearing the word servant. A chilling touch came about as his palms condensed a 10-meter-high iceberg. This coldness could crack even treasure metals. The iceberg slammed down with a terrifying windbreak, causing the ground to sink down. Feng Feiyun had heard of the name Lu Sanchuan before. This was a young expert from the pagoda who had reached grand completion more than 7 years ago. Rumor has it that he had opened 330 meridians. Shi Yelai had surpassed the earth tribulation to reach first-level heaven's mandate, so Lu Sanchuan became the new #1 god-base cultivator. However, a prodigy like this still succumbed to the heretical schools to become a protector of the 7th hall. This was why he was wearing a white robe beneath the black cloak. It was no wonder why the heretical schools could bully the pagoda's disciples, they had too many weak-willed members. Sanchuan's cultivation was indeed terrifying. Zhao Tian, someone at the same level, couldn't stop him at all. He couldn't move his fingers and could only shout, "Sanchuan, are you still a man? How can you watch our female disciples be bullied by the evil heretics without being enraged at all?" Zhao Tian heart-wrenchingly roared while vomiting blood. The blood was being condensed into solid pieces from the cold temperature. I'm sure he joined in as a rapist as well. Feiyun stood before Zhao Tian. The black shimmer on his armor soared to the sky. He channeled all of his energy to unleash a sword wave and broke the iceberg into pieces. Boom. Sanchuan's cultivation showed its worth. Feiyun's saber shattered and fell to the ground. It cracked from being frozen by the chilling iceberg. That's all you can do, haha. Sanchuan assumed that he was stronger after breaking Feiyun's weapon. Feiyun didn't respond. Sanchuan was indeed powerful, but he wasn't unbeatable. This saber was a random blade from the martial army, it wasn't a divine weapon at all. It was understandable that it couldn't withstand Sanchuan's hell ice technique. It would be a different story with his own stone saber. Zhao Tian gratefully bowed his head towards Feng Feiyun. "Thank you, Sir Thousandman Commander, for lending a hand. These heretics are ruthless with monstrous backings. If you offend them, it will bring about endless trouble, so you should just join our pagoda." Zhao Tian noticed that this Thousandman Commander's cultivation was incredible on top of being extraordinarily courageous, so he wanted to draw him into the pagoda in order to contend with the heretical schools. Haha. The pagoda are mere fish on the chopping board. We can ravage and trample on them whenever we want. Sanchuan's laughter became even more grating. Although he was quite handsome and tall, he sounded just like a eunuch from the palace. With the broken saber still in his hand, Feiyun snorted, "I hate dogs who bully the weak and quiver before the strong like you." Sanchuan's eyes turned cold. His whole body was covered with icy crystals while 9 huge icebergs emerged behind him. In just a split second, the air turned bleak. Even the 6 heretical disciples had to run back in order to withstand this chilling atmosphere. This was his chi image, 9 glaciers heaven. Feng Feiyun heroically stood there and used his body to resist the cold. A plume of fire came out of his armor and glazed the blue stone on the ground. "When I left here, Willow shed tears. I come back now, snow bends the bough." Suddenly, a song came from the apricot mansion. The tune was clear as if a musical goddess had descended from the heavens. The melody drifted with the wind across all of radiance that was engulfed in winter. The falling flakes became even prettier, just like scattering flowers. It wasn't because the snow itself was beautiful, the song made them so. The voice was also melodious. One would be hard-pressed to find another beautiful voice of this level. Feng Feiyun and Lu Sanchuan were ready to fight, but after hearing the song from the mansion, they were both distracted and lost the will to fight. Feng Feiyun was moved. He grabbed the apricot blossoms in the air and smelled them. There was a faint scene of that person. There were only 2 people in the world who could play a tune to this level that Feng Feiyun knew of, Nanggong Hongyan with her zither and Dongfang Jingyue with her jade pipa. A sadness that made people shed tears uncontrollably, a softness that made people sleep with sweet dreams. This was played with the zither. As long as our fates are still connected, we may meet again. It must be her. She was inside the mansion right now. Who was she singing and playing the tune for? Let us go. A sweet fragrance came from above. One could vaguely see a peerless figure flying into the apricot mansion. Even Zhao Tian was stunned to see this figure, but Feng Feiyun had no interest in her at this moment. His mind was completely occupied by another woman. In front of that woman, every other woman in the world was unimportant and not worth mentioning. The 6 disciples and Lu Sanchuan all followed her into the mansion. Bang! 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 Feng Feiyun slashed down 4 times in order to release the chained female disciples. The chains fell to the ground, but the 4 women remained there motionlessly as if petrified. After a long while, shameful expressions appeared on their faces. They felt that their bodies had been dirted. This stain has completely shattered their past honor and pride. They all slammed their palms into their forehead, no longer wanting to live while carrying this shame. Luckily, Feng Feiyun had detected their abnormal eyes earlier and quickly took action. He used his spirit arts to seal their hands. Feng Feiyun said, "The most precious thing to any living being is their life. There is only one chance, after dying, everything will disappear. Sir, thank you for delivering us from the abyss of misery, but we beg you, don't interfere. Only death will end this degradation done by the heretics." Yaren was full of tears after saying this. Her eyes were begging him, they no longer wanted to live after this experience. Just what kind of experience could make cultivators with powerful wills no longer want to live? Chapter 300, Apricot Manor. Life was too fragile. The girls couldn't overcome the knots in their hearts and personally ended their own lives. No one could stop someone who wanted to die. Their blood dyed the snow red, and even more drops flowed in a dazzling manner. The stench of blood was absent. On the contrary, there was a faint, sentimental fragrance that lingered in the air. Zhao Tian clenched his fists and was about to break his teeth from grinding them. Why did they have to die? It was because of the heretics. As a man, he failed to protect them. How could he be considered a man any longer? Ah! He screamed with bloodshot eyes. The 4 beautiful girls were alive just a moment ago, but they have now fallen to the ground and became as cold as ice. After dying, there were smiles of respite on their faces. Feng Feiyun asked, "What's your name?" "Martial Tower, Zhao Tian. Take care of their bodies and bring them back to the Wanxiang Pagoda." A glint appeared in Feiyun's eyes as he dragged his saber into the mansion and declared, "A life for a life. 4 girls have died, so 40 heretical members shall be buried with them. This was 10 lives to pay for 1. Zhao Tian stared at the back of the armored soldier while being full of admiration. There were still true men in this world that weren't afraid of the heretical schools. Today, the princess invited the world's heroes to gather at the Apricot Mansion. The majority of the young prodigies at Trinity came running not only for the 5 spirit grasses, but also to see the rank 4 beauty of the Jin dynasty. The mansion had opened its gates without any guards, anyone could enter today. Feng Feiyun noticed a red apricot garden decorated with white snow after entering. The imagery of white flakes dancing with red petals was quite beautiful. It took him half an hour before crossing through this garden to reach a large lake. He then traversed 2 steep mountains full of flowers before seeing a palace with red walls and green tiles as well as birds flying in the sky. There must be more than 100 pavilions and buildings here. This manor was gigantic since it was the city lord's private property. An ordinary courtyard couldn't compare to it. Feng Feiyun tried his best to calm his anger by taking this stroll and looking at the sceneries while listening to the zither music. He closed his eyes and immersed himself before he reached one of the buildings. The music stopped at this point. Boom. A fight with spirit techniques was taking place in the sky that could be heard from the distance. It was a fierce battle that had been going on for a while now. Dozens of matches had taken place. As he made his way closer, the sound of battle became clearer. There were many young cultivators along the way, including heretical prodigies wearing their black cloaks and students from the Tao Gate with their Taoist robes. There were also nuns dressed in white from the Beastmaster camp as well as many young geniuses from the Wanxiang Pagoda. They were rushing over with many different methods, such as flying or riding cranes. Some stood on the back of skeletal centipedes, so no one paid attention to Feng Feiyun. All of them had strong backings for they were top geniuses in the present. 1,000-man commander was no different than wildweed and couldn't get into their sight. Beyond this section of buildings was an open field. This was finally the apricot manor with young and famous heroes everywhere. Princess Luofu was seated in a pavilion. She was wearing a golden dress, making her seem just like a fairy. Her hair was as black and smooth as a waterfall, and a yellow veil was covering her face. A dragon's aura was being exuded from her body. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to help themselves from kneeling in her presence. Attendant Yu, adorned in a blue dove robe, stood with a smile next to her. 8 inner court experts with their black armor were also standing behind the pavilion in a line like 8 unstoppable gods of war. They all emitted supreme battle intents. No one dared to approach the princess. There was a woman dressed in white next to her, holding a violet zither. She also had a veil alongside an ethereal temperament. There were too many cultivators here. Feng Feiyun was standing below an old apricot tree in the distance, so he could only see slightly moving figures and had no way of squeezing in. Many important characters were present, such as 4 of the lords from the halls of the Senluo Temple. The 3rd, 4th, 7th, and 10th lords were the ones present. They were the strongest among the heretical younger generation and had other experts beside them. The halls were independent of each other despite having frightening power. However, in order to contend with the pagoda, they temporarily joined together. Alas, they had been separated for more than 1,000 years and were quite wary of one another. A few halls were even antagonistic towards each other. There was no way for them to command great solidarity. In addition to the heretical schools, the Beastmaster camp, the 18 marquis groups, the 4 great clans, and other powers also sent their young prodigies to this place. One could see from this that the princess' influence among the younger generation was extraordinary. The princess is the host for today. You heretics are being too arrogant. Will you not even show the princess some consideration? The 3rd prince of Dashi, Zhuo Jiwen, shouted. Ha ha. The winner takes all. The top experts from your disciples have lost 6 matches in a row, what can I say? The pagoda has truly fallen, they don't have anyone capable at all. Sigh, how can you blame us for being arrogant? Hong Mofeng sneered. A red plume of flames blossomed in his palm as he directly wounded a rank 36th expert from the pagoda. This person fell to the ground and quivered with their scorched body. As one of Xue Changxiao's protectors, Hong Mofeng was a top fighter of the 4th hall. Few could compare to him in both willpower and cultivation. Today, the princess is trying to find the strongest expert at Grand Achievement God Base. Of course, this includes everyone in the world. Our heretical school is unbeatable, so why can't we join? Don't tell me your pagoda is afraid of us. Your prodigies are trying to get revenge but lost 6 times in a row again. This is your own fault for being so weak. The princess is the supreme prodigy of the pagoda. I'm sure she is magnanimous enough to include our heretical schools in this competition. All the heretical disciples were laughing with derision and scorn. They knew the pagoda had people who would want to wash away the shame from before. Moreover, they also wanted the 5 spirit roots from the princess and teach this proud imperial daughter a lesson about the might of their schools. The princess eventually spoke. The enmity between the pagoda and the heretical schools will be dealt with 3 months later at the sacred lake. We will find out who is the king and who is the bandit then. However, anyone who can claim the throne at the Grand Achievement God Base level will be able to take these 5 spiritual roots. Hong Mofeng stood in the center of the courtyard and deliberately scanned his eyes over the pagoda's disciple with a smile. Looks like my heretical school will reign over this stage today. The pagoda really can't find anyone who can put up a fight. I only needed to use 50% of my strength to take down 6 heaven-defying geniuses from there. I'll take you on. Zhuo Jiwen couldn't listen any longer. His white Taoist robes began to flutter. With a whoosh, he had already leaped above her head and unleashed a crushing palm attack. As the 3rd prince of Dashi, he showed great talents at a young age and joined the pagoda for cultivation. This made him even stronger as one of the leading experts of his school. Boom. Hong Mofeng kicked out a plume of flames that rose to the sky. His chi image, the crimson heavenly sea, emerged. His body looked like a blue sky with crimson clouds floating on top of him. It looked like a sunset as well as a fiery sea from the Earth's core. Zhuo Jiwen didn't expect Hong Mofeng to be this strong. Mofeng's chi image was too intimidating, so he was struck by the wave of fire. A part of his hair was burnt clean. The princess slightly frowned as if she could see the result already. Sure enough, not long after, Jiwen was hit again by Mofeng's world-shaking six flames. Half of his body was burned as blood began to drip down. Jiwen was horrified. This six flames technique was horrifying, even the protective runes on his body couldn't stop it. During his momentary lapse of concentration, Mofeng unleashed a palm that contained the force of 8 qilins, causing him to spit out blood. 7 or 8 more wounds emerged on his body as it nearly split apart. This young hero was now lying on the ground and kept on coughing up blood. His attempts to climb up kept on failing. The whole audience became speechless. Jiwen was the future successor of Dashi, a top master at the pagoda. Many had heard of his name, but he ultimately lost in a miserable fashion. Was it because the heretical school was too strong, or was it because the disciples from the pagoda were too incompetent? Haha, 7 battles, 7 defeats. Number 1 sacred ground in the world. Bullshit. They can only lick our feet. Well, maybe not, haha, their tongues are probably too rough. Ah. A heretical disciple was laughing, but he suddenly screamed and fell to the ground. A glare had directly killed him by making his head burst open. This was a heavenly gaze as sharp as a sword. Just one glare was able to kill a heretical disciple. The people here couldn't figure out where it came from. Who says the pagoda doesn't have anyone who can fight? A cold voice sounded and intimidated the scene. Feng Feiyun activated his spiritual senses and looked towards the apricot thicket in the distance. He slightly smirked. This guy actually came. Who is sneaking around? Roll out here. Just a cowardly rat who won't be able to. Pluff. 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 More intense shot through the sky and pierced these grand achievement god-base cultivators from the heretical schools. Their hearts exploded as they fell to the ground. A few of the heretical lords wanted to rescue them but were too late. This glare was too horrifying, just like one from a ghost king.